Chapter 1. Xiaoqing slowly opened her eyes, furrowing her brow as she massaged her aching head. Once the dizziness subsided, she glanced around, only to be nearly overwhelmed by the sight before her. Towering coniferous trees surged upwards, their dense foliage intertwining to block out the sunlight, while mist enveloped the forest, rendering it seemingly primal in nature. But hadn't she just been at Aunt Lynn's stall buying skewers? How had she ended up here? Had she been kidnapped? Confused, Xiaoqing picked up a giant snakewood carving that lay nearby, and a flood of fragmented memories surged through her mind. Tomorrow marked her first day as a formal employee. After work, she had eagerly taken a detour to Aunt Lynn's stall, only to encounter a blind old man who insisted on giving her the giant snakewood carving. Xiaoqing looked around, filled with regret. What a folly this is. I should have just gone home instead of indulging. The notion of being kidnapped was out of the question, and as she held the somewhat warm giant snakewood carving, a bold idea flickered in her mind. If her memory served her correctly, everything strange began when she received this giant snakewood carving. With no time to ponder further, Xiaoqing steeled herself and stood up. Her instincts warned her that this jungle was perilous. She was uncertain of the dangers lurking within this primordial forest, yet the priority was to find a way out safely. However, wandering alone could also be treacherous. Xiaoqing picked up a wooden stick from the ground and glanced towards the direction the birds had flown, deciding to follow that path as there seemed to be no other options. After walking for a while, she returned to retrieve the giant snakewood carving she had previously discarded. Regardless of the circumstances, this artifact had brought her here, and perhaps it could guide her back. As Xiaoqing ventured deeper into the jungle, a tall, slender man in a room filled with runes opened his tightly shut eyes. Not far from him, a golden giant egg floated atop a stone pillar, drawing energy from it. The egg was covered in intricate, mysterious symbols, interspersed with eerie crimson marks. Two forces collided, the patterns of the symbols growing increasingly faint, as if they could vanish at any moment. The man gazed at the giant egg, and a fleeting purple light glimmered in his deep, cold eyes. He delicately sliced his palm, letting a few drops of blood fall onto the stone pillar. A golden light flashed, deepening the patterns on the egg. "Father, I can't hold on much longer. You need not waste your blood and cultivation for me any further." After absorbing the energy, the giant egg shuddered slightly, and a faint consciousness infiltrated the man's mind. Just as he was about to speak, a surge of excitement flooded his thoughts. "Father, it's Mother. She has returned. I can feel her presence. Father." The man's purple eyes flickered, his expression remaining composed as he pondered. After a moment, he softly replied, "Rest assured, Father will not allow you to perish. My child shall be born safely." With that, the man vanished like the wind from the chamber, leaving the giant egg to tremble vigorously in its excitement. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing had wandered for quite some time, without finding an exit from the jungle. As night approached, her attempt to follow the bird's direction proved futile, with thick fog enveloping the area, making it impossible to retrace her steps. Fortunately, she possessed outdoor survival experience. The towering trees made it challenging to climb and spend the night aloft. Ultimately, Xiaoqing settled on a relatively flat area, gathering a pile of firewood to ignite a flame. After what felt like an eternity of rubbing sticks together, a few sparks finally emerged, igniting the fire. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Xiaoqing realized that darkness had completely enveloped her surroundings, with occasional eerie sounds echoing through the night, emanating from unknown beasts. It would be disingenuous to say she wasn't afraid, she merely hoped to survive the night. If she were to traverse dimensions, couldn't she have at least landed in a place with food and shelter? Why had she ended up in such a desolate location, destined to become a meal for wild beasts? Wait a moment, destined to be a meal for beasts? Rustle, rustle, rustle. Could it be? Surely her luck couldn't be this poor? She hadn't even enjoyed the world's delicacies before becoming someone's dinner. Listening to the sounds around her, Xiaoqing swallowed hard, her heart racing in her throat. Yet the next few howls of wolves shattered any remaining semblance of hope within her. She quickly scrambled to her feet, yanking a torch from the fire, her eyes fixated on the pair of glowing wolf eyes lurking in the darkness. As time ticked by, before Xiaoqing could engage in a life-or-death struggle with them, the wolves stood still for a moment before howling in distress and fleeing. Just as she began to breathe a sigh of relief, a massive black python slithered into view, its forked tongue flicking in and out. Its body was covered in a multitude of black scales, adorned with peculiar patterns. The enormous serpent's eyes fixated on Xiaoqing, glimmering with an unsettling intelligence. Xiaoqing widened her eyes, staring at the black python. Those wolves might have posed a threat, but this serpent was on an entirely different level. It was so large that she wouldn't even be enough to satisfy its hunger. Survival seemed bleak. At 24 years old, Xiaoqing had never even experienced romance, let alone indulged in life's pleasures. Now, she found herself inexplicably transported here, destined to become a meal for a serpent. Clutching the giant snake wood carving tightly, she cursed the blind old man in her mind 100 times over. "I'm so thin, I hardly have any meat. Please don't eat me. I won't be tasty." Tears of despair threatened to spill as she nearly broke down, the black python's eyes flickering with curiosity as it advanced, its immense body inching closer. Xiaoqing let out a heart-wrenching scream, collapsing to the ground in tears. The black python gazed at the trembling woman, intrigued, and just as it was poised to make a move, its expression shifted, suddenly fixating on a certain spot in the darkness. "Ah, Yanlinshin, you've arrived just in time. Have you finally decided to face me in a battle to the death? A snake speaking human language?" Xiaoqing covered her mouth in shock, her mind racing as she pondered whether this giant python had attained sentience. In a primordial jungle, such occurrences weren't entirely implausible. But wait, it didn't appear to be alone. Shortly thereafter, another massive python emerged, this one shimmering in golden scales that sparkled with radiant light. Even more astonishingly, this golden python bore 2 horns atop its head, exuding an even more fearsome presence than the black one. The black python coiled comfortably, leaning closer to Xiaoqing, and inquired excitedly, "Woman, why not wager on who will triumph between him and me?" Faced with the colossal head of the golden serpent mere inches away, Xiaoqing's body convulsed in terror, and she fainted. Within the dense jungle, Xiaoqing ran frantically, the thorns tearing at her clothes, leaving gruesome wounds across her skin. As she sprinted, she glanced back in terror. 2 giant pythons, their sinister tongues flicking, were hot on her heels. In a moment of distraction, she stumbled and fell, her hand grazed and bleeding, pain shooting through her as she grimaced. Just as she turned, the 2 massive serpent heads were already gaping wide, ready to devour her. In a panic, Xiaoqing sprang to her feet, her heart racing as she chanted, "Don't eat me, don't eat me." Yet when she regained her composure, she found no snakes around her. Relief washed over her. It had merely been a dream. It seemed she was still alive, perhaps rescued. Just as her heart began to settle, she realized her surroundings were shrouded in darkness. Eerily silent, a scene reminiscent of the escape rooms often depicted in dramas. A sharp pain shot through her hand, and upon inspection, she discovered a long gash on her palm, blood pouring forth. As her blood dripped onto the ground, it appeared to take on a life of its own, moving toward the stone pillar at the center of the room, where a golden giant egg floated above. Given its size, it was likely harboring something formidable within. Could it be? Had she stumbled into a lair of monsters? And were the small creatures feasting on her blood? A series of unsettling images flashed through her mind, conjuring the image of a desiccated corpse. Xiaoqing shuddered as a vibrant recent graduate. She hadn't even had a chance to make her mark in the city, only to find herself in a monster's den, destined to become a snack for its offspring. Recalling the giant snake before her fainting spell, perhaps it had deemed her insufficient as a meal and tossed her to its young instead. With a heavy heart, Xiaoqing approached the giant egg, inexplicably drawn to it, feeling an unexplainable sense of familiarity, as if it were somehow hers. "Spit, spit, spit!" "Xiaoqing, have you lost your mind? You're human. Where'd you get an egg from?" "Mother, mother!" The tender, soft, yet slightly excited voices of young boys echoed in Xiaoqing's mind, startling her to the point of collapsing onto the stone pillar. Her eyes darted anxiously around her surroundings, and suddenly, she knelt down with reverence, her hands clasped together, her voice trembling slightly. "Great Ghost, I, Xiaoqing, have never committed any wrongdoing in my life. I did not intend to provoke you. You're magnanimous, please spare me. Once I am free, I will surely burn paper money for you, so that you may enjoy immense wealth in the afterlife, with a beautiful wife and numerous descendants." "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you wish to lose your tongue?" A cold and stern voice resonated within the chamber. After several confirmations, Xiaoqing realized the voice was not merely in her head. She opened her eyes to find a man standing beside the stone pillar, causing her to instinctively swallow hard. Setting aside all else, this man could indeed be described as a prodigy of beauty. His piercing purple eyes were fixed intently on the hovering giant egg, his skin pale and luminous, a high-nosed bridge accentuating his sharp brows, slightly parted lips that were said to belong to men of fleeting affections, though she was uncertain if that were true. Xiaoqing scrutinized the man's features for quite some time, finding no faults to speak of. Clad in a light blue robe, his flowing black hair framed an exquisite ancient appearance. Perhaps noticing that Xiaoqing remained silent for an extended period, the man's gaze turned icy as he glanced at her. To his astonishment, the woman who had just been babbling was now gazing at him with a dazed expression. The man frowned slightly, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Indeed, these mortal women were so banal were it not for the High Priest's instructions, he would have no desire to keep her around, much less bring her into this chamber. How could the offspring of Yanlinchen be seen by a mere mortal woman? Moreover, she had just mistaken his child for a ghost. How utterly infuriating. Perhaps the disdain in Yanlinchen's gaze was too overt, for Xiaoqing snapped back to reality and awkwardly smiled, saying, "Handsome sir, young master, hello. My name is Xiaoqing. Are you also captured here by a monster?" She then curiously pointed at the giant egg atop the stone pillar, asking, "How long have you been its caretaker? Which dynasty do you hail from? Do you know how to return home? How did you end up here? What are you babbling about? This king cannot comprehend a word. I advise you to behave and refrain from any tricks. Focus on hatching the egg, and you may yet have a chance at survival otherwise, huh? Hatch an egg? Does he think himself a domineering CEO? Hatching eggs and referring to himself as this king? In the 21st century, Xiaoqing considered that this man might have been a blood cow for too long, deeply immersed in his role. Seeing his handsome face, she had been polite in her discourse, yet he dared to put on airs with her. Truly, not everyone is perfect. Young master, I am a human. I'm a mammal. If you possess even a primary school diploma, you should know that humans do not lay eggs, let alone eggs of such monstrous nature. No sooner had Xiaoqing uttered these words than she was horrified to find her jaw grasped tightly by the man, as if he were about to crush it. She looked at the furious man before her, utterly bewildered as to why he was so enraged. Surely, she hadn't encountered a madman? TSK, to be so young and already insane, what a waste of a fine appearance. Yet, it seemed she was the most unfortunate, having crossed paths with this lunatic. If you utter any more absurdities that disrespect my child, I shall send you to meet Yama at once. Yanlinchen spoke through gritted teeth, his patience with the woman before him nearly exhausted. Had it not been for the remnants of his reason, this woman would have already been reduced to mincemeat. Your child? The magnitude of this revelation was overwhelming. Xiaoqing clicked her tongue, her mind racing with images of two giant pythons, and she then looked at the man in disbelief. Could he be one of those massive serpents? Seeing the terror in her eyes, Yanlinchen loathed her further and unceremoniously tossed her to the ground, causing her to wince in pain. Xiaoqing, take her down, draw blood daily, and watch her closely. I truly do not wish to see her. Yes, my lord. From an unknown source, a green snake emerged, transforming before Xiaoqing into a strikingly beautiful girl of about 16 or 17. Dressed in a green robe, her eyes radiated a similar hue as she smiled cheerfully at Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing returned her smile, but soon rolled her eyes back and fainted. The maid named Xiaoqing pouted in exasperation, glanced at Yanlinchen, shuddered, and promptly picked up the unconscious Xiaoqing, casting a spell before vanishing from the chamber. Father, I do not permit you to treat mother this way. Why did you just restrain me? Yanlinchen glanced at the floating giant egg and replied indifferently. I have repeated this countless times. How could a mortal woman be fit to be your mother? Her ability to conceive and hatch you is merely a coincidence. Once your vitality is restored, I shall ensure she wholeheartedly assists in your birth. For now, you need only wait patiently. With that, Yanlinchen vanished from the chamber, and the giant egg seemed to sigh. Father, she truly is mother. How could I mistake her? The one mistaken is you. You should not treat mother this way. The chamber is now devoid of any presence, leaving only the intricate runes upon the colossal egg pulsating with renewed vitality. Xiaoqing stirred awake once more. 2 days having slipped by in her slumber. As her eyes fluttered open, she found herself reclining upon an exquisite wooden bed. The entirety of the room steeped in an enchanting antiquity. Glancing down, she noticed the garments draping her form had been changed, and the wounds on her hands bore no trace of their former existence, likely healed by those she had tentatively dubbed serpent demons. The peculiar occurrences surrounding her had become so numerous that she had grown somewhat desensitized to them. After a prolonged period of solitude, devoid of human presence, she resolved to sit at the edge of the bed and meticulously reflect upon the series of events that had unfolded since her departure from work. This world was inhabited by colossal pythons, creatures capable of transforming into humans and articulating speech. And what of that egg? What mystery did it hold? The man had urged her to incubate the egg. What could his motives be? She was resolutely certain that she had never borne an egg, and such a phenomenon defied the principles of biology. Creak. Xiaoqing's thoughts were abruptly interrupted when Xiaoqing entered carrying a basin of clear water. Upon noticing Xiaoqing was awake, she beamed with joy and inquired, "My lady, you are awake. Are you hungry? I have already instructed the kitchen to prepare some food for you." Xiaoqing, could you enlighten me on my current whereabouts? That man, whom you referred to as the king, why did he compel me to incubate that egg? Is he the giant python? Xiaoqing set down the basin of water. Her gaze fixed on Xiaoqing in astonishment and exclaimed, "My lady, you are unaware? But you are the mother of the young prince. I had thought you were already informed. I truly did not lay an egg." As Xiaoqing was about to defend herself, Xiaoqing interjected, "My dear lady, you currently find yourself in the Valley of 10,000 Serpents. You narrowly escaped peril in the misty forest beyond, thanks to the king's timely rescue. And as for the king, he possesses the ancient bloodline of the dragon god, a truly remarkable lineage. You should feel fortunate to have such a husband." Husband? Xiaoqing gazed at Xiaoqing, whose innocent smile elicited a few forced chuckles from her. She certainly would not consider a snake as a husband, especially not one as brutal and unfeeling as this serpent. Over the next few days, she engaged in numerous conversations with Xiaoqing, gradually unraveling the intricate web of this realm. She discovered that she was situated in the Valley of 10,000 Serpents, a territory governed by the Snake King, Linchin, over a vast expanse of 10,000 miles, which included the misty forest. The enormous black python she had encountered that night was none other than Feng Yamo, Linchin's arch-rival, who presided over the region outside the misty forest known as Qingdao. Even Xiaoqing had never ventured beyond the misty forest. Thus her knowledge of the outside world was limited to mere descriptions for Xiaoqing. However, Xiaoqing understood that the world she currently inhabited was distinctly different from her original one. As she surveyed the lavish room, more opulent than any palace, a moment of confusion washed over her while holding the intricately carved wooden sculpture of a giant serpent. Well, since I am here, I may as well make the best of it. After all, she was determined to find a way back, and first, she needed to ascertain how she had arrived in this place. "Miss, the meal is served." Upon hearing that it was time for a meal, Xiaoqing eagerly dashed towards the dining table. However, her enthusiasm waned as she beheld the spread before her, yet again. It was a selection of dishes intended to nourish her blood and vitality. For several days, she had been consuming these blood-enriching meals, only to face further bloodletting. It was no exaggeration to say that she had not ventured outside lately, and aside from Xiaoqing, she had not encountered another soul. No, not even another serpent. It felt as though she were a captive blood cow, confined and nurtured. Xiaoqing, aware of Xiaoqing's sentiments, had grown quite fond of this mortal woman over the past few days. She perceived Xiaoqing as distinct from the ordinary women described by the little elder. Her thoughts were refreshingly straightforward, and her character resonated well with Xiaoqing's own preferences. Thus, Xiaoqing held a sincere affection for Xiaoqing. Observing Xiaoqing's lackluster demeanor, Xiaoqing seemed to have an epiphany and quickly retrieved a package of treats from her bosom. "Dear maiden, behold what I have for you," she exclaimed. "Pastries. To be precise, they are called apricot millet cakes, and the esteemed adult claims they are the most delectable delicacies in this world." Xiaoqing gazed at the bashful expression of Xiaoqing and couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that regardless of the race, women in love all wore a similar facade. However, Xiaoqing longed to inform her that her beloved adult was undoubtedly deceiving her. The place where she had resided for 24 years was indeed the true capital of gastronomy, brimming with an abundance of culinary delights. Yet none would dare claim to be the most exquisite. Xiaoqing took a piece of apricot cake, took a few bites, and inquired, "Where did you get this?" Seeing her enjoyment, Xiaoqing felt a surge of happiness and replied without much thought, "I bought it from the mortal market. I noticed that the mortal women all enjoy it, and I find it delightful as well. so I presumed you would too. The mention of the mortal market made it apparent that despite Xiaoqing's efforts to avoid discussing certain topics, Qing had already gleaned some knowledge. Aside from the demons, this world also harbored mortals like herself. Thus, she must devise a plan to return to the human realm and subsequently find a way back to her original world. As soon as Xiaoqing finished speaking, she noticed Qing fell silent, holding the cake. Realizing she had inadvertently let something slip, Xiaoqing hastily changed the subject. Please eat up. Once you finish, you needn't be reminded about the rest. This routine continued for several days, bloodletting followed by healing, only to be reopened again. Although the wounds vanished after their magical healing, the pain of each incision remained. After dinner, just as Qing intended to take a brief rest, Yin Linchen suddenly appeared in the room. His icy gaze flickered with a hint of urgency, and before Qing could react, he wrapped his arms around her waist. The sudden male presence enveloped her, causing her cheeks to flush. In her 24 years, this was her first experience of such close proximity to a man. It felt as though his distinctly defined hands warmed her waist, yet Yin Linchen seemed indifferent to her thoughts. A gust of wind whirled past her ear, and when she regained her senses, she found herself in an altar. The altar was oval-shaped, with towering serpent statues standing around the central platform, exuding an air of solemnity. For some inexplicable reason, Qing felt a strange familiarity with these four statues, as if she had seen them somewhere before. Beside the serpent statues stood 8 cloaked figures of varying heights. Qing knew without introduction that the only creatures that appeared in Snake King Valley were, unsurprisingly, serpents. Lord Snake King, what is your intention? Qing brushed aside her somewhat disheveled strands of hair, pondering whether this fellow might change his mind and devour her. Yin Linchen cast her a cold glance, then strode towards the center of the altar, raising his hand with a flourish. The enormous egg floated into the air. Yet unlike before, the mysterious runes that adorned its surface had vanished, replaced instead by an increasingly radiant crimson hue, giving the entire egg an aura of impending demise. Observing the anxiety etched upon Yin Linchen's brow and recalling his prior reactions, Qing was gripped by a foreboding sense. Could it be that this ruthless serpent king desired her blood as a sacrifice? She refused to perish in this world without understanding why. Resolving to flee, she was soon validated in her instincts. As Yin Linchen caught sight of her escape, he snorted coldly, his eyes ablaze with malice. With a mere flick of his hand, Qing found herself transported to the very center of the altar alongside the serpent egg. Great priest, esteemed elders, whether my son can overcome this trial rests in your hands. Fear not, your majesty. We shall risk our lives to ensure the safety of the young prince. Upon hearing this, Qing struggled fiercely against her bindings, glaring daggers at Yin Linchen as she cursed vehemently. Yin Linchen, you wretched serpent, you vile creature. I've lost so much blood for your accursed egg these past few days, and now you demand my life. May you meet a most miserable fate. I shall flay you alive and stew your flesh. No sooner had her words left her lips than 8 cloaked figures began to chant incantations in unison. For colossal stone statues sprang to life, illuminating the surroundings as a golden beam erupted from Qing and the serpent egg, soaring skyward. As the golden light flickered, the once azure sky darkened ominously, and a tempestuous wind began to howl all around. Witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon, Qing's heart sank with an ominous thud. Qing was brought back to her original residence by Mo Qing. Observing Mo Qing's meticulous demeanor, she couldn't help but silently murmur to herself, like master, like servant. Noting their shared frosty demeanor and lack of warmth, the memory of Yin Linchen's expression, as though others owed him a great deal of money, left her inexplicably displeased. My lady, how fortunate you are to have returned. I searched everywhere for you. There was an unusual phenomenon in the sky. One wonders what has transpired. Upon seeing Qing's return, the previously troubled Xiaoqing nearly burst into tears from joy. Witnessing her friend's emotional display warmed Qing's heart. In this unfamiliar world, Xiaoqing was the person she felt most fondly towards. Moreover, Qing could discern that Xiaoqing genuinely cared for her. She gently wiped the fine sweat from Xiaoqing's forehead and, in a somewhat weakened tone, reassured her, Xiaoqing, do not worry. I am quite well. I merely lost some blood a moment ago. His Majesty has commanded that I take good care of Miss Su and prevent her from wandering off. For a mortal is often looked down upon by many in our clan. She still holds value to the king. Yes, my lady, Xiaoqing understands. I will ensure your safety. Xiaoqing assisted the pale and fatigued Qing, Though she dared not meet Imo Cheng's gaze, her face flushed with anxiety. Qing cast a glance at the two, surprised to find that the gentleman Xiaoqing admired was indeed Imo Cheng. Both he and Yin Linchen were as cold as ice. She couldn't fathom what Xiaoqing found appealing in Imo Cheng. Moreover, Imo Cheng seemed to embody the very essence of a stoic man. Some things need not be said in her presence. To Yin Linchen, she was merely a vessel for blood, a sentiment she understood without needing to vocalize it. However, she was not naive. The warning in Imo Cheng's words was painfully clear, and it appeared he harbored a strong disdain for her mortal existence. Yet, she could not comprehend the source of his aversion, especially since this was their first encounter. After delivering his message, Imo Cheng hurriedly departed, leaving Qing with a sense of pity for Xiaoqing's evident reluctance to let him go. If she harbored feelings, why could she not face him directly? My lady, not all affections can be openly expressed. Xiaoqing, in terms of both status and cultivation, cannot be deemed worthy of Lord Cheng. He is indeed admirable, but Xiaoqing gazed longingly at Imo Cheng's retreating figure, wiping away the moisture from her eyes to mask her disappointment before helping Qing with a smile. My lady, let us not dwell on that. Allow me to assist you in resting. Is there anything you wish to eat? Xiaoqing was eager to change the subject, and Qing, recognizing the hint, acquiesced. Given her recent blood loss, she was uncertain whether she might faint if she stood any longer. With a sigh, Qing reflected on her increasing bouts of fainting since arriving in this strange realm. Xiaoqing, please fetch me some sweets. I feel a bit lightheaded. Xiaoqing helped Qing into the room before swiftly exiting to retrieve the treats. Leaning against the table, Qing examined the serpent mark on her wrist, perplexed, and rubbed it vigorously, only to find it stubbornly remained. My lady, what are you examining? So engrossed was Qing in her scrutiny that she failed to notice Xiaoqing returning with pastries. Looking at Xiaoqing and then at the serpent mark, she excitedly extended her wrist. Xiaoqing, take a look. Do you recognize what this serpent mark signifies? Xiaoqing steadied Qing's wrist, her eyes widening in surprise at the golden serpent mark. Finally, Qing felt a sense of relief. It appeared Xiaoqing knew precisely what the golden serpent mark represented. Xiaoqing, do you know what it is? Qing cautiously inquired, and upon hearing her voice, Xiaoqing released Qing's wrist. Turning to cast a spell that sealed all the doors and windows, her expression uncharacteristically grave. The serpent mark had the power to provoke an uncharacteristic display of emotion from the usually aloof Yin Linchen in public, and to render the typically vivacious Xiaoqing so solemn. Qing's curiosity about the mysterious object on her wrist deepened. My dear, did you previously know the king? Impossible. Our encounters have been fleeting at best, she replied. Oh, Xiaoqing, do tell me what on earth this thing truly is. Qing was nearly overwhelmed by curiosity. And after a long period of contemplation, Xiaoqing gradually elucidated. This imprint is a unique secret technique of our serpent clan, known as chasing costs. Generally, only those of exceptionally high cultivation within our clan can successfully wield it. Given the nature of this serpent mark, it should have been executed by the king, Yin Linchen. Yet, observing his astonished demeanor, it seemed unlikely that he himself was aware of this chasing costs. Furthermore, in the past 20-odd years, I have certainly never encountered Yin Linchen, nor have I experienced any amnesia. If, as Xiaoqing suggested, this is indeed the case, then when did Yin Linchen perform it? Are you so certain it was he? Xiaoqing smiled, this time exuding confidence as she explained. I have cultivated in the 10,000 Serpents Valley for centuries. I would not mistake the king's divine presence and oppressive aura, and as far as I know, there is no other in this world possessing such noble blood and divine form. Such a revelation complicates matters. Qing touched her wrist and could not help but inquire, what is the purpose of this chasing cause? Can you remove it for me? Xiaoqing gazed at Qing for a long moment, her eyes filled with regret as she gently shook her head. In truth, this kind of secret technique is far beyond my humble status, and thus I am unable to relieve you of it. Moreover, it is said that the execution of chasing cause is often tied to either a debt or a calamity. Perhaps this is also the reason the king saved you. Not a debt, nor a calamity? Qing pondered these words silently within her heart. Could it be that her arrival here was not solely due to the giant serpent wooden carving, but also related to this serpent mark? Yet, that seemed illogical, as this serpent mark only manifested today, and even its true master is unaware of it. Why then has it appeared? My lady, although you did not previously know the king, this chasing cause is inextricably linked to him. The members of our clan would never accept a mortal woman having any connection with the king. So it is advisable that you keep this from the others and the clan to avoid unnecessary troubles. That evening, Xiaoqing lay alone on her bed, reflecting on Xiaoqing's serious warning from earlier, and her thoughts became increasingly tangled. Chasing cause, the giant serpent wooden carving, the blind old man. What connections exist among these elements? Why has she, of all people, been transported to this other world? Could it be that she indeed had a relationship with Yanlinchen? Could it be that she had forgotten due to a prior amnesia? Suddenly, a chill coursed through her neck. Xiaoqing retrieved the giant serpent wooden carving, only to find that the long-dormant piece had begun to emit the same golden radiance she had witnessed before her journey into this realm, and it began to vibrate intensely. What is happening? Before Xiaoqing could fully comprehend the situation, the giant serpent wooden carving pulled her to her feet, and without a moment to ponder, she followed it out of her inner chamber. After walking for a short distance, the giant serpent wooden carving came to a halt in a discreet, dark corner of the room, and as the pulling motion ceased, its vibrations grew ever more vigorous. Xiaoqing grasped the intricately carved wooden serpent in an attempt to soothe it, yet it was evident that her efforts bore no fruit. Unable to contain her curiosity, she clicked her tongue and stepped closer to investigate, but the darkness enveloped her, leaving her ultimately empty-handed. Catching sight of a candle in the inner chamber, she disregarded the undulating motions of the wooden serpent and proceeded to fetch the candle, meticulously examining her surroundings. What is that? It appears to be moving. Xiaoqing cautiously moved the lamp forward, carefully shifting aside the obstructing vase. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, a shadowy figure knocked the vase over and darted away with astonishing speed. Observing the shattered remnants of the vase scattered on the ground, she initially resolved to disregard the incident. After all, whatever that entity was, it had already vanished. However, the intricately carved wooden serpent adorning her neck seemed to possess a curiosity that outweighed her own, eager to pursue the elusive figure. Do you not realize that curiosity can lead one to peril? Is it not enough that you have already put me in danger once? Ultimately, Xiaoqing could not resist the urging of the wooden sculpture. Draping herself in a garment, she stepped outside under its guidance. Although she was unfamiliar with the Snake Valley, an inexplicable sense of assurance washed over her, as if the presence of the sculpture would prevent her from losing her way. Xiaoqing was taken aback by her own inexplicable confidence. At this hour, the clock had struck midnight, and the outside world was enveloped in profound silence. After traversing several artificial hills and navigating through a series of winding corridors and pavilions, the wooden carving came to a halt just as Xiaoqing contemplated retracing her steps. Xiaoqing had long exited the Serpent Palace and arrived at her destination. The gentle sound of the babbling brook resonated beautifully in the stillness of the night. The moonlight was quite bright tonight, and the sky was adorned with countless tiny stars. A refreshing fragrance of jasmine wafted through the air. How rare it is. The air quality seems remarkably pleasant. Xiaoqing gently touched the wooden carving, realizing it had returned to its original state of tranquility. She reached out and struck it forcefully. Yet the carving remained as still as a stagnant pool, showing no sign of response. She thought to herself, I should have known that if you deceive me once, there will surely be a second time. Can't you be more reliable? How foolish of me to have trusted you so completely just moments ago. Upon observing its lack of response, Xiaoqing couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for having placed her trust in this object that had previously deceived her. As she turned to return to her slumber, a dark shadow suddenly flickered before her eyes and swiftly darted ahead. Xiaoqing, without a moment's hesitation, swiftly pursued the direction in which the shadow had vanished. This evening, she was determined to unearth the identity of that elusive figure. After all, no one had dared to toy with her, Xiaoqing, unscathed. However, after a considerable chase, the shadow had mysteriously evaporated into thin air, as if it had merely been a figment of her imagination. How unfortunate, alas. Xiaoqing let out a sigh and was about to leave when she unexpectedly heard a series of rustling sounds coming from a short distance away. At this late hour, who could possibly be there? Could it be that shadow once again? Xiaoqing hesitated for a moment before resolutely venturing forward, for she could not allow her curiosity to extinguish so easily. As the sound drew ever closer, she feared that whatever it was might flee, prompting her to remove her shoes and let the evening dew soak her socks. Gently parting the water plants by the stream, she crouched down to take a glance. The sight that met her eyes made her gasp in astonishment. In the center of the stream, a man was reclining against a massive rock, his long hair cascading around him as he bathed under the moonlight, his upper body bare. Perhaps he had been washing for quite some time, for his gaze seemed weary as he stared into the distance, lost in thought. In the water, A serpentine body intermittently emerged, its scaled tail occasionally stirring the stream. The previous splashing sounds likely caused by its movements. Setting aside any distractions, the man's physique was undeniably extraordinary, though a distance separated them. The bright moonlight illuminated his pale skin, allowing Xiaoqing to estimate that he possessed at least 6 well-defined abdominal muscles. How splendid his form was. Devoid of any excess flesh? In that moment, she could not help but touch her own waist, feeling the warmth of her own softness. Realizing that she could never compare to him. Yet, gazing at that undulating serpent tail, she felt a pang of regret. Such a splendid man was, in fact, a serpent. This notion was entirely different, and she shuddered at the thought of potentially laying eggs as a consequence. The mere idea sent a chill down her spine, inadvertently disturbing the water plants beside her. Glancing at the swaying vegetation and then at the serpent tail suspended in the air, Xiaoqing froze for a moment before instinctively turning to flee. Who goes there? A cold, familiar voice resonated from the center of the stream. Upon hearing it, Xiaoqing felt a sense of foreboding wash over her. This voice belonged to the icy serpent king, Linshan. Remarkably, she had sensed a hint of familiarity about the man, only to discover that he was indeed Linshan. Given his temperament, and considering she had previously insulted him, she felt a wave of anxiety. After all, he was a serpent king, and her earlier bravado in chastising him had stemmed from a sense of indignation. Now, as she found herself spying on him while he bathed, she realized that she had acted indiscreetly, and being caught could lead to dire consequences. As Xiaoqing pondered, she couldn't help but shiver, disregarding her shoes as she hurried back. However, her speed was no match for Linshan. Moments later, a rustling sound followed, and Linshan had already positioned himself in front of Xiaoqing, his piercing purple eyes fixed coldly upon her, perhaps startled by her sudden appearance during his bath. He wore nothing but a loosely draped long robe, allowing Xiaoqing to discern his perfectly sculpted 8-pack abs. Fresh from the water, his hair cascaded down, droplets cascading from his strands, tracing a path from the tip of his nose to his Adam's apple, finally resting on his chiseled abdomen. Strangely, his golden serpent tail had yet to transform into legs, rendering Linshan significantly taller than Xiaoqing, granting her an even clearer view. Was this not the quintessential image of a handsome man emerging from a bath? Coupled with his alluringly cold and bewitching visage, he exuded an almost ascetic charm. Have you had your fill of gazing? Linshan's disdainful stare pierced through Xiaoqing, who, for reasons unknown, sparked an overwhelming desire in him to silence her infatuated expression. The contempt in his eyes was impossible to overlook. Noting his murderous gaze, Xiaoqing chuckled lightly and pointed at the full moon above. Your Excellency, the Serpent King. Have you come to enjoy the moonlight as well? Ah, the moon tonight is particularly splendid. Ha. Well, if there is nothing else, I shan't intrude upon your Highness's enjoyment any longer. It's time for me to retire for the night. With that, Xiaoqing attempted to bypass Linshan, but he cast a cold glance at her drenched socks and the shoes in her hands, sneering, Miss Su certainly possesses a refined taste. Venturing out in the dead of night to admire the moon while barefoot. Indeed, it is time for you to return. Xiaoqing cleared her throat, acutely aware that even a child of 3 would find it hard to believe what she had just said, let alone Linshan. However, admitting to such a peeping indiscretion was undeniably embarrassing. She continued to smile and engage in conversation, adhering to the old adage that one should not strike a smiling face. Xiaoqing was convinced that Linshan would not truly take offense. To be honest, I saw a shadow darting by, which inadvertently interrupted your esteemed presence. Lord of the Serpents, had I known that you had a habit of bathing in the wild at such late hours, I would have never dared to come, even at the cost of my life. You are indeed quite adaptable, but do you take me for a fool? I have long set up enchantments around this stream. How did you manage to enter? Enchantments? Xiaoqing glanced around, unable to discern anything unusual. Yet, given Linshan's assertion, she refrained from asking the foolish question. Lord of the Serpents, is your magic ineffective? Oh, I truly did not see any enchantments. Perhaps it was that shadow's doing? Absurd. Linshan's irritation manifested as he coiled his serpentine tail, which deftly wrapped around Xiaoqing's form. The rigid scales pressed against her, making it difficult for her to breathe, while the owner of the tail regarded her struggles with a bemused interest. Linshan, what do you intend to do? So what if you have been exposed? What is the big deal? I have seen countless bodies, and when a group of men gathered to show me theirs, it depended on my mood. Xiaoqing did not speak lightly. In the age of the internet, exposing a mere abdominal muscle was hardly a novelty. Yet, Her words struck Yin Linshan as exceedingly harsh and profoundly insulting. A flicker of anger crossed his violet eyes. This woman dared to compare his majestic form to that of other men. Clearly, she had indulged in such voyeurism more than once. A wanton woman. Yin Linshan tightened his grip with his tail, not intending to truly harm Xiaoqing, but he felt it necessary to impart a lesson. He was the king of the Valley of 10,000 Serpents, and for millennia, no one had dared to repeatedly challenge his authority. Feeling the increasing pressure of Yin Linshan's tail, Xiaoqing suddenly regretted provoking this capricious serpent king. No matter how she tried, she could never overpower him, and ultimately, it was she who would suffer. Wooden sculpture, if I trust you again, I shall change my surname. Indeed, if I am deceived once, there will surely be a second time. Do not expect me to recover. Once I do, I shall cast you into the flames to end it all. I shall not return home, nor shall you continue to exist. Xiaoqing could not help but voice her grievances in her heart, struggling against the constraints that bound her. Yet ultimately finding her efforts as futile as an ant attempting to shake a tree. Father, you must not harm mother. A petulant voice emerged from the thicket of aquatic plants, and suddenly, a shadow flitted before her eyes, resembling the very figure she had been pursuing moments ago. Is it you? The dark silhouette transformed into a golden egg that bounced onto the serpent's body, addressing Yin Linshan in a childlike tone. Father, do not blame mother. It was Xian's doing. Xian missed mother so dearly, but you seem to disfavor her, which is why Xian lured her here. I merely wish for you both to be affectionate. Affectionate? Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing's face flushed crimson, nearly causing her to choke on her own indignation. Who could have taught this child such things? Yet, listening to the egg's words, the voice seemed oddly familiar, reminiscent of what she had heard when she first ventured into the Serpent Valley. However, this time, it was indeed the egg speaking. So it was this egg that had been orchestrating the events all along. Yet, the fact that even an egg could discern Yin Linshan's disdain for her left Xiaoqing at a loss, torn between laughter and tears. Yin Linshan glanced at the egg, his demeanor softening considerably. With a flick of his serpent tail, he cast Xiaoqing aside and drew the egg closer. Xian, why have you not remained obedient in the secret chamber? Why this disruption? How can I trust you to stay here alone if you behave so recklessly? He then cast a stern look at Xiaoqing, who was grimacing in pain from the fall, and said gravely, I have told you before, she is not your mother. Return to the secret chamber at once. The inside is so dark, Xian feels so lonely. I do not want to be alone. The soft, plaintive sounds emanating from the egg tugged at Xiaoqing's heartstrings. Regardless of the circumstances, it was unwise to leave a child in such a dark and desolate place, especially one that had yet to hatch. What shadows must this child carry? Perhaps it was the overwhelming surge of maternal instinct, but Xiaoqing, seizing a moment of distraction from Yin Linshan, quickly snatched the egg and held it close. Under the oppressive weight of Yin Linshan's formidable presence, she mustered her courage and spoke. Did you not hear this, little one? He dislikes that dark place. You are a father now. Even an adult would suffer from prolonged exposure to such gloom. The egg has not even hatched yet. Do you wish for his memories to be filled with darkness? Mother, mother. The little one's cries, tinged with sorrow, shattered Xiaoqing's heart. After all, he was still just a child. Why was Yin Linshan, this serpent, so devoid of empathy? What do you understand? What right do you have to lecture me? Yin Linshan retorted. Just because he calls me mother, I shall take charge of this matter. You should not torment a child in such a manner. Xiaoqing cleared her throat, feeling somewhat guilty as she spoke up in defense. Yin Linshan observed Xiaoqing's protective demeanor towards Yin Xian, and although she was clearly terrified, he wondered where she found the courage to utter such words. He could distinctly see Yin Xian curled up in the snake egg, secretly chuckling to himself. Your Majesty, since Miss Su has a close bond with the young prince, why not let her take care of him from today onwards? A surge of unnameable anger welled up within Yin Linshan, but just then, a melodious voice pierced through the air. Both Xiaoqing and Yin Linshan turned their gazes aside to see a graceful woman approaching, her figure swaying elegantly. She possessed an enchanting visage, yet her aura was untouched by the world's impurities. Xiaoqing found herself staring at her, a sense of familiarity washing over her, though she could not recall where she had seen this woman before. What's the matter? Has Miss Su forgotten me? Liu stepped forward and gently patted Xiaoqing, prompting her to remember that this was indeed the woman referred to as the High Priestess earlier that day. Without her cloak, Xiaoqing momentarily failed to recognize her. The allure of the woman was undeniable, leaving Xiaoqing astonished at her beauty. The High Priestess? If she was summoned here by Yin Xian, how fortuitous it was for her to appear at this moment. A sudden thought flashed in Xiaoqing's mind, causing her gaze to flicker between Lu Yu and Yin Linshan. Though Liu seemed to be considerably older than Yin Linchen, the demon race likely did not place much significance on age, considering Yin Linchen's enigmatic longevity. Moreover, Liu Yu's beauty and charm were such that many men would willingly succumb to her allure. If they had indeed arranged this meeting, what could her role possibly be? Lost in contemplation, Xiaoqing felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. If that were the case, her presence tonight would be rather inappropriate. She nodded earnestly. I do recognize you, while lifting the snake egg. Since this fellow wants me, I suppose I can keep him for the night. If there's nothing else. May I take my leave? Yin Linchen observed her flustered demeanor and expression, sensing that she was lost in some unfathomable thoughts. However, he could not quite grasp the specifics. And seeing that Yin Xian indeed wished to follow her, he simply waved his hand dismissively. Xiaoqing, feeling a sense of relief, hurriedly exchanged an apologetic smile with Liu Yu before swiftly departing with Yin Xian, neglecting to put on her shoes. The High Priestess, could she truly care for Xian? Liu presented a set of garments to Yin Linchen, who, upon receiving them, transformed into human form. Liu Yu placed her hand on Yin Linchen's wrist to assess his physical condition, but instead of replying, she smiled and inquired, does the king doubt or fear the truth? I cannot comprehend why chasing cause would manifest within her, he pondered. Everything may indeed be as Liu Yu suggested. His heart was laden with uncertainties. Yet, the multitude of evidences indicated that she could indeed assist Yin Xian during critical junctures. Your Majesty, perhaps our perceptions and eyes may deceive us. But the star examination plate has existed for over 10,000 years without error. The wooden carvings upon her are equally infallible. Since that individual brought her before Xian, she must surely be of assistance to him, and moreover, Xian's intuition cannot be mistaken. Now that you have successfully traversed the full moon, it is time to proceed. Various factions are likely to stir. Only by uncovering the root of the matter will all mysteries be revealed, Liu Yu mused, considering Yin Linchen's current objective. Feeling a tinge of concern pertaining to the survival of the Serpent clan as the High Priestess of the 10,000 Serpents Valley. Her existence was dedicated to serving the king and the valley. Should any further misstep occur, even her life would be insufficient to amend it. Observing Yin Linchen's troubled countenance, Liu Yu could not resist asking, why not seek out that individual from Qingdao? With his presence, we might gain additional assurance. Yin Linchen shook his head with a bitter smile. He understood all too well, if that fellow were willing to align with him, how could the Serpent clan remain in opposition? Although the individual from Qingdao possessed formidable skills, he had always regarded Yin Linchen as a mortal enemy. Merely refraining from opposing him was already a significant concession, let alone forming an alliance, which was nearly impossible, a source of worry for Liu Yu as well. Liu Yu, lost in thought as she gazed at the spot where Xiaoqing had departed, suddenly laughed. Your Majesty, you discovered Miss Su together with him. Afterward, she was brought back to the valley by you. Given his competitive nature, he would undoubtedly charge forward, even into traps. Why not approach this matter through Miss Su? Indeed, that is a method. Yin Linchen's lips curled into a smirk as he embraced Liu Yu's suggestion and promptly commanded, after my departure, let Liu Xia oversee the affairs of the clan. Liu Yu paused momentarily, refraining from further comment. After acknowledging his order, she took her leave. Yin Linchen glanced at the nearby stream, his eyes illuminating with a violet glow as he clenched his fist. Regardless of the circumstances, he vowed to uncover the truth. Piece by piece. Upon returning to their residence, Xiaoqing and Yin Xian encountered Xiaoqing, who was busy tidying up the scattered fragments. Xiaoqing, taken aback by Xiaoqing's disheveled appearance, exclaimed, My lady, what has happened? Xiaoqing, with a cheerful demeanor, removed her socks and handed the serpent egg in her arms to Xiaoqing, who received it with a sense of trepidation, her entire body stiffening. My lady, how could the young prince? Xiaoqing stammered. I shall sleep with my mother tonight. It is what my father has permitted. You, little girl, need not make such a fuss. Do you have any objections? Just as Xiaoqing, who had rushed into the inner chamber to fetch a wooden bucket for water, was about to provide an explanation, Yin Xian spoke with utmost seriousness, and upon hearing his tone, Xiaoqing felt an unwillingness to expose him. After all, it was not long ago that someone had pleaded with his father in a quavering voice. She mused that this little rascal, though small in stature, was quite adept at preserving his image and putting on airs, especially considering he was dealing with someone like Xiaoqing. Others might not fall for his antics. Upon hearing Yin Xian's words, Xiaoqing, in a state of alarm, set the young prince down and took the wooden bucket from Xiaoqing's hands. My lady, you wish to bathe and change, do you not? I shall take care of it. The young prince should remain with you. With that, she swiftly dashed out. Qing gazed at the snake egg in bewilderment. Her curiosity piqued. Yanxian, I wonder, why does she fear you so much? You are merely an egg. Mother. Yanxian muttered in dissatisfaction, prompting Qing to burst into laughter. She had not anticipated that Yin Linchen would have such an adorable son. Observing Qing in a fit of laughter, utterly devoid of composure, Yanxian promptly leaped onto her lap and, in a childlike voice, explained, she is merely a bamboo viper. A creature of low status within our clan. I am a descendant of the golden python, and this bloodline exerts a pressure that she, a mere bamboo viper with only a century of cultivation, cannot possibly endure. Listening to Yanxian's words laced with pride and disdain, Qing was suddenly reminded of Xiaoqing's forlorn expression when she lamented her unworthiness for Mo Cheng. Unable to restrain herself, she playfully shook the snake egg with a hint of reprimand. Yanxian felt a wave of dizziness wash over him and immediately began to cry in grievance. The earlier air of authority dissipating. Why must mother shake Yanxian? I was merely speaking the truth. Hearing Yanxian's plaintive tone, Qing adopted a more serious demeanor. Yanxian, none of us can choose our birth. You must not use your advantageous lineage as an excuse. Xiaoqing is a wonderful and kind-hearted individual. We should not judge others by their status. If you continue down this path, you will find it difficult to make true friends. Noticing that Yanxian remained silent for an extended moment, Qing could not help but inquire further. Yanxian, I've heard that your kind tends to disdain mortals. Since you call me mother, it signifies that I hold great importance to you. If others were to belittle me, boasting of their superiority over me, would you feel comfortable with that? If Yanxian had been somewhat perplexed by Qing's words before, at that moment, he comprehended fully, exclaiming in distress, that simply cannot be. Anyone who bullies mother shall face my wrath. Xiaoqing, holding a wooden bucket, stood at the doorway for a considerable time, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and then entered with a cheerful demeanor, her steps noticeably lighter than usual. Miss, the water is ready. You should wash up and rest with the little prince soon. Qing, feeling content with Yanxian's response, glanced up at the cheerful Xiaoqing. Pondering what joyful event had befallen the girl. Not wanting to pry, she entrusted Yanxian to Xiaoqing and retreated to the inner chamber for a bath. By the time she emerged, it was already late at night. After a series of events, sleep eluded her, and she surmised that dawn would soon break. Therefore, she decided to sit on the bed with Yanxian in her arms. Little one, why must you insist on calling me mother? Because you are my mother. You speak nonsense. Qing was not inclined to believe Yanxian's words. This fellow had yet to hatch, yet he seemed to grasp the nuances of the situation all too well. It appeared that this little rascal was quite clever, showing no inclination to divulge any useful information. Mother. Ah, here he goes again, attempting to be endearing. Qing let out a resigned sigh, rose to extinguish the candle, cradled the snake egg carefully, and then lay back down, noticing that his mother was ignoring him. Yanxian hopped a few steps closer to Qing. Feeling the snake egg behind her, she turned and gently pulled the blanket up, though she had no idea if the snake egg required a covering for sleep. Mother? Do you like father? Qing pondered for a moment. The image of Yin Linchen emerging from the bath, exuding an air of chastity, flashed through her mind. The appearance of the high priest also crossed her thoughts. She shook her head gently, caressing the serpent egg, her tone soft yet resolute. Xian, your father has someone he cherishes. As for me, I do not belong here. I shall inevitably return home. Your father and I hail from two disparate worlds. Yanxian felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, his voice tinged with a hint of tears and reluctance. So, does that mean mother disapproves of father and me? Upon hearing this, Qing felt a pang in her heart. She could not comprehend why the child's mother was so cruel as to abandon Yanxian, who had not even been formally born. Surely, he must yearn for his mother. Qing lost her mother at a tender age, and her father single-handedly raised her. Observing other children with their mothers, she often pondered the essence of her own mother, yet as the years passed, her memories of her faded increasingly into obscurity. Thus, she could empathize with Yanxian's current emotional turmoil. However, the thought of her father's hair gradually turning gray troubled her. She wondered if he would be able to endure her disappearance. Consequently, she felt an imperative to return, especially considering that she was not Yanxian's mother. Qing felt a pang of regret as she embraced Yanxian. I am not your mother. Although her words bore a certain harshness, Qing genuinely wished to preserve his dreams. She would inevitably leave one day, and she could not bear for Yanxian to lose his mother twice. However, Qing was mistaken in her assumption. In response to her statement, Yanxian stubbornly replied in a childish voice. The High Priest has foretold that the star chart indicates my mother will return soon. I can sense your presence, mother. Your blood flows through my veins. And I cannot be mistaken, just as my father, even in his amnesia, knows I am his bloodline. Intending to comfort Xian, Qing instead found herself inadvertently privy to a wealth of information. She cautiously inquired, Xian, what is the star chart? And why is your father suffering from amnesia? Curled up within the serpent's egg, Xian pouted in frustration, momentarily at a loss for words. Observing Qing's curiosity, he pondered for a long while before suddenly asking, Mother, are you curious because you like father? Isn't that a non sequitur? Qing thought, her expression darkening in confusion. This little serpent was so clumsy in diverting the topic. She set Xian down once more and turned to prepare for sleep. Mother, in truth, you quite like father's physique tonight, don't you? Your eyes were fixated. As Qing was on the verge of slumber, a soft voice emerged from behind her in the darkness, startling her awake. She was taken aback by the words of Xian, who seemed to possess an uncanny ability to utter the most embarrassing remarks. Who had taught him such things? Nevertheless, her mind involuntarily wandered to thoughts of flowing streams, droplets of water, well-defined abs, and that enchanting face. Her heart raced uncontrollably, and her cheeks grew increasingly warm. Mother, your heartbeat is quite rapid, and you feel so warm. If you and Xian were to have a little brother or sister, Xian would be delighted. Yet, the unseen presence behind her seemed oblivious to Qing's embarrassment. Relentlessly adding fuel to the fire, taking a deep breath, she touched her flushed face and threatened, Xian, if you continue speaking, you shall no longer call me mother. Now, go to sleep. Only she knew the extent of her own insecurity behind that threat. However, it appeared to have a profound effect on Xian, who promptly fell silent. Perhaps out of compassion, just before succumbing to slumber, Qing drowsily added, Be good, mother will take you out for delicious food tomorrow. Having said that, she drifted off into a deep sleep before Xian could respond. The little serpent within the egg smiled and nestled closer to Qing, relishing the comforting warmth of her presence. As the two drifted into slumber, neither noticed the giant snake wood carving around Qing's neck beginning to emit a faint golden glow, enveloping both her and the egg in its luminescence. The following morning, Qing awoke early, only to find that the serpent egg had mysteriously vanished. She felt no concern, for on Xian's territory, it was impossible for anyone to stealthily abduct Xian. Miss, are you awake? Have something to eat. Xiaoqing entered the room, not surprised by the absence of the egg. Instead, she seemed to scrutinize Qing with an odd intensity. Qing instinctively touched her face and inquired, Is there something on my face? Xiaoqing shook her head and replied, The king just visited and instructed that some beautiful garments be prepared for you. It seems you've turned misfortune into fortune. The king truly cares for you. Upon hearing Xiaoqing's words and observing her gaze, which seemed to imply a notion of maternal privilege, Qing couldn't help but shiver. Who knew what dubious intentions Xian might possess? After freshening up, Xiaoqing dressed Qing in a pomegranate-colored silk gown that accentuated her waist. Qing admired her reflection in the mirror, acknowledging that the king's taste was impeccable. The gown bestowed upon her an ethereal elegance. Miss, you look truly beautiful. Xiaoqing leaned closer, gazing at the lady with willow-shaped brows, a delicate face, and bright, radiant teeth, unable to restrain her compliments. Everyone appreciates flattery. Although Qing may not be a breathtaking beauty, she was undeniably graceful and pleasing to the eye. Come, Xiaoqing, let us depart with the items I asked you to prepare. Miss, while the king has indeed permitted you to roam freely in the valley from today onward, why must you bring that along? With a heart full of joy, Qing turned back to gently caress Xiaoqing's cheek. I shall take you to savor some delightful delicacies. Without waiting for Xiaoqing to respond, she dashed out of Wudong courtyard with exuberance. Miss, do slow down. Xiaoqing watched as Qing vanished from sight, letting out a resigned sigh. This girl truly cannot remain idle for even a moment. Following her memories, Qing hurriedly lifted her skirt and dashed out of the serpent palace, startling many of the serpent kin along the way. Her striking pomegranate-colored silk dress drew much attention. Who is that? She looks so unfamiliar. How dare she run so recklessly in the serpent palace? Look at her naive demeanor. That is indeed the mortal woman the king brought back to reside in the Wudong courtyard. Such audacity, running around the serpent palace like that. Hey, did you not know? I heard that this morning, the king personally visited the Wudong courtyard. Just look at the fine fabric she is adorned in. It is indeed of the highest quality from our clan. That little elder has surely lost his chance again. Two maidens, holding fruit platters, hid behind a rockery, whispering excitedly about Xiaoqing's passage, oblivious to the striking figure in crimson looming behind them. Xuer timidly glanced at her mistress, whose stunningly beautiful visage was slightly contorted at that moment, her eyes gleaming with an increasingly vivid shade of red. Xuer stole another glance at the two maidens discussing not far away and couldn't help but feel a chill for them. Little elder, go. Extract their serpent cores for me and dispose of their bodies. Xuer trembled, despite having followed the little elder for hundreds of years. She still felt a deep-seated fear of the enchanting woman beside her. She quickly complied and made her way toward the two maidens. Lucia turned, tightening her grip on the long whip, muttering bitterly to herself, Xiaoqing, how dare you compete with me? I will make your life a living hell. If there was anyone in this world who could capture Lucia's attention, it was undoubtedly Yin Linchen. She had been by that man's side for over a millennium, and she would not allow anyone to take him away, not even that unreasonable mortal woman. If Xiaoqing were present, she would certainly recognize the flamboyant beauty before her as the one who had scolded her at the altar that day. However, at this moment, Xiaoqing had no inkling that she had already made an enemy. When Xiaoqing caught up with Xiaoqing, she found her bending over by the stream, rummaging through a patch of aquatic grass. Xiaoqing set down her belongings and approached curiously, asking, My lady, what are you searching for? Xiaoqing, look. Xiaoqing turned around with a small object in her hand, smiling cheerfully as she presented it to Xiaoqing. To her surprise, Xiaoqing gasped and retreated several steps. Her face as pale as a ghost. Miss, what is it that you're holding? Xiaoqing truly did not anticipate that a serpent, having cultivated itself into a spirit, would harbor such fear. It trembled even while speaking. With a smile, she raised the object in her hand and declared, Lobster. Lobster? My dear, what do you intend to do with that? Observing Xiaoqing's frightened and timid demeanor, Xiaoqing sighed and gazed at the clawing lobster in her hand, lamenting. They simply do not appreciate your exquisite flavor. But fret not, for you have encountered me, Xiaoqing, and I shall ensure your worth is duly recognized. Xiaoqing, fetch my specially crafted fishing rod. My lady, are we truly going to catch this lobster to eat? Xiaoqing said, struggling to muster any interest in the crooked creature. Yet, compelled by Xiaoqing's exuberance, she reluctantly retrieved the fishing rod and, with difficulty, inquired of Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing grasped the fishing rod and effortlessly tossed the lobster into the wooden tub. When she first laid eyes on the stream last night, the thought had already crossed her mind, and to her surprise, her intuition proved correct. Perhaps the locals had yet to appreciate the charm of these crustaceans, for they thrived splendidly in this nourishing water and soil. Envisioning the delightful experience of savoring lobster, Xiaoqing felt invigorated. After all, she had been utterly exhausted by the blood-nourishing meals of the past few days. Was it not time for her to enhance her culinary prospects? Xiaoqing offered a few awkward chuckles, sighed, and followed Xiaoqing in search of the so-called auspicious fishing spot to catch lobsters. Along the way, Xiaoqing also stumbled upon numerous apple snails, her joy immeasurable. Father, what are mother and father doing? Unbeknownst to her, not far away, Yin Linchen lounged on a massive rock, basking in the sun with Yin Xian cradled in his arms. He was quite oblivious to the whims of that woman who, today, had decided to fish for some insects, seemingly intent on cooking them as well. However, she did look quite lovely in that outfit. Father, I want to go over there. Yin Xian exclaimed eagerly, only to be promptly dismissed by Yin Linchen. Displeased, Yin Xian huffed and curled up, choosing to ignore him. Yin Linchen cast a disdainful glance towards the nearby thicket, chuckling coldly before departing with Yin Xian in his arms. After toiling throughout the morning, Xiaoqing finally reaped a bountiful harvest, and with considerable effort from both her and Xiaoqing, they managed to bring the lobsters and apple snails back to Wudong Courtyard. Xiaoqing thoughtfully prepared a basin of fresh water, and Xiaoqing lowered her head to wash her face. The sun was particularly scorching today. Grateful for Xiaoqing's assistance, she realized that without her help, she could not have collected so many lobsters so swiftly. Xiaoqing, let us head to the kitchen. Wudong Courtyard possessed a small kitchen, which Xiaoqing had noticed before. However, perhaps due to years of neglect, although the various facilities remained relatively intact, a thick layer of dust coated the interior. Xiaoqing set down the wooden bucket and rolled up her sleeves, realizing that preparing a delightful meal was indeed no easy task. Are you going to clean this? Xiaoqing inquired, observing Xiaoqing's determined demeanor. Of course, I'll let you have a taste later. Xiaoqing replied. Then let me take care of the cleaning. Xiaoqing mischievously winked at Xiaoqing and stepped forward to perform a gesture. To Xiaoqing's astonishment, The various cleaning tools within the room began to move as if operated by unseen hands. She nearly forgot that Xiaoqing possessed magical abilities. Glancing at the lively shrimp in the bucket, Xiaoqing excitedly asked, "Can you help me clean them?" Delighted to assist Xiaoqing, despite her slight fear of the creatures, cheerfully responded, "Of course." Over the next few hours, following Xiaoqing's instructions, Xiaoqing efficiently cleaned the lobsters and snails. Xiaoqing tied her apron tightly, perspiration glistening on her brow as she busied herself in the kitchen. Utterly oblivious to the striking young man clad in black perched on a tree in the courtyard, his chin resting on his hand, curiously observing her. After several hours of industrious effort, she had accomplished quite a feat, preparing spicy crayfish, steamed crayfish, and garlic crayfish, along with sawed snail meat and spicy snails. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, and Xiaoqing nodded in satisfaction, thinking to herself that when she decided to cook, she transformed into a master chef. "Xiaoqing, do we have any wine?" she inquired. The delightful scent filled the air, and Xiaoqing's cheeks flushed with excitement as she earnestly nodded, "Yes, I do, miss." By the time everything was set, dusk had fallen. Xiaoqing and Xiaoqing arranged a table in the courtyard, and Xiaoqing picked up a crayfish, demonstrating to Xiaoqing how to peel it. Xiaoqing, with a hint of skepticism, took a bite. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Xiaoqing asked eagerly. "Delicious, miss." Xiaoqing replied affirmatively. With this encouraging response, Xiaoqing poured herself a glass of wine and downed it in one gulp. Fine wine, exquisite food. And the gentle evening breeze, this is the life one ought to lead, she exclaimed, setting down her glass and laughing heartily. "Let the feast begin." Xiaoqing obediently nodded, picking up a piece of snail meat with her chopsticks, savoring it as she chewed thoughtfully. The slight spiciness and texture were indeed far superior to anything prepared by the chefs in the Snake Palace. As for the crayfish on the table, Xiaoqing had previously been unaware that such a delicacy could be consumed. She marveled at the multitude of flavors they could be prepared in, each one more delectable than the last, and could not help but admire Xiaoqing's culinary skills, realizing just how remarkable they truly were. As the evening wore on and the wine flowed, both Xiaoqing and Xiaoqing began to feel pleasantly tipsy, yet little of the food had been touched. Xiaoqing patted her now round belly and burped, "Xiaoqing, are you full? Isn't it delightful?" She then broke into a fit of giggles. Xiaoqing, equally intoxicated, stood unsteadily, clutching a plate of crayfish. "Miss, I want to let Imocheng taste it too." With that, she wobbled towards the entrance. Xiaoqing, her vision slightly blurred, observed the many shadows of Xiaoqing and leaned on the table, playfully scolding, "What a foolish girl. What is so special about Imocheng? You truly have not seen much of the world to be enamored with him." In her hazy state, she noticed the approach of the black-clad youth. Xiaoqing chuckled softly and rose, unable to resist pinching the young man's fair cheek, exclaiming candidly, "Brother, your skin is so flawless. How do you maintain it, brother?" The young man in black smiled, amused as he wrapped an arm around Xiaoqing's waist. Gazing at the slightly dazed woman before him, he found her amusing. "You, a mere mortal, dare to call one who has lived for millennia brother? I could very well be your ancestor." "Bah." Xiaoqing forcefully pushed the youth aside, casting an annoyed glance at him, and handed him a small crayfish, saying, "Sister won't hold it against you. You must be hungry. Go ahead and eat." The young man found her actions amusing, his expression akin to that of someone observing a monkey. He took the crayfish and, unhurriedly, began peeling it using the method Xiaoqing had taught Xiaoqing. Upon tasting it, his eyes lit up. Without further ado, he sat down and indulged in the feast, consuming several crayfish and sipping a cup of wine. With a hint of disdain, he tossed the cup back to Xiaoqing, exclaiming, "Your delicacies are delightful, but the wine is subpar. How disappointing. You rascal." Xiaoqing's body swayed uncontrollably as she picked up the wine, somewhat irritated. "You, this little brat. Eat my food and drink my wine, and yet you start complaining. If you don't like it, don't drink." Before the youth could respond, she inadvertently loosened her grip, causing the wine jug to crash to the ground. In an ungraceful manner, she fell to the floor, sprawled out and fast asleep. The young man simply wiped his hands and approached Xiaoqing, gently kicking her, which elicited an annoyed grunt from her. How amusing. Despite the amusement, it seemed rather inappropriate for the Lord of Qingdao to brazenly enter the Valley of 10,000 Snakes. The mirth in his eyes vanished as he cast a sardonic glance at the suddenly appearing Yanlinchen. "Don't tell me the abrupt disappearance of the defensive barrier of the Valley of 10,000 Snakes is not your doing. I absolutely refuse to believe that." In a swift motion, Yanlinchen appeared before the youth, bending down to gently lift the inebriated Xiaoqing, regarding her tenderly before stating, "How would I know why the Lord of Qingdao has been hovering around my valley of 10,000 snakes for days without leaving? However, if your aim is Xiaoqing, then you ought to return to your Qingdao." With a smirk, Yan Linchen began to carry Xiaoqing inside as a fierce gust of wind swept toward him. Yan Linchen shifted slightly, feigning ignorance. "What do you mean by that?" Feng Mo snorted softly, pointing at Xiaoqing. "She was the first one I discovered. If I hadn't lost focus at that moment, I wouldn't have let you take what is rightfully mine." "Your possession?" Yan Linchen chuckled softly, as if he had heard something exceedingly humorous. "If my memory serves me correctly, she has never belonged to anyone." "You." Feng Mo, infuriated, grasped a long sword, ready to charge forward and reclaim Xiaoqing. However, just then, Xiaoqing, nestled in Yan Linchen's arms, furrowed her brows, and before Yan Linchen could react, she suddenly retched, leaving both men in stunned silence. "Ha ha ha, Yan Linchen, look at you now." Feng Mo observed Yan Linchen, who was now covered in filth, and felt a surge of satisfaction. "Since you desire this woman, I shall temporarily leave her in your care. I will return to retrieve her another day." With that, he departed, leaving behind a furious Yan Linchen and a dazed Xiaoqing. Yan Linchen suppressed the urge to retch, gritting his teeth and bellowing, "Xiaoqing!" His roar caused Mo Qing, who was outside holding Xiaoqing, to pause momentarily before swiftly leaving. Xiaoqing, heavily intoxicated, did not awaken until the following noon, rubbing her throbbing temples. She called out for Xiaoqing. Yet, the girl was nowhere to be found. "That girl probably doesn't even know where she got herself drunk," she mused, pouring herself a cup of tea. It seemed she had been overly joyous the previous day, leading to her hazy memory. However, she vaguely recalled seeing Yan Linchen and a remarkably handsome youth in a heated argument, and, to her embarrassment, she had ended up vomiting all over Yan Linchen. Xiaoqing chuckled softly, reflecting on how deeply she must loathe Yan Linchen to dream of such repulsive scenes. Who exactly was Yan Linchen? If she were to truly vomit on him, it seemed he would have long since vanished from existence. However, it was already past 10 in the morning, and the girl Xiaoqing had yet to return. Concerned, Xiaoqing was about to search for her when she noticed a woman in red standing in the courtyard. The woman's figure and beauty were exceptional, and clad in a vibrant red dress, she appeared even more radiant and striking, exuding an air of flamboyance. "Excuse me, do we know each other? Are you looking for me?" Xiaoqing inquired. "Humph, it seems your memory is rather poor." The woman's voice dripped with sarcasm, prompting Xiaoqing to rub her temples in annoyance. She couldn't recall having provoked such an ostentatious individual. What could this woman want? Yet, Xiaoqing was no pushover. Although she preferred to avoid trouble, she was not one to shy away from confrontation. Straightening her posture, she challenged. "Do you not know that intruding uninvited is akin to theft? Is this how those from the 10,000 Serpent Valley conduct themselves? You have quite the sharp tongue." The woman in red, infuriated, surged forward and seized Xiaoqing, swiftly lifting her into the air towards the outskirts of the 10,000 Serpent Valley. The fierce wind nearly stole Xiaoqing's breath away. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, struggling desperately, yet finding herself powerless against the red-clad woman. After an indeterminate duration of flight, the woman halted above a thicket, letting out a cold laugh before unceremoniously dropping Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing fell into a patch of thorns, and within moments of her descent, her garments were torn in multiple places, causing a considerable amount of blood to flow forth. Xiaoqing, rubbing her waist, struggled to rise. Her gaze filled with indignation as she looked up at the woman in red, who hovered above her with arms crossed, a triumphant smirk on her face. "Do not blame me for not granting you a chance, Xiaoqing. If you are still alive before dusk, I shall no longer pursue the matter of you secretly fishing for my pet." Xiaoqing was almost amused by her anger. It turned out that the woman in red had come to trouble her over yesterday's incident. However, those lobsters were clearly free-range, and there was simply no possibility of any feeding involved. "You claim I caught your pet. Pray tell, what is the name of this pet?" The woman in red paused mid-air, realizing her excuse was but a mere fabrication. She had no knowledge of what those creatures were called. Yet, for Lucia, no justification was ever necessary in her dealings. A cold laugh escaped her lips. "I am an elder of Wanqi Valley, and I act on behalf of the king to manage the internal affairs of the valley. That creature belongs to my domain. Your failure to inquire renders your actions thievery. If everyone were to behave as you do, chaos would surely ensue. Is it not my duty to uphold the laws of the valley?" With her insistence on the valley's interests, Lucia was evidently seeking a pretext to chastise her. Xiaoqing, however, found it curious why she was being singled out. Could it truly be, as Mo Chung had previously suggested, that they harbored a disdain for humans? Regardless, she was determined to see what Lu Xia intended to do. Xiaoqing, refusing to concede, brushed off the dust clinging to her attire and inquired, "May I ask, Miss Lu Xia, what do you intend to do?" Lu Xia gazed at Xiaoqing, clearly reveling in her disheveled appearance. With a flicker, she perched herself atop a grand tree. Stifling a yawn before responding in a leisurely manner, "It's quite simple. If I recall correctly, this domain extends for several dozen miles. A favored resting and foraging ground for the star magic wolves. At this hour, they should be returning from their hunt to rest." Pausing momentarily, her delicate brows furrowed in contemplation. She continued, "Now, considering the notoriously ferocious nature of the star magic wolves, if they return to find a delectable meal, I wonder if you will possess the fortune to survive." It appeared that this woman before her was courting death. Xiaoqing, unfamiliar with the nature of the star magic wolves, surmised they were akin to wolves. Clenching her fist beneath her sleeves, she took several deep breaths to alleviate the tension in her aching neck. Is Elder Lu Xia incapable of standing with her own legs? Must you always speak from a vantage point above others? My neck is pained while your eyes remain untroubled. If you have finished your discourse, then kindly vacate to wherever is most comfortable for you. Lu Xia, amused by Xiaoqing's sharp tongue even in the face of peril, felt a surge of indignation. Gripping her whip tightly, she retorted, "Continue with your sharp tongue. We shall see what becomes of you shortly." Casting a glance at Xiaoqing's somewhat tattered garments, she seemed to recall something and smirked knowingly. "Ah, I almost forgot. It seems the star magic wolves have a particular fascination with women, and, coincidentally, we are in the season when they are most fervent, particularly drawn to lively women such as yourself. Though these brutish creatures may have poor eyesight during the day, the moment they catch a whiff of your scent, ha ha ha." With that, she vanished into the thicket, leaving Xiaoqing filled with an inexplicable sense of dread. Despite her earlier bravado, how could an unarmed woman hope to survive amidst a pack of wolves? And judging by Lu Xia's tone, these wolves evoked a chilling fear within her. There was no way she could allow herself to be tainted by such beasts. Yet, what was she to do? Xiaoqing, remain calm, gather your wits. If this area truly spanned 100 miles as the territory of the star magic wolves, and they were indeed returning to forage, there was no way her speed could carry her far enough to escape. Xiaoqing clenched her trembling arms. Forcing herself to regain composure, she glanced around, exerting immense effort to extract a thorny wooden stick from the thicket, wincing as she withdrew her bloodied palm. After removing the long thorns from the end of the stick, she barely had a moment to catch her breath before the distant howls of wolves reached her ears. In a swift motion, she tore off several leaves from the side, quickly grinding them in her hands before applying the mixture all over her body. After hesitating for a moment, she gritted her teeth and plunged into the thorns. Since Lu Xia had mentioned that the demon star wolf hunted by scent during the day, she could only hope that the essence of the leaves would mask her own scent. However, in her haste, she sustained multiple scratches, and her face throbbed with pain. Fortunately, the injuries were minor and did not bleed excessively. Otherwise, attracting the attention of the demon star wolf with the scent of blood would spell trouble. As Xiaoqing had just concealed herself amidst the thorns, a rustling sound emanated from the nearby grass. Xiaoqing held her breath, her gaze fixed nervously upon the thicket, her grip tightening around the stick in her hand. Should she be discovered, she would have no choice but to fight to the bitter end. Moments later, several pairs of glowing eyes emerged from the shadows, revealing the fangs and fierce countenances of the demon star wolves. These creatures were markedly different from the ordinary wolf packs Xiaoqing had encountered upon her arrival in this otherworldly realm. They were larger in stature and boasted a smoother coat. As the demon star wolves appeared, a shiver coursed through Xiaoqing's body, rendering her rigid as thorns pierced her skin. If that pack of wolves were to uncover her presence, her fate would be uncertain, and they were not mere man-eating wolves. Lu Xia, what deep-seated grudge do I hold against you that would compel you to concoct such a nefarious scheme? Xiaoqing, feeling utterly drained even of the energy to curse, managed a wry smile. Here she was, in the prime of her youth. Yet her dreams remained unfulfilled, and her aging father had yet to enjoy a peaceful twilight. In just a few short days, she found herself confronting unimaginable events. The several demon star wolves roamed around, surveying their surroundings before seeking a secure place to rest. However, it seemed they caught a whiff of something intriguing. A few of the wolves sniffed left and right, and then one of them, as if having discovered a treasure, raised its head and howled. The pack then gathered, greedily licking the tattered fabric on the ground. Xiaoqing focused her gaze and realized that it was indeed the strip of cloth she had just torn from her dress to staunch the blood flowing from her hand. Xiaoqing silently cursed herself for her carelessness, realizing that she had overlooked this crucial step. A sense of dread washed over her. The pack of demon star wolves had detected the bloodstains on the cloth and would not be leaving this area anytime soon. However, her body had become rigid with fear, and beads of sweat began to form on her skin due to the tension. If her sweat mingled with the sap of the leaves and was no longer concealed, what would become of her? Glancing up at the sky, Xiaoqing, despite being deep within the forest, could clearly sense that there were still a few hours until the evening that Lu Xia had mentioned. Yet, the demon star wolves in her line of sight had already begun to show signs of excitement, eagerly scanning their surroundings. Xiaoqing remained acutely aware of the movements of the several demon star wolves, her mind intensely focused, unwilling to allow even a moment's distraction. Her heart raced incessantly with anxiety. Her body bore numerous wounds, and her delicate hands were now a gruesome sight. Yet, at this moment, she found herself surprisingly numb to the pain. Time slipped by imperceptibly, and the demon star wolves exhibited an unexpectedly patient demeanor, persistently sniffing the ground for scents. Hidden among the thorns, Xiaoqing had long since lost feeling in her limbs. It was becoming unbearable. Xiaoqing gritted her teeth, one hand gently massaging her painfully sore heel, her brow furrowed as she gazed at the demon star wolf, which had gradually ceased its search. She placed the wooden stick on the ground, allowing her heel to descend slowly. A sharp cramp nearly compelled her to cry out. Once the pain subsided slightly, she painstakingly crawled out of the thicket of thorns. This simple endeavor consumed nearly half an hour of her time. Casting a glance at the demon star wolf, which had settled down to groom itself, Xiaoqing cautiously began to inch away. However, fate played a cruel trick. In a moment of inattention, she inadvertently stepped on a slender twig, which snapped beneath her foot, the sound inevitably drawing the demon star wolf's attention. It was all over. Xiaoqing returned with a rigid posture, casting a glance at the demon star wolves. Unlike before, they seemed to have seen through her, gradually rising and gathering together, their eyes gleaming with a greedy glint as they fixated on their long-awaited prey. A few howls pierced the air, and several more demon star wolves emerged from the surroundings, having stealthily lain in wait all along, yet remaining concealed until now. The wolves formed a tight encirclement, leaving no escape for Xiaoqing. Her legs weakened, and she sank to the ground, realizing that although these demon star wolves lacked the level of intelligence possessed by Lu Xia and the others, enabling them to transform into demons, they were still far more cunning than an ordinary pack of wolves. They understood that their prey could not flee far, and having anticipated this, they had quietly set traps long before Xiaoqing had spotted them, biding their time for her to unwittingly leap into their snare. Truly, a pack of sly and malevolent wolves. They had surmised that the owner of the cloth strips would eventually reveal themselves, and all they needed was a measure of patience for the prey to appear. With the passage of time, the vigilance of their quarry would inevitably diminish. Reflecting on the fact that she had been outwitted by a mere pack of wolves, Xiaoqing felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. It was astonishing to realize that even in this world, wolves could be so astute, leaving her feeling rather embarrassed. Xiaoqing tightly gripped the wooden stick in her hand and, using it as support, slowly stood upright, her gaze fixated on the agitated pack of demon star wolves. It was evident that Lu Xia had not deceived her. These beasts were indeed particularly interested in females, showing no regard for species. With this thought in mind, Xiaoqing raised the stick, resolute that even if she were to perish here today, she would never endure such humiliation. Perhaps noticing the spikes adorning the stick, the pack hesitated, circling her while baring their fangs, yet Xiaoqing knew better than to act rashly. The number of wolves was overwhelming, and any offensive move on her part would surely result in a widespread assault. The situation would become dire. As Xiaoqing maneuvered cautiously around the demon star wolves, a sudden howl pierced the air, causing her body to involuntarily shudder. The surrounding wolves sensed the disturbance, turning their heads toward the depths of the forest, trembling as they retreated to the sides, as if clearing a path for something ominous. Observing this strange phenomenon, Xiaoqing did not feel a sense of relief. Instead, an unsettling premonition began to gnaw at her, one that was not instigated by the wolves around her. With a rumble, accompanied by a slight tremor in the ground, the bodies of the demon star wolves around her bowed in a display of submission, their tails tucked between their legs. Under normal circumstances, Xiaoqing would have marveled at such an impressive display, but now her mind was devoid of any such thoughts. As anticipated, a colossal, pitch-black demon star wolf gradually emerged into her line of sight, its size comparable to that of an adult elephant, its bristling fur standing on end. Without question, Xiaoqing recognized this creature as the leader of the pack. The demon star wolf leader bared its sharp fangs, its crimson eyes fixated on the spiked stick in Xiaoqing's hand. It showed no signs of hesitation, lunging directly at her with ferocity. Caught off guard by the swiftness of the leader's attack, Xiaoqing instinctively swung the stick at the massive beast. However, the disparity in strength was overwhelming. The leader effortlessly swatted the stick aside, the force numbing her arm. In an instant, its massive body bore down on her, pinning her shoulders to the ground. Xiaoqing felt a sharp crack echo through her arm, accompanied by excruciating pain as blood gushed forth. The demon star wolf leader raised a foreleg, and with a ripping sound, Xiaoqing's top was torn to shreds, exposing large swathes of skin to the air, leaving her with only a tattered garment barely covering her vital areas. Xiaoqing's humiliating scream pierced the air, her tears streaming uncontrollably. The surrounding pack of wolves, witnessing this scene, howled with wild excitement. The cacophony of their cries only served to inflate the pride of the demon star wolf leader, who was poised to rend Xiaoqing's garments asunder. Despite her desperate struggles, they proved futile, leading her to bite her tongue in a moment of despair. If she could not alter her fate, then she would embrace death with dignity. If her memory served her correctly, Lucia had mentioned before departing that the demon star wolves held no interest in lifeless entities. "How dare you humiliate my mother so?" A young, indignant voice echoed through the forest, filled with righteous fury. Xiaoqing lifted her gaze slightly, her vision blurred by tears, and she could only vaguely see a gigantic serpent's egg suspended in the air, its surface shimmering with a golden radiance. Who else could it be but Yin Xian? Xiaoqing bit her lip, a wave of emotion surged within her, her voice hoarse as she called out, "Xian." Inside the egg, Yin Xian felt a pang of anguish upon seeing his mother in such a fragile state. His anger intensified, yet he was acutely aware of his own limitations. "Damn the seal!" Yin Xian silently cursed. "You all, retreat at once. Otherwise, I shall ensure you meet a gruesome end." Who did I think it was? Just an unhatched serpent's egg. How could I, a sovereign, be threatened by a mere fledgling who was yet to embark on the path of cultivation? However, this posed no threat to the leader of the demon star wolves. Instead, he mocked Yin Xian, brazenly tearing apart Xiaoqing's garment before his very eyes. The sky was nearing darkness, and Xiaoqing, like a doll that had been ravaged, cried out in despair. The scant fabric barely concealed her modesty, and even that left much to the imagination. "You dare to insult my mother? Oh, she is your mother? How delightful. It has been ages since I savored the charms of a beautiful woman. Ha ha ha." Yin Xian's fury did nothing to deter the leader of the demon star wolves or the surrounding pack. Instead, it incited more raucous howls. "What can you do? You are merely an egg, hardly a threat." The demon star wolf leader, treating the situation as a game, extended his claw to caress Xiaoqing, sending waves of humiliation coursing through her. Enduring the pain that pierced her tongue, she screamed, "Xian, you must flee, even if I perish here. I will not endure this beast's humiliation. Just remember, when you were born, seek vengeance for me. I will die with my eyes closed in peace." "Mother," Yin Xian, without a moment's hesitation, invoked the secret arts from his ancestral memory. In an instant, a golden light burst forth from the jungle, revealing a colossal golden python, its tongue flicking in the air. "Who are you? A minion of the Demon King. I have declared, those who insult my mother shall die." Yin Xian glared with fury, and with a flick of his long tail, the surrounding wolf pack was decimated in an instant. The forest echoed with the howls of dying wolves, their flesh torn apart, their deaths grotesque. "You shall pay for this." The leader of the demon star wolves seethed with rage as he witnessed the slaughter of his subordinates. Having cultivated for over 1,000 years, he quickly discerned that Yin Xian was utilizing a form of ancestral secret art to transform into a serpent. He had not truly been born. A serpent forced into existence through secret arts could not sustain itself for long, and it would be naive to believe that mere physical prowess could annihilate his entire clan. Now, with a considerable distance from the Valley of 10,000 Serpents, if he moved swiftly, erasing all traces, what could they uncover even if he were indeed the child of that esteemed one? Perhaps by consuming the blood and flesh of the ancient dragon god's offspring, he could bypass millennia of cultivation and escape the fate of a lowly beast. With this thought in mind, the demon star wolf steeled himself, baring his sharp fangs as he charged toward Yin Xian. Yet, Yin Xian, being the descendant of the golden python, a divine beast, harbored no fear of a mere lowly creature. He maximized the use of his secret arts, engaging in a fierce battle with the leader of the demon star wolves. Xiaoqing's hands were likely shattered beyond repair, rendering her utterly incapable of rising to her feet. With great effort, she relied on her legs and her waist as a makeshift support to forcefully turn over. Straining to lift her head, she gazed with difficulty at the fierce struggle between a snake and a wolf. Yan Xian could not have emerged so suddenly. He must have resorted to some self-destructive means. Yet, he was still just a child. For the first time, Xiaoqing felt a deep-seated resentment towards her own helplessness, realizing that in the end, she had to rely on a child to take a stand for her. Xiaoqing's thoughts were not misguided. Although Yan Xian was valiantly striving to hold his ground, she could discern that the battle between the serpent and the wolf was nearing its inevitable conclusion, with the outcome glaringly apparent. The disadvantaged Yan Xian was destined for defeat. As anticipated, a deafening roar echoed through the air, and Yan Xian's body was flung several meters away, crashing down not far from Xiaoqing's side. She trembled uncontrollably. "Xian, you must flee. Run, you foolish child. I am not your mother. How could I possibly have given birth to you? Do not sacrifice your life for a stranger. If you perish, you will never see your mother again." The tender voice of mother still lingered in the air, as Yan Xian lay with a gaping wound. Torn open by the wolf's claw, torrents of blood gushing forth. Yet, he stubbornly lifted his head, his violet eyes gleaming with determination. "Mother, even if Xian dies, I will certainly safeguard your life. Foolish child." Xiaoqing pressed her chin firmly against the ground, straining her legs forward as her eyes, red and swollen, fixed on Yan Xian. Yan Xian looked at Xiaoqing, her lips pursed in a display of grievance, and asked, "Mother, do you still refuse to acknowledge Xian?" Xiaoqing exerted herself to crawl over, bringing her face close to Yan Xian's, tears streaming down her cheeks as she gently proclaimed, "Indeed, you are. Therefore, Mother commands you now. Hurry and return to your father's side. Go. Our Xian is a good child who will listen to Mother, right?" Mother's breath grew increasingly feeble, yet a flicker of determination shone in her eyes. Nearby, the leader of the demonic star wolf observed the poignant scene with a mocking grin, sneering, "What a touching bond between mother and son. Yet, none of you shall escape tonight. You will remain here to serve as offerings for my subjects." In a sudden surge of strength, Xiaoqing rolled in front of Yan Xian, heroically shielding him from the lethal strike of the demonic star wolf. Blood gushed forth as Xiaoqing felt her very organs shatter from the impact. "Mother!" Yan Xian's anguished roar echoed as he witnessed Xiaoqing being nearly torn apart, struggling to rise, only to find his body afflicted by an eerie crimson hue, leaving him writhing in agony on the ground. "Xian!" Xiaoqing barely managed to open her blurred eyes, her heart aching at the sight of Yan Xian twisting in pain due to the mysterious red affliction. She yearned to assist him, willing to offer every drop of her blood, yet reality was not as idyllic as her desires. The leader of the demonic star wolf observed Yan Xian's violent thrashing with a look of curiosity, mistaking it for the consequences of a secret technique-esque backlash, and hissed mockingly, "Boy, if you manage to be born successfully, your innate advantages as a divine beast might indeed pose a challenge to me. However, how dare you force your way out now? Your fate shall be utter annihilation. Thus, I shall start by tearing apart your mother." Annihilation. Xiaoqing's heart sank as she beheld Yan Xian suffering. Disregarding her own plight, she cried out, Yan Linshan, where are you? Come out, come out." Despair began to overwhelm her as she shouted, and the demonic star wolf leader approached her with an air of confidence, taunting, "Cease your cries, lovely maiden. Once I have enjoyed you, I shall ensure your reunion with your son in the depths of hell. But do not fear, if you can satisfy me, perhaps I shall spare you." Xiaoqing lay on the ground, her gaze fixed on the demon star wolf leader with a seething intensity, her words laced with venom. "If you dare to harm Xian, you shall face true annihilation." "Humph." The demon star wolf leader let out a dismissive snort. "Rest assured, that day will never come." As he spoke, his colossal form loomed over Xiaoqing. "Are you so certain?" A voice, imbued with an overwhelming fury and cold as that of a reaper, resonated throughout the forest. The myriad of beasts within the thicket lifted their heads, trembling in trepidation. The demon star wolf leader turned in disbelief, his wolfish eyes narrowing, his massive body quaking uncontrollably. With tears in her eyes, Xiaoqing gazed up at the figure appearing in the sky. Though the aura surrounding this person was colder than the harshest winter, she found herself enveloped in an unprecedented warmth and tranquility. Who could this person be, if not Yan Linshan? A weight lifted from Xiaoqing's heart as she resolved to save Xian. Yan Linshan gazed with a complex expression at the woman lying on the ground, bloodied and barely clinging to life. The serpent-shaped mark on her wrist emitted a faint golden glow. Moments ago, he had been in a secret chamber, filled with unease. But he suddenly felt a pull that led him here, revealing the dire scene before him. Had he arrived even a moment later, the consequences could have been far graver. Upon noticing Yan Linshan above, the leader of the demon star wolves exhibited no intention to fight and attempted to flee. Yan Linshan, looking down from his elevated position. Exuded an aura of death as he casually waved his hand, resulting in the once mighty leader collapsing to the ground, unable to move. Qing. Take him back to the 10,000 Serpents Valley. I shall ensure he endures a century of torment, consumed by serpents, unable to live or die. He continued. Inform our clan. All descendants and kin within my domain are to be eradicated. At Yinlinchen's side, Qing respectfully adjusted his grip and swiftly advanced to take the Demon Star Wolf leader away. The leader, now realizing the magnitude of his predicament, became paralyzed with fear and pleaded, My lord, I was blind to my folly. I beseech you, spare me this once. I shall reveal the whereabouts of the divine artifact and serve you faithfully. Qing hesitated, glancing inquiringly at Yinlinchen, who coldly scoffed at the notion of sparing such a lowly beast. The message was clear. Without further delay, Qing seized the leader and departed hastily, the leader's cries echoing throughout the misty forest. Many beasts, fearing collateral damage, retreated to their lairs. A young man perched on a nearby tree shook his head in regret, lamenting, It seems I have arrived too late, missing such a splendid spectacle. He glanced at the prostrate Xiaoqing and sighed. It appears the role of hero in rescuing the damsel is not meant for me today. Yet, what is her connection to Yinlinchen? Why employ such secretive methods? As he mused, he was drawn by the anguished cries of Yinxian nearby, his gaze fixated on Yinxian, who was nearly consumed by a sinister red force. Yinlinchen surveyed the nearly lifeless Xiaoqing on the ground, draping a robe over her shoulders. He knelt beside her, mending her shattered arm and tending to her wounds. You must save Xian. Do not concern yourself with me. If my blood is needed, take it freely. Even if you drain me completely, you must save Xian. Xiaoqing's eyes were filled with earnest pleading, and Yinlinchen was somewhat taken aback. He recalled that this woman had previously harbored a deep loathing for both him and Yinxian, terrified of being drained of her blood to the point of death. Yet now, she implored him to save Yinxian. I beg you. Yinlinchen gazed intently at Xiaoqing, his brow still furrowed with concern. After a moment's pause, he did not conceal the truth. He requires a substantial amount of blood, but in your current state, you cannot provide it. If you proceed, you will perish. And Xian will not be saved either. Xiaoqing, filled with concern, turned her head to gaze at Yinxian, who was writhing in agony amidst the crimson flames. She ceased to resist Yinlinchen's efforts to heal him. Before long, aside from feeling slightly drained mentally and physically, all of Xiaoqing's other wounds had fully healed. Yinlinchen, no longer lingering, expelled a golden orb from his mouth, which soared directly towards Yinxian, confronting the fiery red flames enveloping him. Xiaoqing donned her robe and hurried forward, her heart racing in confusion as she grappled with what actions to take. Although the nature of the orb remained a mystery to her, she distinctly observed that once it separated from the body, the crimson flames surrounding Yinxian began to clash. Yinlinchen's complexion gradually turned pallid. Blood. A deep, oppressive voice resonated from ahead. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoqing stepped forward, extending her wrist to reveal the chasing cause. Both were momentarily taken aback, prompting her to quickly switch to her other hand. Yinlinchen deftly maneuvered her wrist, guiding the blood to flow methodically towards Yinxian. Yet, as time inexorably passed, Yinxian showed only slight improvement, while the crimson flames remained unabated. Yinlinchen's expression remained composed, yet his pallor deepened. Yinlinchen, what has been troubling you of late? Why do I so often witness your struggles? Perhaps you might allow me to take the throne of the Demon King for a few days? If you have not brought the Baibo Pearl, spare me your incessant chatter. Startled, Xiaoqing was taken aback, realizing she had not noticed the emergence of the dark-haired youth before her. However, judging by their tone, it was evident that the two were quite acquainted. Sensing Xiaoqing's gaze, Feng Imo smirked playfully. Long time no see, my little beauty. So, have you finally come to acknowledge that I am far more charming than Yinlinchen? Faced with Feng Mo's familiarity, Xiaoqing couldn't help but twitch her lips. This youth truly had a knack for jesting in any circumstance. Yet, from Yinlinchen's words, it seemed he possessed something that could potentially save Yinxian. Xiaoqing inclined her body slightly towards Feng Imo and said, If you possess a treasure that can save Yinxian, I implore you to lend your assistance. Feng Imo chuckled softly, amused by the woman's forgetfulness. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Time was on their side. Since the lovely maiden had spoken, he decided to save the lad out of kinship. No sooner had he finished speaking than he retrieved a pale blue orb from his bosom and unleashed his demonic power to its fullest extent. A gentle radiance enveloped Yinxian, and with Xiaoqing's blood and Yinlinchen's aid, the menacing and bizarre crimson hue finally receded, restoring Yinxian to the form of a golden egg. However, it was evident that the mysterious runes that had once fiercely contested the red flames had nearly vanished, replaced instead by an unsettling profusion of crimson. It appeared that this lad possessed a tenacious spirit. Feng Yimou retracted the Baibo pearl and glanced at the pallid-faced Yin Linchen, saying, "You mustn't perish just yet. At least not before I have the chance to defeat you. I am not so easily extinguished." Yin Linchen replied, maintaining his nonchalant demeanor, though it was clear he had relaxed considerably in that moment. Excellent. Although Yin Xian had reverted to his egg form, he should be all right. Suddenly, darkness enveloped Xiaoqing, causing her to stumble a few steps, but Feng Yimou swiftly stepped forward to steady her, discreetly channeling some spiritual energy into her, allowing her to regain her footing. "Oh, have you so quickly thrown yourself into my arms? Fear not, we shall meet again. Remember this, my surname is Feng, and my given name is Mo. Should you choose to forsake Yin Linchen, I would not hesitate to take you back to Qingdao." Xiaoqing forced a smile, her laughter lacking genuine mirth, and diplomatically replied, "Thank you, but I am merely an ordinary person. You flatter me too much. I have no special connection with Lord Snake King, nor do I have any interest in returning to Qingdao with you." This young man before her was likely a figure of considerable power, yet it was undeniable that she shared no real ties with Yin Linchen. Even if there were some connection, her thoughts remained fixated on uncovering the origins of the blind old man and the giant snake wooden carving. She did not belong to this world. Her rightful place was in the realm of science. TSK, the little beauty is rather unappreciative. Very well, life is long, and solitude can become quite stifling. Feng Yimou cast a sidelong glance at Yin Linchen, a smirk playing on his lips, and tossed the aquamarine pearl to him, adding nonchalantly, "This prince is handsome and dashing, and has always looked down upon those whose vitality is diminished. This aquamarine pearl would be of no use to me. Your precious snake egg awaits its restoration, so no need to thank me excessively. I am simply that benevolent." Yin Linchen accepted the aquamarine pearl without hesitation, tucking Yin Xian into his sleeve. At that moment, Yin Xian truly required the pearl for her revival. However, Feng Yimou, observing Yin Linchen's demeanor of seeking assistance, felt a surge of irritation and, with a flick of his fan, departed in a huff. "Little beauty, I shall return. You focus on your recovery." Xiaoqing gazed curiously at the retreating figure of Feng Yimou, pondering his identity. Yin Linchen cast her a sidelong glance and spoke slowly. "The demon realm is currently divided into two major factions. He is the king of Qingdao, while I am the king of Wanxi Valley and the sovereign of the demon clan. Let us return to the valley. I wish to discuss the matter of Xian with you." Initially, she assumed that this aloof serpent king would remain unresponsive to her inquiries, yet to her surprise, she had received an answer this evening. "Well, it is not that I intend to leave the valley deliberately. Rather, Yin Linchen glanced at Xiaoqing, drawing her closer as he wrapped an arm around her waist. Xiaoqing was so astonished that her tongue began to tremble. Words lingered on the tip of her tongue, yet she could utter not a single syllable. Could it be that he has taken a liking to her? Yin Linchen exuded a unique, chilling aura, yet there was an intense warmth that enveloped her. Xiaoqing was not short, standing close to 1.7 meters, she was relatively tall among her peers. Yet, he still towered over her by a full head. Under the gentle embrace of the moonlight, his sharply defined features appeared to be bathed in a golden glow, momentarily causing Xiaoqing to lose her train of thought. This evening, however, Yin Linchen seemed particularly accommodating, lowering his gaze to meet hers in quiet contemplation. The forest was enveloped in tranquility, and the dappled shadows of the trees beneath the moonlight melded their forms into one. After a prolonged silence, Xiaoqing, blushing, gently pushed Yin Linchen away. Yin Linchen, appearing somewhat weary, spoke softly, "Do not worry, I am already aware of the situation. I shall provide you with a satisfactory resolution regarding today's affairs. Return to the Serpent Palace, and I will send someone to retrieve you tomorrow to discuss important matters." He intended to say more, but perhaps was deterred by the fatigue evident on his face, or perhaps it was due to his unexpected amiability this night. Xiaoqing chose not to resist any longer, allowing him to embrace her ambiguously as he soared back to the Serpent Palace. The breeze along the way was refreshingly cool, and Xiaoqing suddenly felt less animosity towards him for the times he had drawn her blood. Upon returning to the familiar Wutong courtyard, the maid Xiaoqing, upon seeing Yin Linchen carrying Xiaoqing, was first taken aback, then stifled a laugh as she approached, greeting them respectfully. "Your Majesty, Mississippi." Yin Linchen lightly tilted his chin and replied, "Take good care of your lady." He cast a glance at Xiaoqing before preparing to depart. "Yin Linchen, His voice carried a hint of fatigue. Gathering her courage, Xiaoqing insisted, I still stand by my words. Xian's condition is due to me. He's on the verge of death. Please, save him. He deserves to see his true mother and experience this world. Linchin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing deeply at the mortal woman before him, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Rest assured, I will save Xian. If your intentions are sincere, take good care of your health. With that, he strode away, leaving Xiaoqing in astonishment, her jaw nearly dropping. She reached out to touch Xiaoqing's arm. Miss, that must have been the real king. I have cultivated in the valley for a century and have never seen him smile. Did he smile? When? Xiaoqing looked at Xiaoqing with suspicion, as she had indeed never witnessed Linchin smile. Xiaoqing nodded emphatically. I saw the corners of his mouth lift. Everyone smiles at times. What is there to be astonished about? Although Xiaoqing spoke those words, she was still taken aback. Xiaoqing shrugged, having long seen through Xiaoqing's little thoughts. The two of them entered the house, one after the other, as Xiaoqing brought out the dishes, which were still meals meant to replenish vitality and blood. Xiaoqing was already famished, devouring the food on the table with great eagerness. Xiaoqing, feeling a twinge of concern, waited until Xiaoqing had finished her meal and freshened up before asking, My dear, I have heard that the misty forest is rather tumultuous today. You have vanished for quite some time? Has something occurred? Xiaoqing paused for a moment before slowly recounting the events to Xiaoqing. As she listened, Xiaoqing was filled with dread, her heart racing, and she quietly sobbed with guilt. It was my indulgence in drink that led to this. Had I been by the young lady's side, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. Fortunately, the king and the young prince arrived. Otherwise, enough. Do not blame yourself. It was never your fault. Even had you been present, you would have been unable to contend with Lu Xia, and you might have even been drawn into my troubles. Xiaoqing smiled as she gently patted Xiaoqing's head. Recalling the strange crimson flames enveloping the dark-clad youths Feng Yimou and Yin Xian, her expression turning somber. Xiaoqing, there are many aspects I do not comprehend. Are you familiar with that place called Qingdao? Additionally, how much do you know about the specifics of the demon realm and the matters concerning Xian? Please share whatever you know. Why has the young lady suddenly grown curious about such matters? Xiaoqing inquired, having tidied up the bedding for Xiaoqing. With a smile, she replied, How about I share everything with you tomorrow? It is rather late, and you have been through quite an ordeal today, losing so much blood. You should rest early. Xiaoqing remained in the outer room, resolved to stay close to the young lady from this moment on. She felt a deep sense of guilt regarding today's events. Over the course of their time together, she had grown increasingly fond of this mortal woman, who was among the few that truly cared for her without regard to her identity. However, due to her own indulgence, Xiaoqing had suffered grievous harm and humiliation. If the roles were reversed, Xiaoqing knew she would not recover so swiftly. The trauma would likely leave a significant shadow on her heart. Xiaoqing, I must clarify these matters, Xiaoqing insisted. I have been here for quite some time and know far too little about this world and about Xian. He transformed in such a way today solely to save me. Even someone as formidable as Linchin could not rescue Yin Xian through sheer strength, which indicates the gravity of the situation. With a sigh, Xiaoqing responded, Then let me keep you company in the inner chamber tonight. I shall share everything I know, leaving no detail unspoken. Xiaoqing, filled with gratitude, beckoned Xiaoqing, Why don't you join me in bed tonight? Xiaoqing was momentarily taken aback, then let out a soft laugh. My dear, your bold demeanor is quite striking. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Xiaoqing climbed onto the bed and nestled under the covers, gesturing for Xiaoqing to join her. After a brief hesitation, Xiaoqing, compelled by Xiaoqing's steadfast gaze, ascended the bed as well. Glancing at the bed curtains, Xiaoqing inquired, Where would you like to begin your exploration? Xiaoqing pondered for a moment, recalling that her initial appearance was in the Valley of 10,000 Serpents, where even the mysterious wooden sculpture was serpent-shaped. Her arrival was fortuitously foretold by the star-testing disc mentioned by Yin Xian, leading her to believe that the origins and secrets must lie with the Serpent clan. Thus, she decided to begin with the Valley of 10,000 Serpents in that so-called Qingdao. Xiaoqing nodded, her azure pupils narrowing as if she were reminiscing and organizing her thoughts. After a considerable pause, she spoke, while Xiaoqing patiently awaited her words without interruption. In the demon realm, there existed two formidable factions in a state of rivalry, separated by the vast misty forest. To the east lay the Valley of 10,000 Serpents, while to the west was Qingdao. Numerous forces resided to the north and south. The misty forest was exceedingly expansive, and it was said that the northernmost part contained the barrier of the entire demon clan. Beyond that barrier lay the human realm, which also harbored many demons. Yet the four corners of the misty forest remained the root of most demon clans. After a brief pause, Xiaoqing continued, I transformed into human form after a century of cultivation in the Valley of 10,000 Serpents, thus I only know a small fraction of the events. It is said that our king possesses the bloodline of the ancient dragon god, yet for reasons unknown, he failed to transform into a dragon a millennium ago, returning instead with the young prince, transforming into a dragon. Xiaoqing listened in astonishment to this revelation, realizing that a serpent could indeed become a dragon. Initially, she had heard Xiaoqing mention that Yin Linchen seemed to possess the bloodline of the ancient dragon god, which she had dismissed as mere jest, never anticipating its truth. However, Xiaoqing found it puzzling. How could Yin Linchen, merely a gigantic python, possess the bloodline of an ancient dragon god? Suddenly, the image of her first encounter with Yin Linchen surfaced in her mind. Indeed, it had two horns atop its head. Could those be dragon horns? Xiaoqing found it incredulous. Indeed, Xiaoqing replied, that is what I have heard. As for the reasons, only the elders and the king are privy to such knowledge. The individual you mentioned, Fengemo, is the king of Qingdao, a formidable black giant python that has cultivated for a millennium. He is both a friend and a rival to our king. The king has yet to unify the demon clans entirely, largely due to the lack of cooperation from that individual in Qingdao, and it seems the king has no recourse. Ah, that explains it, Xiaoqing mused. No wonder Fengemo had spoken to her of long-lost encounters. It turned out that upon her arrival in this other world, she had simultaneously encountered the two great sovereigns of the demon realm. Xiaoqing reflected on the moment when she fainted from fright at Fengemo, feeling a mix of astonishment and a touch of fortune. Had she encountered the malevolent Star Wolf instead of Yin Linchen and Fengemo, her fate would have been all too predictable. And what of Xian? What was the mystery surrounding him? The enigmatic runes on his body and the crimson flames, what did they signify? After a moment of contemplation, Xiaoqing continued to elucidate Xiaoqing's queries. I am not entirely certain, but it seems that the young prince is sealed by some form of enchantment. This seal not only hinders his birth, but also incessantly devours his vitality. For centuries, it has been the king and the elders who have employed the clan's secret arts to barely sustain his life. Glancing at the astonished and solemn Xiaoqing leaned closer, wrapping her arm around Xiaoqing's. However, ever since you arrived, the young prince has managed to step out of that chamber, able to run and speak. It is all thanks to you. Listening to the praises, Xiaoqing felt a sense of disconnection. Could this truly be attributed to her? Should it not rather be said that it is her blood that deserves the credit? Yet, she never anticipated that Yin Xian had endured such profound suffering. Confined within the secret chamber for over a millennium, the memory of his agony, scorched by flames, tugged at her heartstrings. Despite existing for 1,000 years, his life was perpetually at risk of being consumed, all while he bore the torment of his ongoing healing. Even an adult might struggle to match Yin Xian's fortitude. And though she had aided him, it was also her presence that had once again plunged him into the peril of death. That child was wagering his very existence to save her. Yet, she was not his mother. How profoundly lonely he must feel. Having not glimpsed the outside world for a millennium, tears welled in her eyes as Xiaoqing comforted her, saying, My lady, everything will be all right. It is not only the young prince who suffers. After achieving my own cultivation, I faced disdain from my kin. It was only through the recommendation of a noble to the king that I was granted the opportunity to guard the prince in the chamber for a century. I had thought my life would be confined to this, but with your arrival, I feel I have found immense value and a sense of being needed. Xiaoqing found herself at a loss for words, while Xiaoqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Gently, she raised her hand to wipe away Xiaoqing's tears, softly murmuring, It's quite late. Dear one, you should rest well. Before Xiaoqing could react, Xiaoqing formed a gesture with her fingers, and instantly, Xiaoqing felt her body grow weak and her eyelids increasingly heavy. In mere moments, she succumbed to a deep slumber. In her hazy consciousness, she seemed to hear Xiaoqing whisper, Sweet dreams, dear one. When Xiaoqing awakened the following day, the sun was already high in the sky. But she had indeed enjoyed a remarkably restful and tranquil sleep. Xiaoqing stretched languidly, as if struck by a sudden thought, and exclaimed hurriedly, Xiaoqing, Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, mistaking the urgency for an emergency, rushed in with a basin of clean water and inquired, What is the matter, my lady? Has Yin Linchen sent someone over? Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoqing was about to dash outside, disregarding her shoes, when Xiaoqing swiftly grasped her, teasingly remarking, My lady, could it be that absence has made your heart grow fonder? Ah, One could only wonder about the peculiar logic of this girl. What connection could she possibly have with Yin Linchen? Xiaoqing, I assure you, there is no such relationship between us. Indeed, Xiaoqing replied. You have confided in me, my lady, and I understand completely. After setting the basin down, she approached the bedside, picked up Su Qing's shoes, and jested, my lady. Even in your haste of longing, do put on your shoes first, and I shall then share the news with you. Su Qing's face twitched slightly as she reluctantly accepted the shoes and put them on. The girl simply would not believe what she said, let alone truly understand it. In matters concerning her, this girl displayed remarkable audacity. If only she could exhibit such boldness in front of Mo Qing, perhaps she would have achieved success by now. Suddenly reminded of Mo Qing, Su Qing recalled that Xiaoqing had gone to seek him out with shrimp in hand. What happened afterward? Just as she was about to inquire, Xiaoqing, seemingly sensing her thoughts, hurriedly spoke. The king has already sent Lord Qing to convey a message, stating that the king will be entering seclusion. He will come to seek you again in a few days. You need not worry, as no unrelated individuals will disturb you here in the Wudong Garden. Being in the Wudong Garden for recuperation? Wasn't that tantamount to being placed under house arrest? What of Yin Linchen's promise to her? Could this be the very assurance he spoke of? Perhaps noticing Su Qing's unease, Xiaoqing offered consolation. My lady, do not overthink it. The king may simply be concerned for your health. The situation had already been arranged this way, leaving no alternative course of action. Su Qing did not inquire whether Lu Xia had faced any punishment, nor did she genuinely intend for Yin Linchen to intervene on her behalf. However, what is the current situation with Xian? Xiaoqing, how is Xian faring? Xiaoqing took away the clear water that Su Qing had used and brought a bowl of porridge, gently urging the worried Su Qing to sit on the stool. My dear girl, why must you be so troubled? Since the king has not summoned you, it signifies that there is nothing amiss. Moreover, the young prince is destined for greatness. Your sole priority now is to heed the king's words and nurture your health. Otherwise, you will be unable to aid the prince later. The porridge this morning was specially prepared by Xiaoqing, enhanced with minced meat and finely chopped greens, exuding a delightful aroma. Observing Xiaoqing's eager expression as she urged her to partake, Su Qing lifted a spoonful of the porridge and delicately placed it in her mouth. To her surprise, it was exceptionally delicious. She had not anticipated that Xiaoqing possessed culinary skills. Instantly, her appetite was piqued, and she took several more spoonfuls, not forgetting to praise, very good, indeed. The flavor is exquisite. Our Xiaoqing truly excels in both the drawing room and the kitchen. Xiaoqing, feeling a bit bashful, scratched her head, her face beaming with joy. I'm glad you like it. Hee hee. But, miss, you should continue eating. I presume Chung Derun has yet to dine. I shall bring him some. Am I merely an experimental subject? Su Qing exclaimed, nearly choking as she swallowed the porridge too hastily. Indeed, it is said that a girl must not linger. This girl is constantly thinking of her Chung Derun. One wonders what fortune he has accrued. No, miss. I intended to send him a portion as well, but I prioritized ensuring you were not left hungry. Xiaoqing hastily clarified, fearful that Su Qing might misunderstand. Su Qing, unable to continue teasing her, waved her hand repeatedly. You should go quickly. If the porridge cools, it will lose its delightful taste, and your Chung Derun will not appreciate your efforts. Indeed, miss. Xiaoqing cheerfully lifted her skirt and prepared to exit, but hesitated at the doorway. Turning back to call out, Miss, I am fine. Given the current situation, it is unlikely that anyone will visit the Wudong courtyard. You may proceed without concern. Then I shall be swift in my return. Su Qing nodded, and only then did Xiaoqing hurriedly rush out the door. Watching her retreating figure, Su Qing felt an inexplicable sense of emotion. Perhaps having someone she cherished deeply would be quite wonderful. When might she find such a person for herself? Suddenly, a fleeting image of a cold figure flashed through her mind, startling Su Qing, who quickly shook her head. Surely, her injuries had been so severe that she was now indulging in unfounded fantasies. Anyone could embody that image, but it was undoubtedly impossible. Hastily finishing the last of the porridge in her bowl, she decided that since she was not going out, she would meander aimlessly around the courtyard, feeling rather bored. Calculating the days, she realized that she had been in this foreign world for quite some time. She had learned much about the realm of demons she inhabited, though she felt little curiosity about anything beyond that. Xiaoqing had mentioned that at the northernmost end of the misty forest lay the barrier leading to the human realm. Perhaps once she recuperated, and if Xian had no pressing matters, she could finally set her mind at ease and depart from this demon world. Although her current experience here was not entirely unpleasant, she ultimately needed to return. If the demon realm could not reveal anything extraordinary, perhaps the human realm held the answers she sought. When Xiaoqing returned, she found Qing resting against the trunk of a large tree in the courtyard. After deliberating for a moment, concerned for her health, Xiaoqing approached and gently tapped her. Miss, please go inside and rest. Qing opened her eyes groggily, her mind still struggling to regain clarity. Xiaoqing, you've returned already? Xiaoqing chuckled softly, gesturing towards the sky. It is already well past noon. You have been asleep for quite some time. It would be wise for you to return to slumber, lest you suffer from aches and pains later. Qing nodded, allowing Xiaoqing to help her up. She felt significantly more awake and smiled as she asked, what is the matter? Have you been enjoying your newfound adulthood? Did you compliment our Xiaoqing? The young lady blushed and feigned annoyance as she called out, Hey now, I left right after completing my task for the adult. It was already noon. Where did you just go? Xiaoqing smiled mysteriously, aware that the young lady was not entirely at ease. I went to inquire about the whereabouts of the little elder on your behalf. Yoxia? Qing harbored a hint of suspicion. While she indeed felt unsettled after the events of yesterday, she had no expectations that Yan Linxian would stand up for her. However, if it concerned Yanxian, perhaps there was a possibility. As Lu Xia and Qing entered the room, Lu Xia shut the door and whispered, I have heard that due to the incident involving the young prince, the young elder has faced severe punishment. Not only has he endured flogging, resulting in the loss of over a century of cultivation, but he has also been dismissed from his position. Consider it a form of retribution for you. Given Lu Xia's high standing in the Snake King Valley and her flamboyant nature, although Xiaoqing admired her, she was pleased to see Lu Xia suffer consequences for such underhanded actions. However, Qing did not share the same sense of satisfaction. She merely nodded indifferently and inquired, What about Xian? Have you gathered any information? Xiaoqing shook her head. After all, matters regarding Yanxian were confidential, and she could not ascertain his circumstances. Noticing Qing's disappointment, Xiaoqing could only offer consolation. The prince will be fine. The king is incredibly formidable. Qing shook her head. Yan Linxian's pallid visage may not truly be capable of rescuing Yanxian. Had it not been for Feng Mo's timely intervention last night, the consequences could have been dire. However, she remained completely in the dark regarding Yanxian's current situation and could only proceed one step at a time, hoping fervently that the child was indeed unharmed. By the way, what of the demon Star Wolf leader? It is said that he was executed by Lord Qing. Executed? Qing felt somewhat suspicious, an inexplicable unease lingering in her heart. Yet, unable to articulate her thoughts in that moment, she could only nod in acquiescence. Nevertheless, it seemed that, for the time being, the matter had reached a conclusion. However, the young lady appeared to remain discontented. Qing shook her head, insisting there was nothing amiss. Merely feeling it was time to prepare lunch. Xiaoqing appeared somewhat perplexed, finding it difficult to fathom the young lady's train of thought. Come, let us venture to the kitchen and gather some ground meat and flour. Today, we shall make dumplings. My lady, are you not going to rest? Xiaoqing hurriedly followed suit. In her previous life, when working from 9 to 5, it was challenging to have meals punctually, and her time spent in the kitchen was exceedingly scarce. Yet, having traversed to this place, she unexpectedly found herself with an abundance of rare leisure. Qing, naturally unwilling to let her culinary skills languish, decided to indulge in creating delectable dishes to pass the time, especially since she could not venture outside. For several consecutive days, Qing and Xiaoqing busied themselves in the kitchen, exploring various new recipes. Time flew by, and Qing seldom inquired about matters beyond her culinary pursuits. With no interruptions, she found herself rather at ease. However, the tranquility of the courtyard was soon disrupted by the reappearance of a figure clad in red. At that moment, Qing was reclining leisurely in a rattan chair. Observing the proud and flamboyant demeanor of Lu Xia within the courtyard, her initial reaction was one of confusion. She pondered what purpose Lu Xia had in coming this time, and what directives elder Lu Xia might bring with her. Qing cast a faint glance at her. Perhaps due to her own experience of humiliation, she found it difficult to harbor any fondness for Lu Xia. The king summons you. Lu Xia seemed disinclined to engage in further conversation, her beautiful eyes filled with coldness and disdain. Xiaoqing, who had been quietly observing from the side, softly remarked, My lady, I shall accompany you. Are you deaf? The king has summoned only her. Lu Xia retorted sharply, When did the likes of you, a lowly maid, gain the audacity to speak out of turn? Before undertaking any task, it is wise to consider your own status. Do not forget, lest you find yourself at a disadvantage. Though Lu Xia's words were directed at Xiaoqing, Qing was not foolish. Her haughty demeanor was evidently a veiled insult aimed at her. Just as Qing was about to respond, Xiaoqing suddenly knelt on the ground, raising her head to meet Lu Xia's gaze, her voice steady and composed. I am well aware of my lowly status, and I should not overstep my bounds. However, the impulsive actions of the young elder almost led to grave consequences for my lady, not to mention the danger faced by the young prince. Since I have been commanded by the king, I must protect my lady. Lu Xia was momentarily at a loss for words. Recalling the severe punishment she had received due to the young prince's injury and the subsequent coldness in the king's attitude towards her. All of this turmoil stemmed from Qing. Lu Xia's nails dug into her palm out of rage as she coldly looked down at Xiaoqing. Truly, a lowly master breeds a troublesome servant. You may follow if you wish, but should anything go awry, do not blame me for not warning you. With that, she flicked her sleeve and turned to leave, only to hear Xiaoqing call out again, young elder. The young prince refers to my lady as mother. I wonder how the young prince's status compares to yours? Is it possible that the young elder ranks above the prince? Lu Xia's body stiffened. Xiaoqing's insinuation was clear. Yan Xian's noble status meant that Qing, as his verbal mother, was of considerable standing, which made Lu Xia appear utterly ignorant of her own limitations. Seeing Lu Xia's expression darken, Xu Er, who stood beside her, immediately scolded Xiaoqing. How dare you? You, a mere 100-year-old bamboo green, speak so boldly to an elder? The elder is not someone you can insult. Apologize at once. The young elder is merciful and will not hold your disrespect against you. After a prolonged silence, Qing smiled and addressed Lu Xia. Xiaoqing speaks no ill of you. I am Xian's mother, and Xiaoqing is not merely a maid to me. She is my sister. Thus, her status surpasses that of elder Lu Xia. With that, she stepped forward to help Xiaoqing up, gently brushing off the dirt from her knees. Xiaoqing, flattered and surprised, exclaimed, My lady. Qing lightly placed her hand on Xiaoqing's shoulder to comfort her. Well, Xiaoqing. You seem to have forgotten your own status, forgotten your family. Now you find yourself treading so lowly alongside a mere mortal. How amusing. Lu Xia cast a sinister glance at Qing and Xiaoqing, adding, The king has given his command. Believe it or not, it is up to you. I was already displeased with my role as a messenger today, and now my spirits are further dampened. With that, Lu Xia stormed out of the Wutong garden in a fit of anger. Xu Er glanced at Xiaoqing and sighed. Qing, do not forget your status. Outsiders cannot assist you. Xu Er, do you wish to lose your tongue? Xu Er's body trembled as she shot a deep look at Xiaoqing before hurriedly lowering her head and chasing after Lu Xia. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing's face suddenly turned pale, prompting Qing to ask in concern, What is wrong? Xiaoqing shook her head, forcing a smile. My lady, let us hurry along. Qing could only nod and, accompanied by Xiaoqing, exited the Wudong courtyard. Throughout their journey, Xiaoqing remained rather taciturn, and despite Qing's several attempts to speak, she ultimately refrained. The Snake Palace was vast and opulent. Qing had never truly explored its splendor, thus she could only follow Xiaoqing in a state of confusion. After a considerable time, they finally arrived at the entrance of a palace. If Qing's conjecture was correct, this should be Yan Linshan's sleeping quarters. Xiaoqing greeted the guards at the door, who subsequently permitted their entry. One of the guards led Qing and Xiaoqing through a winding path until they finally halted in a bamboo grove. The king and the elders have been awaiting the young lady at the hot springs within the bamboo for quite some time. I cannot enter. You may proceed alone. The guard stated solemnly, bowing slightly. Qing cast a glance at the still silent Xiaoqing, understanding that she too could not accompany her. Xiaoqing, I shall speak to the king on your behalf. The young lady suddenly lifted her head, expressing her gratitude with a nod. The guard regarded Xiaoqing with slight surprise before gently urging, Young lady, you should enter without delay. Qing hesitated no longer and stepped into the bamboo grove. The forest was lush and verdant, clearly well maintained by diligent hands, with each bamboo stalk standing tall and straight. As she ventured deeper into the grove, she encountered an open-air hot spring, shrouded in mist. Standing beside the spring were none other than Yan Linshan and a group of elders. Today, Yan Linshan was dressed in a light cream-colored robe, standing with his hands clasped behind him, evoking thoughts of a dashing young gentleman in Qing's mind. She shook her head, amused by her own thoughts. Nearby, Lu Xia, noticing her arrival, sarcastically remarked, Miss Qing, you truly are a person of great importance. We were merely waiting for you. To her surprise, Qing did not acknowledge her and walked straight towards Yan Linshan, inquiring, "How is Xian?" Before Yen Linchen could respond, Lu Xia interjected, "Thanks to you, the young prince nearly lost his life." "Lu Xia, I did not ask for your opinion. What do you mean by overshadowing the conversation? Furthermore, if you hadn't put me in such a dire situation, I would not have suffered this humiliation, nor would Xian have encountered trouble. Yet, here I am, still waiting for a single word of apology from you, and I feel no remorse from your side." Lu Xia's face turned ashen with anger, but before she could retort, Yen Linchen's cold voice cut in. "Everyone but the High Priest and Xiaoqing, leave. Your noise is unwelcome." It was evident that he referred to Lu Xia. Lu Yu cast a sideways glance at Lu Xia, who was still fuming, prompting her to relent and exit with the other elders. Before departing, Lu Xia shot Xiaoqing a venomous glare, to which Xiaoqing responded with an air of smug satisfaction. "Are you satisfied now?" Yen Linchen's penetrating gaze fixed upon her. Xiaoqing felt a wave of embarrassment and explained, "I do not provoke others unless provoked myself." She was out of line. "I was merely defending my own interests. Otherwise, everyone would learn to bully me." After speaking, a sense of unease washed over her, for she always felt a heavy atmosphere around Yen Linchen, despite his vibrant attire today. "Miss Su seems to be in high spirits," Yen Linchen remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Xiaoqing found his mood swings perplexing. Just days ago, he had been relatively gentle with her, yet today, he seemed to have an inexplicable ire. Lu Xia had troubled her, and now he too seemed displeased with her. She was not a mere punching bag. "Is this not due to our esteemed Lord Serpent King?" She retorted, "If it were not for you, I would hardly have felt inclined to engage in such trivial matters. I truly cannot fathom how Yen Xian's mother ever came to fancy such a temperamental man. Aside from his striking appearance and physique, he possesses little else to commend him. No wonder Xian's mother ultimately fled." "Miss Su," Yen Linchen began, "my daughter has indeed been rude, and I apologize on her behalf. I have disciplined her for her behavior, and if you require my assistance, I shall do everything in my power to accommodate you." The High Priest Lu Yu approached, bending slightly in a show of contrition, leaving Xiaoqing momentarily stunned. It dawned on her that Lu Xia was the daughter of this High Priest, yet it was clear that Lu Xia harbored feelings for Yen Linchen. In recent days, she had reflected upon her interactions with Lu Xia, convinced she had not wronged her. Given Lu Xia's esteemed position as an elder of the 10,000 Serpents Valley, would she truly confront her over a few insignificant matters? Connecting this to the events at the altar, Xiaoqing surmised that Lu Xia's resentment likely stemmed from Yen Linchen's involvement, prompting her to seek retribution against her. Had Yen Linchen truly misjudged their relationship that night? Clearing her throat, Xiaoqing politely offered, "High Priest, it is not your fault. You need not apologize. As for Elder Lu Xia, if she refrains from causing me trouble, I will naturally avoid unnecessary interactions with her." Lu Yu smiled gently, and Xiaoqing couldn't help but internally scoff at the stark contrast between mother and daughter. "By the way, what brings you here today? Is it about Xian?" Yen Linchen gestured towards the lake, and a golden egg emerged from the mist. Upon seeing it, Xiaoqing rushed forward, calling out, "Xian, Xian." However, to her astonishment, Xian did not come bouncing over as he usually did, calling her mother in his sweet voice. Instead, he stood silently above the hot spring, his shell adorned with ominous crimson markings, evoking an eerie and terrifying aura. "Xian." Xiaoqing choked back her emotions and turned to Yen Linchen, asking, "He can still be saved, right?" Yen Linchen sighed, glancing at the golden serpent egg that floated in the air, and for the first time, he solemnly shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his voice. "I have expended my blood and cultivation to nurture Xian for a millennium, only for it all to come to naught. Is there truly no way?" Xiaoqing exhaled deeply, suppressing her trembling body as she quietly inquired, her mind echoing with the words, "Mother, do you still refuse to acknowledge me?" Regret flooded her heart. "Miss Su, after a millennium, even the strongest of our clan's secret arts begin to weaken. Your blood has continuously fortified the secret arts against the seal, but now..." Liu shook his head with a bitter smile, as if delivering a verdict for a terminally ill patient, utterly devoid of hope. Xiaoqing could not fathom that this was the conclusion. Trembling, she rolled up her sleeves and offered, "You need blood? I could give every drop, if it means saving him." Yet, the secret arts capable of resisting the seal had dwindled to nearly nothing. The blood of a mere maiden would hold little sway now. Lu Yu shook her head with a hint of regret, gently pulling Xiaoqing's sleeves down. Xiaoqing, with great difficulty, turned her gaze towards Yen Linchen. Her voice choked with desperation. "Yen Linchen, is there truly no other way?" Silence lingered in the air as Yen Linchen hesitated before softly responding, "There is. Perhaps the only way left. It may save his life." Grasping at this lifeline, Xiaoqing disregarded everything else, and with Lu Yu's astonished eyes upon her. She rushed forward to seize Yin Linchen's hand, her urgency palpable. "What is it? Tell me, I would give my life." Noting the genuine anxiety etched on the woman's face, Yin Linchen was perplexed as to why she suddenly cared so deeply for Yin Xian. He rasped, imbued with utmost seriousness, "Xiaoqing, the means to save him may indeed cost a life. What is it? He calls me mother, and it is because of me that I feel this way. I bear this responsibility." Xiaoqing took a deep breath, meeting Yin Linchen's gaze with unwavering sincerity. Yin Linchen's violet eyes flickered, revealing a hint of hesitation. After a moment, he slowly uttered two words, "Divine artifact." "Divine artifact?" Xiaoqing inquired, perplexed. "What is it? Where can it be found?" In ancient times, the heavenly realm was sealed, leaving behind 4 divine artifacts. Originally, these artifacts were guarded by designated individuals, but for reasons unknown, they have been missing for a long time. Thus, we are unaware of their current whereabouts. Perhaps they are scattered across the farthest reaches of the world. Liu sighed bitterly, realizing that if the divine artifacts were truly easy to locate, there might still be a glimmer of hope for Yin Xian's salvation. Otherwise, there would be no other recourse. She had devoted her life to the 10,000 Serpents Valley, yet ultimately felt remorse toward it. If Yin Xian were to perish, she would no longer have the face to continue as the High Priestess. The notion of the divine artifacts seemed to offer hope, only to plunge one back into despair. Amidst the vast sea of humanity, searching for a few divine artifacts felt akin to finding a needle in a haystack. What is his current condition? He had forcibly invoked the secret method of inheritance, temporarily breaking through the seal, but now he had fallen into a deep slumber. If the artifacts cannot be found, he may never awaken. For now, they could only rely on the spiritual spring to gradually restore his energy. Yin Linchen suddenly felt an unprecedented wave of profound fatigue. After a millennium of cultivation, he found himself unable to protect his own child. How utterly ironic. Xiaoqing fell into a contemplative silence, and the 3 individuals beside the hot spring shared a similarly somber mood, the atmosphere thick with an unsettling tension. Suddenly, Xiaoqing felt a warmth at her neck. The serpent-shaped wooden carving, which had long remained dormant, radiated a brilliant golden light once more. In astonishment, the 3 watched as it broke free from its bindings and soared directly towards Yin Xian, who was floating above the hot spring. The high priest Liu fixed a gaze filled with intricate emotions upon the glowing serpent carving, his heart stirred with a profound sense of awe. As the serpent approached Yin Xian, it emitted a gentle golden glow, enveloping the entire egg in a soft luminescence. With the serpent's radiant aura, the bizarre red hue on the egg began to diminish slightly. Yin Linchen, observing the serpent carving intently, tilted his head in contemplation and inquired of Xiaoqing. "Where did you acquire this?" Xiaoqing emerged from her stupor, pondering the enigmatic snake-shaped wooden carving before her. Perhaps Yin Linchen held some knowledge regarding its significance. Having no intention to conceal anything, she candidly stated, "I encountered an elderly gentleman while on my way home, who insisted on giving it to me as I was purchasing some skewers." "What are you talking about?" Yin Linchen furrowed his brow. It seemed that this woman, since their first encounter, frequently uttered peculiar phrases that eluded his comprehension. The concepts of going home in skewers were entirely foreign to him. "Ahem. I meant that I met an old man during my journey home, and he gifted it to me." Xiaoqing looked at Yin Linchen with an expression of sheer incredulity. Realizing that someone like him, a peculiar being, would never comprehend her thoughts, just as she had initially struggled to understand his enigmatic nature. "Do you know the origin of this wooden carving?" Xiaoqing, filled with curiosity, tentatively spoke up. Ever since the wooden carving had appeared, both Lu Yu and Yin Linchen had exhibited peculiar expressions, indicating they were indeed privy to some information. Ultimately, Lu Yu sighed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she revealed, "This is the sacred artifact of my clan, the Go carving, a token of the king, safeguarded by the high priest. It has been lost for over 1,000 years, and I never anticipated its reappearance here today. With this Go carving, the chances of the young prince awakening once more have significantly increased." The intricacies of this colossal serpent wooden sculpture were astonishing. It was unexpected that it had brought her to this place, and equally surprising was its profound connection to the serpent clan. However, the fact that this artifact was now in her possession felt rather unusual. Nevertheless, the prospect of aiding Xiaoqing brought her immense joy. After much contemplation, Xiaoqing finally clarified, "I did not steal this. I cannot possibly live for 1,000 years. It was gifted to me by an elderly gentleman. It is also because of this that I was brought to the misty forest. Naturally, Miss Su need not be alarmed. I am aware that this matter is not of your doing," Liu reassured her. Stepping closer, she smiled gently and inquired, "Might I ask where this elderly gentleman is now? How did you come across him?" Liu Yu's question left Xiaoqing momentarily bewildered. If she knew where the blind old man was, she would not be in her current state of confusion. As for where she had encountered him, she struggled to articulate the truth of her time travel. After a lengthy pause, she finally responded, "In a realm entirely different from this one, which I cannot adequately describe. That world is not one we can traverse freely, and I am uncertain how to return." Liu Yu expressed her disappointment, having hoped to uncover more information, yet ultimately gleaning nothing substantial. Xiaoqing glanced at the colossal serpent wooden sculpture and cautiously asked Yanlinchin, "So, is this go carving of great significance to you?" "It is indeed crucial, especially now that it can save Xian," Yanlinchin replied, his expression one of feigned ignorance, leaving Xiaoqing momentarily at a loss for words. Initially intending to discover what they might know, it appeared they were just as uninformed. However, they had not completely run out of leads, for they had learned it originated from the Serpent clan. Finally, Liu Yu, perceiving Xiaoqing's discomfort, spoke up with a smile, "Do not worry, Miss Su. This carving is also a spiritual tool. It seems to have recognized you as its master, and we shall not reclaim it. We merely need it temporarily to save Xian. Afterward, it will be considered a gift to you as a token of our gratitude for your contributions to the Serpent clan." Recognized her as its master? That rascal? The thought crossed Xiaoqing's mind, and she could only manage an awkward smile, while Yanlinchin shook his head in disdain. "By the way, High Priest, what caused your clan's sacred artifact to vanish so suddenly?" Liu Yu's question caused her to stiffen, and she could only shake her head gently in response. Xiaoqing regarded the exquisite woman before her with a touch of skepticism, sensing that Liu Yu harbored many untold secrets. However, Xiaoqing was not one to overstep her bounds. Since the person in question was unwilling to divulge more, she chose not to press further. After a brief pause, she inquired, "When shall we embark on our quest for the artifact?" "Regardless of the circumstances, as long as there remains a glimmer of hope, we ought to seek it out." "You are quite the optimist," Yanlinchin remarked, gesturing lightly. Yan Xian, along with the intricately carved serpent statue, slowly emerged from the center of the hot spring and was promptly handed to Xiaoqing. "What is this for?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Yet she accepted the offering nonetheless. Yanlinchin cast her a fleeting glance, seemingly in no rush to respond. Instead, he produced a jade vial from his sleeve, which levitated between the two sides of the hot spring. Within moments, the water began to churn violently. To Xiaoqing's astonishment, a substantial portion of the hot spring water was drawn into the jade vial. This spectacle reminded her of a childhood play she had once seen. "If I call your name, will you dare to respond?" Unable to suppress a chuckle, she looked up only to meet the stern gaze of Yanlinchin, prompting her to clear her throat and patiently ask, "What is the intention behind your actions, my Lord Serpent King?" Yanlinchin regarded her with a mix of exasperation and restraint, suppressing his dissatisfaction. He handed the jade vial to Xiaoqing and coldly stated, "For the time being, keep Xian with you until his vitality has recovered. Only then shall we set forth to search for the artifact." To ensure clarity, he elaborated, "This vial contains spiritual spring water. Although we now possess the exquisite carving, it still requires 3 to 5 days of nurturing before Xian can be released." "Is that so?" Xiaoqing asserted as she took the vial without hesitation. With Xian in her care, she would no longer need to constantly worry about his safety, which would alleviate her overwhelming sense of guilt. "I shall inform you when the time to depart arrives. The Demon Star Wolf clan has been entirely eradicated." "I understand. Thank you, my Lord Serpent King. Might I trouble you for one more favor?" Xiaoqing interrupted Yanlinchin, as she truly wished to avoid discussing that particular matter. She spoke directly. Yanlinchin, unfazed by the interruption, inquired, "What matter? Could you assist Xiaoqing's family?" "Absolutely not." Without a moment's hesitation, Yanlinchin declared, "In the realm of the Serpent clan, competition is inherently fierce. If I were to extend my aid to Xiaoqing's family today, what shall become of the future? But you are a king. Your subjects should be treated equally. It is precisely because I am a king that I allowed Xiaoqing to safeguard Xian for a century. A considerable boon indeed. The Serpent clan is far more complex than you perceive." Xiaoqing, holding back her frustration towards Yan Xian, found herself at a loss for words. She realized she should not harbor any illusions about this man before her. He was not only unpredictable, but also a cold-hearted individual. Xiaoqing, in her vexation, found herself at a loss for words. After all, whether to assist or not was indeed a matter of personal choice, and her reaction was not entirely justifiable. However, with Xiaoqing involved, her composure faltered. In frustration, she shot a glare at Yanlinchen and stormed out towards the bamboo grove. Your Majesty, why not explain things clearly to Miss Su? Liu inquired, her voice tinged with confusion. Yanlinchen's expression remained inscrutable as he replied coolly. There is no need for that, then paused before asking. Did the leader of the Demon Star Wolf speak of the artifact's whereabouts? Liu nodded, her demeanor grave as she stepped forward to elaborate. Several days ago, an anomaly occurred over Tiangong City. It must be the power of the artifact. The human realm? Indeed. Liu sighed softly, as if lost in recollection. It was also a search for the artifact in the human realm that led to the king's current plight a millennium ago. Perhaps this presents a fortuitous opportunity. We might recover all that was lost back then. Yet, the incident in Tiangong City would surely attract the attention of various factions, and some may seize this chance to maneuver. Liu Yu's concerns were not lost on Yanlinchen, who, devoid of any recollection from that time, could not dismiss the possibility of having been ensnared in a plot. Perhaps, in the grand tapestry of fate, the truth of what transpired a millennium ago must be unraveled. After a moment of contemplation, Yanlinchen declared, regardless, I must journey to the human realm. Liu Yu nodded in agreement, and as she observed Yanlinchen, her mind conjured the image of the bloodied and disheveled youth from 1,000 years past. She hoped that Xiaoqing's presence this time would herald a turning point for all matters at hand. Xiaoqing, feeling a surge of irritation, stepped out of the bamboo grove and, from a distance, spotted Xiaoqing perched upon a large stone, staring blankly into the horizon, lost in her thoughts. A pang of guilt washed over her, prompting Xiaoqing to pause momentarily before mustering the courage to approach and gently inquire, Xiaoqing, what troubles you? The girl? Xiaoqing, regaining her composure, noticed Xiaoqing's concern and forced a faint smile. Glancing at the young prince in Xiaoqing's arms, she asked, Why have you brought his highness back, my lady? Xiaoqing sighed, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she spoke. He has now fallen into insomnia. It seems he can only seek a divine artifact. Divine artifact? Xiaoqing exclaimed, a hint of surprise in her voice. Let us return first. The king will surely have his plans. Xiaoqing, understanding and perceptive, refrained from asking whether Xiaoqing had mentioned her people's plight to Yanlinchen, perhaps already anticipating the absence of a favorable turn. Her restraint only deepened Xiaoqing's feelings of guilt and unease. Though unaware of the precise circumstances surrounding Xiaoqing's kin, it was evident that their situation was far from promising. Lost in thought, Xiaoqing stepped forward and gently clasped Xiaoqing's hand, her voice laced with regret. Xiaoqing, I am sorry, I could not persuade Yanlinchen to assist your people. Xiaoqing's body quivered slightly, and though she had long suspected the outcome, she could not suppress the disappointment swelling within her. She shook her head gently. My dear, you need not trouble yourself further regarding my kin. The king has his own burdens, and the serpent clan is not as tranquil as it appears. Xiaoqing squeezed Xiaoqing's hand, tears brimming in her eyes. Perhaps, one day, they will be able to escape that place. Can you tell me what has befallen your people? Xiaoqing tentatively spoke up. But Xiaoqing unexpectedly shook her head. My lady, you are not a member of the serpent clan. It would be wise to avoid this murky water. I appreciate your goodwill, though. Seeing Xiaoqing's firm stance, Xiaoqing felt it unwise to press further. Merely nodding in acknowledgement while silently resolving that if she could assist Xiaoqing, she would certainly do so. Upon returning to her lodgings, Xiaoqing ensured that Yanxi was settled before heading to the kitchen to prepare some food with Xiaoqing, despite her best efforts to conceal it. Xiaoqing could acutely sense Xiaoqing's distraction. What could have transpired? A sense of unease settled in Xiaoqing's heart, and suddenly she recalled Xuer's words, which sparked a thought in her mind. During their meal, Xiaoqing casually inquired, By the way, Xiaoqing, it seemed that the girl beside Lucia was familiar with you. It appeared she was trying to help you. Xuer? She trained alongside me. We were quite close at one time. However, after she went to the elder, I took on the responsibility of guarding the prince, which made it difficult for us to maintain our connection, Xiaoqing replied, her head raised in contemplation, her curiosity piqued. Why are you suddenly interested in Xuer? Oh, it's nothing much. I merely recalled how she spoke on your behalf. Xiaoqing laughed lightly, swiftly steering the conversation in another direction. After their meal, Xiaoqing instructed Xiaoqing to watch over Yanxi and then concocted an excuse to slip out of Wudong Courtyard. She initially intended to seek out a member of the Serpent clan for inquiries, but before she could approach anyone, she spotted Xuer watching her from a distance. Could it be that she had anticipated Xiaoqing's visit? Despite her confusion, Xiaoqing approached and asked, Xuer, may I have a word with you? Xuer politely nodded, glanced around, and led the way ahead. Xiaoqing hurriedly followed, lifting her skirts. They arrived at a secluded area among the rocks, where Xiaoqing paused and turned to ask, "What is it you wish to know?" With a smile, Xiaoqing replied, "You seem to have known I would seek you out. Well, you claim to be a sister to Qing. If your intentions are sincere, then naturally. If Qing is unwilling to speak, you must turn to me," Xiaoqing answered with a wry smile. One could not deny Xiaoqing's cleverness. Xiaoqing regarded her with appreciation before asking, "What is this matter concerning the Qing clan that you speak of?" Xiaoqing let out a cold laugh, saying, "My lady, you cannot help Qing nor her family. You are merely a mortal. If you do not divulge the details, how can I ascertain whether I am of any assistance?" Xiaoqing retorted, yet within her heart, she had already prepared herself adequately. Given Xiaoqing's remarks, it appeared that the situation was far more intricate than she had initially presumed. Regardless of whether it was Yin Xian or Xiaoqing, she was already deeply involved. And she could not fathom that Xiaoqing's predicament would be as convoluted and arduous as Yin Xian's. As long as the issue indeed existed, there would surely be a means to resolve it. The initiative lies within human endeavor. Xiaoqing gazed resolutely into Xiaoqing's eyes, who, though somewhat taken aback, had not anticipated such tenacity from an ordinary woman. A bitter smile soon graced Xiaoqing's lips, for she knew that the matter was far more complicated than Xiaoqing could imagine. What could an ordinary person achieve? However, Xiaoqing gradually elucidated, her tone softening considerably. Xiaoqing belongs to the lineage of the bamboo leaf green. In its glorious past, this lineage was closely associated with the previous Snake King. Yet, due to certain reasons, they betrayed the former Snake King, indirectly leading to his downfall. This act was met with strong opposition from various factions, and ultimately, it was the king who protected the Xiaoqing clan, relegating them merely to the bloodmarsh. It seems I had wronged Yan Linshan. I truly did not realize that the Xiaoqing clan had endured such a fate. Curiously, she inquired, "But why Xiaoqing?" With a weary smile, Xiaoqing replied, "Xiaoqing is the sole authentic descendant of the bamboo leaf green lineage, a requirement set by the various factions of the Snake clan to remain in the 10,000 Snake Valley, to ensure that the bamboo leaf green lineage remains docile within the blood marsh." Xiaoqing pressed her lips together, recalling the cheerful demeanor of the girl, Xiaoqing. She had not anticipated that she bore such heavy burdens. The downfall of the Snake King must have brought her immense suffering over the centuries spent in the 10,000 Snake Valley. The surrounding rumors could crush her spirit. Yet Xiaoqing remained utterly unaware. Xiaoqing sighed and remarked with a wry smile, "The spiritual energy in the blood marsh is exceedingly sparse, rendering it an unsuitable place for cultivation. Rarely do demon creatures venture there. Only those coerced, such as the bamboo leaf green lineage, find themselves confined to that desolate realm. Furthermore, the malevolent aura in the blood marsh is severe. Prolonged exposure can lead to the complete depletion of one's abilities, or worse, the loss of life." Xiaoqing listened intently as Xiaoqing elaborated on how the small clan of Xiaoqing had been enduring their plight. Not long ago, the clan would supply some medicinal herbs to fend off the malevolent aura, but the situation had become dire. Such provisions had dwindled significantly of late. Recently, Xiaoqing's relatives frequently communicated distressing news, reporting that a majority of the younger generation had succumbed to the sinister influence, placing their very lives in jeopardy. As Xiaoqing spoke, her expression was laden with melancholy. Xiaoqing began to grasp the gravity of Xiaoqing's predicament, understanding at last why the girl appeared so despondent. "So, you, the young elder, are in charge of this medicine?" Suddenly, Xiaoqing recalled Lu Xiao's threat towards Xiaoqing, and she immediately speculated that Lu Xiao must be connected to the distribution of these drugs. Otherwise, Xiaoqing would not have displayed such an expression. Xiaoqing nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the young elder indeed oversaw the medications. However, the efficacy of these drugs had dwindled significantly, serving only to provide temporary relief. It was highly unlikely that the young elder would dispense any remedies for mere alleviation. After parting ways with Xiaoqing fell into deep contemplation, her mind echoing Xiaoqing's final counsel. "Miss, if you still regard Qing as a sister, encourage her to sincerely apologize to the young elder. Perhaps a heartfelt apology could mend things." The thought of Lu Xiao's arrogant demeanor ignited Xiaoqing's anger. The idea of Xiaoqing groveling for forgiveness was intolerable. Yet, what fate awaited Xiaoqing's kin? Upon returning to Wutong Courtyard, she found Xiaoqing quietly tidying the garden, who, upon hearing the commotion, smiled and said, "Miss, you have returned." Xiaoqing cast a glance at Xiaoqing, whose eyes were still tinged with red, reminiscent of a rabbit, perhaps having wept in secrecy. Xiaoqing chose to feign ignorance, offering a gentle nod with a smile. After exchanging a few brief words with Xiaoqing, she retreated to her room. As she gazed upon Yanxian resting on the bed, Xiaoqing felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness, whether regarding Yanxian or Xiaoqing. "Xian, what do you think I should do?" Xiaoqing crouched on the ground, one hand propped on the bed as she fixed her gaze on the motionless Yanxian. Then let out a self-deprecating smile. How could Yanxian possibly hear her words now? "I said, little beauty. Is there anything you require of me that would be more useful than that egg?" "Who?" Xiaoqing turned cautiously, her gaze sweeping across the room. A figure lounged on the windowsill, leisurely swinging their long legs, and gazed at Xiaoqing with an amused expression. "My little beauty, what brings you here?" Xiaoqing turned her gaze towards the source of the voice, and there stood Feng Mo, the very person who had assisted Yan Linchen in rescuing Yanxian that fateful night. Unable to suppress a discreet roll of her eyes, she could not help but wonder if the Wanxi Valley was truly so easily accessible. Was there no one to impede entry? She pondered what business Lord Feng Mo could possibly have in this place. Xiaoqing poured herself a cup of tea and drank it in one gulp, showing no intention of entertaining Feng Mo. "My dear beauty, I am here to take you away today." "Huh?" Xiaoqing was taken aback, finding Feng Mo's remarks rather perplexing. She forced a smile and replied, "Thank you, Lord Feng Mo, but I am quite content here in the Valley of 10,000 Snakes, so I won't trouble you." Truly ungrateful. Feng Mo was unabashed, effortlessly taking a seat and fixating his gaze upon Xiaoqing, adding, "But I find it rather delightful." Xiaoqing was left befuddled by Feng Mo's demeanor, managing only an awkward laugh. "Lord Feng Mo, perhaps you should refrain from jesting with me." "How could I? You are destined to be my chosen bride. Do we know each other that well? Your appearance is commendable, yet your flirtation techniques are rather rudimentary." Externally, Xiaoqing maintained her composure, but internally, she could not help but engage in a fervent critique. Sensing Xiaoqing's unspoken resistance, Feng Mo decided to shift the topic, asking, "My dear beauty, are you anxious regarding your maidservant?" Xiaoqing was somewhat taken aback. "You know." Feng Mo smirked, his voice laced with a hint of allure. "Of course. And I also know how to cure them." "What did you say?" Xiaoqing, filled with excitement, suddenly stood up and grasped Feng Mo's arm, her eyes shining with hope as she eagerly inquired, "How can we save him?" Feng Mo glanced at his arm, firmly held in her grip, and gestured for her to release him before he continued. Realizing her overzealousness, Xiaoqing awkwardly let go of his hand. "How can you save him, my lord?" "If you call me husband, I might consider it." Observing Feng Mo's mischievous grin, Xiaoqing gradually regained her composure. Realizing that this fellow was merely trying to take advantage of the situation, she found it quite peculiar how the members of the serpent tribe were so strange. "I won't." Xiaoqing cast a sidelong glance at Feng Mo, choosing to disregard him entirely as she strode towards the bed, issuing a clear dismissal. "Lord Feng Mo, I kindly ask you to leave. I am weary and wish to rest." "Hey, how can your demeanor change so abruptly, woman?" Regardless of Feng Mo's persistent calls from behind, Xiaoqing remained impervious. Just as her hand reached for the curtain to draw it closed, a long, slender hand seized the fabric, stopping her. "Wait. If you desire my rescue, you must agree to 3 conditions." "What are the 3? Feng Mo stepped forward, pulling Xiaoqing along to the table, stating, "At present, I cannot disclose them, but rest assured, I will not coerce you into anything against your will." "What do you say? Are you truly so benevolent?" Xiaoqing mused, stroking her chin as she paced back and forth, scrutinizing Feng Mo. Why would this man wish to assist her? What ulterior motives could he possibly have? However, she realized there were no other viable options. The kin of Xiaoqing might not wait much longer. Perhaps it was best to gamble on this, after all. He was a king. "If you choose not to believe me, then so be it." Feng Mo feigned departure. Xiaoqing, with a forced smile, quickly grasped his arm, cheerfully exclaiming, "I am well aware of Lord Feng Mo's character. You would not idly toy with a mere mortal like me." Her obsequiousness resembled that of a sycophant. Yet Xiaoqing thought, regardless of the situation, Feng Mo was indeed a king, and perhaps his claim of having a solution was not without merit. Feng Mo found amusement in Xiaoqing's capricious demeanor, pondering what disparaging thoughts she might be harboring about him while feigning servility. Nonetheless, it was somewhat of a challenge for her. "Very well. Accompany me to the Blood Marsh, and you shall understand." "The Blood Marsh?" "That is where the Xiaoqing tribe resides. What could Feng Mo possibly want there? It is a realm where even demons struggle to survive. How could a mere mortal like myself endure?" Feng Mo perceived Xiaoqing's trepidation and, without further ado, swiftly lifted her also taking the serpent egg along with him. As Xiaoqing was about to utter a word, Feng Yimou had already whisked her away from the Valley of 10,000 Serpents in the blink of an eye. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after their departure, a chilling figure emerged within the room. The blood marsh, located at the northernmost edge of the misty forest, stood abandoned and desolate, characterized by an entrance that was equally bleak, devoid of any flora or sentient fauna. Feng Yimou guided Xiaoqing swiftly to the eerie and oppressive entrance of the blood marsh, where Xiaoqing frowned and scanned her surroundings. The entrance was an immense archway entwined with withered vines, beside which stood a weathered stone tablet. The tablet was nearly buried under dry grass, and Xiaoqing bent down cautiously to clear the weeds, revealing several skulls neatly piled at its base. The words blood marsh were boldly inscribed upon the tablet, and despite Xiaoqing's mental fortitude, she could not help but feel a wave of panic wash over her, causing her to slump down onto the ground. Within the archway lay an expanse that seemed endless, alternating between dimness and brightness, evoking a sense of dread. The air was perennially tainted with a putrid stench that threatened to induce nausea. Could it be that Xiaoqing's family resided in such a place? Setting aside the foreboding atmosphere, one could only imagine the multitude of bacteria lurking in this air. It was no wonder that, although this was a penal ground for the most heinous of demon races, there were no guards to be found who would willingly choose to guard such a dreadful locale. Feng Yimou glanced down at Xiaoqing, who sat on the ground, her expression one of sheer terror. He quickly approached her with exaggerated concern and gently helped her to her feet, saying with a smile, "If my little beauty is frightened, feel free to hold on to me tightly. Rest assured, nothing and no one can harm you when you do." "Thank you, Lord Feng Yimou," she replied. "But I believe that is unnecessary. Merely following you will suffice." Xiaoqing chuckled awkwardly a few times, gazing at Feng Yimou's somewhat enchanting yet youthful visage. She mused to herself that although she had no idea how long he had been alive, the mere sight of his face made her feel a twinge of guilt if she were to act inappropriately. However, the contrast between his innocent demeanor and his mischievous nature was indeed striking. Upon hearing Xiaoqing's candid rejection, Feng Yimou did not take offense but rather expressed a heart-wrenching lament. "Oh, my little beauty, you truly wound my heart. Wound your head, you silly." Xiaoqing replied with a forced smile, watching Feng Yimou continue his performance. She swiftly shifted the topic, asking, "Lord Feng Yimou, shall we proceed inside?" "No, before we enter, there is something we must do." "What?" Xiaoqing tilted her head, gazing curiously at Feng Yimou, who suddenly flashed a wicked smile. He produced a round, plump pill and held it in his mouth. Before Xiaoqing could react, he swiftly extended a hand, grasping the back of her head and compelling her to step back several paces. Xiaoqing, in a state of panic, retreated until her back collided heavily against a withered tree. Fortunately, due to the protective presence of Feng Yimou, she felt no pain. Before Xiaoqing could utter a curse, Feng Yimou's handsome face suddenly magnified before her, so close that she could distinctly sense his breath. At that moment, she felt a slight dizziness, and her heart began to race uncontrollably. Was this the overpowering presence of a domineering CEO straight out of a romantic drama? A tree encounter? Feng Yimou gazed down at the woman in his arms, seemingly quite pleased with her dazed expression. With a smile, he tilted his head and leaned in closer to her lips. Xiaoqing, gripped by fear, attempted to struggle but found herself ensnared, unable to move in the slightest. She could only watch helplessly as Feng Yimou's lips hovered mere centimeters from her own. In such proximity, a slight shift from either party could easily ignite a kiss. However, it appeared that Feng Yimou was merely intent on savoring Xiaoqing's reaction, showing no inclination to truly press his lips against hers. A subtle smirk graced his lips as they brushed against hers, eliciting an immediate glare of indignation from Xiaoqing. Feng Yimou, with the pill nestled between his lips, offered it to her, and she instinctively accepted it slowly, their lips inevitably grazing one another. To an observer from afar, it would seem as though they were engaged in a tender kiss. A cold and distant figure watched this scene with a sense of unnameable displeasure, quickly departing in dissatisfaction. After this figure's exit, Feng Yimou's eyes shifted slightly, releasing the now weakened Xiaoqing and lifting the constraints upon her. He laughed heartily, satisfied with himself. Meanwhile, feeling utterly humiliated, Xiaoqing was on the verge of spitting out what she had taken, when Feng Yimou hastily interjected, "My dear beauty, please do not expel it. Should you do so, it would be the end. The malevolent energy in this blood mire is exceedingly potent. As a mere mortal, you would likely meet your demise upon entering." Xiaoqing clenched her fists, suppressing her fury as she forcefully swallowed the round object. Observing this, Feng Mo chuckled and retrieved another similar object from his sleeve, promptly swallowing it as well. Qing gazed at Feng Mo's actions in disbelief, realizing that he had been toying with her all along. If it weren't for her genuine need for his assistance at that moment, she would have eagerly confronted him. Just moments ago, her first kiss had nearly been lost, and Feng Mo was nothing short of mocking her. His antics were more absurd than Yan Linqian's. The mere thought of Yan Linqian's icy demeanor fueled her irritation further. Truly, none of them seemed to possess a semblance of normalcy. With a fierce glare directed at Feng Mo, she spoke through gritted teeth. "May I inquire if we can proceed inside?" Feng Mo adjusted his posture, extending a hand to shield Yan Xian with a protective barrier. And with a smile, he replied, "Of course." He then swiftly opened the boundary of the blood marsh and stepped inside first. Though Qing was filled with anger, she had not entirely lost her composure. It was only after Feng Mo entered that she indignantly followed suit. As Feng Mo ventured ahead, he felt an elusive chill creeping along his back. This sensation elicited a chuckle from him, confirming the rumors he had heard. Indeed, this woman was, without a doubt, one of the most formidable beings in existence. He glanced sideways at Qing, who was now regarding him with an icy demeanor. Upon noticing his gaze, she forced a smile that was painfully insincere, clearly a struggle for her to maintain. Upon entering the blood swamp, Qing immediately sensed a shift in the surrounding atmosphere. A chill enveloping her. An overwhelming stench of decay assailed her senses, and the desolation within the swamp was frightfully palpable. It seemed to surpass Shuer's grim descriptions by a considerable margin. Could anyone truly inhabit this place? Feng Mo, upon hearing Qing's words, chuckled and replied, "Of course. Though, one might not survive for long here. The pervasive demonic energy lingers year-round, rendering even the most resilient creatures unable to remain for extended periods. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. Do you genuinely possess a means to save them?" Qing questioned, still skeptical of Feng Mo's seemingly nonchalant demeanor, doubting whether he could indeed provide any assistance. "You dare to doubt me? I am the king of Qingdao. Not even Yan Linqian could best me," Feng Mo exclaimed incredulously, turning back with an eager expression that seemed to proclaim his unrivaled supremacy. Qing cast a glance at Feng Mo, noting his apparent hostility towards Yan Linqian. However, she harbored deep skepticism about his ability to defeat him. Curiously, despite the ominous name Blood Swamp, she had yet to encounter any swamp at all. Could they truly make their way directly to the Xiaoqing tribe? It was indeed a perplexing matter. They had been wandering for quite some time without sighting any swampy terrain or any living creatures. The desolation surrounding them was rather unsettling. Were it not for Feng Mo's company, Qing would have hesitated to venture further, as it felt akin to a real-life jungle adventure. Moreover, as the time passed, the encroaching darkness gradually enveloped their surroundings. A chilling breeze swept through, prompting Qing to draw closer to Feng Mo. After all, he was a man. Fortunately, Feng Mo remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling in her mind. Otherwise, he might have been compelled to silence her in an instant. "Ah, my little beauty, you seem unaware. The term blood swamp merely refers to a vast crimson swamp hidden within this forest, not that it is covered in swamps everywhere." Feng Mo felt a sense of satisfaction at Qing's proximity, thinking to himself that this woman was indeed quite perceptive. Thus, he patiently elaborated. "This blood swamp spans dozens of miles, devoid of any vegetation. In the past, I even participated in the formation of the barrier that encircled the swamp for 10 miles. He spoke of this with a sense of pride, his chest puffed out as he recounted the tale. Qing chuckled lightly a few times. But it was no wonder that Feng Mo could effortlessly unravel the entrance to the blood swamp. "So, what do you think? Doesn't this little beauty agree that I am 1,000 times better than Yan Linqian? Although one should not strike a smiling lover." The current Feng Mo truly instilled in Qing an impulse to give him a good thrashing. His childish antics were reminiscent of a mere child, perpetually at odds with Yan Linqian. Nonetheless, Qing graciously bestowed upon this snake king a modicum of respect, responding in a rather perfunctory manner. "Yes, yes. Lord Feng Mo is the best in the world. How could Yan Linqian possibly compare to you?" Regardless of the veracity of her words, they were quite pleasing to Feng Mo's ears. Just as he prepared to speak further, he noticed that Qing's expression had shifted dramatically. Her face pale with fear as she exclaimed, "What is that?" Feng Mo turned, following Qing's gaze, and his demeanor instantly shifted. Gone was the earlier nonchalance he had exhibited in front of Qing. Instead, his expression grew serious. Qing and Feng Mo beheld several shadowy figures, entirely shrouded in a crimson hue. An incessant emanation of dark, malevolent energy enveloped them, while their gaze fixated unwaveringly on the two, as if they could penetrate their very souls. One figure even lingered at a distance, revealing a peculiar smile that only heightened the eerie ambience surrounding them. The dimness of the surroundings rendered the figures increasingly sinister, causing Xiaoqing to break into a cold sweat. How could such a thing exist? Could it possibly be due to the artifact? Are you also aware of the artifact? Xiaoqing curiously raised her head and inquired, surprised to discover that Feng Yimou was also aware of the existence of divine artifacts. Feng Yimou cast a quick glance at her before abruptly shielding her behind him, signaling her to remain silent. It had been an eternity since any fresh living beings had ventured into this place. Such fresh blood. One figure grinned widely, blood gushing from its mouth, while several others echoed with sharp laughter. As their laughter resonated, Xiaoqing distinctly detected an even more putrid odor, which overwhelmed her senses, prompting her to retch uncontrollably. "Oh, there's another human," one of them exclaimed. "The scent is delectable." Feng Yimou, noticing Xiaoqing bent over retching, inquired with concern. "Are you all right?" Xiaoqing was overwhelmed by a nauseating scent, nearly regurgitating yesterday's meal. Struggling to lift her head, she exclaimed, "What on earth are those abominable creatures?" "Silence, I shall handle this," Feng Yimou retorted coldly at the crimson figures. "When did it become permissible for you vile beings to wreak havoc in the demon realm?" As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Yimou cast a protective barrier around Xiaoqing. With a fan in hand, he vigorously flapped it at the advancing crimson shadows, which instantly transformed into a splash of scarlet, scattering in all directions. Thanks to the protective shield, Xiaoqing remained unscathed, and she looked up with gratitude at Feng Yimou, who hovered in midair. After the last of the blood-red figures vanished, they still managed to emit an eerie laughter. "The demon realm? Ha ha, once the deity awakens. What is the demon realm to us? Prepare to face the wrath of the deity." Feng Mo's expression grew severe, and after a prolonged silence, he approached Xiaoqing to lift her restrictions. Before she could inquire, he urged anxiously, "We must leave at once. These creatures have already taken form, and I fear your maid's family may not fare well." Xiaoqing felt a tightening in her heart and nodded quickly, fervently wishing that Xiaoqing's kin could endure. For how would Xiaoqing manage thereafter? The two did not linger any longer and hurried towards the depths of the blood marsh. Indeed, just as Feng Yimou had described, at the center of this blood marsh lay a vast expanse of crimson mire, where the foul stench they had previously encountered was intensified. Within the marsh, thick, viscous blood churned, and after merely a glance, Xiaoqing felt utterly drained, as if all her mental energy were being siphoned away. Until Feng Yimou stepped forward to block her view. "It appears your maid's people are rather fortunate," he remarked. "In what regard?" Feng Yimou gestured toward the azure barrier surrounding the marsh, which showed signs of collapse. "The barrier still exists, which at least indicates that your maid's kin had once left a seal here to protect their people. However, judging by its condition, it seems unable to prevent the encroaching malevolence of the blood marsh. Otherwise, such entities would not have emerged. What exactly was that thing we just encountered?" "The demon clan," Feng Yimou replied, almost without a moment's hesitation. "I recall Xiaoqing mentioning the demon realm and the human realm. Could there truly be a demon clan as well? If we follow the narrative of television dramas, wouldn't the demon clan be even more formidable than the monster clan? How did these demons come to be here? And what is this divine lord? Is he powerful?" Feng Yimou answered succinctly, "Extremely powerful." Xiaoqing initially believed that Feng Mo's demeanor would be rather unremarkable. However, throughout their encounter, he maintained a solemnity that suggested the existence of a formidable adversary in this realm. "Let us proceed. We can discuss matters later. I recall that beyond this point lies the dwelling of your maid's kin." Yet, Feng Yimou seemed reluctant to elaborate further, and Xiaoqing refrained from pressing him. After all, the truth would reveal itself in due time. Her primary concern was to address the urgent plight of Xiaoqing before embarking on the quest for the artifact. If fortune smiled upon her during this search, perhaps she might once again encounter the blind old man who had previously bestowed upon her the serpent wood carving, thus enabling her return to her original world. As for the affairs of this realm, she felt no inclination to meddle or concern herself with them. Navigating along the periphery of the blood-red swamp, Feng Yimou guided Xiaoqing swiftly past its treacherous borders. The noxious stench nearly overwhelmed her senses, and had it not been for Feng Mo's vigilant presence, she would have struggled to traverse the foul mire. Beyond the swamp lay a shadowy path, flanked by withered trees that stood like sentinels, effectively obscuring the trail's end. Xiaoqing stood on tiptoe but could not discern what lay ahead. Would something emerge from the depths? After her recent experience, she was not keen on encountering those crimson specters again. setting aside all else. She realized she had little left to expel from her stomach. If she did not proceed, she might succumb to the swamp before rescuing Xiaoqing's kin. Feng Yimou observed her somewhat clumsy demeanor with an amused expression, finding her predicament inexplicably entertaining. Fear not, there is nothing more to worry about. Moreover, you need not fret. I shall ensure your safety. Even if I were to encounter misfortune, I would never allow such a delicate beauty to perish here. With that, his playful demeanor returned, proving that his seriousness was fleeting. Indeed, it was the earnest man who appeared most handsome in this moment. Feng Yimou evoked in Xiaoqing the phrase, a tempestuous yet bounteous spirit. With a smile, Feng Yimou extended his hand and waved forward, conjuring a verdant circular barrier that materialized at the entrance of the path. Xiaoqing, astonished, prepared to step forward and touch, only to be blocked by Feng Yimou, who interjected, "What is it? Someone is coming," Xiaoqing exclaimed, retreating swiftly behind Feng Yimou, finding solace in his presence for her safety. Feng Yimou regarded Xiaoqing's cautious demeanor with surprise, pondering whether, should their adversary be a formidable woman, she would unhesitatingly use him as a shield. A hint of exasperation flickered at the corner of his lips as he waved his fan and addressed the barrier with a cold remark. Upon seeing this, prince, why do you not come forth to greet? Instead, you choose to hide in the shadows? No sooner had he spoken than several men clad in azure robes emerged, brandishing sharp swords. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man, who, upon spotting Feng Yimou, bowed respectfully, addressing him as my lord. Xiaoqing curiously peeked from behind Feng Yimou, staring intently at the middle-aged man ahead. The man, evidently accustomed to the rigors of battle, bore a visage marked by resolute determination, with a deep scar marring the left side of his face, nearly obliterating half of his cheek. Despite being relegated to this sunless realm, rife with demonic energy, it appeared that the man's demeanor remained unaffected, maintaining a meticulous composure even in Feng Mo's presence. May I inquire what brings you to our clan? The middle-aged man cast a glance at Xiaoqing, seemingly surprised, yet he refrained from revealing any overt emotion. Strangely, despite this being their first encounter, Xiaoqing could distinctly sense the disdain reflected in the eyes of several other young men clad in green robes. Even the well-concealed middle-aged man could not entirely suppress a flicker of displeasure in his gaze. This sensation had never been as pronounced even within the halls of the 10,000 Serpent Palace. What could possibly elicit such animosity from the kin of Xiaoqing here? Feng Mo's lips curled into a faint smile as he addressed Xiaoqing. At the behest of others, I am here to alleviate the plight within your clan. The assembly turned their gaze toward the seemingly inconspicuous Xiaoqing, each face adorned with a semblance of astonishment, as if struggling to fathom the revelation. Xiaoqing smiled apologetically, and for a moment, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Ultimately, it was the middle-aged man who took a step forward and said, "We are grateful for your kindness, my lord, and to you, young lady. However, we are but humble souls burdened by guilt, and it would be inappropriate for us to impose further upon your presence. This blood-soaked marsh is a realm fraught with peril. It would be wise for you both to depart at your earliest convenience." It was evident that the master of this place had unequivocally issued a decree for their departure, subtly conveying that the Xiaoqing clan did not welcome their company. Xiaoqing, feeling somewhat anxious, stepped forward to clarify her identity. "Greetings, I am a friend of Xiaoqing. I have come to discuss with the chieftain how to rescue your clan." After glancing at Feng Yimou, she continued, "He possesses a means to save your people, and I kindly request that you inform your chieftain." Xiaoqing's demeanor and tone were undeniably sincere, yet the middle-aged man, upon hearing her words, displayed not a trace of emotion but rather a flicker of irritation. However, with Feng Yimou present, he merely cleared his throat and spoke with an air of indifference. "I am of the Xiaoqing clan. As for Xiaoqing, she has long been estranged from our lineage. We are a clan burdened by guilt, willingly remaining within the blood marsh. I implore you, young lady, to convey to Xiaoqing that she must cease her interference in our clan's affairs." Was he the chieftain of the Xiaoqing clan? According to Shu Er, did this mean that the middle-aged man before her was indeed Mu Hua, Xiaoqing's father? Yet, when had Xiaoqing ever severed ties with the Xiaoqing clan? Surely, the arrival of someone to aid them was a fortuitous circumstance. In a moment of confusion, Xiaoqing looked to Feng Yimou for assistance. He, understanding her unspoken plea, smiled and replied, "Why must the chieftain distance himself from us? I am aware of your unwavering loyalty to the Wanxi Valley. Had it not been for the treachery of a villain, you would not have fallen into such dire straits. Your king understands this as well. Yet in these times of navigating the complexities among clans, he cannot afford to appear personally." As he spoke, He produced Xian from his robe and continued, "He has sent Qing and your young prince, pleading for my assistance to rescue you from peril. Do you no longer recognize your own prince?" The middle-aged man and several other men in green robes exchanged incredulous glances as they grappled with this astonishing revelation. Yet, Xian stood before them, undeniably authentic. It was nearly impossible for anyone to have taken the young prince away from Linchin without harm. Their king possessed the bloodline of the ancient dragon god. In an instant, the middle-aged man, tears welling in his eyes, along with the other green-robed men, knelt before Xian, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the young prince. We are the sinners responsible for the demise of the previous Snake King. Even if we are wronged, we feel deep shame for the trust and nurturing bestowed upon us by our king and for the entire Snake clan. The Xiaoqing clan willingly accepts this punishment, vowing that our descendants shall remain in this blood marsh for generations to come, to repay the king's grace." This series of events left Qing utterly astonished. She couldn't help but admire Feng. With just a few words, he had managed to earn such profound respect from the Xiaoqing clan. Glancing at Xian in his arms, she couldn't help but wonder if he had anticipated encountering such difficulties on their journey. Yet, the artistry of Fengmo's rhetoric was something beyond the grasp of ordinary individuals. How could she have been unaware of any such words uttered by Linchin? The cold and unyielding figure had even pleaded with Fengmo. The thought amused her. Naturally, she expressed her mirth, her laughter drawing the attention of everyone present toward her. Qing awkwardly chuckled a few times, unable to withstand the intense gazes directed at her. She hastily fabricated an excuse. "Well, I believe that your unwavering loyalty to your king, even in death, would surely bring him solace." Noticing their continued scrutiny, she steeled herself and continued, "However, I perceive your actions as mere folly and loyalty." Upon hearing Qing's words, one of the young men clad in blue stood up in a fit of rage. "What do you, a mere mortal, understand? I may be ignorant, but if you truly find yourselves ensnared by deceit, what purpose does your lineage remaining here serve? Is it merely to await death? Your presence here renders you incapable of serving your king. Moreover, in this moment, many of your kin are afflicted by demonic energy. Not only do you refuse to allow us to aid them, but you also stubbornly cling to your so-called faith. Is this not the very definition of foolish loyalty? Perhaps you cannot even claim loyalty. You are selfish and cowardly." Qing gazed at the young man in the blue robe and coldly remarked, her eyes brimming with sarcasm, "There is nothing inherently wrong with loyalty, nor is there any fault in holding one's own beliefs. However, it is unnecessary to be inflexible, foolishly remaining here and awaiting one's demise." Qing's words rendered the young man in the blue robe speechless, prompting him to coldly snort in discontent and retreat to the back. Hua glanced at Qing, wishing to refrain from further discourse with the two, and was about to continue when a beautiful woman emerged from the protective barrier. Her complexion was exceedingly pale, and her steps were unsteady, exuding an air of frailty. Cradling a few-month-old infant in her arms, she softly said, "Husband, I believe this young lady is not mistaken. Ahen, did I not instruct you to rest properly?" Upon seeing her, even the most stalwart of men, like Hua, could not help but feel a surge of tenderness. He stepped forward to support the weakened Ahen, who smiled and shook her head, casting a bittersweet glance at the infant in her arms. "Husband, this child is the youngest member of our clan. His parents could not endure and have already passed away." Ahen's expression was filled with heartache. "What this young lady says is indeed correct. We must be loyal, but we must also live first." With that, Ahen suddenly knelt at Hua's feet, exclaiming, "Ahen dares to plead for a glimmer of hope for our kin. I shall bear all consequences alone. Ahen is willing to shoulder any scorn, regardless of how the Serpent clan perceives me. It matters not. Ahen." Hua swiftly lifted the kneeling Ahen, gently brushing the dust from her knees with a pained heart. He held her tightly in his embrace, his gaze complex and hesitant as it fell upon the infant in her arms. "So this is the mother of Xiaoqing, Ahen? Indeed, she is a stunning beauty. No wonder she bore such a graceful daughter." Yet, it seemed her body was utterly exhausted. Nevertheless, her heartfelt words stirred something within Hua. Perhaps Ahen could serve as a pivotal breakthrough. As Qing gazed at Hong, she noticed Hong kindly glancing at her and Feng nodding in acknowledgement. "Esteemed ones, I implore you to rescue my kin. The demonic aura is overwhelmingly terrifying. If this continues, they may find it impossible to survive. Rest assured, as long as you set aside your so-called factional distinctions, I shall ensure the dispelling of the demonic energy for your people." Feng replied with a gentle smile. It was then that Xiaoqing realized the reason these individuals hesitated to accept their aid was that the rescuers were not from the Wan Snake Valley. Allowing them to provide assistance would equate to forging a connection with outsiders. Their unwavering loyalty over the years would never lead them to betray the Wan Snake Valley. This thought evoked both amusement and frustration in Xiaoqing. While loyalty is commendable, it should not descend into blind devotion. Yet, she found herself intrigued by the events of the past that had led them from their esteemed positions to their current plight. Was Yin Linqian's protection of them rooted in knowledge of some hidden truth, or was it merely an act of compassion in that moment? Ultimately, Mu Hua could not withstand Ah Heng's resolve and sighed deeply, pleading, "I kindly request that you both step into our clan and assist my kin." Ah Heng responded with a comforting smile. As Xiaoqing and Feng Mo exchanged a glance, she sensed a hint of expectation in his demeanor. Could it be that he had anticipated this all along? Was he truly that perceptive? Mu Hua deactivated the protective barrier, gesturing for Feng Mo and Xiaoqing to accompany him inside. With no hesitation, Feng Mo strode in first, followed closely by Xiaoqing. Upon entering the barrier, a blinding light engulfed them, prompting Xiaoqing to instinctively shut her eyes. After a moment, she cautiously opened them, revealing a dilapidated village before her. The houses were haphazardly arranged, yet the streets lay eerily deserted. Only 2 guards stood at the village entrance, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Mu Hua and his companions. However, they quickly knelt and paid their respects. Greetings, clan leader." "Greetings, madam." Mu Hua nodded and turned to Feng Mo, who smirked and addressed the guards. "Summon those among your clan who can still walk to gather the heavily tainted individuals in the center of your village square." The guards, unfamiliar with Feng Mo, looked to Mu Hua and Ah Heng for confirmation. Upon receiving their nods, they hurried off to carry out the order, while Mu Hua motioned for them to proceed ahead. "How do you plan to rescue them?" Xiaoqing asked, her curiosity piqued. Feng Mo chuckled, his gaze playful as it lingered on Xiaoqing. "You're quite inquisitive." "My dear." Xiaoqing, slightly annoyed, pinched his waist, causing him to wince in pain, his brow furrowing as he protested. "Only you would dare treat me thus. Stop with the nonsense and tell me, do you have a way to save them?" Xiaoqing pressed. Feng Mo smiled mysteriously, adopting an air of confidence. "Of course. You shall see soon enough. Why the rush? Aren't you curious whether my actions might endanger myself in the process?" As he spoke, he feigned a wounded expression, gazing at Xiaoqing with mock sorrow. Xiaoqing chuckled awkwardly. She had been so focused on rescuing Xiaoqing's kin that she had neglected to inquire about the potential risks to Feng Mo. After all, this matter did not directly concern him. He had come to assist them out of goodwill. Feeling somewhat guilty, she asked, "Will it harm you?" Seemingly pleased with her concern, Feng Mo grinned. "Not at all. I am the Serpent King, who has cultivated for over 1,000 years." With that, he leisurely waved his fan and swaggered along behind Mu Hua and the others. All right, she retracted her earlier thoughts. This fellow was anything but serious. With a sense of helplessness, Xiaoqing shook her head and hastily followed suit, hoping that this time she would truly be able to aid the clan of Xiaoqing, allowing her to pursue the artifact with peace of mind. In the central square of the village, Mu Hua, Ah Heng, Feng Mo, Xiaoqing, and others silently observed as a group of bamboo leaf green clan members, led by the guards, gradually approached the center of the square. Most of them appeared pale and weak, with some already unconscious as they were brought in. Upon seeing Feng Mo and Xiaoqing, their expressions varied. However, since this was an arrangement made by the clan leader, they naturally complied with the orders and refrained from saying much. Mu Hua's emotions were complex as he gazed upon the dwindling number of his clansmen. He knelt on one knee before Feng Mo and implored, "Please, my lord, save our clan. In the future, we shall certainly repay your kindness within our means." Feng Mo chuckled lightly. "That is unnecessary. I am merely a spectator." With that, he produced a small jade bottle from his hand. Amidst the crowd's curious gazes, a brilliant sky-blue light suddenly flashed from within the bottle. As the radiance dissipated, a graceful and beautiful young maiden appeared in the square. Notably, the maiden emanated an ethereal aura, her amber eyes sparkling with clarity and purity. She exuded an aura that felt harmless, making one instinctively want to draw closer. The appearance of the maiden not only astonished Mu Hua and the others, but also left Xiaoqing, who had been following Feng Mo, speechless with shock. However, as they stood upon the elevated platform in the square, it was not the right moment to speak. Although they all bore expressions of astonishment, none dared to approach and inquire about the maiden's origins. With a gentle smile, The maiden gracefully approached the group of bamboo leaf green clan members in the center of the square and nodded lightly. Even her voice was melodious. And it was the first time Xiaoqing had seen such an extraordinary maiden since arriving in this otherworldly realm. I am Xueming, the 27th Holy Maiden of the Spirit Clan. I hope for your understanding as I come here uninvited today. What? She belongs to the Spirit Clan? Hasn't the Spirit Clan always remained hidden? How could she appear here today? As soon as Xueming's voice fell, whispers began to circulate throughout the square. Ultimately, it was Mu Hua, the most composed among them, who first regained his senses and softly cleared his throat. Silence. Miss Xueming is here specifically to dispel the demonic energy within you all. Do not create further commotion. Thank you. Mu Hua bowed respectfully to Xueming, who also nodded politely in return. Swiftly, she formed several elegant hand seals, closed her eyes, and then slowly levitated into the air. When she reached a height, her eyes suddenly opened wide, and a sky-blue energy rapidly spread throughout the square. As the energy dispersed, anguished screams echoed, and a thick, crimson mist erupted from the bodies of the people. As the blood-red mist scattered, Xueming calmly performed another hand seal, causing the fleeing mist to dissipate. Miss Xueming, when did you arrive? Why were you inside the jade bottle? Seeing the signs of improvement among the crowd in the square, Xiaoqing could not contain her curiosity and ventured a little closer to the perpetually silent and leisurely Feng Imo. Noticing her approach, Feng Imo smiled and inquired, is the little beauty's curiosity about Xueming perhaps due to feelings of jealousy over my constant companionship with her? With a serious tone, Xiaoqing found herself baffled by the whimsical thoughts that seemed to occupy Feng Imo's mind daily. With a click of his tongue, Feng Imo expressed a hint of disappointment. Lamenting, what a pity. It saddens me greatly that the little beauty's interest is not born from jealousy. Xiaoqing cast a sidelong glance at Feng Imo, choosing silence as she indignantly turned her head away. It was then that Feng Imo, with a hint of amusement, elaborated, that jade vial is a mystical artifact capable of containing countless treasures. It is precisely with this vial that Xueming is able to conceal her presence so effectively. After all, it was she who suggested coming here, and since you had a need, I thought it best to bring her along. Xiaoqing nodded, then inquired, what exactly is the Spirit Clan? How many clans are there? However, this time Feng Imo refrained from answering her question. Instead, he spoke with a certain gravity. The less you know about her and the Spirit Clan, the better. Otherwise, it may pose a threat to your life. Why should a mere mortal concern yourself with such matters? Xiaoqing could not help but curl her lips in disdain. What is happening? Do mortals no longer possess the right to know? However, since Feng Imo had chosen to remain vague, Xiaoqing decided not to press further. After all, it was not her concern. As long as Xueming could aid in rescuing Xiaoqing's kin, that was sufficient for her. While Xiaoqing pondered this, Xueming had already begun to withdraw her spiritual energy, her complexion paling as she descended to the ground. The individuals in the square were utterly exhausted. Yet they all knelt on one knee, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, Miss Xueming, for allowing us to cultivate once more. Xueming smiled gently, retrieving a jade stone from her sleeve and tossing it into the air. The jade immediately radiated a gentle glow. This is the purification jade of my Spirit Clan. With this as the focal point in the center of the square and the village as the perimeter, you need no longer fear the invasion of demonic energy within the village. She continued, tomorrow, I shall set forth to the Blood Marsh to seal the demonic energy there. Thank you, Miss Xueming. The crowd looked at her with gratitude before joyfully departing the square. The long-standing issue of demonic energy would no longer pose a threat, allowing them to continue their cultivation without the fear of death. How could this not bring happiness? Yet, in contrast to the jubilance of the clan members, the clan leader, Mu Hua, and the Hin appeared less than pleased. Mu Hua stepped forward, saying, accommodations have been prepared at my home. Please, esteemed guests, Xueming and Xiaoqing, follow me. Xueming nodded weakly, smiling at Feng Imo. Brother Imo, what do you think? Is Xueming impressive? Feng Imo returned her smile, responding, indeed. Xueming is truly remarkable. Xiaoqing cast a dubious glance at the two individuals, who appeared to share a certain familiarity. Yet, Feng Imo was notably adept at feigning ignorance. Despite their long-standing acquaintance, he pretended to be unacquainted with Xueming in her presence. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Xiaoqing shrugged her shoulders, only to find Xueming gazing intently at her. Instinctively, Xiaoqing touched her face, wondering if something was amiss. Miss Xueming, I must express my gratitude to you once again. Xiaoqing smiled as she spoke, and Xueming, returning from her reverie, inquired. May I ask what your name is? Previously, I was only aware that Brother Mo had brought a lady along, and throughout the journey, I had been recuperating in the jade bottle. Thus I did not know your name. Xiaoqing. Hello, Sister Qing. Xiaoqing was somewhat taken aback by Xueming's sweet address. Was she so readily bestowing titles of brother and sister? Xiaoqing looked at Feng Mo with a puzzled expression, only to see him shrug helplessly in response, remaining silent. Hello. Xiaoqing responded with embarrassment, yet Xueming approached her with a warm smile, linking arms with her. Sister Qing, let us share a room tonight. Ming'er is truly delighted to see you. What on earth is happening? Xiaoqing was momentarily stunned as Xueming led her to join Mu Hua and others at the patriarch's residence. She found herself somewhat bewildered by the familiarity of this young girl. The home of Mu Hua and a hen was modest yet impeccably clean, with all the necessary furnishings. A hen smiled gently and said, Esteemed guests, please take a seat. I shall prepare some delectable dishes. Madam, please wait. Xiaoqing gazed at Ahang, whose step seemed somewhat unsteady, and, feeling a twinge of compassion, spoke up. Ahang turned around, puzzled. Xiaoqing inquired with a smile. May I assist the lady as well? Of course. I would like to join, Xueming chimed in, her eagerness palpable. Observing her husband, Mu Hua, a hen gently nodded. It is certainly permissible, as long as the two young ladies do not mind accompanying me. Sister Qing, let us go, Xueming exclaimed, enthusiastically pulling Xiaoqing along to follow a hen. Xiaoqing felt a twinge of helplessness, suddenly realizing that appearances can be deceiving. When Xueming was silent, she resembled an ethereal fairy untouched by worldly grime. Yet now she appeared as a little sprite fallen into the mortal realm. Perhaps this was the very reason Xueming was so endearing to others. The kitchen in Mu Hua's home was quite spacious, likely due to a hen's passion for cooking. Xiaoqing couldn't help but feel a hint of envy towards a hen. It was evident that this woman received Mu Hua's unwavering love and care, enveloping her in an aura of gentleness. Was this the beloved family member that Xiaoqing yearned for day and night? Yet, why did she still appear unchanged since their first encounter, despite the dissipated demonic energy? Xueming, have you not thoroughly cleansed the demonic presence? Xiaoqing inquired softly of Xueming, who, after glancing at a hen, shook her head. Not at all. Xueming's spiritual energy possesses purifying properties. It is absolutely impossible. Then who is that lady? Xueming, with a bold gaze directed at a hen, suddenly and audaciously turned her wrist, channeling her spiritual energy to probe a hen's body from afar. A hen paused momentarily, lost in thought, before resuming her task of washing vegetables as if nothing had transpired. What is the matter? Oh, it's nothing. She harbors no demonic energy. Perhaps her husband protects her exceedingly well. Xiaoqing, in disbelief, pointed at a hen, questioning how her frail appearance and pallid complexion bore such a striking resemblance to those afflicted with demonic energy. Why then does she have none? Xueming chuckled softly, swiftly unraveling Xiaoqing's confusion. It is because she lacks a core. Just as mortals do not possess a heart, a demon without a core is akin to a half-mortal. Yet, fundamentally, she is not a mere mortal, which accounts for her current state. Xueming pouted slightly, her delicate brows furrowing, before her tone shifted abruptly, however. I am indeed quite curious. Logically, a demon's cultivation concentrates their entire essence within their core. How can she maintain her human form without one? Shouldn't she revert to her original form at best, or at worst, have her demonic soul scatter? How perplexing. Xiaoqing looked at Ahan with a hint of surprise, not expecting that Ahan's frailty stemmed from a lack of inner elixir. Xueming glanced at the puzzled Xiaoqing and cheerfully took her hand, saying, Sister Qing, I heard from Brother Mo that you were quite the culinary artist. Might you grace Xueming with a demonstration? Oh, Miss Su, you know how to cook? Ahan, busy with her tasks, asked with a smile as she lifted her head. Xiaoqing chuckled awkwardly. I know a bit. I used to cook with Xiaoqing. Ahan nodded thoughtfully, unable to suppress her curiosity. How is that girl Xiaoqing doing? After all, as Xiaoqing's mother, how could she not worry about her daughter's well-being? Xiaoqing nodded affirmatively. Xiaoqing is doing quite well now. She has blossomed into a lovely young lady. She often speaks of you all and misses you dearly. Upon hearing Xiaoqing's words, Ahan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and her voice trembled slightly as she replied, as long as she is safe and sound. That is all that matters. Seeing the atmosphere shift between the two, Xueming hurriedly interjected, Sister Qing, let us prepare the dishes. I have exhausted much of my spiritual energy and am quite famished. Could you perhaps make that delectable little lobster that Brother Mo mentioned? Strangely, when did Feng Mo come to know that she had cooked lobster? And how did he know it was delicious? It seemed she had only made it for Xiaoqing. Then I must ask Miss Su to take the helm of the kitchen tonight. Han, having regained her composure, smiled at Xiaoqing, who shook her head with a hint of regret. I can manage other dishes, but I cannot make the lobster. Oh, well, as long as it is something Sister Qing prepares, that will suffice. Xueming pouted playfully, causing Xiaoqing to feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. How could this girl be so familiar so quickly? Nevertheless, she found herself quite fond of Xueming. With a nod, she replied, "Very well. I shall humbly prepare a few dishes, focusing on the ladies' preferences." Han and Xueming exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Xiaoqing no longer hesitated. She cast a brief glance into the kitchen and promptly decided to prepare a few of her signature home-cooked dishes. These included minced eggplant, kung pao chicken, and braised carp, while a hen made some soup and stir-fried vegetables. The three of them cheerfully brought the dishes to the table. From afar, the delightful aroma of the food wafted into the living room. Feng Mo and Mu Hua exchanged a few casual pleasantries before heading to the door. Observing Xiaoqing, who was engaged in conversation with Han and Xueming, her heart suddenly swelled with warmth. What had transpired this evening? As Xiaoqing raised her head, she inadvertently locked eyes with Feng Mo's teasing gaze. Just as she was about to speak, Xueming exuberantly approached with a plate of kung pao chicken, exclaiming, "Brother Mo, you were indeed right. Sister Qing's dishes are absolutely delectable. I have never tasted anything so exquisite." As if recalling something, she glanced at Hang and added, "Of course, Madam's cooking is also extraordinarily delightful." This display of eloquence elicited a light chuckle from Hang, who remarked, after witnessing Miss Su's culinary skills tonight, "I feel truly humbled. However, everyone seems to be enjoying themselves." At that moment, Mu Hua, who had emerged alongside Feng Mo, took the dishes from Hang and affectionately wrapped his arm around his wife, saying, "Hang, you have worked hard tonight." He then turned his attention to Xiaoqing and the others, politely urging, "Please, do come inside." With a smile, Xueming was the first to step into the house, while Feng Mo remained leaning against the doorframe, casting a playful glance at Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing was somewhat taken aback by his earnest gaze. "Is there something on my face?" she inquired. "No, I just suddenly find you very attractive." Feng Mo replied with a smile as he stepped forward to take the dish from Xiaoqing's hands and walked into the house. His rare seriousness left Xiaoqing feeling quite unaccustomed. "By the way, how did you know I made crawfish?" she asked. Feng Mo abruptly halted, and in her haste, Xiaoqing inadvertently bumped her head against his back. Wincing in pain, Xiaoqing grimaced, and Feng Mo turned around, gently lifting her chin to inspect her forehead, asking, "Does it hurt much?" Xiaoqing instinctively shook her head, perhaps unaccustomed to Feng Mo's style, and swiftly withdrew her hand. Feng Mo said nothing further, and the two entered the room one after the other. The table was already set with a sumptuous meal, and upon their arrival, Mu Hua graciously relinquished the seat of honor to Feng Mo and Xiaoqing. After some contemplation, Xiaoqing gently nudged Xueming into the seat of honor, while she herself carelessly chose a position nearby. In her world, she felt as though she was merely a bystander, without any necessity to occupy a place of significance. And indeed, she had no particular inclination towards such matters. Xueming, with a cheerful demeanor, picked up a piece of chicken and, after savoring it, enthusiastically praised Sister Qing. "This is absolutely delicious. Whoever marries you in the future will be truly fortunate." Mu Hua and Hung exchanged knowing smiles and inquired, "We were unaware that Miss Su possessed such culinary prowess. Is there someone special in your heart?" No sooner had the words left their lips than Xiaoqing felt a burning gaze fixed upon her. Without turning to look, she simply smiled and replied, "It all depends on fate. There's no need to rush." "Is that so?" Hung expressed a hint of regret, while Mu Hua gently patted her hand, pouring himself a glass of wine and rising to his feet. "Today, I would like to extend my gratitude on behalf of the Xiaoqing clan for your assistance in rescuing my people from peril. You are too kind." Xiaoqing also stood up and downed her drink in one go, while Xueming cheerfully sipped a glass. Feng Mo, on the other hand, merely smiled lightly and took a few delicate sips. "By the way, Xueming, do you feel confident about sealing that blood swamp tomorrow? You seem quite fatigued today." Xiaoqing took a few bites and suddenly recalled something, casually asking, "What about it?" Xueming pondered for a moment before responding with a smile, "Rest assured, Sister Qing, there is nothing to worry about." After saying this, she awkwardly added, "However, I have not yet fully inherited the title of Saintess, and thus my spiritual power is still not very formidable. Therefore, I can only ensure that the sealing of this blood swamp lasts for approximately a century under normal circumstances. If we wish to remain undisturbed, it is best to vacate the blood swamp as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Mu Hua frowned and shook his head, stating, "We bear the weight of our transgressions. Even if it means our demise, we shall not depart from the blood swamp without the king's decree. Furthermore, even if we were to escape, the vastness of the demon realm offers no sanctuary for us." Xiaoqing found it difficult to comprehend why Mu Hua was so resolutely fixated on his course of action, especially when Yin Linchen had made it clear that he was unwilling to assist. While she was able to summon aid to rescue Xiaoqing's kin on one occasion, it was unfeasible to rely on such support perpetually. Perhaps the only potential breakthrough lay with Ajan. However, to Xiaoqing's astonishment, this time Ajan's gaze was filled with considerable approval for Mu Hua's decision. She understood her husband's character and his unwavering beliefs all too well. Ajan harbored a fervent desire to save her people from peril, yet deep within her, there resided a stubborn resolve. As long as their clan had not received the king's decree of release, they would rather face death than step a single foot out of this blood-soaked mire. Sensing his wife's support, Mu Hua cast a grateful glance in her direction. With such a wife, what more could a man desire? At this juncture, Xiaoqing, being an outsider, felt it prudent to remain silent. After all, they could still enjoy a century of tranquility, and she herself might not live to see that day. Perhaps other opportunities would arise in the future. After dinner, feeling somewhat bored while Feng Yamo and Mu Hua deliberated over matters, she sought refuge from Xueming, taking the initiative to climb up to the rooftop alone with a jug of wine in hand, all the while cradling Yin Xian. As she gazed at the full moon, she took a sip, sighing, "Oh, how I wish you were awake at this moment, Xian." Xiaoqing, with a hint of self-mockery, took another sip, and somehow, while cooking, the sight of a Hang's eyes moistening at the mention of Xiaoqing involuntarily reminded her of Yin Xian. The infantile, aggrieved voice echoed in her mind as she absent-mindedly touched her own single status, feeling as if she were genuinely a mother. How could a mother possibly deny you? What a fool. After a wild outing, she had indeed developed a deeper sense of affection. A cold voice suddenly drifted into her ears, and Xiaoqing, still in a daze, turned her gaze toward the source. Bathed in moonlight, a figure clad in pale beige emerged. Gazing at the cool silhouette, Xiaoqing foolishly grinned, then turned back to stroke Yin Xian. "Xian, I am truly intoxicated to have seen your heartless, capricious father." At the end of the room, Yin Linchen could not help but twitch his lips, to be regarded in such a manner by this woman. Contemplating this, Yin Linchen stepped forward, almost instantaneously appearing before Xiaoqing, looking down at her with a hint of disdain as she had already imbibed too much. The memory of her previous drunken episode, where she had vomited all over him, was still vivid in his mind. Yet it seemed this woman had not recalled what had transpired afterward. After Xiaoqing had thrown up on Yin Linchen, he had been thoroughly disgusted, hastily discarding his soiled attire, feeling nauseated despite changing clothes. However, after a moment's thought, he returned to the courtyard to check on Xiaoqing. After all, Yin Xian still needed her, and it wouldn't do for her to perish like this. As expected, she lay there intoxicated, unconscious, and sprawled on the ground. What a nuisance. Yin Linchen gently lifted Xiaoqing, carrying her and unceremoniously tossing her into the pond in the back of Wudong courtyard, cleansing her with the water several times before hoisting her back to her room like a chick. He intended to simply drop her onto the bed. But as Xiaoqing sneezed a few times, her dazed eyes fluttered open, yet she seemed still unaware. "Yin Linchen, once you wake up, change your clothes yourself." Yin Linchen spoke with annoyance, truly unwilling to deal with her. Had it not been for the needler Feng Yamo out, he would never have come to Wudong courtyard today. "Hee, Yin Linchen, you are quite handsome." Xiaoqing gazed at him, succumbing to her infatuation once more, boldly placing her hands on his cheeks. Before Yin Linchen could react, she had already risen onto her tiptoes and swiftly pecked his lips, then, to his astonishment, licked the corner of his mouth, generously exclaiming, "So sweet." Then she lay back down, leaving Yin Linchen standing there. His expression darkened. Reflecting on that day's events and witnessing Xiaoqing's current intoxicated state, he did not draw too close to her, merely extending his hand to offer her something. "What is this?" Xiaoqing was not yet thoroughly intoxicated, but she still struggled to distinguish whether she was in reality or a dream, gazing vacantly at Yin Linchen. "Tomorrow, after the Snow Ming seals the blood marsh, you will quietly hand this object to Mu Hua. Do you understand? Why don't you give it yourself? Just because this guy is a king, does he think he can command her at will? What kind of person is he?" No, what kind of serpent? Xiaoqing muttered in dissatisfaction as she stood up. In her unsteady state, she nearly caused Yin Xian to tumble, but Yin Linchen, maintaining a stern expression, managed to support her, and the fright jolted Xiaoqing's senses back to clarity. Staring blankly at Yin Linchen, she asked uncertainly, "Is this a dream? What do you think?" Yin Linchen retorted, glaring at the half-awake Xiaoqing, pointing at the snake egg. "If you casually take Xian around like this again, I shall not hesitate to toss you into the serpent's den. Coincidentally, a large batch of hatchlings has recently emerged." Xiaoqing observed Yin Linchen, who appeared startled. If she had previously harbored doubts about the reality of this moment, she was now unequivocally certain that the man before her, with his ever-changing demeanor and menacing threats, was indeed corporeal and not a figment of her imagination. With a cheerful demeanor, she began to flatter him. "Oh, how magnanimous our esteemed Snake King is. How could you bear to send a fragile woman like myself into the serpent's lair to feed the snakes?" She then raised the image of Yin Xian, adding, "If our little Xian awakens and finds no mother, how heartbroken he would be. As his father, surely you do not wish to witness his sorrow?" Yin Linchen, with his hands clasped behind his back, silently observed Xiaoqing's performance. Once she had finished, he coldly inquired, "Are you done? Is there anything else you wish to say?" It seemed this woman had become increasingly audacious, resorting to using Xian as a shield for her arguments. Upon hearing Yin Linchen's words, Xiaoqing could not help but swallow hard, reflecting on how he offered her no respite whatsoever. Did he not understand the importance of leaving a measure of goodwill for future encounters? What more could she possibly say? Xiaoqing cautiously tilted her head to gaze at Yin Linchen. Under the moonlight, the man's face seemed to radiate with an ethereal glow. His features were so exquisitely defined that they appeared almost beyond imagination. However, Xiaoqing truly had no time to dwell on such matters. She resolved to hand it over to Mu Hua tomorrow. Yin Linchen, weary of engaging in trivial conversation with Xiaoqing, recognized that no matter how he phrased his words, she would invariably find a way to feign ignorance. Thus, he opted for directness, boldly addressing the matter at hand. With a puzzled expression, Xiaoqing accepted the string of jade gourds handed over by Yin Linchen and curiously inquired, "What is this for? Since the Snake King has already arrived, why not present it personally to Mu Hua? Do as you are told and cease your incessant prattle." Xiaoqing glanced at the icy Yin Linchen and could not help but murmur, "I have never encountered anyone so desperate. What an attitude! One might think that someone owes you millions. What are you saying?" Yin Linchen furrowed his brow. In just a brief moment of distraction, this woman had concocted yet another narrative about him. "There is a purpose behind my command, and you need only follow it without further ado. Spare me your superfluous words." "Understood. You are the superior. Your words are law." Xiaoqing curled her lips in disdain, contemplating that the Lord of Serpents must always maintain an air of propriety, even when seeking assistance. After carefully stowing away the jade gourd, she prepared to descend. "Wait." Xiaoqing turned around and asked with annoyance, "Is there anything else you wish to command, my Lord Serpent King? Might you articulate it all at once?" Taken aback by Xiaoqing's impatient tone, Yin Linchen stood frozen for a few moments, momentarily at a loss for what to request of her. After a brief contemplation, he resorted to fabricating a nonsensical remark. "Are you not curious as to why I have summoned them here and felt compelled to come myself?" "Curious about what?" "They were wrongfully accused, and you do not truly believe they betrayed your father, do you?" Xiaoqing stared at Yin Linchen as if he were a fool, yawning while cradling the snake egg. With a nonchalant air, she declared, "If the esteemed Snake King has any further instructions, let Mo Qing attend to them. I am off to sleep, as I am truly exhausted." Without waiting for Yin Linchen to respond, and not even bothering to observe his reaction, she descended the long ladder from the rooftop, leaving Yin Linchen in a state of bewilderment. Indeed, she was exceedingly weary this evening, compounded by the fact that she had indulged in a considerable amount of alcohol. By the time she returned to her room, her eyes could barely remain open. Xiaoqing, feeling utterly bored, paced back and forth within the room. Upon seeing Xiaoqing return, she rushed forward and inquired, "Sister Qing, where have you been?" "I have been so bored." Xiaoqing reluctantly raised her eyelids to glance at Xiaoqing, stuffing the snake egg into Xiaoqing's embrace before collapsing onto the bed without even bothering to tidy herself up. In mere seconds, she had succumbed to a deep slumber. Observing her state, Xiaoqing sighed and tucked the blanket around Xiaoqing, then turned her attention to the snake egg in her hands. Why does it possess such a potent seal? Xiaoqing wondered, curiously reaching out to probe the egg. After a moment, her hand was repelled by a sudden force. Grave concern washed over her as she clenched her trembling hand, casting a wary glance at the snake egg. How could this be? It's impossible. She then turned to the slumbering Xiaoqing and, in haste, cradled the snake egg, rushing out towards Feng Mo's quarters. Disregarding everything else as she knocked frantically on the door. Brother Mo, it's Xiaoqing. I have an urgent matter. Feng Mo opened the door, his gaze falling upon the anxious Xiaoqing. What is it? He inquired. Xiaoqing raised the snake egg, exclaiming, Brother Mo, whose child is this? Ah. Has our little Xiaoqing taken a liking to him? Feng Mo teased. Xiaoqing sighed in exasperation. Brother Mo, please refrain from applying your usual banter with Sister Qing to me. I merely wish to know whose child this is. I found it by the roadside. It seemed to belong to the same clan, so I allowed Xiaoqing to take it, he replied. Is that truly the case? Indeed. Xiaoqing scrutinized the snake egg, clearly doubting Feng Mo's words. The egg did not appear to belong to an ordinary serpent, yet its surface was entirely enveloped in a crimson seal. She attempted to delve deeper but found herself utterly thwarted. With no means to extract further information, and sensing Feng Mo's reluctance to elaborate, she resigned herself to disappointment as she prepared to return to her room with the snake egg in hand. Xiaoqing, I advise you to heed my words. You are aware of how you came to be here. Should you wish to live freely, avoid stirring up trouble. Xiaoqing paused, fully cognizant of the truth in his warning. This freedom had been fought for over a millennium, yet the snake egg seemed to be intertwined with that individual. How could she turn a blind eye? I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Mo. I shall refrain from speaking further on this matter. With a heavy sigh, she returned to her room, feeling somewhat dejected. Behind her, Feng Mo glanced at the full moon in the sky before preparing to close the door and retire for the night. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he lamented. Why do troublesome matters keep presenting themselves one after another? Sigh. It truly is difficult to lead a peaceful life. With this development, it seemed that chaos would once again disrupt the realms. The world changes so swiftly. Afterwards, only a fleeting breeze whispered through, restoring the surroundings to their tranquil state, as though nothing had transpired. Yet, it appeared that fate had already set in motion a series of quiet transformations. Upon returning to her room, Xiaoqing gently placed the snake egg beside Xiaoqing and cautiously lay down on the other side of her long-slumbering friend. The following morning, as Xiaoqing awoke, she discovered Xiaoqing nestled against her, sleeping soundly, while Yin Xian was also comfortably positioned. Why does this girl have such poor sleeping posture? Xiaoqing cautiously moved aside Xiaoqing's hands and feet, fearful that she might awaken with a moment's negligence. Upon opening the door, the weather remained drearily overcast. Xiaoqing had taken note of this upon her arrival. Perhaps it was due to the perpetual emanation of malevolent energy from the blood swamp that not even a sliver of sunlight pierced through the protective barrier. Nevertheless, it was a rare sight to observe many members of the bamboo leaf green clan meandering in pairs along the path, and it appeared that they were headed in the direction of the square where they had gathered the previous day. Xiaoqing squinted her eyes and noticed Feng Mo, who was leaning against the door frame with his arms crossed, quietly observing the crowd. She yawned and stretched lazily before stepping forward to greet him. Good morning. Feng Mo's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement as he replied. Ah, the little beauty is up quite early. What is it? Have you been unable to sleep? Yearning for me? Xiaoqing had grown quite accustomed to Feng Mo's playful teasing, completely disregarding his jesting inquiry. What are they doing? Don't look at me. They are not from my Qingdao, so it's not my concern. Feng Mo shrugged, feigning innocence. Xiaoqing rolled her eyes and headed straight to the kitchen, resolute in her decision to fill her stomach first, leaving everything else for later. Feng Mo, intrigued, followed her into the kitchen and inquired, What are you preparing today? Just some noodles, she replied. Xiaoqing bent down to toss a piece of wood into the fire pit, then retrieved the noodles she had prepared the previous night and dropped them in. Turning to Feng Mo, she gestured, Come and lend a hand. Me? Feng Mo exclaimed in disbelief, pointing to himself. Xiaoqing nodded affirmatively. Of course, it's you. The clan leader and his wife have gone about their business. And if I don't call you, should I summon Xiaoqing instead? Feng Mo's eyes brimmed with reluctance, yet he ultimately chose to assist in stoking the fire. His movements were clumsy, even the act of adding fuel to the flames, which elicited a stifled laugh from Xiaoqing. Noticing Feng Mo's disgruntled gaze, she quickly averted her eyes and adeptly resumed preparing breakfast. All done. Xiaoqing carefully extracted the noodles from the pot and placed them into a bowl, already prepared with a savory sauce. After giving it a thorough stir, she presented the dish to Feng Mo with a beaming smile, declaring, This first bowl is dedicated to our hard-working Lord Feng Mo. Feng Mo, with a hint of disdain, wiped his hands before accepting the bowl of noodles. After taking a few bites, he nodded appreciatively. The flavor is quite delightful. Xiaoqing suppressed a laugh as she reached out to wipe the dust from his face. Just as Feng Mo lifted his gaze, their eyes met, causing Xiaoqing to withdraw her hand as if shocked, clearing her throat awkwardly. By the way, I've always wanted to ask, why does your demon clan also prepare mortal food? And why do you sometimes live like mortals? Surely, demons do not require sustenance and cannot perish, right? Feng Mo elegantly savored another bite of noodles and sighed. The lifespan of a demon is exceedingly long. If we were to remain in seclusion for eternity, it would become rather tedious. Thus, adopting a mortal form and lifestyle naturally follows. Besides, the food you mortals create is indeed delectable. Xiaoqing had never contemplated this perspective before. She had always considered the fleeting lifespan of humans, barely exceeding 100 years, to be a tragedy. Yet now, reflecting on the loneliness of living for thousands of years, she recognized it could be a cruel fate. Sister Qing, have you prepared something delicious again? I could smell the aroma from afar. Xuanming hurried into the kitchen and, upon seeing Feng Mo already indulging, felt an insatiable craving. Sister Qing, I am equally eager. As Xiaoqing emerged from her reverie, she nodded with a smile, naturally acknowledging your presence. With practiced ease, she prepared 2 bowls of noodles. Once everyone had satisfied their hunger, Mu Hua and Shin returned, noticing the 3 engaged in lively conversation in the living room. Exchanging glances, Mu Hua approached and clasped his hands in apology. I apologize for the delay. There were matters of internal affairs within the clan that required my attention. May I now invite you to accompany me to seal the blood marsh? Of course. Xuanming promptly stood, asserting, having made a promise to you, I shall not renege. We have been waiting here for the clan leader. Mu Hua offered an apologetic smile and gestured for them to proceed. Then, I humbly ask the esteemed guests and the 2 ladies to accompany me to the blood marsh. This matter is not particularly urgent. Yet I am curious as to where the artifact has manifested this time. His words struck like thunder, leaving everyone momentarily stunned, most notably Xiaoqing. Could it be that their objective was also the artifact? The artifact was the sole means to save Xian. If they had ulterior motives, what would become of Xian? Mu Hua was the first to regain composure, chuckling nervously as anxiety gnawed at him. Esteemed one, we have been within the clan and are unaware of the artifact's whereabouts. Could it be that the artifact has resurfaced? Feng Mo scoffed lightly, a smirk on his face as he fixed his gaze upon Mu Hua. If my memory serves me correctly, your Zhu Yiqing clan is renowned for its intelligence in the demon realm. Last night's commotion was so significant that you could not possibly have been oblivious. Mu Hua fell silent, understanding that this matter could not be concealed from Feng Mo. However, as a member of the Wanxi Valley, the first to be informed of the artifact's reappearance should have been Yin Linchen. Dear husband, Shin gently took Mu Hua's hand, looking up at Feng Mo. You have saved our lives, and we have no secrets to withhold from you. We were indeed aware of last night's strange phenomena and have confirmed the artifact's appearance in the mortal realm, specifically in Tianjin City. As far as we know, the artifact has only displayed residual power there and has not yet been fully unsealed. Shun, Mu Hua gazed at his wife with a complex expression. They were from the Wanxi Valley. How could they divulge such crucial information to others? My dear, there are benefactors. Given our clan's circumstances, we have no means to repay your kindness. Shun promptly reassured her husband. Feng Mo chuckled, fully aware of Shun's intentions. They were indeed from the Wanxi Valley, but owed a debt of gratitude to Qing Dao. Even if their names were cleared in the end, they would never gain the recognition of the various factions within the Wanxi Valley. Now, she was willingly relinquishing vital information regarding the artifact. This implied a mutual exchange. You have aided me, and I shall return the favor. Both parties obtained what they desired, leaving no debts between them. Henceforth, there would be no potential for coercion. Should the artifact truly come into existence, it would not guarantee that Qing Dao would acquire it. They had provided the information, and any failure to obtain it would rest solely on Qing Dao's shoulders. What a clever woman! Exuding an air of grace, she was, in reality, exceptionally astute. Mu Hua was undoubtedly intelligent but excessively loyal. Yet with Shun complimenting him, it was no wonder they could live so peacefully in the blood marsh for so long. If Mu Hua represented the king, then Shun was undoubtedly the strategist. Xiaoqing recognized this dynamic clearly. While she felt a sense of joy that the artifact's whereabouts were finally traceable, concern lingered in her mind. Why did Feng Mo seek the artifact? Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing any thoughts, deciding to observe the situation further. The lady is indeed perceptive. Rest assured at this moment. Your Zhuyu Qing clan and my Qing Dao owe nothing to each other. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit, Feng Yamo interjected. Despite the seriousness of his words, Su Qing discerned a glimmer of admiration in his gaze, indicating his appreciation for a shun. May I inquire if you, esteemed one, are also in search of the artifact? Mu Hua pondered Feng Mo's words for a moment, grasping a Shin's good intentions. Initially, he had harbored resentment towards her for independently revealing the artifact's location, but now he was overcome with guilt. After being married for so long, he had doubted his wife's capacity to act against his interests. A Shin sensed his feelings and smiled gently at Mu Hua, though they exchanged no words. Their mutual understanding and forgiveness quickly dissolved the tension between them. As Su Qing beheld the scene before her, a wave of sentiment washed over her. Perhaps this was the cherished secret of Xiaoqing's parents, whose love had endured through the years. Though one may remain silent, the other will undoubtedly comprehend. Feng Yamo refrained from responding to Mu Hua, instead asserting, "The hour grows late. We must proceed to seal the blood swamp. Once these matters are concluded, our departure shall follow." He turned to the side, urging the contemplative Shuiming, "Let us be on our way." "Shuiming," she replied, "the sooner we finish, the better. For there are pressing matters to attend to." Nodding in agreement, Shuiming gracefully advanced, embodying the elegance of a saint, effortlessly dissipating the tension. "In that case, I would appreciate it if the clan leader could guide us. I shall perform the sealing. You shall reinforce it alongside Brother Mo and the king." Mu Hua acquiesced. "This is our duty." Observing the proceedings, a hen stepped forward and softly remarked, "My husband, esteemed guests, there are still matters to address within the clan. Moreover, as one who has lost her inner core, I would be of little assistance in this endeavor. I must rely on your expertise." Su Qing gazed at Ah Heng in surprise. According to Shuiming's explanation, a demon's inner core was akin to its very life and vulnerability. A demon without an inner core not only faced great peril but also became a target for other demon clans. After all, although the inner core was lost, the spiritual body remained, and its absorption could still enhance one's cultivation, a notion she had inadvertently discussed with Xiaoqing. However, at that time, Xiaoqing's expression had shown no signs of concern, indicating she was likely unaware that her mother had lost her inner core. Thus, it was highly probable that Ah Heng had lost hers after Xiaoqing. Feng Mo, upon hearing Ah Heng's words, appeared completely unfazed. Yet, given his level of cultivation, Su Qing was not surprised by his discernment. Mu Hua led the way ahead, while Feng Mo and Su Qing followed in succession. The group traversed the village and made their way directly to the boundary, where numerous members of the Bamboo Leaf clan expressed their gratitude with appreciative glances. However, their feelings towards Su Qing remained complex. Perhaps their deep-seated disdain for mortals was ingrained in their very essence, but such sentiments did not concern Su Qing. Her purpose in this journey was to assist Xiaoqing, and now that she had achieved her goal, the future held little importance. Once they exited the boundary, a sudden waft of putrid odor filled the air, nearly causing Su Qing to retch. Even Feng Mo and the others grimaced at the foul stench. It seemed that the demonic aura had intensified since their arrival. Feng Mo, with a finger held disdainfully against his nose, remarked to Su Qing, who nodded in agreement, expressing her discomfort. Could it be related to those blood-colored shadows? Indeed, it was the dispersal of this demonic essence that had allowed the demon minions to escape from the blood swamp. Mu Hua stepped forward, sensing the ambient energy, and pointed in a direction. The group followed his lead. As the demonic aura thickened, the mist became increasingly oppressive, obscuring their vision. Without Mu Hua guiding them, Su Qing would have struggled to discern their bearings. After cautiously traversing a stretch of path, they arrived at the edge of the blood swamp under Mu Hua's guidance. With Feng Mo and Shuiming steadfastly safeguarding Su Qing throughout their journey, Su Qing cast a grateful glance at the two individuals, only to feel a wave of discomfort wash over her as she instinctively covered her mouth and nose, retreating a step. Observing her distress, Feng Mo swiftly waved his fan, conjuring a protective barrier that enveloped Su Qing entirely. Stepping forward, he turned back to admonish her, "Do not wander off. Remember, when we seal this blood marsh, there may be illusions that arise. Do not trust or listen to anything. The Demon Lord is adept at awakening one's inner demons and fabricating phantoms. If I do not personally deactivate your shield, dismiss all that you perceive." It seemed that Feng Mo only exhibited such caution and seriousness when confronting the demon clan. Su Qing instinctively nodded, grateful for the barrier, as the nauseating stench around her finally dissipated. After a moment's contemplation, Shuiming handed Su Qing a short dagger. Su Qing accepted it, questioning, "Shuiming, What is this? While Feng Mo's words were indeed reassuring, the uncertainty of what might transpire loomed over them. After all, the blood marsh was a remnant left by the demon lord, and sealing it would not be a trivial endeavor. Sister Qing, you are but a mortal without any means of self-defense. I am truly concerned. Xuanming gazed anxiously at Su Qing, then continued to explain. This dagger was gifted to me by someone of great significance. It is a spiritual artifact capable of dispelling demonic energy. With it, you shall be protected when necessary. Su Qing gazed at the ancient dagger in her hand, suddenly feeling an inexplicable heaviness. For a moment, she was uncertain whether it would be wiser to hold it or to relinquish it entirely. Xuanming, perceptive of Su Qing's hesitation and unease, smiled gently and said, Sister Qing, what are you pondering? This is merely something I have lent you. After a brief pause, she continued, Xuanming would never misplace it. So, Sister Qing, do not bear any burdens. Upon hearing Xuanming's reassurances, Su Qing finally exhaled in relief and urged, hurry along. I will safeguard myself. Please take care. She then stepped back a few paces, allowing Feng Mo and Xuanming to advance confidently alongside Mu Hua. At that moment, the blood marsh seethed with a tumultuous aura. As torrents of demonic energy surged forth, could it truly be due to the emergence of the divine artifact? Dare you to provoke us again? Xuanming snorted coldly, her hands swiftly forming intricate seals as a surge of pure spiritual energy emanated from her being. With a delicate tap of her toes, she found herself hovering above the blood marsh. You should return to the demon realm. As long as the spirit clan exists, you have no right to act so brazenly. With her seals complete, Xuanming's gaze sharpened, her body twisting as the mark she had formed materialized into a colossal and enigmatic seal, locking onto the blood marsh. The demonic energy, sensing the impending threat, began to flee in all directions, the most dissipated upon encountering the seal. Nevertheless, the sheer volume of demonic energy caused the seal to tremble slightly. Brother Mo, what are you waiting for? Quickly reinforce the seal. After casting the seal, Xuanming's complexion turned as pale as snow, yet she did not dare to linger, urgently calling out to Feng Mo and Mu Hua. Without the slightest hesitation, the two rushed towards the blood marsh. Simultaneously, they unleashed their spells to fortify the seal, and with their combined efforts, the demonic energy within grew increasingly frenzied. Desperately battering against the barrier, Su Qing tightly gripped the dagger, her heart racing as she anxiously observed the three figures before her. She had not anticipated that the so-called demon race could be so terrifying. Gradually, the surrounding mist thickened, rendering the silhouettes increasingly indistinct. A flicker of fear crept into Su Qing's heart. However, she found solace in the protective shield and dagger she possessed. Why should she be so tense? Little beauty. Feng Mo emerged from the haze with a wicked grin, brandishing his fan as he gazed at Su Qing. Upon seeing him again, she finally exhaled in relief. Stepping closer, she expressed her concern. Are you all right? Her gaze drifted behind Feng Mo, perplexed. Where are Xuanming and the clan leader? They've been handled. Let's leave first. They will take care of the aftermath, Feng Mo responded softly, still wearing a smile. Yet, Su Qing couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The man before her was Feng Mo, yet he seemed somewhat different, even if there was a need to deal with the aftermath. It was unimaginable for Feng Mo to wait for others to manage it, was it? Where are we going? Su Qing blinked, curiosity piqued. Feng Mo stepped forward, brazenly pulling her along. Naturally, we are heading to a splendid place. On the surface, Su Qing maintained her smile. Yet the dagger concealed within her sleeve swiftly plunged into Feng Mo's arm, causing a thick mist of blood to erupt from the wound. Indeed, he was not Feng Mo. The impostor screamed, his face contorting with rage as he menacingly pointed at Su Qing. Damnable mortal, I shall not let you escape. As his words fell, the dagger in his arm emitted a pure essence of spiritual energy, inflicting unbearable pain upon the false Feng Mo, whose sinister gaze fixated on Su Qing. Impossible. Impossible. How can a mere mortal discern my true identity? Su Qing let out a cold laugh. It is true that I cannot see through you. However, I am well aware of the true nature of Feng Mo. Even if you can mimic his tone and assume his appearance, deep down, you will never be him. Just moments ago, she had been oblivious to the dangers that Xuanming and Feng Mo had spoken of, but after experiencing it firsthand, she could not help but break into a cold sweat. Had she followed the false Feng Mo without any caution, what would her current situation have been? The impostor Feng Mo glared at Su Qing with resentment and declared, so be it. I shall ensure that you can never escape the realm of Miluo. Su Qing stared at him in confusion, still unable to comprehend the situation, when the deceptive wind ink transformed into a swirling mist of blood that dispersed across the sky. Xiaoqing hurriedly stepped forward to retrieve the dagger, carefully wiping away the grime with a handkerchief before discarding it. Just as she was about to raise her head, a sudden, violent tremor enveloped her surroundings. As Xiaoqing's form trembled slightly, she steadied herself only to discover that her surroundings had transformed. Yet, she was clearly in the blood marsh. The scene before her, however, bore no resemblance to the blood marsh whatsoever. A gently flowing brook meandered through the landscape, flanked by vast expanses of wildflowers that seemed to bloom straight from a dream. A young girl, clad in a delicate pink dress, had removed her shoes and sat joyfully by the brook, splashing in the water. Elated, Xiaoqing moved forward to inquire, only to be struck with terror as she noticed a young man approaching the water's edge. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the youth was none other than Yin Linchen. Xiaoqing was astonished. What was Yin Linchen doing here? And who was that girl? It was her first time witnessing such a gentle side of Yin Linchen, so different from the one she knew, gazing at the girl like a warm sunbeam. "Honor, the weather is still cool. Do not bathe. Be cautious of your health," Yin Linchen admonished, though his eyes were filled with concern. Could this truly be Yin Linchen? Hearing his words, the girl in pink pouted playfully and retorted, "You old nag." Suddenly, with a forceful push, she splashed water all over Yin Linchen's face. Yet, rather than showing annoyance, he laughed and embraced the girl, tenderly reaching into the brook to grasp her delicate ankle, then gently drying her feet on his robe with utmost care. Xiaoqing stood at a distance, fixated on Yin Linchen, a surge of inexplicable anger bubbling within her. How could this fellow possess such tenderness at times? What was the reason for his usual demeanor towards her, that attitude? Now, he was displaying such gentleness towards another woman, even going so far as to wipe her feet. The more she pondered, the more infuriated she became. She was determined to discover the identity of this girl who could elicit such a response from Yin Linchen. Xiaoqing, in a huff, strode forward, only to have her hand seized by a long, icy hand. Feeling the chill, she abruptly looked up, utterly astonished. The figure grasping her hand was none other than Yin Linchen. However, over there, with another young woman, stood yet another Yin Linchen. What could possibly be the explanation for this? Suddenly, the words of the false Feng Mo regarding the Moreau dream surfaced in her mind. Glancing around her surroundings, a shiver ran down her spine. She should indeed be in the blood marsh, not in this ethereal realm. If that were the case, could it be that the Yin Linchen before her was yet another manifestation of that demon? Xiaoqing felt the urge to roll her eyes. Could these demons not exhibit a spark of originality, always resorting to impersonation? She forcefully shook off Yin Linchen's hand and retorted, "What do you want? Why are you here?" Yin Linchen furrowed his brow and replied, "Naturally, I am here to save you." Xiaoqing let out a cold laugh, recognizing the familiar ploy. Without another word, she brandished her dagger and aggressively lunged at Yin Linchen's chest. Yet, before the dagger could even approach his body, her wrist was firmly seized, the grip so powerful that she feared it might break. Yin Linchen's hand pushed forcefully once more. The short dagger in Xiaoqing's hand swiftly found its way into Yin Linchen's grasp, prompting Xiaoqing to involuntarily retreat several steps. Was she truly acting so convincingly? Xiaoqing pondered, scrutinizing Yin Linchen's handsome yet stern visage. She mused that indeed, criticism fosters growth. The Yin Linchen before her, had she encountered him for the first time, might have deceived her entirely. "Are you out of your mind?" Yin Linchen shot her a cold glare, his expression laced with disdain, as he toyed with the dagger. "An artifact of the spirit clan? It seems that fortune favors you, my dear. Just how long do you intend to maintain this charade?" Xiaoqing's mind was in disarray as she listened. The tone, demeanor, and appearance were strikingly reminiscent of Yin Linchen. Could it truly be him? Yet, that seemed implausible. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Yin Linchen staring in astonishment at the scene by the riverbank, where he was embracing and kissing a young woman. Was he curious? Was he surprised? Could it be that the figure before her was indeed the genuine article? Filled with doubt, Xiaoqing approached and coolly inquired, "Who are you kissing?" Yin Linchen shot her a disdainful glance and replied curtly, "How would I know?" Xiaoqing pouted. This dreamscape of Miluo appeared vastly different from her earlier encounter. Although it was also an illusion, the characters within it did not directly interact with them. Moreover, they seemed oblivious to their presence. Otherwise, given Yin Linchen's temperament, he would have noticed her long ago and dealt with her accordingly. How could he be so brazen as to kiss someone without a care? What was the significance of this? Or was it possible that what she was witnessing was indeed a genuine occurrence in Yin Linchen's past? "You truly do not know?" Xiaoqing questioned, skepticism creeping in. If her conjecture held any truth, then as the person involved, Yin Linchen could not possibly be unaware of this matter. Yin Linchen narrowed his eyes, his tone turning increasingly irritable. Are you questioning me? Xiaoqing shook her head, her arms crossed, as the two of them gazed at the couple by the stream, lost in their passionate kiss. Suddenly, Yin Linchen waved his hand, and a veil enveloped the two swiftly, leading events to take an indescribable turn. By the stream, Yin Linchen gently laid the girl down on the grass, tenderly removing her garments, while she, with skin as fair as snow, shyly looked up at the man before her. Although Xiaoqing had lived for 24 years without ever experiencing love, there is a saying that one who has never eaten pork has certainly seen a pig run. It was evident what was about to transpire, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She glanced up at Yin Linchen, suddenly intrigued by how someone bearing his likeness engaged in such activities. If he were indeed the genuine Yin Linchen, one could only wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. Yin Linchen, sensing Xiaoqing's gaze, shot her a glare, prompting her to quickly feign innocence and avert her eyes. While the two by the stream had completely immersed themselves in their own world, Xiaoqing turned her back, her face flushed as she listened to the peculiar sounds, feeling a slight tremor coursing through her entire being. Have you noticed? The appearance of that young girl is completely indistinct. Yin Linchen, who was intently focused on that direction, suddenly spoke with a calm demeanor. Xiaoqing, her face flushed, looked up at him. How could this man merely admire such a significant moment in her life without even a hint of embarrassment or a racing heart? Truly, he was an ancient creature, having lived for an indeterminate amount of time. Yin Linchen, of course, remained oblivious to the murmurings in Xiaoqing's heart. Otherwise, he would surely have faced the wrath of the dormitory. Xiaoqing turned around, and at the riverbank, the two individuals had already donned their attire and were embracing sweetly. As Xiaoqing gazed at the profile of the young girl, she found it impossible to discern her features, no matter how intently she looked. This struck her as peculiar, prompting her to hasten a few steps forward. Yet, regardless of how close she drew, the girl's face remained obscured, as if shrouded in a mosaic. A wave of unease washed over Xiaoqing. Be cautious. As Xiaoqing ran forward, the two figures by the stream suddenly vanished, and the entire scene began to tremble. She soon realized that the place she found herself in was no longer the enchanting realm she once knew. Beneath her feet lay a surging river of lava, and the surroundings resembled a vast cavern, with magma spewing everywhere, the heat rising fiercely as if it could scorch a person alive. In her haste, she slipped, plummeting downward. And before she could even scream, a bony hand grasped her tightly, yanking her back up. Gazing at Yin Linchen before her, Xiaoqing's heart raced as she patted her chest, reflecting on her near brush with death. How could she still be alive after such a fall? Are you truly the Serpent King? She pondered. If this were a dream, it couldn't possibly follow her indefinitely. Nevertheless, considering all the evidence, Xiaoqing was inclined to believe that Yin Linchen was indeed the real deal. Yin Linchen shot her a cold glance, seemingly perplexed by her question, which he deemed rather foolish. Yet, instead of feeling offended, Xiaoqing found herself amused. Serpent King, how do we escape from here? And what brings you to this place? With Yin Linchen, a formidable presence, by her side, her fears subsided. After all, he would shoulder any burdens that arose. This is the Moreau dreamscape. Given the surroundings, it undoubtedly reflects a corner of the demon realm. Yin Linchen advanced slightly, surveying the area before handing her a dagger. This dagger belongs to the Spirit Clan. By slicing your palm with it, you can exit this Moreau dreamscape. Slicing? Xiaoqing hesitated. Yet her inherent trust in Yin Linchen compelled her to take the dagger and prepare to make the cut. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she asked, "And what about you? Why are you here? What will happen to you once I leave this dream? Do you think I need your concern?" Yin Linchen replied curtly, his impatience evident. "Hurry. Feng Mo has already sealed the blood swamp. If you do not awaken soon, they will invade. Should you delay my affairs, do not blame me for being ruthless." His warning was unequivocally clear. Xiaoqing shot him an exasperated glance, muttering, good intentions met with ingratitude. With swift resolve, she sliced her palm with the dagger, and a torrent of blood gushed forth. In that moment, she noticed that Yin Linchen and the cavern began to blur. Amidst the haze, she could still hear Yin Linchen reminding her, "Remember to deliver the item to Mu Hua." Before she could respond, a blinding light enveloped her. And when she opened her eyes again, she found herself lying in Feng Mo's embrace. "Sister Qing, you're awake? That is wonderful," Shui exclaimed, her voice brimming with joy upon seeing Xiaoqing regain consciousness. Feng Mo, who had been preparing to forcibly enter the Moreau illusion, paused, relief washing over him as he gently inquired, "How are you? Are you feeling better?" I'm fine now, Xiaoqing replied, touched by the concern on their faces. Supported by Xiaoqing, she rose and brushed off the dust from her clothes. The surrounding mist had dissipated, and although the area still bore a decayed appearance, the foul stench had vanished. The blood swamp nearby was now completely sealed. Sister Qing, what just happened? We sensed that you had entered an illusion. Xiaoqing cast a sorrowful glance at Feng Yimou. Just now, a false Feng Yimou appeared to deceive me. I used the dagger you provided, and before that person perished, they uttered a curse that I would remain trapped in the Mi Luo dream forever. What is the Mi Luo dream? Inquired Mu Hua, who was standing nearby. As far as I know, the chances of exiting the Mi Luo dream once entered are exceedingly slim. Moreover, you are but a mere mortal. How could you possibly escape? As Xiaoqing was about to reveal that it was due to Yin Linchen's presence, she paused, reflecting that since Yin Linchen did not wish Feng Yimou and the others to enter the Moreau dreamscape, he would naturally not desire them to know of his prior visit. With a smile, she fabricated a tale. I am not quite certain. I merely found myself in a cavern filled with molten lava. And then a few figures in dark attire appeared. Subsequently, I attempted to stab them with a dagger, only to accidentally injure myself and awaken. Upon hearing this, Mu Hua pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin, when suddenly his eyes sparkled with insight. It is commonly said that entering the Moreau illusion is akin to courting death. Yet who would have imagined that the key to unraveling it lies in self-inflicted harm? Consider, when confronted by adversaries, whether in reality or otherwise, who among us does not direct their sharpened blade towards another? Xiaoqing chuckled a few times, regardless of the truth. Mu Hua's assertions were even more logical and substantiated than she had described. In any case, what mattered was that Sister Qing was unharmed. Indeed. But why does your complexion appear so pale? Xiaoqing grasped Xueming's hand, who felt a twinge of grievance. Isn't that so? I just employed one of our clan's secret techniques. My spiritual energy was insufficient, leading to a natural depletion of my mental fortitude. In the future, I shall prepare several dishes for you to help replenish your strength. Xiaoqing, feeling a pang of sympathy, gently squeezed Xueming's hand. For it was she who had led them to this place to assist. In stark contrast to the camaraderie shared by Xiaoqing and Xueming, Feng Mo's lips curved into a slight smile, having anticipated this outcome. It appeared that Xiaoqing was indeed a soft spot for that person. Mu Hua addressed the assembly. The blood marsh no longer poses a threat to our clan. The demonic aura afflicting our kin has been thoroughly dispelled, allowing them to cultivate normally. This is largely thanks to the efforts of the esteemed individuals and the two young ladies. Xueming stepped forward, gently lifting Mu Hua's hand, and remarked, The demon clan is our common foe. Moreover, the recent expansion of the demonic aura in the blood marsh is significantly due to our spirit clan's inadequate oversight. Mu Hua nodded, suddenly inquiring, could this be related to the re-emergence of the divine artifact? After all, the spread of the demonic aura must be due to the artifact's inability to contain it. The notion that even a divine artifact could not suppress the demonic energy suggested that either the demon lord was awakening or someone had sinister intentions towards the artifact, employing extraordinary means to unleash the demonic energies. However, the former seemed implausible. The demon lord had been sealed for at least 10,000 years, and unless explicitly mentioned, the inhabitants of the realms had likely forgotten the existence of the demon clan. That is highly probable. Thus, our objective is to hasten our journey to Tiangong City. We? Xiaoqing stared at Feng Yimou in astonishment, increasingly perplexed by this enigmatic figure. Why, despite their brief acquaintance, was he exerting such effort to assist her? And now, his objective seemed to revolve around this so-called divine artifact. What ulterior motives could he possibly harbor? Xiaoqing was doubtful of her own allure being captivating enough to warrant such attention. Indeed, could it be that the lovely maiden is reluctant to accompany me to Tiangong City? Feng Yimou remarked with a playful smile, fanning himself. His captivating gaze fixed intently on Xiaoqing. Xueming chuckled, saying, Brother Yimou, please do not look at Sister Qing like that. She surely intends to join us. She looked at Xiaoqing with eager anticipation, to which Xiaoqing could only nod in agreement. Well, I have no pressing matters, so I suppose I shall go. Then I shall not delay you any further. Once you exit the blood marsh, make haste to the barrier leading to the human realm. Mu Hua directed them towards the path out of the blood marsh. You may proceed that way. Feng Yimou suggested with a smile, let us set off at once. Recalling the items she needed to deliver to Mu Hua, Xiaoqing quickly stepped forward to catch his attention as he prepared to depart. Clan leader Mu, please hold. Mu Hua turned back, puzzled. What is it, Miss Su? May I have a word? Xiaoqing entrusted me with some items to pass on to you. Although Mu Hua initially exhibited a cold demeanor, Seemingly severing ties with Xiaoqing, he was ultimately her father. Qing did not believe he could be entirely devoid of compassion. Thus, she was taking a gamble, hoping Mu Hua would grant her this opportunity. As expected. Upon hearing Xiaoqing's name, Mu Hua paused momentarily, then sighed, "Please, follow me. Will you all wait for me?" Qing inquired with a smile about Feng Yimou and Xueming, to which Xueming responded with understanding, urging, "You should hurry along. We shall await your return." With this assurance, Qing followed Mu Hua to a different location. What about Xiaoqing? Mu Hua, with hands clasped behind his back, wore a somewhat complex expression. Reflecting on the passage of time, he realized that since Xiaoqing's birth, he had not laid eyes on that child. After all, it was his own offspring. How could he truly be so heartless? The decision he made at that time was one of desperation, intended for Xiaoqing's well-being. Yet, he still harbored a sense of guilt for failing to fulfill the role of a competent father to that child. Qing also perceived Mu Hua's various concerns. She nodded and took out the jade gourd from her arms, presenting it to Mu Hua. "Xiaoqing is doing well. As for this, the person who entrusted it to me insisted that I deliver it to you. They said you would understand upon seeing it." Mu Hua reached out to take the jade gourd, and his expression instantly transformed, followed by a burst of joyous laughter. Holding the jade gourd aloft, he knelt down, tears streaming down the face of this once indomitable warrior. "I, of the Bamboo Leaf Green clan, shall forever pledge my allegiance to the Valley of 10,000 Serpents, and to the descendants of the Golden Giant Python." Qing silently observed the kneeling Mu Hua, refraining from inquiring or uttering a word. From the moment Yin Linchen appeared among the Xiaoqing clan, Qing understood that the tribulations endured by her clan over the millennia were not in vain. "Miss Su, should you encounter that esteemed individual again, could you convey a message for me?" It was undoubtedly Yin Linchen to whom he referred. Qing nodded. "Speak, and I shall ensure your message is delivered. When it rains across the land, the world flourishes. I implore the esteemed one to thoroughly investigate those who participated in the events of yesteryear, especially the Qingdao faction." Qing was momentarily taken aback. Qingdao? Was he that under the jurisdiction of Feng Yimou? Could it be that he was somehow related to the demise of the previous Snake King? However, Feng Yimou did not strike her as the type of person who would act without taking responsibility, even if Qingdao were covertly manipulated. Qing was inclined to believe that Feng Yimou remained unaware of it. Nevertheless, whether there were clandestine dealings involved was another matter entirely. Recalling the vision she had witnessed in the Moreau dream, featuring Yin Linchen and the young girl in pink, she couldn't help but ponder if she was indeed Yin Xian's mother. Yin Xian. Yet, if that woman truly was Yin Xian's mother, why would she abandon Yin Linchen and leave her child behind? The two seemed deeply in love within the dream, and it was rare to witness Yin Linchen's gentle demeanor. "Rest assured, I will convey your words faithfully. You need not worry." Ultimately, Qing shook her head with a wry smile. Perhaps such matters were not for an outsider like herself to meddle in, especially when even Yin Linchen himself was reluctant to accept the reality of what transpired in that dream. After Mu Hua departed, Qing swiftly made her way toward Feng Yimou and Xueming. Regardless of the circumstances, she had successfully accomplished her objective. And now it was time to focus on the pursuit of the divine artifact. Once they exited the blood swamp, they wasted no time and proceeded directly to the barrier at the northernmost edge of the misty forest. Along the way, Xueming exhibited an unusual degree of excitement for reasons unknown. "Sister Qing, I've heard that the human realm is a paradise for culinary delights. It is entirely different from the demon realm and the spirit race." Qing gently rubbed her forehead, realizing that this girl seemed to think about food at any moment. It reminded her of Xiaoqing. She wondered what the girl was doing at this very moment and whether she was aware that their kin had escaped danger. "By the way, Lord Feng Yimou, could you do me a favor?" The handsome Feng Yimou, walking ahead, turned slightly and smiled, saying, "What kind of favor does the little beauty need? Speak freely, no matter the peril. I would brave the mountains of daggers or seas of flames for the bond you two share." Qing was somewhat taken aback and quickly responded, "Going through fire and water seems a bit excessive. I merely wish for you to convey the situation of the Xiaoqing clan to Xiaoqing. I fear that the girl might worry." Sister Qing, you need not fret. Long before you spoke with the Chief Mu, Brother Emo had already sent word. I assure you, it won't be long before your maid receives the news." Xueming could not help but pout, saying, "Sister Qing is so kind to that Xiaoqing. I can't help but feel a twinge of jealousy." As she spoke, she even winked playfully. Qing felt a sense of helplessness as she cast a grateful glance towards Feng Yimou were it not for his timely intervention. she would truly be at a loss on how to assist Xiaoqing. Perhaps all she could do was fret in anxiety. Feng Yemo had been keenly observing Su Qing's expressions, and upon noticing her heartfelt gratitude, he drew closer and provocatively inquired, "My dear beauty, since you were so appreciative of my assistance, why not offer yourself in return? Brother Emo, you have such lofty thoughts. Sister Qing truly belongs to Xueming." Xueming, protective as a guardian of a youngling, firmly shielded Su Qing behind him, glaring at Feng Yemo with an intensity that would lead one to believe he was a deceitful scoundrel. Su Qing let out a soft chuckle. Ever since departing from the blood swamp, surrounded by the lush cypress trees and inhaling the refreshingly fragrant air, her spirits had lifted considerably. Along the way, she had also soaked the snake egg in the hot spring, and witnessing the wooden carving emanate a golden light day by day, healing Yin Xian, brought her a sense of relief. At this moment, Feng Yemo smiled faintly, though a hint of curiosity lingered. Xueming, the exalted saintess of the spirit clan, was known for her haughty and aloof demeanor. Yet, for reasons unknown, she appeared so serene and approachable in Su Qing's presence. Feng Yemo shook his head in mild regret. Xueming, such a poor choice of partner may indeed lead to a loss of fortune. His exaggerated expression elicited laughter from both Xueming and Su Qing. With her chin held high, Xueming retorted, "I am the saintess of the spirit clan. No one possesses greater fortune than I do. Thus, Brother Emo need not worry." Just as Feng Yemo was about to respond, an extraordinarily alluring woman suddenly materialized nearby, dressed provocatively, if Xueming was likened to an unattainable blue lotus. This woman embodied the dangerous yet enticing red rose. Every smile and gesture she made was captivating. Had Su Qing not been a woman herself, she was certain she would have been drawn to such a figure. Upon the arrival of this enchanting woman, Xueming immediately became alert, realizing she had not sensed her approach. "Who are you?" Xueming's icy tone dripped with disdain. No one would greet an unexpected intruder with warmth. For someone as naturally proud as Xueming, being caught off guard was a grave insult. "What is it?" In contrast to Xueming's frosty demeanor, Feng Yemo spoke with a nonchalant air. The alluring woman cast a dismissive glance at both Xueming and Su Qing, seemingly unfazed by their presence. "Husband, you inquire about my intentions. How truly it wounds Mei Er's heart." The woman, named Mei Er, swayed her serpentine waist and placed her delicate hand upon Feng Mo's chest. "Husband." At this astonishing revelation, Su Qing and Xueming exchanged bewildered glances, both feeling as though the ground had shifted beneath them. They had never anticipated that the seemingly carefree Feng Yemo was already married. Especially for Su Qing, she had sensed that Feng Yemo had a family. After all, Yin Linshan had not taken any consorts in the Snake Palace, leading her to assume that Feng Yemo was likewise unencumbered. However, upon reflection, she realized that since Yin Linshan had children, it was only natural for Feng Yemo to also have a wife. Yet, she couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. In other stories, the male leads remained virtuous, patiently waiting for the female protagonist to choose them. Yet, in her own journey, she had encountered nothing but exquisite men, all of whom were already committed. Was it possible that reality had not been satisfied with suppressing her in her original world, but now sought to remind her that exceptional men belonged to others? As Su Qing lowered her head in contemplation, Feng Yemo perceived her demeanor as one of melancholy and disappointment. An inexplicable feeling surged within him, compelling him to clarify matters. With this thought, he thrust aside Mei Er, who seemed intent on clinging to him, and coldly remarked, "If my memory serves me well, we have yet to be wed. It would be prudent for you to refrain from such presumptuousness." Mei Er was destined to become the wife of the king of Qingdao, was she not? The wedding was imminent. One would hope the groom does not forget. As a woman, Mei Er was acutely aware of Feng Mo's every move and glance. Just moments ago, she had distinctly observed a flicker of unease in his eyes directed at Su Qing. Her gaze narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of malice, though she concealed it well. Casting only an elusive glance at Su Qing, the woman's appearance could be deemed merely average, and she was, after all, a mere mortal. Mei Er believed she surpassed that ordinary woman in every conceivable aspect. Yet, after a millennium, Feng Yemo continued to regard her with indifference. Initially, she had attributed this to the constraints imposed by his father, who had coerced him into their engagement. Men, as a future leader of the nine-tailed fox clan, how could he not comprehend the nature of men? Thus, regardless of Feng Mo's escapades, she chose to turn a blind eye, confident that his interest would wane. However, the way he gazed at that mortal woman now unsettled her deeply, a sensation she had never encountered before. It was unfathomable that the king of Qingdao would harbor interest in such a woman. Was it not a slap in her face? A dignified Fox Clan woman unable to retain a man. What a mockery that would be. Feng Yamo scoffed softly. Were it not for his father's coercion and his own ambition to rival Yin Linchin for the throne of Qingdao, he would never have succumbed to such pressure. Little beauty, what are you lingering for? We must hasten our journey. With that, he strode past Mei Er, not even sparing her a glance, and approached the bewildered Xiaoqing. Instinctively, she glanced anxiously at Mei Er, who bore a gaze that seemed capable of devouring her whole, a truly terrifying sight. As Feng Yamo drew closer, she quickly retreated a few steps and smiled. Why not engage in conversation with your fiancé, Lord Feng Yamo? Perhaps she has matters of importance to discuss? Our journey is not urgent. Feng Yamo found her retreating movements particularly irksome, his hand pausing mid-air with a wry smile. So, is it that you now distance yourself from me, little beauty? Merely because I have acquired an unexpected fiancé? But you must understand, I do not regard her with any significance. Xiaoqing stood frozen in place, her gaze reflecting hurt. Was this not simply an invitation for enmity? Even if one were to despise their betrothed, there seemed little need to voice such disdain openly. It was truly a cruel blow. She could not help but glance sympathetically at Mei Er, who continued to smile brightly, though her eyes betrayed a chilling emptiness. What a remarkable mortal woman she was. It seemed that in just a few days apart from Feng Yamo, he had grown increasingly concerned about her demeanor. With time, would she, the future mistress of Qingdao, be reduced to vacating her position for a mere mortal? No, her dignity would not permit such a disgrace. She was destined to be a revered elder of the nine-tailed fox clan. How could she possibly be the one to fail in retaining a man's affection? Dear husband, might I inquire as to who this young lady is? Mei Er asked with a beguiling smile, feigning kindness, while Xueming felt an immediate displeasure upon seeing this woman. As she approached Xiaoqing and Feng Yamo, she stepped forward with a cold smirk. What does her identity concern you? Brother Mo's recent demeanor has made it abundantly clear that he has no affection for you. So what are you doing here? Who are you? Mei Er's lips curled into a dangerously enticing smile, the intimate address cutting sharply. Yet, she could not deny that this woman before her possessed both beauty and grace, radiating a refreshing purity. You need not concern yourself with my identity. However, I am well aware of who you are. A mere nine-tailed fox spirit. I advise you not to humiliate yourself further in this place. Xueming retorted coldly. Mei Er, undeterred, smiled graciously and countered. Might I ask if I have offended you in my search for my husband? In all the realms, forgive my limited experience. But I have yet to encounter a woman so brazen as to cling to another's husband. Miss Xueming, with your pristine reputation, I trust you would never stoop to such depths. Xueming, taken aback by Mei Er's sharp tongue, found herself momentarily speechless. It was Xiaoqing who sighed. Miss Mei Er, you are mistaken. If you seek your husband, you have indeed found him. We are merely acquaintances with Feng Yamo. Listening to their exchange, Xiaoqing surmised that this Mei Er was indeed a fox spirit. She had only encountered such beings in novels and dramas, where they were depicted as enchanting and bewitching. Yet, seeing one in person felt overwhelming. Not only was she articulate, but in just a few exchanges, she had deftly branded them with the title of mistress. Regardless of whether Feng Yamo harbored feelings for Mei Er, Xiaoqing wished to remain uninvolved. Thus, she stepped in front of Xueming to offer her a gentle reassurance and turned earnestly to Feng Yamo. My lord Feng Yamo, I believe it would be wise for you to clarify matters with this young lady, as they pertain solely to the two of you. Feng Yamo gazed at Xiaoqing, painfully aware of her gradual withdrawal from him. Though she had previously shown reluctance, it was never with such formality and distance. He longed to bridge the gap, to evoke fondness in her heart, but with Mei Er's sudden appearance, he felt as though everything had reverted to square one. His voice faltered, caught in his throat, and after a long moment of contemplation, he sighed. What brings you to me? Faced with the source of his turmoil, Mei Er, he felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Mei Er, astutely observing Feng Mo's shifting expressions, felt a growing disdain for Xiaoqing. If Feng Mo's affections were aimed at Xueming, perhaps she would not be so irked. Yet, his expressions plainly indicated that he cared for the unremarkable Xiaoqing. Nevertheless, as a fox spirit with millennia of cultivation, she knew how to conduct herself with propriety. My dear husband, may I speak with you privately? Although directed at Feng Yamo, her gaze never strayed from Xiaoqing and Xueming. Xueming shot her a glare and turned away, seemingly repulsed by the mere sight of Mei Er. Thus, what is your intention, dear lady? The implication was clear. She preferred to converse with Feng Yamo without interference, wishing for Xiaoqing and her companions to depart. As Xiaoqing was about to speak, Feng Mo had already set off in another direction. Seeing this, Meyer had no choice but to follow suit, leaving with a warm smile directed at Xiaoqing. Although Xiaoqing responded with a smile, a chill enveloped her entire being. She found it increasingly difficult to withstand Meyer's insincere demeanor. Upon reflection, she concluded that even the fiery temperament of Liu Xia was far more preferable than Meyer's pretense, at least. Dislike was clearly expressed as dislike, and affection as affection. After all, she was merely a repugnant fox demon, whose foul essence could be detected from a distance. Xueming, crossing her arms, glared discontentedly at the two individuals who had already distanced themselves, her expression one of exasperation directed at Xiaoqing. Sister Qing, how could you allow Brother Mo to be alone with such a woman? Xiaoqing found herself both amused and exasperated, gently reminding Xueming. In terms of status, we are friends of Feng Mo, and she will undoubtedly become his wife in the future, regardless of Feng Mo's attitude towards her. That is ultimately a matter for his family. As friends, we are the least qualified to intervene in such affairs. This silly girl certainly harbored a strong sense of possessiveness. With such behavior, how could she ever capture Brother Mo's heart? In his eyes, you must be extraordinary. Xueming blinked, her expression a blend of helplessness as she spoke, a tempest of anger brewing within her with nowhere to vent. Noticing her puffed-up demeanor, Xiaoqing cautiously suggested, in truth, Ren Meyer has done nothing wrong. It is only natural for her to feel a sense of rivalry when another woman is by her future husband's side. But why are you so upset? Xueming hesitated, her speech becoming somewhat stammered. I was merely standing up for you, Sister Qing. Xiaoqing smiled enigmatically, questioning the sincerity of the words spoken. She had observed that Xueming's demeanor was rather unnatural. In this alternate world, Xiaoqing had encountered someone with a similar expression, Xiaoqing. However, Xiaoqing's feelings were rooted in her affection for Mo Qing. What about Xueming? Did she harbor feelings for Feng Mo? Upon reflection, it was evident that Feng Mo was indeed a striking figure, a match made in heaven with her beauty and talent. Unfortunately, Feng Mo was already betrothed. Yet, Xiaoqing felt a twinge of reluctance to expose Xueming's little secret, considering they might need to interact more in the future. Why should she ruin it for her? Is it true? Xueming straightened her throat, suddenly remembering something. By the way, Sister Qing, who was the man standing on the rooftop with you that night? Could it be that your indifference towards Brother Mo is due to him? Yen Linchen? Xiaoqing chuckled awkwardly, surprised that Xueming had witnessed her with Yen Linchen that night. She shook her head and fabricated a response. He was just asking for directions. Sister Qing, I have lived for so long, yet I have never encountered such a perfunctory explanation. Xueming pouted candidly, clearly doubting Xiaoqing's own words. Xiaoqing offered an awkward smile, genuinely at a loss for alternative excuses. During their conversation, Feng Mo returned, burdened with unspoken thoughts, accompanied by Meyer. Brother Mo, what on earth does this woman intend to do? Xueming continued to regard Meyer with palpable hostility, showing not a trace of goodwill. Feng Mo gently patted Xueming's head, saying, it seems that I may not be able to fulfill the promise I made to you. Xueming, not able to fulfill? What does this mean? Xueming's breath quickened. Hadn't Brother Mo promised to take her to explore the three realms? She gazed at Feng Mo with teary eyes. Immediately, she angrily pointed at the smiling Meyer beside her. Is it because of this enchantress? Speak. Upon hearing this, Meyer felt a surge of displeasure within her. She playfully twirled her fingers, alluringly responding, Pray tell, dear lady, must you label me as an enchantress? What, may I ask, is your relationship with my husband? Xiaoqing stood at the back, glancing left and right, deeply convinced that this was nothing short of a scene from a palace intrigue. She felt it was her duty to prevent this situation from escalating, lest it harm the innocent. Three women engaging in a drama left Xiaoqing feeling quite helpless. Despite her position at the rear, Meyer's ambiguous gaze sent a chill down her spine. She stepped forward to pull Xueming away, observing the girl's readiness to tear Meyer apart, and felt compelled to stop this unnecessary conflict. Xueming, do not act impulsively. Listen to Feng Mo first. Xiaoqing turned to Feng Mo and inquired, My Lord Feng Mo, has something occurred? Feng Mo nodded, seemingly confronted with a rather troublesome matter. Yet he simply stated to Xiaoqing and Xueming, there are urgent affairs within the clan that require my attention. As for the mortal realm, you may handle it yourselves for now. I shall seek you out once I am done. Xueming's mood instantly dampened as she softly called out, Brother Mo. Feng Mo cast a cryptic glance at Xiaoqing before responding, Xueming, I entrust you to her care. During my absence, ensure her safety. She is merely a mortal. Xueming understands. Xueming glared at the self-satisfied Meyer in the distance, anxiously advising, Brother Mo, be wary of that fox spirit. Feng Mo, who harbored no fondness for Mei Er due to the marriage arrangement that did not align with his desires, was nonetheless puzzled by Xueming's strong aversion to Mei Er. He gently ruffled Xueming's hair, bemusely agreeing, for it was not a difficult task for him. However, he still felt uneasy about Su Qing's well-being. The current state of Tianjin City was undoubtedly chaotic, with various factions poised to act at the slightest hint of the divine artifact. Relying solely on Xueming would not suffice to protect her. I will return soon. Feng Mo glanced at Su Qing, who smiled in response, feeling guilty at the thought of delaying his urgent matters. Thus, Mei Er and her husband took their leave. Perhaps we may gather again in the future. Who wishes to gather with you? Mei Er performed a curtsy, disregarding the fuming Xueming, and departed with Feng Mo, leaving behind a disgruntled Xueming. All right. We are near the barrier to the mortal realm. Let us proceed. Did you not wish to indulge in some delicacies? Su Qing stepped forward and gently patted Xueming's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. As expected, upon hearing the mention of food, Xueming's spirits lifted considerably, and she eagerly pulled Su Qing along, determined to savor every delicacy the mortal realm had to offer. With a sense of helplessness, Su Qing raised her hand to her forehead. The two hastily made their way to the barrier, where two towering ancient trees stood sentinel over two guards who stood with utmost diligence. A considerable number of demon clansmen were queuing to exit the barrier one by one. Xueming furrowed her brow and pulled Su Qing aside. Noticing her cautious demeanor, Su Qing could not help but inquire, "What is it? I almost forgot. One of us is of the spirit clan and the other immortal. With Brother Mo absent, how can we expect the guards to let us pass?" Xueming expressed her apologies, realizing that an inspection was required for exiting the barrier. Su Qing narrowed her eyes, surveying the guards, and asked, "Is there no other way?" Xueming chuckled softly, "Of course, there is." Saying this, she produced a dark, obscure object from her bosom and handed it to Su Qing. As Su Qing held it, she found it to be rather unremarkable. "What is this? What purpose does it serve?" she inquired, squeezing the dark item in her hand. However, Xueming's expression turned serious as she took a deep breath, summoning her resolve, and swallowed the object whole. A moment later, she displayed a profoundly uncomfortable expression, but still urged Su Qing to consume it promptly. Su Qing hesitated, torn between the repugnant object and Xueming's distressed countenance, pondering the dreadful taste it must possess. Yet, for the sake of traversing the barrier to the human realm, Tianjin City, everything seemed worthwhile. Encouraged by Xueming, Su Qing gulped down the pill with great effort. An overpowering stench, mingled with a bitter flavor, nearly overwhelmed her senses. She grasped her throat, struggling to swallow, and fought against the nausea before finally asking Xueming, "What on earth is this?" "This is a treasure I acquired some time ago," Xueming replied. "It is said to conceal our presence, allowing us to pass through the barrier undetected by the guards." Su Qing swallowed hard once more. "Can we now proceed to line up? It seems there are still quite a few people around." Su Qing was indeed not mistaken. There were numerous demons queuing up to enter the mortal realm. It seemed that Tianjin City was about to witness quite a commotion. Xueming tugged Su Qing to the end of the line, obediently joining the queue, and did not forget to turn her head and whisper to Su Qing, "If anyone inquires, let us say we are heading to the mortal realm to seek friends. We must not mention Tianjin City, as there are many who covet the divine artifacts. Revealing our intentions prematurely may invite unnecessary troubles." Su Qing nodded cautiously. If the divine artifact truly appeared in Tianjin City, she must obtain it at all costs. For only the artifact could possibly provide Yin Xian with a glimmer of hope. She couldn't help but wonder about Yin Linchen's situation. Had he already emerged from the Miluo dreamscape, or what could possibly explain his presence within it? Su Qing and Xueming gradually moved along with the procession, and before long, they arrived at the boundary. Perhaps it was due to Xueming's extraordinary beauty, but the guards seemed to fixate their gaze on her and Su Qing with a watchful eye. Xueming stood behind Su Qing, gently squeezing her hand, which was clammy with fear. Su Qing whispered reassuringly, "Don't worry, I'm fine." With a composed demeanor, she prepared to step through the barrier, only to be halted abruptly by a guard's sharp command, "Halt." Su Qing found herself in a predicament. Half of her foot extended out, yet unable to proceed forward or retreat. Xueming could not help but break into a nervous sweat should they be discovered here. The two mere guards would hardly pose a threat. She felt confident in her ability to lead Su Qing out of the barrier. However, any action on her part would certainly expose her identity as a member of the spirit clan, attracting unwanted attention and potentially revealing her whereabouts. Fortunately, Su Qing soon regained her composure, standing tall and smiling as she inquired, "Excuse me, esteemed guards, do you require assistance? Is the young lady of the Serpent clan?" One of the guards asked, a hint of flattery apparent on his face. Xiaoqing felt a wave of relief wash over her. Although she was puzzled as to why they would mistake her for a member of the Serpent clan, it was ultimately a favorable misunderstanding. "People from the Valley of 10,000 Snakes. Is there something you need?" Xiaoqing retorted, raising an eyebrow with a tone that suggested displeasure. As she uttered these words, her heart raced with trepidation. Yet, the guard's subsequent reaction left both her and Xueming utterly astonished. They knelt before her in utmost reverence. "We are but foolish mortals, unable to recognize greatness. Had we known you were from the Valley of 10,000 Snakes, there would have been no need for such a lengthy wait. A simple notification would have sufficed. Let us adhere to the established protocols then. May my sister and I take our leave?" Xiaoqing inquired once more with a hint of indifference, prompting the two guards to eagerly nod and bow as they watched Xiaoqing and Xueming swagger out of the barrier. After their departure, numerous members of the demon clan whispered amongst themselves. It is now common knowledge that the celestial city has been stirred by the presence of a divine artifact, and even the inhabitants of the Serpent Valley have been roused. It seems that the celestial city is bound to experience quite a commotion this time. Upon exiting the barrier, Xiaoqing opened her eyes to discover a dramatically transformed surroundings. No longer were there towering, lush conifers. Instead, although Xiaoqing and Xueming found themselves in a forest, the trees were noticeably sparser and shorter, allowing beams of sunlight to penetrate through the foliage and illuminate them directly. Xiaoqing could even hear the gentle sound of the stream flowing nearby, and the air was refreshingly crisp. At this moment, the only thought occupying her mind was the word freedom. "Sister Qing, this is indeed the realm of mortals." Xueming seemed to have never ventured into the human world before. Upon witnessing its stark contrast to the demon realm, she felt a sense of novelty. Her spirits lifted considerably compared to before. "Perhaps so. Let us proceed. We must exit this forest before nightfall, ideally reaching a human settlement where we can find shelter." Since Xueming had never been to the human world, she believed that Xiaoqing, being mortal, would possess greater knowledge about it, though she offered no objections. Additionally, having expended considerable spiritual energy in sealing the blood swamp, she was indeed feeling somewhat fatigued. "Sister Qing, which path should we take now?" Upon observing the weary visage of Xueming, Xiaoqing felt a twinge of astonishment. She had never set foot in this place before. Naturally, she was unfamiliar with the route, and the trusting expression on Xueming's face added to her sense of pressure. "Xueming, I have never visited this place, so I am not entirely certain of the way. However, if you place your trust in me, let us venture forth and explore together." "Sister Qing has never been here?" Xueming queried, somewhat taken aback. "By the way, Sister Qing, I haven't had the chance to ask you how you arrived in the demon realm." Xiaoqing furrowed her brow in contemplation and realized that, at this moment, it was quite challenging to elucidate to Xueming the bewildering circumstances surrounding her situation. Even now, she found it difficult to fathom how she had traversed into this enigmatic realm, one that defies scientific explanation merely by virtue of a colossal snakewood carving. Words eluded her for the time being. Perhaps she would elaborate further when time permitted. In any case, her arrival in the demon realm had been nothing short of a perplexing enigma as well. Xiaoqing stepped forward and gently supported the weary Xueming, urging her to continue on. "Let us proceed. My intuition suggests that beyond this grove, we shall surely encounter a village." Xueming nodded and followed Xiaoqing, who, guided by her prior wilderness survival experience, navigated their path with purpose. Shortly thereafter, several figures rushed past, halting at the spot where Xiaoqing and Xueming had paused. The leader, a masked woman, coldly inquired, "Where are they?" Her masked subordinates knelt before her, and one, sweating profusely, stepped forward. "My lady, it has been confirmed that the two individuals you seek were indeed here not long ago. And now, inform me, where are they?" The masked woman narrowed her eyes, her tone a blend of anger and restraint. "Do not blame me for not granting you another chance. If you fail to locate them, and they provoke my wrath, you shall come to regret it. Those two women must perish. Find them." The kneeling figures trembled at her words, responding in unison before dispersing to search. The masked woman fixed her gaze on the direction Xiaoqing and Xueming had taken, scoffing, "No one has ever escaped my pursuit." As her words faded, a remarkable transformation occurred. The masked woman morphed into a multitude of tendrils that spread across the trees and ground, dispersing into the air. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing and Xueming hastened their steps in search of the village, but found no success. Anxiety began to creep into Xiaoqing's thoughts, for it seemed improbable that they should be so lost. Following the water's course, they should have encountered an exit. Yet their prolonged journey through the forest left Xiaoqing feeling disheartened. Noticing Xiaoqing's distress, Xueming, despite her fatigue, spoke up, "Sister Qing, do not fret. Nightfall approaches. If we cannot find our way out tonight, let us rest in the forest until morning. We shall continue our search at dawn." She added with a smile, "Xueming will protect you well." "Very well. You two have grown weary today, Xueming. We shall rest here for the night. I will gather some firewood. You sit and wait for me." The darkness had descended, and traveling through the night was indeed unwise. Xiaoqing carefully placed Xueming on the ground, resolved to seek an exit in the morning. "Sister Qing, let me accompany you." Xueming expressed her concern. However, the human realm was vastly different from the demon and spirit realms, where the spiritual energy was scarce, rendering her unable to recover her strength and only increasing her fatigue. Xiaoqing shook her head and reassured, "Don't worry. I will search nearby and won't venture far." Indeed, Xueming had exhausted her strength, and after Xiaoqing's repeated assurances, Xueming finally consented. As Xiaoqing gathered sticks, she remained vigilant, constantly surveying her surroundings, hoping no animals would emerge. Yet, upon reflection, she found the thought somewhat amusing. What creature could possibly rival the imposing figures of Feng Mo and Yan Linchen? This was the mortal realm, after all. It was unlikely that any being could surpass the fearsome demon star wolf. Hiss. Xiaoqing paused momentarily while bending down to pick up a stick. The surrounding atmosphere remained eerily silent yet strangely unsettling. What could possibly be causing the rustling of the foliage? Her numerous experiences had instilled in her a deep-seated intuition that this was anything but ordinary, a sense of impending danger creeping ever closer. Silently, she resumed her task of gathering wood, as if nothing amiss had transpired. Yet, only she was aware of the cold sweat that had already soaked her back from the tension. Suddenly, with swift determination, Xiaoqing seized a long stick from the ground and swung it behind her. The stick severed a vine, and her hand, gripping the makeshift weapon, faltered as she beheld a mass of writhing vines converging upon her, as if they had spun an intricate web designed to ensnare. "Who approaches?" I ponder, questioning whom I may have offended. "Why do you remain hidden?" This targeted assault against me, if in the realm of demons, I would dismiss it as a mere natural occurrence. Yet here in the human world, such flora is exceedingly rare, unless someone is clandestinely manipulating these vines. Their intent clearly aimed at me. As if in response to her thoughts, a series of sharp, mocking laughter echoed in her ears. How astonishing that a mere mortal could possess such awareness. I had underestimated you. Accompanying the laughter was the sudden appearance of a woman before Xiaoqing. Dressed in a flowing black gown and veiled, her features remained obscured, yet her figure was undeniably elegant. "I wonder where I have wronged you, my lady. What compels you to act thus?" "Ha ha ha. Indeed, you have not offended me. We are strangers, yet you have crossed paths with someone you ought not to have. That individual seeks your life, and since I have promised, I shall fulfill that promise." Xiaoqing stood still, lost in deep contemplation for an extended period, her mind racing through memories. Yet, she could not recall having offended anyone in particular. Unless... No, stop thinking. You can only blame yourself for provoking those who should not be provoked. With your life on the line, the masked woman appeared reluctant to waste any more words with Xiaoqing. With a swift motion, she summoned a torrent of vines that surged towards Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing discarded the wooden stick she had just picked up and rushed forward recklessly, calling out, "Xueming, run!" While running, she did not forget to shout loudly to alert Xueming of the impending danger. Upon hearing Xiaoqing's anxious cries, Xueming opened her eyes. In an instant, she sprang into action, swiftly heading in the direction of Xiaoqing's voice. However, as she spotted Xiaoqing, her moment of joy was cut short by the sight of an overwhelming mass of vines pursuing her friend. The speed of these vines was astonishing. Before long, they ensnared Xiaoqing's legs. Xiaoqing was forcefully pulled down to the ground by the tree vines, recalling the short dagger she had yet to return to Xueming. Without hesitation, she drew the dagger from her bosom and plunged it fiercely into the vines. The vines recoiled in pain, and seeing this, Xiaoqing hurried towards Xueming. Xueming stepped forward, shielding Xiaoqing behind her, her hands moving swiftly to form several seals to block the overwhelming vines. "Sister Qing, you must flee. This vine demon is more powerful than I. With my spiritual energy depleted, I cannot hold her off for long," Xueming exclaimed, her brows furrowed, urging Xiaoqing from behind. However, Xiaoqing resolutely shook her head. Gripping the dagger tightly, she declared, If we are to leave, we shall do so together. I will not abandon you." What a touching display of sisterly love. From the midst of the vines emerged a masked woman, clapping enthusiastically, her gaze landing on the struggling Xiaoqing with a hint of surprise. A member of the spirit clan. The masked woman paused momentarily, then mockingly continued. "The world reveres the spirit clan, believing them to be superior due to their heavenly mandate. Yet, it seems they are not so formidable after all. Even my myriad vines cannot be thwarted. Ha! Humph. Had my spiritual energy not waned, I would not allow your arrogance to flourish." Xiaoqing retorted coldly, biting her finger to infuse her protective barrier with her blood, furrowing her brow as she steadfastly held back the oncoming vines. Deep down, she was acutely aware that she could not withstand such formidable vines for long. Yet, glancing back at Xiaoqing, a sense of determination surged within her. If she were to retreat, Xiaoqing would surely perish. Regardless of her promise to Brother Mo or the fondness she held for Xiaoqing, she could not allow her sister to meet her end here. "Bold demon, how dare you come to the human realm and wreak havoc?" Just as Xiaoqing contemplated her predicament and Xiaoqing prepared for battle, a deep male voice resonated through the air. As Xiaoqing raised her gaze, she spotted a man clad in a Taoist robe swiftly approaching, wielding a sword. Upon hearing his words, Tingyan paused momentarily, her teeth clenched in fury as she exclaimed, "Damn exorcist!" Reluctantly, she retreated, her vines withdrawing in a hasty escape. However, the robed man would not allow her to flee so easily. With a flourish of his sword, he cast a spell upon it, and the blade, as if imbued with sentience, darted swiftly towards the fleeing Tingyan. Not far away, Tung Yen let out a piercing scream, summoning all her strength to finally break free from the sword's grasp and escape at great speed. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing and Xiaoqing, having suddenly lost their adversary, breathed a sigh of relief. Glancing at each other, Xiaoqing stepped forward and respectfully clasped her hands towards the robed man, saying, "I am immensely grateful for your timely assistance today." The Taoist replied, sheathing his sword and regarding Xiaoqing with a hint of surprise, "It is my duty. No thanks are necessary. You are of the spirit clan, are you not?" Xiaoqing cast a curious glance at Xiaoqing, pondering why each person exhibited such astonishment upon discovering her identity as a member of the spirit clan. What, indeed, is the essence of this spirit clan? How embarrassing. I, Xiaoqing, am precisely one of them. It is only natural that Miss Xiaoqing, with her diminished spiritual power, would find it challenging to contend with this vine demon. However, there remains one matter that perplexes me, Jin Xian. Xiaoqing nodded politely and inquired, "Might I presume, given your remarkable cultivation and attire, that you are a demon hunter, Sir Lucian? It is thanks to you today that my sister and I have escaped peril. I wonder if you have any guidance to offer?" Most members of the spirit clan lead secluded lives, detached from worldly affairs. How is it that you, as one of them, do not adhere to this path? Xiaoqing sighed softly and replied, "Each individual treads a unique path and destiny. As you, the demon hunter Lucian, have mentioned, that is merely the common way. Yet, no one has decreed that being a member of the spirit clan necessitates a complete withdrawal from the mundane and a disregard for trivial matters." Xiaoqing was slightly taken aback by Xiaoqing's courteous demeanor towards someone. Although her time spent with Xiaoqing had not been extensive, she had come to understand the girl's character well. It was rare for Xiaoqing to even acknowledge anyone, as the young lady possessed a rather proud disposition. Xiaoqing suspected that her respectful attitude towards Lucian was not merely due to him saving them, but perhaps more so because the man before them, clad in a Taoist robe, was a demon hunter. This thought prompted Xiaoqing to examine Lucian more closely. In terms of appearance, he did not possess the striking allure of Fonyamo or Yin Linshan. Rather, his countenance radiated a sense of righteousness, presenting an image of earnestness that was both unassuming and formidable. He exuded a charm that was surprisingly inviting, evoking an impulse to approach and engage with him. As Xiaoqing appraised Lucian, he seemed to sense her scrutiny, his gaze fixating intently on her, followed by a furrow of his brow. "Who precisely are you?" he inquired, lifting his sword menacingly towards Xiaoqing. This sudden action left both Xiaoqing and Xiaoqing momentarily stunned. However, Xiaoqing quickly stepped in front of Xiaoqing, exclaiming, "What do you mean by calling her a demon? She is my sister. Just an ordinary mortal, not a demon." "Not a demon?" Lucian scoffed coldly. "Though you may be immortal, the aura of demonic energy surrounding you is beyond that of an ordinary creature. Speak. What are you?" "Lucian, the demon hunter. Do not overstep your bounds." Xiaoqing retorted, "Just because you are a demon hunter, you should not take liberties." With a huff, she began to prepare a spell, but Xiaoqing was all too aware of Xueming's current physical condition. If she continued to expend her spiritual energy, it would surely take a toll on her health. Without hesitation, Xiaoqing stepped forward, grasping Xueming's hand, and shook her head with determination, flashing a reassuring smile at Lucian. Pray tell, Lucian, the demon hunter, is it your intention to slay me simply because I may bear traces of demonic energy? Despite being an ordinary mortal? Demonic energy? Lucian gradually lowered his sword, though he continued to scrutinize Xiaoqing with skepticism. Indeed, having wandered in the demon realm with Xueming for some time, I may have inadvertently acquired some demonic essence. If that is reason enough for you to condemn me to death by your hand, then I have no other recourse. It would be a grave error for you, Lucian, to unjustly slay an innocent mortal. Are you still deserving of the title Demon Hunter? Lucian paused, taken aback by her words, realizing this was a perspective he had overlooked. As a demon hunter, he bore the responsibility of safeguarding the mortal realm. However, he could not wield his skills to indiscriminately take innocent lives. If he were to behave in such a manner, how would he differ from the bloodthirsty demons he pursued? Contemplating this, Lucian's expression grew troubled, yet the intensity of the demonic energy surrounding Xiaoqing was undeniably profound, an anomaly for a mere mortal. With a serious demeanor, he stepped closer and slightly bowed, addressing her earnestly. My lady, I apologize for my rudeness. As a demon hunter, it is my duty to investigate any potential threats. Might I request your permission to conduct an inspection? Xueming, witnessing Lucian's earnestness, was momentarily speechless with indignation. After a long pause, she finally managed to retort. In matters of propriety, how do you intend to inspect my sister? Do you suspect her to be of the spirit race? I shall not shy away from stating that I am the 27th holy maiden of the spirit race. Would I harbor a demon? Lucian's face reflected discomfort as he hurriedly stepped back, offering sincere apologies. My lady, please do not be angered. Lucian, acted too hastily, and I assure you, I had no intention of tarnishing your reputation. As for you, I was remiss in not recognizing your esteemed status as a holy maiden of the spirit race. Should I have been discourteous, I hope you may extend your forgiveness. Xueming could not help but stifle a laugh at his earnest yet foolish demeanor, causing her anger to dissipate significantly. How can there be such a naive man in this world? He is not lacking in appearance, yet he seems so simple-minded. It is truly a pity. Clearing her throat, she declared, since you admit your rudeness, we sisters shall take our leave. Do you intend to stop us? Upon hearing this, Lucian glanced at Xiaoqing, his brow furrowed. Although he was most reluctant, he ultimately bowed slightly and replied, I would not dare to impede your departure. Please, ladies, be on your way. Satisfied, Xueming beamed and took hold of Xiaoqing's arm. Sister Qing, let us go. There is nothing to worry about now. Xiaoqing cast a peculiar glance at Xueming, then turned her attention to Lucian, who had been covertly observing her multiple times. And a thought began to form in her mind. Young Master Lucian, may I address you in such a manner, dear sir? Xiaoqing stepped forward, bowing politely yet somewhat effectively. Lucian hastily returned the gesture, saying, Miss Su, you are too kind. You may address me in any manner you prefer. I must apologize for my earlier rudeness and hope you will not hold it against me. Why are you still wasting your breath on such a simpleton, Sister Qing? Xueming interjected, displaying her lack of understanding and disregard for Lucian's presence. Her blunt remark left Lucian smiling awkwardly, unable to refute her words. Xiaoqing shook her head at Xueming, reassuring her, rest assured, I am well aware of the situation. Having calmed the somewhat impatient Xueming, Xiaoqing then turned to Lucian and said, Dear younger sister Xueming, I hope you will be forgiving of any shortcomings in our conversation, esteemed sir. Xiaoqing's series of calm and courteous actions undoubtedly garnered a modicum of affection from Lucian, setting aside all other considerations. Xiaoqing, a woman of remarkable composure, exhibited meticulousness in both her speech and actions. The fact that she maintained an air of calm when he brandished his sword at her only served to underscore her extraordinary character. Indeed, it is I who have been abrupt. It is entirely reasonable for Miss Xueming to harbor misunderstandings towards me, Lucian remarked, casting a glance at Xueming, who had turned her head away and sheepishly scratching his head. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, I suggest that both of you ladies depart swiftly. The night here is rather perilous. If you proceed north through this forest, you will find your way out. Not far beyond lies a village where you may seek refuge. Xiaoqing nodded, realizing that her previous direction had not been mistaken. However, as darkness enveloped the surroundings, she had not been as meticulous. Now, Lucian's words undoubtedly bolstered her confidence. I have a request, and I wonder if Master Le Chien might assist us? Le Chien was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, responding politely, "Of course, Miss Su, please go ahead. If there is anything I can do to assist you two ladies, I shall do my utmost." Xiaoqing turned her head and tugged at Su Qing's arm, whispering, "Sister Qing, why would we need this fool's help?" Su Qing winked at her and replied softly, "Given your current depletion of spiritual energy and his evident prowess, considering that he already harbors doubts about the aura I possess, it may be wise to have him accompany us to Tianjin City. This way, he can dispel his concerns, and we shall not have to fear the unfamiliar terrain or encounter the vine demon again. The enemy lurks in the shadows while we stand in the light. With Le Chien by our side, we can feel considerably more at ease. Is that feasible? I suspect the aura surrounding you, Sister Qing, may very well stem from that sealed serpent egg." Xiaoqing recalled the serpent egg, having sensed a faint trace of familiarity about it. Even if its presence had diminished significantly, she would not allow anyone to harm the egg in the slightest until she could ascertain its identity. Did you not call him a fool? Even if he were to discover the serpent egg, a mere ruse would suffice to ensure he would never take action against it. Su Qing blinked her eyes with unwavering confidence. In Xiaoqing's beautiful gaze, a flicker of hesitation passed, but ultimately, she could not withstand Su Qing's steadfast eyes and nodded in agreement. "All right, I shall trust my sister once. If we cannot control that fool later, I will hold him back. You must seize the opportunity to clutch the serpent egg and flee. Do you understand? As a member of the spirit clan, he will not easily harm me." The two exchanged glances and ultimately decided to follow Su Qing's plan. Meanwhile, Le Chien stood to the side, somewhat bewildered, observing these two young ladies whispering to one another. As they spoke, they did not forget to cast various glances in his direction, making him feel increasingly uneasy. He contemplated speaking up but felt it unseemly to interrupt their discussion. Thus, despite his inner turmoil, he merely smiled and patiently waited. Su Qing turned around, offering an apologetic smile. "I was just discussing matters with my sister. I hope young Master Le does not take offense." Of course. Le Chien's demeanor nearly elicited Su Qing's sympathy. Was she not blatantly taking advantage of this honest man? However, considering the urgency of their situation, she realized that without such actions, she and Xiaoqing might never reach Tianjin City. Ultimately, she ventured to ask, "Might young Master Le be willing to accompany my sister and me on our journey?" Le Chien's expression was somewhat awkward, yet it aligned with his desires. Although he had previously hesitated to express his wish, he was exceedingly curious about the aura of demon energy surrounding Su Qing, and thus he welcomed her proposal with an eager heart. Once he discerned the source of her demon energy, he could then apologize to the two young ladies. After all, they had explicitly invited him. It was a rare opportunity, and there was no need for any unseemly behavior. "Young Master Le, if it is inconvenient, we can pretend this conversation never took place." Noticing Le Chien lost in thought, Su Qing and Xiaoqing exchanged knowing glances. Xiaoqing, understanding, pulled Su Qing to leave. But immediately, Le Chien's anxious voice rang out, "Ladies, please wait." If he had not spoken up, Su Qing and Xiaoqing would have likely abandoned their plan, for it was difficult to exploit the good-natured, somewhat naive demon hunter. However, Le Chien's urgent call swiftly dispelled any lingering reluctance in Su Qing and Xiaoqing's hearts. They exchanged glances, both revealing a smile of triumph. Yet, Su Qing feigned innocence, asking, "Young Master Le, what is the matter?" Her gentle and seemingly aggrieved tone sent shivers down her spine. If such a tone were directed at Yin Linchen, she might very well be split in two. As for Feng Yamo, that individual was already rather inappropriate. Should she behave in such a manner, escaping his grasp would be utterly impossible. Su Qing gazed at the earnest Le Chien, silently sighing to herself. Perhaps this tactic was indeed effective only against naive and honest demon catchers like him. Lu Xian cleared his throat. Moments ago, he had been deep in thought, unaware that Su Qing and Xiaoqing were about to depart. In a moment of urgency, he acted somewhat abruptly, his cheeks flushing as he softly inquired, "Miss Su, your recent suggestion is splendid. I, too, have come down the mountain to explore, having traversed this area thoroughly. At present, I have no other destinations in mind, so it would be quite beneficial to accompany you both, thus avoiding any further encounters with that vine demon." "Really? That is truly wonderful." Su Qing's sparkling eyes were fixed intently on Le Chien, her face brimming with excitement. Xiaoqing stood nearby, somewhat dumbfounded, realizing that she needed to reassess her understanding of Su Qing. In just a few words, this seemingly foolish and bewildered demon hunter had swiftly been brought under control, and Xueming found herself slightly admiring Su Qing for this. Yet, only Su Qing herself knew that her exuberance was genuine. With Lu Xian's presence, the void left by Feng Mo's absence could be filled, with Lu Xian's protection. Both she and Xueming should be able to reach Tiangong City smoothly to meet Feng Mo. However, she pondered whether the divine artifact truly existed in Tiangong City. If they could indeed locate the artifact effortlessly, could it mean that she would soon be able to rescue Yin Xian? No matter what, Mother would certainly save you, even if it cost her life. Reflecting on the sweet, childish calls, Su Qing felt a pang of nostalgia, and her thoughts drifted to that woman in pink. Could she truly be Yin Xian's mother? Yet, if she were indeed Yin Xian's mother, how could she have vanished for so long without even a glance at him? As these thoughts swirled, even Su Qing felt her head grow heavy, shaking her head to dispel the thoughts. She reminded herself that the pressing matter at hand was to devise a convincing excuse that would persuade Lu Xian to willingly escort her and Xueming to Tiangong City. Su Qing understood well that although Lu Xian appeared somewhat simple-minded, he was inherently just and kind-hearted. Such individuals generally are amenable to discussions as long as their principles and boundaries are not violated. However, once they become obstinate, they can be quite formidable. Thus, she needed to present Lu Xian with a reason that he could wholeheartedly accept. Lu Xian, gazing at Su Qing's bright, sparkling eyes, shyly lowered his head, prompting merciless mockery from Xueming, who stood nearby. Lu Xian scratched his head, hesitating for a moment before stammering, "Ladies, are you still able to walk? If so, why not accompany me into the village? I am also staying there, and the villagers are all very kind." Lu Xian, being a good-natured young man, certainly reflects the warmth of the villagers, which undoubtedly makes them equally amiable. Su Qing smiled softly, her heart inevitably filled with anticipation. She had been in this otherworldly realm for quite some time, and it was rare for her to encounter someone as ordinary as herself. It was only natural for her to feel a sense of eagerness. "Xueming, how have you been?" Su Qing glanced at the increasingly out-of-sorts Xueming, who shook her head and said, "Sister Qing, I'm perfectly fine, just a bit weary. Let us follow this, Lord Lu Xian into the village." The once outspoken Xueming had awkwardly transformed her words, turning fool into Lord Lu Xian, which truly was a challenge for her. With a smile, Su Qing stepped forward to support Xueming and turned to say, "I trouble you, young Master Lu Xian, to lead the way ahead." After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xian retrieved a pill from his pocket and offered it to Xueming, saying, "Though it pales in comparison to the elixirs of your spirit race, it shall aid you in restoring your spiritual energy swiftly. There is no rush to head to the village tomorrow with my presence. No beast shall harm you two young ladies. The immediate priority is for Miss Xueming to regain her strength. I was too hasty just now." Xueming was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for having referred to him as fool. In a crucial moment, she found herself relying on another's pill. Gradually, she extended her hand to accept the pill, murmuring her gratitude before swallowing it without further ceremony. The sealing of the blood marsh had drained a significant portion of her spiritual energy, and she had just exerted herself to the utmost in her struggle against the vine demon. Upon closer inspection of her internal state, she realized with dismay that her spiritual energy was showing signs of depletion. Fortunately, Su Qing had the foresight to communicate with Lu Xian. Otherwise, Xueming could scarcely fathom how she would protect and escort Su Qing to Tiangong City in this mortal realm. After consuming the pill, Xueming settled down to meditate and restore her energy, while Su Qing and Lu Xian quietly awaited her recovery. Until the tranquility was abruptly interrupted by an unseemly growl from Su Qing's stomach. Lu Xian cleared his throat, quickly rising to feign nonchalance. Raising his sword and planting it firmly in the ground, "I just saw Miss Su gathering firewood. I shall retrieve it at once. With my sword here, I can sense any disturbance. Miss Su, please rest assured and await Miss Xueming's recovery." He assured them, "I will return shortly." Seeing his hurried departure, Su Qing glanced once more at the firewood that had fallen nearby and shook her head in exasperation. "Lying is so easily exposed," she thought, as she lowered her gaze to caress her belly. Su Qing was aware that Lu Xian was reluctant to let her, a young lady, feel embarrassed. So she casually concocted an excuse to fetch some food for them. She glanced at the long sword standing upright on the ground, propped herself up with her hands, and began to gather the fallen wooden sticks, piling them in one place. Just as she was about to employ her usual method of friction to create fire, her peripheral vision caught sight of the sword, prompting her to attempt to pull it from the ground. However, despite the sword appearing to be only lightly embedded, no matter how much strength Su Qing exerted, the blade remained immovable. She found herself breathless from the effort when Lucien, hurrying back with 2 rabbits in tow, happened upon her. Noticing that both she and her companion were unharmed, and observing Xiaoqing's somewhat disheveled state as she sat on the ground, he could not help but smile and say, "Miss Su, this sword is my paired weapon. Without my acknowledgement, you shall not be able to draw it." Xiaoqing brushed off the dirt from her rear, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she stood up. "So this is how it is." She then noticed the rabbit in Lucien's hand and the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It seemed that Lucien had been in the midst of capturing the rabbit when he sensed the unusualness of the sword at his side, prompting him to hurriedly rush back. After all, Miss Su was in need of fire. Lucien glanced at the pile of firewood that had accumulated early on, wiped the sweat from his brow, tossed the 2 lifeless rabbits aside, and drew his longsword. With a mere flick of the blade over the firewood, sparks flew forth instantly. The problem that had been troubling Xiaoqing was effortlessly resolved by Lucien. Xiaoqing felt somewhat helpless. For the first time, she realized that lacking any magical abilities made it exceedingly difficult to survive in this otherworldly realm. "By the way, does young Master La have any seasonings?" Xiaoqing glanced at the 2 rabbits on the ground, her desire to indulge already overwhelming. Lucien awkwardly retrieved a few bottles of seasoning from his pocket, scratching his head in embarrassment. "I do have some, but I must admit, I am not skilled in the culinary arts." Xiaoqing took the spices from Lucien's hand and smiled mysteriously, saying, "It's nothing. You just prepare the rabbits. Tonight, our meal is assured." Lucien was taken aback, not expecting Miss Su to possess culinary skills. However, after a brief moment of surprise, he chuckled and went to the stream to wash the 2 rabbits. Xiaoqing gazed at Lucien's departing figure and inhaled the aroma of the seasonings he had provided. After a moment's contemplation, she felt assured about the ingredients and their uses. Seizing the opportunity while Lucien was occupied with washing the rabbit, Xiaoqing swiftly set up a makeshift grill, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the rabbit. With Lucien's assistance, she prepared the roasted rabbit with remarkable efficiency. The only regret was the lack of comprehensive seasonings. Had she possessed an array of spices from her previous world, Xiaoqing was confident that the flavor of the roasted rabbit would have been even more exquisite. Nevertheless, despite this minor shortcoming, the tantalizing aroma of the cooked rabbit prompted Lucien to express his admiration, declaring he had never created such a fragrant dish with his own seasonings. "Miss Su, you truly possess a remarkable talent," he exclaimed. "Do taste it, young Master Lo." For the first time, Xiaoqing found herself genuinely praised, which made her somewhat bashful. She promptly tore off a piece of rabbit leg and handed it to Lucien. Lucien cautiously accepted the morsel and, under Xiaoqing's eager gaze, slowly took a bite. The meat was cooked to perfection, and Lucien struggled to find the right words to describe it. Ultimately, all he could articulate was its deliciousness. "Miss Su, this is absolutely delightful," he exclaimed, savoring the rabbit while showering her with compliments. In his haste to enjoy the dish, he inadvertently burned his lips. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing, having regained some of her spiritual energy after the effects of the pill, sensed the delectable aroma wafting through the air, instantly recognizing Xiaoqing's culinary prowess. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld the sight of the somewhat oblivious demon hunter, Lucien, devouring the rabbit with such fervor that he had even scalded his lips in the process. Unable to contain her amusement, Xiaoqing chuckled. "Look at you, so inexperienced. My sister Qing's culinary skills are renowned. There's no need for such flattery. But really, you've lost all composure." As Xiaoqing observed the improvement in her complexion upon awakening, she felt a surge of joy, only to be rendered speechless by her subsequent remarks. With such words, she could only imagine how bashful Lucien would become. Indeed, her predictions proved accurate. Upon hearing Xiaoqing's teasing, Lucien's delicate features flushed crimson in the flickering firelight, leaving him uncertain whether to stand or sit. This display incited Xiaoqing to laugh heartily, clutching her abdomen, and she suddenly found the presence of a somewhat naive demon hunter trailing behind her to be quite an amusing diversion. "Well, I was merely jesting." Xiaoqing felt a pang of sympathy and decided against further teasing him. Instead, she stepped forward, tearing off a piece of rabbit meat and offering it to Xiaoqing. "Sister Qing, you should eat quickly. You must be starving after a whole day." "Thank you, Xiaoqing." Xiaoqing took the rabbit meat without hesitation, and soon, the group gathered around the fire, devouring 2 rabbits with great vigor. Afterward, Xiaoqing, patting her round belly, playfully scolded, "Sister Qing, if I end up so plump that even Brother Mo fails to recognize me, I shall certainly trouble you." That girl. Xiaoqing found herself both amused and exasperated. Why did she have to bear the consequences of her own cooking? Lucian glanced between the two and couldn't help but chuckle softly. The night passed swiftly, and at dawn the next day, Lucian and Xiaoqing departed the woods together. They proceeded at a leisurely pace toward the village where Lucian frequently stayed. Not long after they left their original spot, it was instantly engulfed by a sea of vines. Exiting the forest, Lucian led the way, allowing them to enter the village smoothly and swiftly. Upon reaching the village entrance, many villagers greeted Lucian warmly, exclaiming, "Young Master Lucian, it's been a while." Lucian responded with a smile to each. Indeed, it has been some time. It was evident that the villagers were quite familiar with him. However, upon seeing Xiaoqing and Xueming, their curiosity compelled them to scrutinize the two young and beautiful women, as many had never ventured beyond the village in their lives. Xueming maintained her aloof demeanor, while Xiaoqing smiled, choosing not to reveal the inner turmoil beneath. The villagers primarily sustained themselves through farming, and the morning dew had only just settled. Sounds of activity were already emanating from the fields, and Xiaoqing, trailing behind Lucian, couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia at the sight. Xueming, too, had never witnessed such a scene and found herself curiously glancing around. "Brother Lucian, you're back." A voice filled with delight rang out from nearby. Xiaoqing and Xueming exchanged glances and turned toward the source of the sound. They beheld a girl of about 11 or 12, barefoot and muddy, rushing over with a beaming smile, standing before Lucian and extending her hand. "Brother Lucian, did you bring something delicious for Hunyo?" Lucian, looking down at the eagerly blinking Hunyo, felt a twinge of regret as he bent down to ruffle her fluffy head, saying, "Hunyo, I've been busy this time, but I promise to bring you something next time, all right?" "Humph." Hunyo huffed, clearly displeased, her gaze darting towards Xiaoqing and Xueming. Her eyes widening as she indignantly proclaimed, "I see Brother Lucian is with beauties and has forgotten about Hunyo." "Hunyo, what are you causing a ruckus for?" A deep voice came from behind her. Hunyo, feeling slightly wronged, scampered toward a middle-aged man behind her, exclaiming, "Father, you must chase those two women away. It's all their fault. Otherwise, Brother Lucian would never have broken his promise. He has always kept his word to Hunyo." The middle-aged man glanced at Lucian, then at Xiaoqing and Xueming, smiling as he said, "Anyone who comes to Feng Village is a guest. Young Master Lucian and the two young ladies need not take offense. I am the village chief, Wolf Feng, and Hunyo has been rather spoiled by me." Xiaoqing and Xueming both nodded, glancing helplessly at the irritable Hunyo, who was glaring at them. They were surprised to discover that this seemingly unremarkable and simple monster-catching practitioner was so well regarded in the village. "Village chief, it's been a while. I hope your health has improved recently?" Lucian gently inquired. Wolf Tooth chuckled heartily. "Thanks to the medicine you provided last time, young Master Lu, I feel as fit as a fiddle now." "Humph. I wonder if you were able to endure the pain last night in your room." Hunyo bluntly exposed Wolf Tooth's fib. Taken aback, Wolf Tooth scratched his head sheepishly and scolded playfully, "You little rascal, you're becoming increasingly disrespectful." Hunyo huffed and stormed off, leaving a few adults exchanging awkward glances. With a smile, Lucian retrieved a small bottle from his pocket. "I presumed the village chief's medicine might have run out, so I brought some extra." "Thank you very much, young Master Lu." Wolf Tooth hastily wiped his hands on his clothes before carefully accepting the bottle, warmly inviting, "Young Master Lu and the two young ladies should not just stand there. Come home with me. We are celebrating the birthdays of several centenarians tonight. It would be delightful for you to join us." "Celebrating a centennial? It is indeed quite a remarkable feat for mortals to reach such an age," Xueming remarked with a smile, grasping Xiaoqing's wrist, indicating her eagerness to attend. Although Xueming's true age might surpass a century, her curiosity remained unquenched. Xiaoqing recalled similar celebrations in her childhood home, though as time passed, they had gradually migrated to the city, and she hadn't participated in such festivities for quite some time. "I know you want to go. Let us attend together tonight," Xiaoqing said, glancing at Xueming. Xueming raised an eyebrow and asked Lucian, "Silly boy, will you be joining us for the evening's festivities?" Lucian appeared somewhat helpless, unsure how he had become the silly boy in Xueming's eyes, but ultimately he replied earnestly, "I am accompanying these two young ladies. If they are going, then I shall certainly join as well." Wolf Tooth, leading the way, couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, "Youth is truly wonderful. Young Master Lu is quite fortunate. Ha ha ha." His hearty laughter suggested a misunderstanding of the trio's relationship. Lucian, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and clarified, "Village chief, these two young ladies are merely companions I agreed to travel with. It is not that kind of relationship." Upon hearing Lucian's words, Wolf Tooth's grin widened. laced with a hint of teasing. Young Master Lo, what do you mean by not that kind? I'm just a simple man, and I haven't said anything. Lu Xian, flustered, found himself at a loss for words. After all, who could claim to have never experienced youth? In my day, I had the same effect on Hun You's mother. Lu Xian intended to clarify his relationship with Su Qing and Xueming, but he ultimately failed to do so, making things even more complicated. Sensing his embarrassment, Xueming leaned closer to Su Qing and whispered, he truly is a silly boy, isn't he, Sister Qing? Look at him. His face is as red as a monkey's bottom. Hee hee, how amusing. Upon observing, Su Qing indeed noticed that Lu Xian's face was flushed quite intensely, which made her unable to suppress a few soft chuckles. It was uncertain whether Lu Xian had clearly heard the conversation between the two of them, but it seemed that he stiffened momentarily after their exchange. Wolf Fong, what are you lingering about for? Hurry and bring young Master Lu Xian and the two young ladies inside. Su Qing glanced over and saw a woman in her 50s or 60s standing in front of a thatched cottage. The woman had likely just been busy in the kitchen. Perhaps Hun You had returned home early to inform her, which is why she stood at the door to greet them. This woman appeared to be the mother of Wolf Tooth. Aunt Ma. Lu Xian greeted politely, and Aunt Ma nodded happily in response. With a hearty smile, she approached them. Please, go inside and make yourselves comfortable. I will prepare a few more dishes in the kitchen. You can sit down for now. Aunt Ma. There's no need to go to such trouble. It is already quite a bother for us to have a place to rest. We would be content with just a light meal. Su Qing stepped forward with a smile, explaining that they had merely seized the opportunity to inquire about the route to Tiangong City and would not remain long. It was preferable to minimize any inconvenience. Young lady, since you are a friend of young Master Lu Xian and have called me Aunt Ma, then you are indeed our esteemed guest. Heed Aunt Ma's advice and please, go inside to rest. Aunt Ma glared at Langya, who stood there in a daze. Why are you letting our guest stand around and stare at you? Oh, yes. It's just that my son is attentively listening to his mother. The burly Langya, even in the presence of his mother, could only acquiesce without a hint of rebellion, and hurriedly led Su Qing and Xueming into the house. Inside, the furnishings were quite modest and simple. After surveying the surroundings, Su Qing finally settled down with Xueming. Meanwhile, Lu Xian exchanged a brief greeting with the two young ladies before hastily seeking out Hun You, perhaps still feeling guilty for not bringing her a gift. Ladies, would you care for some tea? Langya cheerfully brought forth a pot of tea. Su Qing promptly rose to accept it, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your kindness. Village Chief Langya. Langya shook his head. No need for thanks, since you are friends of young Master Lu Xian. You are naturally friends of our entire Feng village. Su Qing poured herself a cup of tea. Although it was labeled tea, it contained nothing of particular quality, merely some ordinary leaves. If Su Qing's intuition served her right, this brew would likely possess a hint of bitterness. Village Chief Wolf Fong. May I inquire why Lu Xian is so well regarded in your village? Xueming tilted her head, curiosity evident. Wolf Fong glanced at Xueming before smiling and elaborating. Our village is said to be near those supernatural creatures. Previously, we encountered numerous strange occurrences, with livestock mysteriously vanishing overnight. Thankfully, with the presence of young Master Lu Xian, our Feng village has managed to avoid calamity. Nearby villages, however, have suffered greatly, with both people and livestock annihilated by those creatures. It was truly a harrowing experience. As Wolf Fong recounted the events, a shiver of dread coursed through him. Strange happenings had plagued the village until Lu Xian arrived, bringing peace and safety, which is why everyone welcomed him warmly. Xueming surveyed the room and turned to Wolf Fong, casually inquiring, Is Tiger Girl your only child? Upon hearing this, Wolf Fong could not suppress a sigh. I have another son, but best not to mention him. It only brings frustration, as if I had never raised him at all. Well then, please enjoy the tea while I assist my mother in the kitchen to expedite dinner. It is only fair that you ladies have ample time to rest before tonight's activities. Wolf Fong smiled, seemingly reluctant to linger further, and hurried away. Xueming silently lifted her cup to her lips, only to grimace. Sister Qing, this is quite bitter. Su Qing chuckled and sat down, her curiosity piqued. What piqued your interest in Village Chief Wolf Fong's family? Oh, it's nothing. I simply found the household peculiar. I noticed men's clothing hanging when we entered, which prompted my question. I did not expect that Village Chief Wolf Fong had a son. Xueming pushed her cup aside in disdain, resting her chin on her hands. Sister Qing, what could possibly be the reason for Village Chief Wolf Fong's reluctance to acknowledge his son? I know not what to say. How can I possibly answer that? Su Qing shook her head. Enough with the suspense. Do share your thoughts. Xueming raised an eyebrow before asking. Do you recall village chief Wolf Fong mentioning the frequent odd occurrences in their village, such as livestock vanishing without a trace? Indeed, but what connection does this have? Qing remained perplexed, sensing no link between the two matters. Sister Qing, as we entered the village, we did not observe any livestock as numerous as those belonging to the village chief. Moreover, it appears that his livestock have been well fed for quite some time. This raises a question. Why are his animals unaffected? Are you suggesting that the source of these strange events lies within the village chief's household? Qing gasped. Do you suspect the village chief's son? You misunderstand. I have never claimed such a thing. Xueming chuckled, bemused by her own unfounded assumptions, realizing she had no basis for such conclusions. At that moment, Lixian entered the room with the somewhat reluctant tiger girl. Qing glanced at Xueming and smiled, shaking her head. It's nothing serious, merely sharing some amusing anecdotes with Xueming. I suspect you are not merely exchanging pleasantries. Perhaps you were discussing someone unfavorably? Tiger girl shot a sidelong glance at Qing, plopping down onto a chair. Qing and Xueming exchanged awkward glances. Finally, sensing the tension in the air, Lixian hastily interjected, Tiger girl, how about I assist you in the kitchen? Although still young, Tiger girl was no fool. She recognized Lixian's intention to divert attention from the awkward situation with Qing and Xueming, causing her mood to sour. With a huff, she declared, Mother was right. Beautiful women are indeed a calamity, and stormed off toward the kitchen. The remaining three exchanged glances, caught in an uncomfortable silence, while Lixian watched Tiger Girl's retreating figure with concern. Qing felt that many matters might be most clearly understood by Lixian, for the peculiar occurrences in Feng village had ceased since his arrival. During the meal, Qing noticed that the son mentioned by Wolf Fong was absent. Perhaps, as Wolf Fong had previously implied, he was indeed reluctant to speak of this child. Young ladies, please enjoy your meal. The village should soon be preparing for festivities. After dining, let our dear Huny take you for a stroll around the village. Grandma, I don't want to, protested Huny, who was in the midst of lifting a vegetable to her mouth, immediately frowning in defiance at Aunt Ma's words. Grandma, they're not good people. What are you saying, Huny? These young ladies are friends of Master Lixian. If you continue to be so disrespectful, you might as well not eat. Before Aunt Ma could respond, Wolf Fong, seated nearby, appeared somewhat irate. Huny, rarely witnessing her father's anger, could only let out a muffled sound of discontent and focused on her meal, refraining from uttering another word. Only then did Wolf Fong's expression soften, and he spoke with genuine embarrassment. Ladies, I sincerely apologize. Huny is just a child, and I have not disciplined her properly. Children can be like this. After all, we are still strangers to one another. Qing restrained Xueming, who was about to speak up, beneath the table. This girl often spoke too bluntly. While it was somewhat acceptable in front of Lixian, it was not appropriate considering the presence of others. If she did not intervene, it was uncertain what kind of trouble Xueming might stir up. Xueming, realizing her hands were stuck, could only whisper to Qing, Sister Qing, don't worry. I want tea. I will exercise discretion. Qing then smiled and casually released Xueming's hand as if nothing had occurred. Aunt Ma suddenly stood up with a smile and went to the kitchen to bring a large bowl of soup, placing it on the table. When Hunyo attempted to ladle some out, Aunt Ma quickly stopped her, exclaiming that it was impolite to let the guests go first. Hunyo pouted and, with a hint of reluctance, lowered her head to swiftly finish the food in her bowl, stating, You all go ahead. I'm full. Without waiting for anyone to respond, she exited the room. Aunt Ma, having served Qing and the others their bowls of soup, smiled sheepishly, remarking, Look at this child, just as Langyus said. She's becoming increasingly disrespectful. Qing and Xueming sipped a bowl of simple egg soup, yet its flavor was remarkably fresh. After a few sips, Qing, filled with curiosity, inquired, Aunt Ma, did you just gather these eggs from the henhouse? They taste exceptionally fresh. Aunt Ma paused in her task of serving Lixian, a hint of astonishment crossing her features, her wrinkles knitting together in surprise. This young lady is truly impressive. She can discern such details. It is no wonder she is a friend of young Master Lixian. Aunt Ma, this is Miss Qing. She is quite skilled in the kitchen. Hence her knowledge does not solely stem from Lixian. Lixian lowered his gaze, taking a sip of the soup before looking up, slightly embarrassed as he explained. Fool, why have you only introduced Sister Qing? What about me? Xueming complained, a note of dissatisfaction in her voice. Lixian, taken aback, stood up hurriedly, exclaiming, This is Miss Xueming, who is equally remarkable. Blushing, he added, Forgive me, Miss Xueming. I had yet to introduce you. His bashful earnestness elicited laughter from everyone present. Xiaoqing, satisfied, lifted her chin haughtily, declaring, "Let this not happen again." "Ah, I see. Miss Su must be quite young yet possesses such talent. Miss Xiaoqing is also quite impressive." Emma chuckled as she sat up, eagerly offering them other dishes. Both Xiaoqing and Xiaoqing felt a touch of embarrassment at her warm hospitality. After the meal, Xiaoqing, seeking a moment of leisure, stepped outside and spotted Hunyo squatting in the courtyard, aimlessly drawing in the dirt with a small stick. After a moment's thought, Xiaoqing approached and crouched beside Hunyo, softly asking, "Hunyo, what are you drawing?" Hunyo cast a sideways glance at Xiaoqing but remained silent, continuing to scribble in the earth with her little stick. As Xiaoqing lowered her gaze, she discovered that the painting resembled a gathering of people engaged in some form of ritual. "Sister Qing, what brings you here?" Xiaoqing emerged from the house and, upon noticing Xiaoqing squatting on the ground conversing with Hunyo, felt a surge of curiosity and approached them. "Hunyo, the village has already begun to adorn itself with lights and decorations. You should quickly take Miss Su and Miss Xue to witness the festivities." Emma inside the house interjected. Hunyo, squatting on the ground, cast a disapproving glance at Xiaoqing and Xiaoqing. "Grandmother, Hunyo does not wish to go." Xiaoqing rose to her feet and exchanged a glance with Xiaoqing, utterly perplexed by the intense animosity that Hunyo bore towards them. It appeared that they had done nothing to provoke such hostility. Yet, from whence did this enmity arise? "Hunyo, if you continue to act out, beware that I may shatter your legs." The fierce roar of Langya ultimately caused Hunyo to tremble slightly. After casting a glare at both Xiaoqing and Xiaoqing, she finally stood up and declared, "Follow me." This was the first time Xiaoqing encountered such a situation, and it was inevitably a bit awkward. After all, they were not particularly welcome companions. Their presence was somewhat inappropriate. Is the fool not coming? Xiaoqing glanced around and soon realized that Le Chien had not been seen since they finished their meal. Aunt Ma, wearing an apron, emerged with a smile and explained, "Ladies, I sincerely apologize. That rascal, Langya, needs to discuss something with Master Le Chien. You two should accompany this tiger girl for now. I will send Master Le Chien to find you later." "That works. Let us be on our way then." Xiaoqing shrugged helplessly, and Tiger Girl cast a lingering glance at Aunt Ma before reluctantly leading Xiaoqing and Xiaoqing out the door. This time, for centenarians were participating in the celebration in Feng Village, marking the largest gathering in nearly a century, prompting the villagers to start their preparations early. As they exited Langya's home and followed Tiger Girl past several fences, they encountered a bustling crowd of people moving about. The trees lining the roadside were adorned with an array of colorful lanterns, creating a dazzling spectacle. Every household had posted red couplets, making the atmosphere far more lively than the New Year celebrations. Along the way, Xiaoqing frequently glanced around with curiosity, clearly intrigued by the surroundings. "Look, that ancient tree ahead is the heart of our village's celebration. It will be the liveliest spot tonight." Tiger Girl pointed ahead with her slightly chubby hand, her tone nonchalant, as if she held little interest in this festival that the entire village regarded with such importance. Xiaoqing and Xiaoqing followed the direction pointed out by Hunyo, and their gaze settled upon a square reminiscent of those they had encountered within the Bamboo Leaf Green clan. Though the square was not particularly expansive, it was notably pristine. At its center stood a magnificent ancient tree, its branches lush and its foliage exuberant, exuding a vibrant vitality. The tree was adorned with an abundance of red silk ribbons, and according to Hunyo, it was the fabled tree of fate in Feng Village, reputed to possess a remarkable accuracy. Many ardent seekers of love had come to beseech its blessings. At this moment, a pile of timber lay upon the elevated platform in the square, which the villagers would likely ignite in celebration come evening, gathering around it to sing and dance. This scene brought a smile to Xiaoqing's lips, reminding her of a certain ethnic group. "Sister Qing, since it's so lively over there, shall we lend a hand?" Xiaoqing exclaimed, her excitement nearly propelling her to leap forward. However, Hunyo scoffed, dousing her enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. "The centenarians in our Feng village are esteemed individuals. Such celebratory events cannot be meddled with lightly. Besides, what can you possibly contribute looking like that?" "Hey, are you suggesting that I would cause a ruckus?" Xiaoqing retorted, hands on her hips, her confidence unwavering. "Am I not the illustrious saintess of the Spirit Clan? Surely, I can handle such a trivial matter." Upon witnessing the scene, Xiaoqing hurriedly pulled Xiaoqing closer and addressed Hunyo, saying, "Hunyo, why don't you go off and play? You've already shown us around." and we can simply inform the village chief that you've been with us the entire time." Earlier, as they stepped out, Xiaoqing had noticed Niu frequently glancing at her peers, but out of respect for Wolf Fang's instructions, she had patiently accompanied the two girls in their leisurely stroll, which indeed placed her in a somewhat uncomfortable position. Upon hearing Xiaoqing's words, Niu appeared taken aback, her expression revealing a flicker of doubt. "Is that truly the case?" she inquired. Xiaoqing smiled and nodded, affirming the sincerity of her statement. Niu then cast her gaze toward the center of the square before looking back at Xiaoqing and Xueming, her lips quivering as if she wished to speak but hesitated. Ultimately, she leaned closer and whispered, "You must leave Feng Village at once. There is danger looming." After uttering this urgent warning, she anxiously glanced around before, without waiting for Xiaoqing and Xueming to fully comprehend her words. She darted away as if nothing were amiss. Left standing in bewilderment, Xiaoqing and Xueming exchanged puzzled glances, with Xueming blinking and inquiring, "Sister Qing, what does she mean? Is there truly danger in Feng Village?" Xiaoqing shook her head, perplexed by the words spoken by Niu. The scene in the center of the square felt oddly familiar. Before she could ponder further, the voice of a villager brought her back to reality. "Ladies, you must be here to attend our Feng Village centenarian celebration tonight." "Indeed, we were curious and thought we would come to take a look. Is there something you need?" Xueming nodded, glancing at the villager who approached them, a middle-aged man with one eye blind. Yet, for some reason, the way he scrutinized them made Xueming feel uncomfortable, though she could not quite articulate why. "Everyone calls me Brother Hoer. You see, ladies, you have traveled from afar and are our esteemed guests. Coincidentally, one of the honored elders today happens to be my grandfather. Is there anything you require assistance with? I fear I may not be able to provide adequate hospitality." Xiaoqing furrowed her brows as she gazed at the man who called himself Brother Hoer, shaking her head firmly. "No, thank you. My sister and I are merely wandering about." With that, she attempted to pull Xueming away. But Brother Hoer regarded them with the predatory gaze of a hunter eyeing its prey. Though his words were polite, an unsettling feeling enveloped Xiaoqing. Who would be so overly cordial towards two strangers? "Why are you two ladies in such a hurry? Surely you must finish the celebratory festivities before taking your leave." Brother Hoer remarked in a rather sarcastic tone from behind Xiaoqing and Xueming. No sooner had he spoken than several burly men emerged from the shadows, encircling Xiaoqing and Xueming, leaving them no escape. "What does Brother Hoer intend?" Xiaoqing questioned, irritation brewing within her as she surveyed the troubling scene. Stealing a glance at Xueming, she noticed beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, as if she were suppressing something. "Xueming, what is the matter?" Xiaoqing grasped Xueming's hand, only to find it inexplicably icy. Before Xueming could respond, Brother Hoer's sinister smile broke through the tension. The master was indeed correct. These two enchanting ladies are already at their wits' end. "Seize them." "Yes." The robust men advanced at once. Xueming, pale as a ghost, instinctively shielded Xiaoqing behind her, her voice weak yet resolute. "Sister Qing, what that girl said is undeniably true. This village harbors malevolent spirits. It can even be said that from the moment we arrived, they had orchestrated this scheme, right down to the Wolf Fang family." Xiaoqing was taken aback, her mind racing as she recalled the warmth of Aunt Ma and the others, shaking her head in disbelief. How could this be? Could it be that Lixian has plotted against us as well? What could his purpose be? Xueming shook her head. Her spiritual energy was already dwindling. Yet she managed to say, "Sister Qing, I fear that Lixian has also been manipulated by them." "Ha! Enough of their nonsense. Seize them. The master has proclaimed that once the celebration is over, our Wind Village shall experience a century free of disasters." With a command from Brother Hoer, several burly men rushed forward without hesitation. Xueming barely summoned her remaining strength to repel a few of them, but she was already swaying unsteadily. Xueming, Xiaoqing, disregarding everything else, rushed to support her, only to be forcefully pushed away as Xueming summoned her last ounce of energy, calling out, "Sister Qing, quickly! Seek out Lixian. Run! We cannot allow the witch to escape." Brother Hoer's sharp voice followed, and without a moment's hesitation, Xiaoqing fled back the way she had come, not daring to look back. However, this was the territory of Wind Village, and everywhere she turned, she encountered its people searching for her. Xiaoqing had no time to ponder the circumstances. She could only dodge and weave to evade the villagers and make her way to the Wolf-Tooth family's residence to find Lixian. Upon slipping back to the doorstep of the village chief, the Wolf-Tooth family, the night had fully descended. Xiaoqing crouched in the shadows, scarcely daring to breathe. Watching a group of people illuminated by torches surrounding the imposing figure of the village chief, Wolf-Tooth. His expression was a mix of ferocity and fury. You are all useless. Who among you hasn't consumed a few bowls of rice? And yet, you can't even stop one woman. In stark contrast to his previous amiable demeanor before Xiaoqing, Wolf-Tooth's face now bore a menacing scowl as he berated the several burly men before him. Chief, this is not entirely our fault. It's just, one of the burly men attempted to explain but faltered, provoking a wave of frustration within Wolf-Tooth. Just what? His tone was far from cordial. The burly man trembled slightly before finally gritting his teeth and declaring, "It's just that the Master's medicine seems to have no effect on the witch who escaped." Upon hearing this, Wolf-Tooth's expression stiffened. He immediately commanded, "Search. Ensure that every exit of Wind Village is guarded. Furthermore, Lixian and the captured witch must be kept under strict supervision. This concerns the future of Wind Village. We cannot allow any further mishaps." A sudden heaviness settled in Xiaoqing's heart. It seemed that, as Xueming had suggested, they had indeed been ensnared from the very beginning, with even Lixian caught in this web. Yet, Xiaoqing found herself perplexed as to why these villagers of Fengshuan regarded them as enchantresses. Who, she wondered, was the master they spoke of? Was it possible that the true focus of this centenarian celebration was not the elders themselves, but rather, them? The more she pondered, the more absurd it became. With Lixian now in their clutches, their previous plans lay in shambles. It was clear that she must devise a way to rescue both Lixian and Xueming. Lost in these thoughts, Xiaoqing cautiously began to shift her position to depart, only to halt abruptly as she looked down in shock. She had inadvertently stepped upon a bundle of firewood. Just moments ago, this very pile had served as her most advantageous hiding spot. Yet now it posed the greatest threat to her concealment. As anticipated, the noise quickly drew the attention of Wolf Fong and several burly men who were preparing to search for her. "Who is there?" they called, as the robust figures approached her hidden refuge, torches in hand. Xiaoqing's heart raced with anxiety just as she prepared to flee, when a childish voice called out from behind her, "Uncle Ma, it's me." Xiaoqing looked up in surprise, her gaze coincidentally meeting that of Hunyo, who had unexpectedly appeared behind her without her noticing. Hunyo cast her a casual glance before stepping outside, cheerfully inquiring, "Uncle Ma, what are you all up to? Why the tension?" The leading man chuckled softly before responding, "Ah, it's you, Hunyo. What brings you to hide in the firewood pile?" He continued, "I just saw my cat go in there, searching for it, but alas, it eluded me." Hunyo expressed a hint of regret, and Uncle Ma harbored no suspicions, as it was well known that Hunyo cherished her all-white cat dearly. Consequently, he exchanged glances with those nearby, and a few burly men promptly departed for other tasks. Hunyo feigned curiosity and asked, "Uncle Ma, what are you looking for?" "Oh, nothing much, Hunyo. The event is about to commence, so you should hurry home and change into something suitable for the celebration. You look quite disheveled. Your father will surely scold you later." "All right then, Uncle Ma. You best get back to your duties." Uncle Ma, still somewhat concerned, replied affirmatively before departing with a torch. As Hunyo's smile gradually faded, she cast a sidelong glance at Xiaoqing, who was slowly emerging from behind, and remarked coolly, "No need for thanks." Xiaoqing was equally astonished that the seemingly disdainful Hunyo would unexpectedly assist her in evading a perilous situation. It was indeed beyond her expectations. "Why are you helping me?" Xiaoqing inquired, brushing off the dust from her clothing and cautiously surveying her surroundings before continuing. "Do you know where Lixian and Xueming are being held?" Hunyo chuckled softly. "Do you really think I wish to assist you? Don't be ridiculous. I'm actually helping Brother Lixian." Xiaoqing had a vague inkling about the matter, so she did not hesitate to ask directly, "Where are they? Where are they being held? Why did the people of Feng Village capture us? What good is your urgency now?" Hunyo glanced at her before gradually turning away. "Follow me. It's not safe here." Xiaoqing could only nod and follow along. At this moment, there were truly no alternative methods left, and she had to take a gamble with Hunyo. If she lost the bet, she would be captured, but if she won, perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope to be found. Hunyo glanced around cautiously, stealthily leading Xiaoqing back to her room, under the pretext that the most dangerous place could also be the safest. The room appeared small yet impeccably clean, clearly indicating that its owner was someone who valued cleanliness. "Where are Lixian and Xueming?" Xiaoqing immediately inquired anxiously upon entering the room. With the village chief, Wolf-Tooth, and then Aunt Ma absent, it meant that Lixian and Xueming would not be here either. Hunyo shot Xiaoqing an exasperated glance and replied, "You need not worry about Brother Lixian. He has done us a great favor in Feng Village. But your sister is in dire straits. She may very well meet her demise tonight. What? Xiaoqing gasped in shock, never having anticipated that the people of Feng Village intended to take her and Xueming's lives. What do you want from us? We have no money. It was inconceivable that ordinary folk would capture them without reason. There must be some ulterior motive. Xiaoqing suspected that the mastermind was likely the so-called master mentioned by the villagers. Now, she had to ascertain who this master was and why he sought the death of both her and Xueming. She had no recollection of offending any master at any time. Noticing Xiaoqing's expression of terror, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Hunyo felt disheartened. It seemed that the two women whom Brother Lixian cared for so deeply were merely attractive faces devoid of substance. Recently, strange occurrences had plagued the village, with livestock frequently disappearing from villagers' homes. Initially, including her father, everyone believed it to be the work of wild wolves from the mountains. When Hunyo spoke of this matter, her expression turned grave. However, gradually, no matter what measures the villagers took, livestock continued to vanish, and it even began to affect the disappearance of young boys. Xiaoqing furrowed her brows, realizing that this matter was indeed connected to the peculiar incidents in Feng Village. However, she recalled that Xueming had mentioned that only the village head, from the wolf-tooth family, seemed to have suffered no loss of livestock. Yet, her own family had remained unscathed, which naturally led everyone to direct their suspicions towards them. Hunyo sighed, her eyes beginning to redden. Her father's reputation had been shattered overnight, and it was around that time that her brother, Hu Hao, had also gone missing. This was where the story concluded for now, until Lixian arrived in their village, claiming that an evil spirit had come to wreak havoc. Since then, her brother had not returned. Hunyo puffed her cheeks, fighting back tears, and Xiaoqing found herself at a loss for words to comfort her, waiting for her to gradually calm her emotions. Once Hunyo had composed herself somewhat, she bravely wiped away her tears and looked at Xiaoqing, who seemed hesitant to speak, and asked, "Are you feeling sorry for me?" "Not at all." Xiaoqing shook her head. "I merely find it quite strange." This was indeed true. Yet even so, why did the village head, Wolf-Tooth, harbor such animosity towards his own son? Lixian, as a monster catcher, had come to this village. And if there truly were demons threatening the villagers, he would undoubtedly take action. However, why was there still no news of Hunyo's brother? Perhaps Lixian alone held the key to all these mysteries. And what about the master that the villagers spoke of? Who was he? And why did he wish to capture them? Xiaoqing found this puzzling as well, but she surmised that this so-called master likely recognized her and Xueming, which led to the manipulation of the villagers of Feng Village. After Lixian's arrival, the strange occurrences in the village had indeed ceased, even long after he departed. Peace had reigned until Hunyo chuckled bitterly, shaking her head as if recalling something. Just a few days before you arrived, both the villagers and livestock suddenly fell ill. And then the master appeared. Do you remember what the master looked like? Xiaoqing tilted her head, trying to glean more information from Hunyo. However, Hunyo merely glanced at her silently and shook her head. The master wore a veil, so I couldn't see clearly. But they seemed to be around the same age as Lixian and had a pleasing appearance, though their features were obscured. Regardless, Xiaoqing had at least learned that the master referred to by the villagers was a woman. Reflecting on it, the only individuals she might have offended were Lucia and Mayer. Yet she immediately dismissed the thought. Lucia was bold and forthright. And even if she harbored deep resentment, she would never resort to underhanded tactics. As for Mayer, the timeline didn't tee a line. She could not have come to Feng Village just days ago to set a trap. Who, then, could this person be? Xiaoqing found herself utterly perplexed. And how does this master know about us? Why do the villagers believe we are demonesses? This was what Xiaoqing most wished to understand. How had the master convinced the villagers that she and Xueming were a threat to all of Feng Village? After the master arrived, she had predicted the village's feng shui, and the villagers' ailments had been cured. Subsequently, she foretold that calamity would soon befall the village, rooted in the arrival of an unfamiliar woman, one who would pose a danger to the entire Feng Village. If left unresolved, the village would inevitably meet the same fate as those that had already perished. Hunyo glanced at Xiaoqing, pulling a small black vial from her pocket. The master gave this medicine to my father, saying that if you were to consume it, the demons would be powerless against us. Xiaoqing took the small bottle in her hand, and suddenly a vivid image of Aunt Ma enthusiastically serving them soup flashed through her mind. She leaned closer to sniff it, but detected no aroma. After all, she had consumed her fair share of the broth. Why was she unaffected? And what about you? Why did you come to my rescue? When you were concocting that substance in the courtyard, were you not subtly hinting at something? If Lixian is indeed safe, then there was no need for such concern on your part. Qing felt a sense of curiosity. The entire Feng village believed in it. So why did Hunyo choose to save her? Why not heed the words of that so-called master and simply capture them all, setting them ablaze? Humph. Do you think I desire to save you? I merely believe that the master is not a virtuous individual. If she were truly as benevolent as my father and the others believe, why would she resort to murder to attain peace and tranquility for Feng village? Furthermore, I, Hunyo, have never subscribed to such beliefs. She must have deceived my father and the others. I am determined to expose her sinister plot. Perhaps my brother's disappearance is connected to her. From the moment Hunyo beheld that so-called master, she sensed that the person was far from benevolent. While my father and the others refuse to accept that my brother is still alive, Hunyo firmly believes that he is indeed alive. Upon arriving in Feng village, Qing and Xueming were initially scrutinized by Hunyo, who soon realized that they were not as heinous as she had anticipated. After consuming the soup, Hunyo had relinquished all hope. However, to her astonishment, as she prepared to return home, she observed that Qing appeared to be entirely unscathed. Qing nodded, having grasped the general situation. The only course of action left was to devise a means to rescue Xueming and Lixian. However, Lixian was also under control, and she possessed neither magic nor martial skills. How could she possibly save Xueming and Lixian from the clutches of those villagers? A sense of panic began to creep into Qing's heart, yet she forced herself to maintain composure. Hunyo shook her head, speaking with a hint of sarcasm. I know where your sister is, but as for Lixian, I truly have no idea where father and grandmother have confined him. I intended to stay, but it seemed father was aware that I would certainly attempt to rescue Lixian, so he sent me away early. Otherwise, I would have saved him by now. This predicament was indeed troublesome. Qing sighed and asked, then where is Xueming? I must go save her. Hunyo shook her head, smiling as she inquired, to meet your demise? How do you plan to rescue her alone? Even if it means death, I must go. Qing stood up, her gaze resolutely firm. Xueming absolutely could not perish. However, to Hunyo, Qing's determination seemed exceedingly foolish. If you wish to meet your end, you may do so at once. I shall not impede you. However, if you truly wish to save your sister, why not consider a transaction? Hunyo appeared unhurried, quietly observing Qing, her inner thoughts suggesting she was confident that Qing would agree to the deal. Hunyo's intuition proved correct. Qing dared not act impulsively. Given Hunyo's demeanor, there seemed to be a glimmer of hope. It appeared that Hunyo merely sought assistance in finding her brother. Thus, Qing inquired, what must I do? Are you not curious about the terms? Hunyo expressed surprise. In her understanding, Qing would likely ask about the conditions. Yet, Qing refrained from doing so. After a moment, Hunyo smiled, revealing an appreciation that belied her youth. You are quite clever. I, Hunyo, enjoy dealing with intelligent individuals. The solution is, in essence, simple yet fraught with peril. Qing furrowed her brow, suddenly struck by an idea that illuminated her thoughts. Indeed, this Hunyo is quite astute, if my conjecture is correct. You must be suggesting that I impersonate that master, am I not? In this day and age, even Lixian cannot command the trust of the villagers in Feng village. And thus, apart from masquerading as the esteemed master whom the villagers hold in high regard, Qing could not conceive of another feasible approach. So, please describe to me the master you speak of. Given that most villagers have dealt with this master personally, it is imperative for Qing to maintain a faade without a hitch, as this is the only way she could possibly rescue Xueming from the villagers. Hunyo seemed to have a plan in mind. She rose and rummaged beneath the bed for a while, and before Qing's astonished gaze, she produced a white dress and a veil. How did you come by this? Although Qing was not particularly knowledgeable about garments, the fabric appeared to be of fine quality. However, considering this was merely a village, it seemed implausible that a child like Hunyo could afford such luxuries. More importantly, at Hunyo's age, she resembled a middle school student. So how could she have contemplated every detail so meticulously? Qing couldn't help but regard Hunyo with newfound respect. What kind of look is that? Hunyo frowned, clearly displeased with Qing's gaze, and nonchalantly tossed the dress to her, awkwardly stating, this was given to me by a friend of my brother's, who said I could use the fabric to make a dress for my coming-of-age ceremony. After my brother vanished, I took it upon myself to go to the city and spend a considerable amount of money to have this dress tailored, which is quite similar to what the master wears. Qing chuckled at Hunyo's pouting expression and gently caressed the hard-won white dress, feeling a profound sense of gratitude. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to save your brother. I shall also provide you with an even more beautiful garment. Who needs your compensation? I couldn't care less about this dress. It's utterly hideous. Hunyo shot Xiaoqing a disdainful glance and urged, hurry and put it on. If we don't head to the square soon, your sister will truly be sacrificed. Along the way, I will gradually share with you some characteristics of the master. Xiaoqing nodded and hurriedly changed her clothes before following Hunyo to the square. She meticulously noted the master's behavioral traits while quickening her pace. At this moment, the square was brightly lit, with 4 centenarians seated on chairs, attended by villagers. Before them lay an abundance of food, yet the elders frowned, casting their gazes toward the stage where the village chief, Wolf Tooth, stood. Above, Xiaoqing was bound to a massive wooden pillar, her face pale. Surrounded by a pile of dry firewood, the villagers had evidently resolved to burn Xiaoqing alive that night. Wolf Tooth stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of solemnity. Beside him was Uncle Ma, who had spoken with Hunyo not long ago. He approached with a torch, his voice tinged with urgency. What shall we do, Chief? We still cannot locate that sorceress named Xiaoqing. The Wind Village is so small. How can she remain hidden? Wolf Tooth, seething with frustration, cast a sharp glance at Uncle Ma, clearly displeased with such news. He turned and inquired, what a brother ho? Any word at all? Uncle Ma shook his head, perplexed as to how Xiaoqing managed to elude capture amidst such rigorous searching. Chief, perhaps we should proceed to burn this sorceress? Uncle Ma suggested tentatively, glancing at the bound Xiaoqing. Wolf Tooth sighed, observing the expectant faces in the square. As village chief, his foremost duty was to maintain order and consider the greater good, all for the future of Wind Village. He had no desire to resort to such drastic measures against Le Chien, nor did he wish to sacrifice others for the village's future. Let us begin, Uncle Ma exclaimed. Raising his torch and proclaiming loudly, the celebration festivities officially commence. As his voice resonated, the previously somber crowd erupted into cheers, shouting, burn the sorceress. Save Wind Village. Burn the sorceress. Save Wind Village. Xiaoqing struggled to lift her eyelids, a bitter smile gracing her lips. It was truly laughable and ironic that she, the esteemed saintess of the spirit tribe, was deemed a sorceress by mere mortals and was to be publicly executed. Hold on. Just as Uncle Ma was about to hurl the torch into the pile of firewood, a delicate voice floated above the villagers' clamor. Uncle Ma and the others were momentarily stunned as they beheld Hunyo entering the square, accompanied by a veiled woman clad in a flowing white dress. The masked woman's cold gaze swept across the square. Amidst the crowd, someone shouted, Master. Soon, more voices echoed in unison, calling for the master, with many villagers kneeling in reverent homage. Wolf Tooth furrowed his brow and exchanged puzzled glances with Uncle Ma. How could the master arrive at Wind Village at this moment? Had he sensed something new? Regardless, Wolf Tooth and Uncle Ma quickly approached with smiles, exclaiming, Master, your unexpected presence tonight. Have you discerned something significant? Xiaoqing raised her eyes to glance at the smiling Wolf Fong, whose features were etched with wrinkles of amusement. She gently nodded, cleared her throat, and finally spoke. I have indeed uncovered something extraordinary. The master, this revelation could spell doom for our Wind Village. Wolf Fong was taken aback. He could scarcely bear such alarming news. The Wind Village must not fall into the hands of Wolf Fong. Xiaoqing chuckled softly, imitating the manner of Hunyo, and spoke with a certain charm. The village chief need not worry. Since I have arrived, I shall certainly ensure the safety of Feng Village. Only then did Lang Ye breathe a sigh of relief, yet his heart soon began to race again, prompting him to hastily inquire. Then, esteemed master, what shall we do? Xiaoqing feigned a contemplative demeanor, pacing back and forth for a moment before glancing at Xiaoqing, who was looking at her with a perplexed expression, and said with a smile, It's simple. You cannot burn this enchantress for the time being. What? Brother Ho, situated in the square below, immediately grew agitated. It was this very master who had previously instructed them that the enchantress must be burned, and now he was saying they could not. Was this not a mockery of their plight? Even a master must be approached for clarification. Just as he was about to rush onto the stage, he was stopped by the grinning Hunyo. Uncle Ho, what the master has stated pertains to a matter of great significance for our Feng village. Should you dare to confront the master and thereby endanger our village, we shall not let you off easily. Ordinarily, Hunyo would not have spoken to Brother Ho in such a manner due to her lower status, but her words resonated with the sentiments of the entire village, altering the dynamics of the situation. Almost immediately after her declaration, the villagers chimed in. Indeed, Brother Ho, my child is still young. If you seek your own demise, Do not drag us down with you. Brother Ho's face turned a deep shade of green with anger as he glared at the figure on the high platform impersonating the master. Ultimately, he retreated hastily amidst the villagers' reproaches. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he felt that the master standing atop the platform bore a different demeanor than the one he had encountered previously. However, he could not quite articulate why. Fearing an onslaught from the villagers, he chose to sulk in a corner. Wolf Fong cast a warning glance at Brother Ho, who had retreated into the shadows. Before timidly approaching to inquire, "Master, you had previously stated that the enchantress must be burned for our Feng village to achieve peace. Why then do you say otherwise now?" Xiaoqing paused for a moment, exchanging a glance with Hunyao, who promptly stepped forward to grasp her father's arm, whispering, "Father, the master undoubtedly has his reasons for acting this way. If you continue to question him so thoughtlessly, you could provoke his ire, and that would not bode well for us. Even those elderly fortune-tellers at the market would never dare to reveal the secrets of the heavens, regardless of our actions. We stand to lose nothing. It would be wiser to heed the master's counsel." Upon hearing this, Wolf Fong was instantly filled with dread. Realizing he had nearly compelled the master to divulge celestial secrets. What a calamity that would have been. Had it not been for Hunyo's timely warning, he might have committed a grievous error. Her reasoning was utterly sound, and thus he found himself entirely convinced. "Bring forth the attendants, and hasten to release Miss Xuanming," he commanded urgently. In a flurry, Uncle Ma discarded his torch and hurriedly ascended the platform, clumsily untying Xuanming, due to her weakened state. As soon as the ropes were loosened, she swayed like a small boat adrift on the ocean. After a great struggle, she managed to steady herself, leaning against a wooden post, and raised her eyelids in astonishment, fixating her gaze upon Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing understood that Xuanming had recognized her. Yet both of them remained ensnared in their predicament. The thought of stepping forward to assist her felt insurmountable. She could only maintain her previous stance. "Thus, I shall take this enchantress away. Burning her is futile. Her formidable powers compel me to bring her back for a definitive defeat." Xiaoqing withdrew her gaze and cast a fleeting glance at Wolf Fong. As if struck by a thought, she inquired, "By the way, I heard that among those who came from your village, there is a demon catcher named Lixian?" "Indeed, indeed. Young Master Lixian is indeed in our village." Wolf Fong could not help but wipe the cold sweat from his brow in silence. He was aware that he could be compelled to harm innocent individuals for the sake of the village, which would inevitably drag Lixian into a moral quandary. If the master before him were to threaten Lixian's life, not only would he object, but the entire village of Feng would resolutely oppose it. Young Master Lixian had bestowed upon them the gift of life, and they were not the type to repay kindness with ingratitude to their benefactor. Xiaoqing could naturally discern the esteemed position Lixian held within the entire Feng village. With a gentle smile, she reassured Village Chief Langia, "There is no need for concern. I merely wish to meet this esteemed young Master Lu and engage in a discussion regarding the Tao. Might that be permissible?" Upon hearing this, Village Chief Langia felt a significant weight lift from his heart. He promptly turned to instruct Uncle Ma, "Quickly now. Summon people to carry young Master Lu up." Uncle Ma, displaying a humble demeanor, hurried off to gather individuals to assist Lixian, as he held a deep respect for the village chief and dared not delay in executing his orders. Wait. Just as Uncle Ma was about to lead the group to assist Lixian, Ho Ergo, who had been observing Xiaoqing from a corner for quite some time, suddenly spoke up. Xiaoqing's gaze met his, and an inexplicable sense of unease washed over her, accompanied by an ominous premonition. It was evident that this feeling was not hers alone. Hunyao, taking the initiative, stepped forward and bellowed, "Uncle Ho, what are your intentions? Time and again, you seek to obstruct the master. Could it be that you are sent to harm Feng village?" Upon hearing this, Ho Erg's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he retorted, "You little child, though young, your thoughts are rather malicious." With that, he suddenly navigated through the crowd and ascended the stage, declaring, "You incessantly invoke Feng village, casting various accusations upon me, your Uncle Ho, with such malice. Can you truly find peace at night? Uncle Ho, my father is the village chief, and my brother was the first and only scholar in our village. Everything we do is for the sake of Feng village. What wrong is there in fearing for its safety?" Although Hunyao was still quite young, her temperament matched her name, fearless and resolute, and she quickly countered with conviction. She even raised her voice to the villagers gathered in the square, asking, "Dear uncles and aunts, do you not agree with my words?" The villagers, having watched Hunyao grow up, were well aware of her spirited nature. In contrast, they were more inclined to trust Hunyao, as Ho Ergu was known for his idle pursuits of pleasure. Noticing the villagers' response, Ho Ergu, feeling desperate, shouted angrily. Turning to point at Xiaoqing, my reputation is not unfounded. I suspect you are not a master at all, but rather a witch in disguise. Otherwise, how could we not locate her? Xiaoqing's heart trembled with unease, realizing that Ho Ergu was indeed the most formidable obstacle she faced. It seemed that if she could not overcome him today, she would be unable to successfully take away Xueming and Luxian. And perhaps she herself would be trapped here tonight. Are you doubting my authority? Xiaoqing scoffed coldly, her tone laced with hostility, to the extent that onlookers could perceive a hint of her anger. Nevertheless, both Langia and the other villagers in the square merely observed the confrontation in silence. For while Ho Ergu's words were audacious, they also served to awaken Langia and the others to the gravity of the situation. What if the individual before them was truly Xiaoqing and not the genuine master? Would they not be jeopardizing their efforts? With one bold individual leading the charge, they had chosen to remain mere spectators. If the person indeed turned out to be the master, even if the master were to become enraged, it would be Ho Ergu alone who would bear the consequences, and the master would assuredly not implicate them. Conversely, if this person was indeed not the master, they could seize the opportunity to eliminate her. Father. Hunyo was acutely aware of her father's intentions, and she attempted to intervene, but was restrained by Langia. Langia feigned reprimand towards Ho Ergu, saying, "Do you not realize? If the master grows angry, I wonder how you will extricate yourself from this predicament." Ho Ergu let out a cold laugh and declared, "If a master is present, then offending the master would mean I willingly accept death. This matter is solely the doing of Ho Ergu, and it does not concern the villagers of Feng Village. However, if she is not a master but a demoness, then I shall personally see to her demise. Dare you remove your veil?" Xiaoqing was taken aback. How could she dare to unveil her face? Yet, what could she possibly do in this predicament? It was evident that if she refrained from removing her veil, she would lose the trust of those around her. Conversely, if she did unveil herself, death awaited her. Just as Xiaoqing was engulfed in profound hesitation, a sudden voice reached her ears, accompanied by a faint chill at her wrist. Suddenly, Xiaoqing's entire body stiffened, her expression betraying a surge of uncontrollable excitement. Beside her, Brother Ho looked on in bewilderment as Xiaoqing, who had begun to panic, transformed into a state of fervent agitation before returning to her composure. His instincts told him that this woman before him was undoubtedly hiding something. Without hesitation, he took a bold step forward, reaching out to remove Xiaoqing's veil. However, before his hand could touch her face, it was abruptly intercepted by the small figure of Hunyo, who rushed in to block him. Though not tall and still quite young, her piercing gaze compelled Brother Ho to swallow hard and retreat a few steps. "Hunyo, are you in cahoots with this enchantress?" By the time Brother Ho regained his composure, he was astonished to realize he had been intimidated by such a child. If he did not take action today, how could he ever hope to maintain his standing in Feng Village? Would he not become a perpetual source of ridicule? Hunyo, too, felt uncertain within herself. She understood that Xiaoqing was not truly a master. Once her veil was lifted, Xiaoqing would have no escape but to face a fiery demise alongside Xueming. "Hunyo, step aside. If he wishes to unveil me, then let him see. But I wonder if you have contemplated the consequences of this." Just as Hunyo stood at a loss, Xiaoqing gently pushed past her barrier. Hunyo wore a look of disbelief as Xiaoqing winked at her. Despite knowing that there might be no alternative, for reasons unknown, Hunyo felt an inexplicable urge to place her trust in Xiaoqing, even as her own thoughts amused her. Why did she harbor such immense hope for someone so seemingly inept? Certainly, to Brother Ho, Xiaoqing's actions appeared to be a reckless path to destruction. Yet simultaneously, he felt a flicker of uncertainty, bewildered by the sudden confidence radiating from the woman in white. He cast a pleading glance towards the village chief, Wolf Fong, who averted his gaze, clearly opting to remain uninvolved. It was evident that Wolf Fong had chosen to watch from the sidelines, prompting Brother Ho to silently curse under his breath. Observing Xiaoqing's relentless advance and the multitude of eyes in the square fixated upon him, he gritted his teeth, steeling his resolve. "Then unveil yourself. If you are truly a master, I, Ho Ergu, will let you determine my fate." With a gentle smile, Xiaoqing discerned the tumultuous emotions swirling within Brother Ho at that moment. She delicately removed her veil. As it fell, not only was Brother Ho stunned, but the nearby Hunyo also instinctively rubbed her eyes in disbelief. The visage of the woman standing on the elevated platform was not the Xiaoqing that Brother Ho had envisioned, but rather an unfamiliar countenance. This face, in its exquisite beauty, bore no resemblance to Xiaoqing at all. Brother Ho stared blankly at the woman before him. his legs giving way as he sank to the ground, kneeling before the assembled crowd. Wolf Fong was the first to react, a wave of relief washing over him. Fortunately, he had positioned himself as a mere observer. Should the master direct any ire, it certainly would not fall upon him. Master, it is indeed the master. Wolf Fong hurriedly approached, delivering a swift kick to the still-dazed Brother Ho, and called out in a commanding voice, "Brother Ho, what words do you have left to utter? Your lack of faith in the master is evident. Hasten to plead for mercy, for perhaps the master, in his magnanimity, may spare your life." Wolf Fong's intentions to rescue Brother Ho were unmistakable, and Xiaoqing couldn't help but stifle a laugh at his antics. In truth, she had no desire to exert any further retribution upon Brother Ho. Even if she could, she would choose not to. "Master, it is a grave error of mine not to recognize your greatness, yet I take full responsibility for Brother Ho's actions. His fate lies solely in your hands." Awakened by Wolf Fong's kick, Brother Ho ultimately did not disappoint Xiaoqing, rising with a resolute demeanor that suggested he was prepared to face his demise. A courageous soul indeed. The face before him could not possibly belong to Xiaoqing. Rather, it was the visage of Xiaoqing. It was not that Xiaoqing had suddenly changed her appearance. Instead, it was an illusion crafted to present Xiaoqing's face to the villagers. Xiaoqing smiled. And in her heart, she found herself somewhat admiring Brother Ho. "Rest assured, on account of Hunyo, I shall spare your life for now. There will undoubtedly be a time when I shall have use for you." Brother Ho, however, was not deaf. He heard Xiaoqing's words all too clearly. She merely stated that she would not take his life for the moment, implying that there would indeed come a time when she would. Unable to contain a bitter smile, he remarked, "In that case, master, it would be better for you to take my life now, thus sparing me the daily torment of fear. Uncertain of when my end may come." Xiaoqing cast a glance at Hunyo and gestured towards her. Hunyo continued to fixate on Xiaoqing's face, seemingly perplexed about the unfolding situation, unable to comprehend why the person before her was Xiaoqing yet not entirely Xiaoqing. "Master," Hunyo hesitantly called out, uncertain of what you wish for her to do. Xiaoqing felt a sense of helplessness at Hunyo's reaction. Pondering that regardless of how shrewd Hunyo had previously appeared, she ultimately remained a mere child. "Haven't you been clamoring to meet your Lixian brother? Now, let Brother Ho lead you to him," she remarked, casting another glance at Brother Ho. "I do not seek your life, but while I reside in Feng Village, you must dutifully fulfill the tasks assigned to you. In doing so, I shall overlook your grievous disrespect." Brother Ho glanced at Hunyo and felt a shiver run through him. A wave of relief washed over him, for it seemed that the formidable figure before him did not genuinely intend to take his life. He experienced a sensation akin to surviving a calamity, and upon touching his face, he realized he had unconsciously perspired profusely. He quickly nodded in agreement. "Let us go, Hunyo. I shall take you to find young Master Lixian." Brother Ho, now fully aware of the gravity of the situation, proceeded with utmost caution as he led Hunyo down in search of Lixian. Xiaoqing withdrew her gaze, fixing it upon Wolf Fong, who immediately approached with an air of eagerness. "Master, I am uncertain about my next course of action," he implored. "Please entrust this enchantress to me and arrange for a room where I may perform my rites." Xiaoqing cast a sidelong glance at Wolf Fong, her authority manifesting instantly. "There is also another matter," Wolf Fong hesitated to mention. Yet, Xiaoqing swiftly interrupted, "You need not concern yourself with this. I have my own arrangements." Wolf Fong nodded in acquiescence and promptly set about organizing the necessary arrangements. A weight of relief settled within Xiaoqing's heart. This episode could indeed be deemed a narrow escape. With this thought, her gaze shifted toward the entrance of the square, where a solitary figure stood, exuding an air of icy composure. He leaned against the doorframe, seemingly detached from the passage of time, engaging in a silent exchange of glances with Xiaoqing. Following her instructions, Wolf Fong had arranged for a room at the village chief's residence for Xiaoqing. When Uncle Ma's men brought in Xueming, her face remained pale and devoid of strength. Xiaoqing gazed at Xueming with deep concern, yet due to the constraints of her status, she could only sit coldly to the side and observe. "Master, the people have been brought, and I have instructed my wife to ensure the room is spotless. I wonder if the master is satisfied?" Uncle Ma wiped the sweat rolling down his forehead and asked earnestly, his gaze darting around to gauge Xiaoqing's reaction. Xiaoqing cast him a sidelong glance and replied with a smile, "Indeed, I am quite satisfied." Uncle Ma felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. As long as the master was pleased, he would not face any reproach. "Does the master have any other commands?" he inquired, though he remained cautious, not daring to show any signs of negligence. "None. You may continue with your memorial activities." No one is to approach this place. Except for Hu Niu and that young master Lu Xian. Uncle Mon nodded vigorously, committing Su Qing's words to memory. However, he couldn't help but wonder when Hu Niu had become so closely associated with the master. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his curiosity, instead bowing and saying, "I appreciate the master for ridding our village of this calamity." As he spoke, he shot a fierce glare at the slumped Xueming. As if trying to pierce a hole through him with his stare, Su Qing wearily raised a hand, prompting Uncle Ma to fall silent. And he hurriedly led the other strong men in the room out. Upon seeing him leave, Su Qing hurriedly rushed over to grasp Xueming's hand, her heart laden with concern. "Xueming, how do you feel?" Gazing at the unfamiliar face before her, Xueming appeared unperturbed, though she lacked the energy to inquire about the situation. Finally, she managed to force a faint smile and shook her head. "Sister Qing, I am fine. It's just that the medicine from that master has completely restricted my spiritual power, compounded by the fact that I had not yet fully recovered, which is why I find myself in this state." Seeing the usually vibrant Xueming now looking so frail, Su Qing felt an immense wave of sorrow wash over her. "She is fine. There is no need for you to worry." A cold voice suddenly resonated within the room, prompting both Su Qing and Xueming to look up. The figure standing before them was tall and imposing, with sharp brows and striking eyes, his purple gaze exuding an icy demeanor that made him appear unapproachable. It was none other than Yin Linchen, who had previously lingered in the Mi Luo dreamscape just moments ago, amidst her confusion in the square. Su Qing had felt a sudden chill at her wrist, where the Zhuayin rested, although she remained uncertain of its purpose. Her instincts had assured her that Yin Linchen was near. Her intuition proved correct as his voice echoed softly in her ear. "Do not fear. Unveil the veil." Though these words were exceedingly simple, they instilled in Su Qing an unprecedented sense of reassurance. "Lord Snake King, do you have a way to save her? Please, help her." Su Qing rushed forward as if she had spotted a savior, eagerly grasping the sleeve of Yin Linchen. Yin Linchen lowered his gaze and gently regarded the delicate white hand that clutched his sleeve. Su Qing seemed to sense something and immediately withdrew her hand, even going so far as to awkwardly smooth out the creases in Yin Linchen's sleeves. "You are the demon king of the misty forest, Yin Linchen? The golden python with the bloodline of the ancient dragon god?" Yin Linchen diverted his gaze from Su Qing. He had not seen this woman for a long time and had not anticipated the trouble she would bring him, were it not for Yin Xian needing her assistance. He would indeed contemplate silencing this troublesome woman in an instant. "The holy maiden of the spirit clan?" Yin Linchen stepped forward with a nonchalant demeanor, preparing to extend a hand to rescue Xueming, only to witness her unexpectedly lift her gaze and coldly sneer. "This holy maiden does not require your assistance." Yin Linchen halted in his tracks, equally astonished by Xueming's sudden reaction. Although Xueming typically possessed a rather aloof temperament, she did not seem to harbor such animosity towards Feng Nimo. One would question why she exhibited such hostility towards Yin Linchen during their first encounter, even going so far as to reject his help for the sake of her own well-being. "Xueming, why? He could restore you to health immediately. Then you could assist Hu Niu in finding her brother." "I cannot do this alone." Su Qing rushed forward to persuade Xueming. Yet Xueming weakly but resolutely shook her head, her tone imbued with stubbornness. "Even if I die, I do not wish for the Demon King to save me." "Why?" Su Qing was perplexed, yet Xueming steadfastly pressed her lips together, unwilling to utter another word. Su Qing then turned her gaze towards Yin Linchen, who appeared equally astonished. Just as Su Qing began to believe that Yin Linchen would not come to Xueming's aid any further, he suddenly smiled faintly and retrieved a jade vial from his bosom, tossing it to Su Qing. Su Qing instinctively took the pills in haste, as a cold voice echoed from above. Inside were 2 capsules, one for the demon hunter and one for her. "Remember, that tiger girl's brother is located in the woods just outside the demon realm. You must rescue him." "But why?" Su Qing held the jade vial, and in her recollection, the figure before her, Yin Linchen, hardly seemed like the type to meddle in others' affairs. After all, he had stood by as the kin of Xiaoqing perished, despite being their sovereign. What had ignited such sudden compassion? Had he experienced a pang of conscience? The thought that it was linked to whether Xian would awaken struck her like thunder, leaving her momentarily stunned. She had fervently wished for that little one to awaken again, yet she had not anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. Amidst the overwhelming joy, an urgent concern arose within Su Qing, rendering her too anxious to delve into the reasons. "Then what about you? Since you know how to rouse Xian, why not bring Brother Hu Niu back at once?" However, the outcome was disheartening. Yin Linchen's purple eyes momentarily flickered with a trace of unease before returning to their usual calmness. so quickly that Xiaoqing almost doubted her perception. I cannot go, he stated succinctly, offering no explanation. Before Xiaoqing could inquire further, Linchen had already departed the room, leaving her in a state of confusion. He possessed the ability to awaken Xi and swiftly. Why would he not act? Was there a hidden reason? Throughout the millennia, he had sacrificed his own cultivation and vitality to protect Xian's life. Why, when the time had come for Xian to awaken, did he refrain from doing so? Sister Qing, who is Xian? Xueming suddenly spoke, forcing herself to rise. Xiaoqing snapped back to reality and hurriedly supported Xueming. Please take your medicine first. All right, I'll explain everything afterward. Xueming stubbornly shook her head, a flicker of resentment crossing her gaze. The medicine given by the Demon King, I refuse to take. Xiaoqing was perplexed as to why Xueming harbored such deep-seated hatred for Linchen. With a sigh, she exclaimed, I truly do not understand, Xueming. Xueming appeared to be lost in thought, as if recalling something painful, before finally speaking with great anguish after a lengthy silence, a millennium ago. It was the Demon King Linchen who caused me to lose the most important person in my life. He may not recognize me, but I would know him even in ashes. Therefore, I refuse his medicine. You claim you encountered Linchen 1,000 years ago? Suqi was somewhat astonished. She had not anticipated that Xueming had known Linchen a millennium ago. What exactly had transpired to incite such animosity? Xueming's hatred towards Linchen seemed to transcend mere vendetta, yet just moments ago, Linchen gazed upon Xueming with unmistakable unfamiliarity, indicating that he truly did not recognize her. What, then, had unfolded 1,000 years prior? Xiaoqing found herself perplexed. Ultimately, Xueming merely shook her head wearily, leaving Xiaoqing to realize that she would glean no further clarity from her. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking shattered the somewhat oppressive atmosphere within the room. Xiaoqing glanced at Xueming, who had returned to her seat, sighed, and rose to open the door. Entering were Hourge and Hunyao. Hourge was carrying the unconscious Lucian, though his complexion suggested that he was likely not in grave danger, which relieved Xiaoqing. Master, I have brought the person to you. Hourge exclaimed breathlessly as he brought Lucian into the room and gently laid him on the bed. Hunyao exchanged glances with Xiaoqing, who smiled and said, Thank you. You may leave now. Hunyao, please stay and assist me. Hourge glanced at Hunyao, seemingly struck by a thought. He awkwardly rubbed his hands together and nervously inquired, I wonder if there is anything else Master would like me, Hourge, to do? Upon witnessing Hourge's timid demeanor, Hunyao could not help but stifle a laugh behind her hand. Hourge shot her a glare, but with Xiaoqing present, he could only mutter, You, girl, have grown increasingly disrespectful. You lack manners. I'll have your father discipline you properly. However, Hunyao was unfazed by Hourge's admonition and, with a defiant gesture towards Xiaoqing, retorted, Enough of that. Uncle Ho, I have the master on my side. Father would not dare to do anything. You, Hourge, exasperated, found himself rendered speechless by the audacity of the 7-foot-tall girl before him. In the end, he could only suppress a grimace and say to Xiaoqing, If the master has further needs, do call for me. This girl knows where I reside. Xiaoqing nodded slightly as Hourge, unable to suppress a fierce glare at the mischievous Hunyao, departed. Once he left, Xiaoqing helplessly closed the door. Hunyao, are you intent on antagonizing Hourge? Hunyao scoffed. He has always acted with impunity in the village, indulged by my father. But I, Hunyao, shall not yield to him. With a defiant expression, she glanced at Xiaoqing and, filled with curiosity, inquired, You are still Xiaoqing, right? What has happened to your face? Xiaoqing, taken aback, touched her own face and suddenly recalled that Linchen had cast an illusion upon her visage, rendering it to appear as Xiaoqing's face in the eyes of Hunyao and others. It was merely a trick of the eye. Xiaoqing, feeling no inclination to explain to Hunyao, knew well that Hunyao's interest in the demon realm was minimal. The more she learned, the more it would not bode well for her. Hunyao did not press further and, rushing over to gaze at the still unconscious Lucian, turned to Xiaoqing and asked, Do you have any means to save brother Lucian? Concern was evident on her face. At that moment, Xiaoqing retrieved a dark pill from a jade vial, forcefully opened Lucian's mouth, and administered the pill to him. However, there appeared to be no significant change. Xiaoqing had expected that, similar to the drama she had seen, the mere swallowing of the pill would awaken him. Yet, it was evident that the situation was far from that. Nevertheless, trusting in Linchen, Xiaoqing remained convinced that the pill would surely prove effective. Xiaoqing, are you certain this is effective? Brother Lucian still has tea awakened. Hunyao exclaimed, a hint of impatience in her voice. Xiaoqing felt a wave of helplessness. She too was uncertain when the remedy would take effect. She could only reassure her, this medicine requires time to manifest its effects. Do not be anxious. It is indeed effective, trust me. Hunyo, with a hint of skepticism, glanced at Su Qing's face before pointing towards Xiaoqing, who was slumped on a chair, and asked, what about her? Why does she still look so lifeless? Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, holding the jade vial in her hand. Unsure of how to explain the reason behind Xiaoqing's reluctance to take the medicine, she forced a sheepish smile and said, she finds it bitter. At her age? Still complaining about bitterness? Hunyo scrutinized Xiaoqing with skepticism. Xiaoqing defiantly shot a glare at Hunyo, as if to convey, what business is it of yours? With a dismissive huff, Hunyo stepped forward, snatched the jade vial from Su Qing's grasp, and, much to Su Qing's astonishment, forcefully pressed the frail Xiaoqing down, unyieldingly shoving the pill into her mouth. Not only was Su Qing taken aback, but Xiaoqing herself had not anticipated such an occurrence. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the pill had already been swallowed. Instantly, she began to gag, but the outcome was evident. It had little effect. Hunyo, triumphant, clapped her hands and, with a tilt of her chin towards Su Qing, declared, my brother Lixian has taken it, so she must take it too. Otherwise, how would I know if the medicine is effective? Su Qing gazed at Xiaoqing, who appeared ready to take down Hunyo, and mused that Hunyo truly lived up to her name, fierce as a tiger. Yet, it was precisely due to Hunyo's audacious actions that she felt more at ease. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss on how to persuade Xiaoqing to obediently consume the pill. With a sigh of relief, she coughed lightly, feigning annoyance at Hunyo, saying, you impudent girl. What do you expect Xiaoqing to do? She certainly does not wish to take this medicine. Hunyo, dissatisfied, pouted as she observed Su Qing's half-smile, thinking to herself how evident Su Qing's delight was, despite her pretense of irritation, leaving Hunyo to bear the brunt of it. Xiaoqing's penetrating gaze seemed to bore into her back, prompting Hunyo to muster her courage and avert her eyes, ultimately retreating to stand by Lucien's side once more. As the medicine gradually took effect, it became evident that Lucien was showing signs of improvement. After what felt like the duration of an incense stick, he finally opened his eyes languidly. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing, having been force-fed the pill by Hunyo and unable to expel it, could only hold her breath and sit in meditation to recover her spiritual energy. After several struggles, her complexion began to regain a healthy flush. Miss Su, Lucien murmured, shaking his slightly dazed head as he looked at Su Qing with a hint of confusion. Su Qing smiled, yet before she could utter a word, Hunyo suddenly embraced Lucien tightly, her voice tinged with tears. Lucien Gage, I thought you would never wake up. Although Lucien was unaware of the specifics of the events that had transpired, he could distinctly sense a wave of weakness coursing through him. He gently patted Hunyo's back to soothe her. Hunyo, don't worry, I am fine. I will be all right. Hunyo pouted, wiped her tears, and fixed her sparkling eyes on Lucien. Lucien Gage, is that truly the case? With a sense of helplessness, Lucien reached out to ruffle her hair. Of course it is true. Just look at who your Lucien Gage is. Hunyo giggled, reassured by the fact that Lucien still had the energy to joke with her, indicating that he was indeed unharmed. Once he had calmed Hunyo's emotions, Lucien turned his gaze towards Su Qing and inquired, Miss Su, could you kindly recount the events that transpired during my unconscious state? Hunyo shot a glance at Su Qing, seemingly displeased that Lucien had directed his question at her. Su Qing chuckled awkwardly, realizing that despite her tender age, Hunyo was quite possessive. After a moment's contemplation, she proceeded to narrate the entire sequence of events to Lucien in detail. Upon hearing her account, Lucien's brow furrowed deeply. He had some knowledge of matters concerning Feng Village, yet he had not anticipated such a series of events would unfold during his absence. Who was the master that the villagers spoke of? Why had traps been set for them? If even he could unknowingly ingest a drug without feeling its effects, that master must possess considerable cunning. Miss Su, have you perhaps incurred enmity with someone? Considering that the attack seemed specifically aimed at Su Qing and Xiaoqing, it was likely that the so-called master was targeting them. He could only wonder if Su Qing and the others were aware of the identity of this individual. Su Qing shook her head with a wry smile. Had she been aware of the situation, she would not have been engulfed in such sorrow. Moreover, she suspected that this matter was likely significantly related to Xiaoqing. After all, the potion seemed to inflict the greatest harm upon Xiaoqing, while it appeared to have little effect on her. However, the fact that their enemies lurked in the shadows while they remained in the light rendered them exceedingly passive. She wondered if Miss Xiaoqing was privy to any information. Lucian cast a worried glance at Xiaoqing, who was still meditating to restore her spiritual energy. Suddenly, Xiaoqing seemed to have an epiphany and hurriedly retrieved a small vial from her bosom, extending it towards Lucian. "Take a look at this," she urged. "Do you have any insights regarding this item?" The small vial in Xiaoqing's hand was the very one that Hunyo had entrusted to her, claiming it had been given by a master. She had nearly forgotten about it, though she remained uncertain whether this object would provide any clues for Lucian. Upon receiving the vial, Lucian retrieved a pill from within, lowered his head to gently inhale its scent, and, with a hint of regret, shook his head. This was merely a concoction that could temporarily strip a practitioner of their cultivation. Although rare and difficult to detect, it was accessible to anyone with a modicum of knowledge, leaving Lucian unable to ascertain its origin. "Is that so?" Xiaoqing sighed, her spirits plunging to a new low. She had hoped to glean some insight from Lucian, only to find that he possessed no knowledge at all. "Lucian Gage, may I ask you a favor?" After much hesitation, Hunyo could no longer hold her tongue. Lucian paused, acutely aware of Hunyo's intentions, though she often feigned indifference. Her heart was consumed with thoughts of her brother, Huhao. "Apologies, Hunyo, I am unable to assist you with this," Lucian lamented. To Hunyo, this was utterly inconceivable. Lucian clearly had the ability to save Huhao, yet he was unwilling to do so. "Why? Why can you save my brother yet refuse to help Hunyo?" she cried. "You promised, Lucian Gage, that you would do everything in your power to fulfill my wishes. All I want is for my brother to return. Just my brother." Her emotions spiraled out of control, tears streaming down her cheeks. She could hardly believe that the Lucian she had placed her trust in could be so cold towards this matter. Yet, Lucian's lips moved, his gaze filled with guilt and self-reproach, but under Hunyo's relentless questioning, he remained silent. Seeing his expression, Hunyo shouted in anguish, "Lucian Gage, I hate you. I despise you." With that, she shoved aside Xiaoqing, rushing out without a second thought. Not only Hunyo, but even Xiaoqing found Lucian's demeanor perplexing, although her interactions with him were limited. She understood his character well enough to know that such indifference was out of place. Moreover, according to Yen Linchen, the only way for the trapped Yanshin, concealed within the giant snake wooden carving, to awaken was to find Hunyo's brother. Thus, Xiaoqing was unwilling to relinquish this opportunity easily. With a furrowed brow, she inquired, "Lucian Gongzi, now that Hunyo is left, could you enlighten me? Why do you not rescue Huhao?" Her tone was devoid of reproach, merely a quest for understanding as she fixed her earnest gaze upon him. Lucian glanced at Xiaoqing, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "It is not that I do not wish to save Huhao, but rather that I cannot." He sighed deeply before continuing. "When I first arrived in Feng Village, I discreetly searched for Huhao." "You searched for him?" Xiaoqing was taken aback, yet found it fitting with Lucian's character. If that were the case, why had he not shared this with Hunyo? From her earlier words, it appeared Hunyo had previously pleaded with Lucian, only to be turned down. She must have thought he might change his mind this time. However, Lucian's consistent refusal had led to Hunyo's emotional outburst. Yet now he revealed that he had indeed sought out Huhao. Could it be that Lucian harbored unavoidable burdens? "Indeed, I sought him out. As a demon hunter. How could I remain indifferent to such matters?" Lucian cast a glance at Xiaoqing, as if lost in recollection. After organizing his thoughts, he spoke slowly. "This child, Hunyo, lost her mother at a young age, and her brother who has always been her anchor. That night, I ventured into the very woods where we first met, and I did indeed encounter Huhao." Xiaoqing was taken aback, suppressing her overwhelming curiosity as she patiently awaited Lucian to continue speaking. Lucian managed to force a rather unappealing smile at the corners of his mouth. "In truth, Huhao himself was reluctant to return. It was not that I was unwilling to bring him back. Before my departure, Huhao had specifically urged me not to inform his sister, Hunyo, about this matter." Lucian felt both helpless and aggrieved regarding this situation. On one hand, he empathized with Hunyo's anguish over missing her brother, while on the other hand, he believed in the principle of keeping one's word once a gentleman has spoken. Even the might of 4 horses cannot retrieve it. Since he had promised Huhao, he saw no reason to go back on his word, for that was not the manner in which Lucian conducted himself. Xiaoqing was perplexed. Why did the brother of the beloved tiger girl not wish to return to Wind Village, despite knowing how deeply she longed for him? This implied that Huhao was not truly missing, but had chosen to leave Wind Village, allowing all the villagers to believe he had vanished. But why? What could possibly motivate Huhao to act in such a manner? At that moment, Xiaoqing, having emerged from her meditation, regained her color and looked much more vibrant. Xiaoqing exclaimed in delight, "Xiaoqing, Xueming rose with a smile and replied, Sister Qing, I am fine now. My spiritual energy has fully recovered. After a brief pause, she added, however, I will not express my gratitude to Yin Linchen. Su Qing found herself both amused and increasingly perplexed. Why did Xueming harbor such animosity towards Yin Linchen? Perhaps the events from 1,000 years ago, as Xueming had mentioned, were not as significant as she believed. And it was likely that Xueming might not possess any affection for Yin Linchen at all. After all, the disparity in their personalities was quite pronounced. Moreover, Yin Linchen was known for his capricious nature. At times he appeared gentle and amiable, while at others he seemed as frigid as a block of ice. Lost in her thoughts, Su Qing couldn't help but chuckle softly, drawing the attention of Xueming and Lixian, who found no humor in her reaction based on their perspective. Su Qing felt a touch of embarrassment as she tugged at the corner of her mouth and swiftly redirected the conversation. Let us set aside other matters for now. Young Master Lixian, could you elucidate why Hu Hao chose to depart from Feng Village? And why must this remain concealed from Hu Niao? Her profound longing for Hu Hao is ample testament to the depth of their sibling bond, is it not? Yet, what perplexed Su Qing even more was the village chief, Wolf Fang's, reticence regarding his own son. Hu Niao had previously mentioned that Hu Hao was the only scholar in Feng Village. It seemed exceedingly rare for a village to cultivate such an individual in ancient times. This should have been a source of immense pride. However, as a father, Wolf Fang remained silent on the matter, almost as if he harbored shame regarding Hu Hao. Lixian pondered for a moment, concluding that sharing this information with Su Qing and Xueming bore little consequence. He gradually began to explain. Hu Hao does not wish to leave Feng Village or Hu Niao. Rather, he is unable to return. Xueming, growing increasingly agitated by Lixian's halting speech, stepped closer, her impatience evident. You fool, can't you articulate everything in one go? Must you pause between your words? In her urgency, Xueming inadvertently drew nearer, which only caused Lixian's face to flush crimson, revealing his discomfort. After all, he had spent his time in seclusion on the mountain, with few opportunities to engage with women, let alone at such a close range. Lixian swallowed hard and instinctively took a few steps back, leaving Xueming standing there, perplexed. As an observer, Su Qing had a clear understanding of the entire situation. With a gentle smile, she tugged at Xueming's sleeve and softly advised, Dear Xueming, please remain calm and allow young Master Lixian to finish his words. Exercise a little patience. Although Su Qing felt a sense of urgency herself, as this matter extended beyond merely involving Hu Niao, it also pertained to the slumbering Yin Si and within the giant serpent wooden carving. Nevertheless, she believed she could endure this brief moment. Xueming, unable to suppress her displeasure, pouted and, with a flick of her sleeve, chose to sit back in her chair, sulking and disregarding Lixian. Su Qing shook her head in exasperation and patiently settled down to sip some water before smilingly inquired, May I speak now? Lixian, with a hint of disappointment, lifted his hand to wipe his nose. Accidentally meeting Xueming's gaze, he found himself on the receiving end of a fierce glare, prompting him to hastily avert his eyes and gather his thoughts to resume the topic that Xueming had interrupted. In fact, Hu Hao died several months ago. Upon hearing this, both Su Qing and the irritable Xueming were taken aback. This meant that Hu Niao's brother, Hu Hao, was indeed deceased? Did that imply that the strange occurrences in Feng Village were somehow linked to him? But how could a dead person be involved? A chill ran down Su Qing's spine as she pondered the bizarre and unfathomable events she had encountered since arriving in this alternate world. She couldn't help but wonder what misdeeds in her past life had led her to this peculiar place. If Hu Hao had indeed passed away months ago, then the Hu Hao that Lixian encountered was either a resurrected corpse or a lingering spirit. As if sensing the thoughts swirling in Su Qing's mind, Lixian let out a heavy sigh before continuing, Not long ago, after descending the mountain, I passed through Feng Village and felt an overwhelming presence of negative energy. Upon entering the village, I discovered the gruesome deaths of livestock and the mysterious disappearances of people. My investigation led me to a cave, where I found Hu Hao crouched within, draining the blood of those animals. He was devoid of any vitality, an existence akin to a living corpse. What is a living corpse? Su Qing found herself more perplexed with each revelation. Before Lixian could elaborate further, Xueming interjected with a calm explanation. Living corpses are more commonly found in the mortal realm, though they are quite rare. Typically, without certain circumstances, a mortal's consciousness ceases to exist after death, let alone any capacity for movement. With a sense of regret, Xueming shook her head, already formulating her conclusions. If my assumptions are correct, someone must be aiding him. perhaps through some extraordinary artifact that forcibly retains his soul within his body. Initially, he required a significant intake of blood to transition into the state of a living corpse. Over time, he became accustomed to his shadowy existence and no longer needed to consume blood. He likely feared that he might harm the villagers of Feng Village, which is why he chose to disappear. Perhaps he wished to spare others from perceiving him as a monster and to shield his loved ones, particularly his only sister, from such a cruel truth. For the first time, Lixian nodded in appreciation, acknowledging that Xueming's insight was indeed accurate. Hu Hao was reluctant to accept this reality. On one hand, he did not wish to leave this world, and on the other, he sought to protect his loved ones, especially his sister, from the harsh truth of his existence. Thus, he fabricated the illusion of being missing, allowing Hu Niu, with her unwavering spirit, to cherish the belief that her brother was still alive, preventing her from succumbing to complete despair. Xiaoqing inhaled deeply, her nose tinged with a hint of discomfort. The outcome had taken her by surprise. How profoundly sorrowful would Hu Niu feel upon discovering that her beloved elder brother had long since passed? Even if she remained oblivious for all her life, would not this revelation cast a shadow of grief over her existence? While Hu Hao's decision was ostensibly made for Hu Niu's benefit, Xiaoqing found herself deeply conflicted, believing that at times the harshness of reality far outweighs the allure of comforting falsehoods. And what of the ailments afflicting the villagers of Fengxuan? Hu Hao, having chosen to disappear rather than inflict harm upon them, suggested that he could not possibly be the architect of their misfortune. Thus, what could be the cause of their afflictions? Lixian smiled slightly, sensing that Xiaoqing was momentarily perplexed. He suspected that the peculiar events following Hu Niu's disappearance were orchestrated by the so-called master mentioned by the villagers, likely to earn their trust for ulterior motives. As he spoke, Lixian cast a glance towards Xueming and hesitated before inquiring, "Miss Xueming, might I ask if you have ever harbored grievances against anyone?" Xueming found this question perplexing. In her millennia of existence, she had never so much as set foot outside the spirit clan, and thus could not fathom how she might have offended anyone. Wait, the spirit clan? At that moment, Xueming's brows furrowed in contemplation, a sardonic smile creeping into her heart as she considered the possibility. What about it? Miss Xueming, do you have any insights? Lu Xian had been closely observing her expressions since he broached the subject of the master, and it was evident that she was harboring some knowledge. However, when Xueming regained her composure, she merely cast a fleeting glance in Lu Xian's direction, deliberately sidestepping the topic. She approached the table, bent over to pour herself a glass of water, and softly remarked, "Rather than pondering that master, it would be wiser to contemplate how to address Hu Niu's situation. Or do you intend to let Hu Hao continue living in such a state? As a spirit catcher, you should be acutely aware of the dire consequences of the undead lingering in the mortal realm." Upon hearing the implications woven within Xueming's words, even Lu Xian, with his typically optimistic demeanor, felt a wave of frustration wash over him. He was indeed aware of the fate that awaited the undead who lingered. Yet the complexities surrounding the situation were far from straightforward, entangled as they were with numerous factors. Since the commencement of their dialogue, Xiaoqing remained silent, attentively listening. Many aspects left her in bewilderment, igniting an even deeper curiosity about Xueming. What status does the spirit clan hold in this extraordinary realm? Why does the saintess Xueming attract the attention of certain individuals? What transpired a millennium ago? Why has Yin Xian been ensnared by that enigmatic blood-red seal? Furthermore, what truly occurred regarding Yin Linchen's loss of memories from 1,000 years past? Is it possible that all these events are intertwined with the spirit clan? As Xiaoqing pondered, her head throbbed with increasing intensity. She rubbed her aching temples, momentarily setting aside other concerns. She needed a comprehensive solution to the matter concerning Hu Niu, as she had previously promised to assist her in locating her brother. Moreover, the situation involving Hu Hao pertained to Dao Lianxian, and no matter what, she had to meet Hu Hao in person. "Lu Xian, I wish to meet Hu Hao. Could you take me there?" Xiaoqing suddenly looked up, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she gazed at Lu Xian. He was well aware of Hu Hao's whereabouts, and it would be exceedingly beneficial if he could accompany her. However, without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xian flatly refused. "I'm sorry, Miss Su, but I have made a promise to Hu Hao. One must honor their commitments. I cannot take you to find him." "Are you out of your mind? I was quite clear earlier. You know very well the consequences of remaining in the mortal realm. If he does not leave soon, he will have no chance of reincarnation. He will become a half-human, half-demon entity condemned by the three realms. Are you prepared to witness Hu Hao's utter destruction?" Xueming was nearly beside herself with rage. To her, Lixian's insistence on keeping his promise was nothing but folly. While remaining in the mortal realm may seem beneficial, the cycle of life and death is an inherent law of human existence. Even if the celestial realm has been closed for an extended period, such an aberration cannot be tolerated. Once Su Hao transforms into a half-demon, should the celestial realm catch wind of it, no matter where he flees, divine retribution will inevitably ensue. At that point, he would not only be unable to reincarnate, but his essence would vanish entirely from the three realms, a grievous loss indeed. What destruction! Xueming fumed, her ire uncontained. None of them noticed when Hunyao had silently appeared at the door, her eyes glistening with tears and shock. Do you all know my brother's whereabouts? Looking somewhat disheveled, Hunyao entered, her steps unsteady, devoid of her usual vivacity. She approached Lixian, her voice trembling. Brother Lixian, you have always known my brother's whereabouts, haven't you? Lixian was taken aback by Hunyao's sudden appearance, and upon witnessing her heart-wrenching expression, felt a pang of guilt. He lowered his gaze, unwilling to meet her eyes. Hunyao, deeply affected, managed a self-deprecating smile before turning her attention to Xiaoqing. And you? You know about my brother's situation, don't you? Xiaoqing fell silent, the atmosphere in the room growing heavy with unspoken truths. How could she convey to this desperate sister, who was fervently searching for her brother, that he was no longer among the living? But you promised. You said you would help me. Hunyao's emotions spiraled as she grasped Xiaoqing's arms tightly, her eyes filled with resentment. She had trusted Lixian, trusted Xiaoqing, only to discover that they were deceiving her. Hunyao, it's not as you imagine. We all have our reasons, Xiaoqing said, her heart aching for Hunyao. I am not lying to you, Hunyao. I merely learned of your brother's fate, but I truly do not know Huhao's whereabouts. I need to find him. He is the only one who can save my child. Your child? Hunyao's rationality began to return, a mix of suspicion and shock crossing her features. Not only Hunyao, but Xueming and Lixian were equally taken aback by this revelation, particularly Lixian, who stared at Xiaoqing in disbelief, having never imagined she was a mother. Conflicted emotions stirred within him. Was he to feel disappointment or something else entirely? He felt a sense of inexplicable frustration, recalling their first encounter when he found her to be astute and articulate. Coupled with the inexplicable aura surrounding her, he had naturally paid her more attention. The image of her earnestly roasting a rabbit and tearing meat for him remained vivid in his mind. How could such a lively and dedicated woman already be a mother? Seeing the astonished expressions of those around her, Xiaoqing realized the misunderstandings at play. Yet, at that moment, she lacked the energy to concern herself with their perceptions. The priority lay with Hunyao. She needed to stabilize Hunyao's emotions before devising a prudent plan. After Xiaoqing made up her mind, she looked earnestly at Hunyao and nodded. Someone informed me that your brother, Huhao, can save my child. Thus, it is not just you who must find him. I am equally eager to locate him. In a certain sense, we share a common goal. Really? Hunyao released her grip on Xiaoqing's arms. Her tone filled with uncertainty, yet Xiaoqing's conviction remained unwavering. Observing Hunyao's relaxed arms, Xiaoqing understood that Hunyao was no longer so impulsive. Fool. Why not just tell Hunyao? Xueming, regaining her composure, glanced impatiently at Lixian, who appeared profoundly affected. After a moment of hesitation, Lixian let out a sigh. This matter could no longer be concealed. From the instant he confided in Xiaoqing and Xueming, he might have already betrayed Huhao's trust. For the first time, he felt so powerless and defeated. Yet, Xueming was right. Huhao could not remain in the human realm any longer, or he might indeed provoke divine retribution. Hunyao, I acknowledge that this situation is a misstep on my part, but it was never my intention. Like your brother, we wish to protect you and prevent you from harm. Though perhaps that is merely our assumption. Lixian spoke with deep regret. Although he hadn't spent much time with Hunyao, nor did he share the same bond with her as Huhao did, he regarded Hunyao as his own sister, unwilling to see her suffer. Brother Lixian, has something happened to my brother? Hunyao, previously impulsive, now pondered deeply, recalling how Lixian had gazed at her with guilt throughout their conversation. Whenever her brother was not mentioned, Lixian never looked at her that way. The more he exhibited such an expression, the stronger Hunyao's foreboding grew. Lixian nodded and then shook his head, pulling Hunyao into an embrace. Hunyao, it was indeed my fault earlier. I will take you to see Huhao. But remember, no matter what occurs, while I cannot take Huhao's place, I, Lixian, vow here today that you, Hunyao, shall be my sister whom I will protect for a lifetime. I will always be by your side. Upon hearing this, Hunyo's tears streamed down uncontrollably. Even without Luxian saying it, she understood in her heart that something must have happened to Hu Hao. Hunyo trembled, her lips quivering uncontrollably. Brother Luxian. Hunyo can still see her brother, right? Hunyo dared not ask too boldly, lacking the courage to inquire about Hu Hao's situation. Yet she had indeed overheard Xueming mention something about ashes. Did that imply death? She feared to dwell on it further, tears flowing freely as she sobbed uncontrollably. Xueming and Xiaoqing exchanged glances, both filled with tears as they beheld this scene. As Hunyo grew weary from her weeping, Luxian gently coaxed her to sleep. Only then did Xiaoqing muster the courage to ask, Xueming, is there truly no way for that living dead to survive? Xueming shook her head, her tone resolute. Absolutely impossible. He cannot escape divine retribution. Unless someone takes on the punishment for him, perhaps he might survive. But the odds are exceedingly slim. Moreover, even if someone bears the punishment, it does not guarantee that the retribution will pass. Xiaoqing couldn't help but let out a sigh. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly said, Xueming, I wish to take Hunyo to bid farewell to her brother for the last time. I believe this is what Hunyo desires as well. And I'm certain that Hu Hao misses his family dearly. Xueming smiled knowingly. How could she not understand Xiaoqing's intentions? She promptly rose and said, You both deal with the villagers first. I intend to leave Feng village, and we shall meet in that grove later. After all, she still held the title of the enchantress in the hearts of the villagers. Xiaoqing nodded, sharing the same sentiment. Previously, she had been uncertain about how to continue deceiving the villagers of Feng village. However, now that Xueming's spiritual energy had been restored, matters became considerably more manageable. As long as Xueming left her presence and fabricated some excuse, she could take Hunyo out for a brief excursion. After all, the esteemed master now held a significant position in the hearts of the villagers. Xiaoqing was not concerned that the enigmatic master would return to Feng village to perpetrate malevolence after they departed. If Xueming was indeed connected to her, then wherever Xueming went, that would be where the master's intentions lay. Once these affairs reached a conclusion, Xiaoqing resolved to devise a plan to unearth the master alongside Xueming and the others. She could not allow such underhanded scheming to go unpunished. Despite not possessing extraordinary abilities, she was certainly someone who would retaliate against treachery. Xueming exchanged a brief greeting with the troubled Luxian, urging him to look after Xiaoqing during her absence before hastily departing from Feng village. Shortly after Xueming's departure, Xiaoqing summoned Langya. Upon entering the room, Langya noted that the so-called Xueming had vanished, while Luxian appeared to be deep in thought. On one hand, he was reluctant to meet Luxian's gaze. On the other, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Yet, he could not suppress his unease and finally spoke. Master, do you know the whereabouts of that enchantress? Anticipating Langya's inquiry, Xiaoqing casually glanced at Luxian before responding with a smile, rest assured. Just moments ago, with the assistance of young Master Luxian, I have eliminated the enchantress. With that, she produced a dark bottle from her bosom, gesturing to show it to Langya, adding, the essence of the enchantress now resides within this vial. As Langya reached out to take the bottle, he hesitated, feigning indifference as he withdrew his hand, vigorously wiping it on his clothing. With a wrinkled smile, he remarked, We have no doubt in the abilities of the master and young Master Luxian. However, what shall we do about the enchantress? Xiaoqing had never perceived herself as possessing the talent for fabrication, yet since her arrival in Wind Village, she felt that this latent ability had been unearthed. With a forced smile, she declared, The enchantress has long fled, thus for the sake of Wind Village, I must pursue her. Ah, how fortunate we are to have a master like you. Upon hearing Xiaoqing's intention to rid Wind Village of its scourge, Wolf Fong felt an uncontainable joy. As long as the village remained safe, all would be well. Xiaoqing chuckled inwardly, thinking to herself how foolish it would be to chase after someone intent on harming her. Surely, such behavior would stem from some mysterious ailment. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to maintain a faade, as her current status was that of a highly esteemed master in Wind Village. Wolf Fong was about to voice his thoughts when he noticed the unconscious Hunyo lying nearby, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. He hurriedly approached her, his voice quivering slightly as he turned to Xiaoqing. Master, what has happened to Hunyo? Despite his deep concern, his long tenure as village chief prevented him from losing his composure entirely. Oh, do not worry. She is merely exhausted and has fallen asleep. By the way, I have taken quite a liking to this child, and I wish to take her as my disciple to accompany me in the search for the fleeing enchantress. What do you think, village chief? Initially, Xiaoqing intended to suggest taking Hunyo to meet Hu Hao, but upon seeing Wolf Fong, she recalled his dissatisfaction with his son's demeanor, prompting her to modify her words. Wolf Fong's heart soared at this news. He had previously heard from Ho Ergo and others that the master treated Hunyo with an extraordinary level of care. At first, he had been skeptical. But now the master was actively seeking to take Hunyo as a disciple. He had witnessed the master's abilities firsthand. If Hunyo could learn even a fraction of those skills, Wind Village would no longer need to fear any demons or monsters. Moreover, with Hunyo's young age, her apprenticeship under the master might lead her future husband beyond the confines of Wind Village. Imagining the transformation of Hunyo's fate, Wolf Fong felt a surge of optimism and readily agreed. Xiaoqing nodded in satisfaction, secretly relishing her newfound talent for storytelling. Meanwhile, Lixian, who had been quietly observing Xiaoqing's spirited performance, couldn't help but chuckle in resignation. He glanced at Wolf Fong, whose face was beaming with joy, noticing Lixian's gaze. Wolf Fong, aware of his past transgressions against Lixian, hastily averted his eyes and cleared his throat. In that case, we ought to celebrate this occasion properly. The ceremony has commenced. Why not let the master and young master Lixian join us for a meal and some drinks? Xiaoqing indeed shook her head. After such a series of upheavals, she truly wished to avoid any further complications. Thus, she said, please have Brother Ho bring some food over. Master Lixian and I still need to set up a protective barrier in Feng Village, so we shall not be attending the ceremony. It is quite troublesome. And I find myself feeling rather fatigued. Xiaoqing had already expressed her thoughts, and thus Wolf Fong felt it inappropriate to add anything further. He nodded and said, I am truly grateful to Master and young Master Lixian. With your support, the villagers of Feng Village will undoubtedly feel much more at ease. Furthermore, Wolf Fong was genuinely pleased and content, as he believed that his daughter now possessed the opportunity to alter her destiny. How could any parent not feel joy in such a circumstance? However, when he considered his son, a weight of melancholy settled upon his heart. Xiaoqing nodded wearily, waving her hand slightly. Wolf Tooth glanced once more at the sleeping tiger girl and the nearby Lixian before hastily departing to attend to other matters. Once Wolf Tooth had finally left, Xiaoqing slumped down with a heavy sigh of relief. Who would have thought that Miss Su possesses such capabilities? Lixian remarked teasingly. Xiaoqing forced a smile, having anticipated that Lixian might jest at her expense. It was not a situation she desired to fabricate. Yet it was necessary for the matter at hand, which was rather difficult to handle otherwise. She glanced at the still slumbering tiger girl and turned to Lixian. Speaking softly, you should promptly arrange some sort of protective barrier for Feng Village. I may have boasted earlier. Lixian shook his head in resignation. Even without Xiaoqing's urging, he had already intended to do so. Rest assured, Miss Su. I shall take care of it. We will not linger in Feng Village. And I am not entirely at ease here. This place housed not only the villagers of Feng Village but also Tiger Girl. He had promised to protect her for a lifetime, and having already broken his word to Tiger How, he resolutely could not do the same to Tiger Girl, lest he feel shame as a man of stature. Not long after Lixian exited, Brother Ho entered with a basket of food, his demeanor exuberant. It was evident he had heard the news of their impending departure from Feng Village, and now he could finally relax, which naturally uplifted his spirits. Xiaoqing, though aware of the underlying tension, chose to remain discreet. By the way, Brother Ho, may I inquire about something? She asked casually, as if pondering an insignificant matter. Brother Ho was taken aback. Did this esteemed master have inquiries for him? However, he quickly regained his composure and responded with a hearty smile. What would you like to know, master? I shall share everything I know. If this man were in her world, he would undoubtedly be quite different. He truly knew how to adapt his words to suit his audience. One might call him a fence-sitter, yet a more flattering term would be adaptable. Nevertheless, this was beneficial for Xiaoqing, as it would allow her to gather information effectively. I presume you are aware of my intention to take Hunyo as a disciple? She inquired, taking a delicate sip of tea, feigning nonchalance. Brother Ho's eyes widened slightly, and he glanced at the still slumbering Hunyo before eagerly affirming, Yes, yes. I heard it from the village chief of Wolf Fong. This news had spread throughout the village, eliciting both envy and jealousy. For Hunyo's fate and future could not be measured lightly. However, for Brother Ho, it was inconsequential. After all, as a solitary man, why should he concern himself with such matters? What intrigued him more was what this eminent master sought to ask him. He began to serve the food, arranging the dishes meticulously before turning to her with a smile. What exactly do you wish to know? Feel free to ask directly. There is no need for hesitation. Since the matter had already been broached, Xiaoqing saw no reason to be coy. She had initially sought to gauge Brother Ho's disposition but felt it was time to be forthright. I have learned that Hunyo's brother, Hu Hao, has gone missing. Yet, it seems the village chief of Wolfang is reluctant to speak of him. I wish to understand why, she stated, adding with genuine concern. I feel for Hunyo. Seeing her miss her brother so dearly, I intend to help her in finding him. Unexpectedly, upon hearing her intention to search for Hu Hao, Brother Ho's expression shifted to one of concern. He glanced around cautiously, shutting the door with care before leaning closer to whisper, Master, it would be wise for you to look for that lad. His departure from Feng village was indeed peculiar. What do you mean by that? Xiaoqing queried. Her curiosity piqued. Originally, she sought merely to understand the disparity in Wolfang's treatment of children, but now it appeared there was more to this matter. Brother Ho swallowed nervously, glancing at Hunyo before divulging. Hu Hao was an earnest student and eventually became the sole scholar of our Feng village. He paused, a sense of regret washing over him. However, he left one day and returned with a woman, one of the most beautiful women I have ever seen. Naturally, we should be delighted for him, but upon further inquiry, we discovered she was the top courtesan from a brothel. Xiaoqing could already foresee the implications of this revelation. In a village where being a scholar held great promise, Hu Hao's choice to associate with a courtesan would undoubtedly tarnish his reputation in the eyes of the villagers. It was no wonder that the village chief, Wolf Fang, would vehemently oppose such a union, leading to a rift between father and son. Moreover, Xiaoqing's curiosity deepened. Was there a connection between Hu Hao's disappearance and this courtesan? She had previously neglected to inquire about this matter, focused solely on comforting Hunyo. Yet, it appeared that the situation was far more intricate than she had anticipated. On the night Hu Hao vanished, I did see him, Brother Ho recalled. He was arguing with that courtesan, and she was in tears. It was a pitiful sight, truly. If only her background were not so disreputable. As he reminisced about the events leading up to Hu Hao's disappearance, it felt as vivid as if it had happened yesterday. Had he known how things would unfold? He would have certainly inquired further that night. While the villagers referred to it as a disappearance, most believed he had eloped. Which is why Wolf Fang never sent anyone to search for Hu Hao, claiming he had only Hunyo as his child. Those with a sense of propriety would avoid mentioning Hu Hao's name altogether. Perhaps only Hunyo continued to hold on to thoughts of her brother. The bond between the siblings had always been profound, making it entirely natural for her to struggle with acceptance at this moment. The following morning, Hunyo slowly awoke. Glancing at the peacefully slumbering Xiaoqing, a sigh of relief escaped her. At least Xiaoqing had not abandoned her. After a moment of hesitation, she reached out and gently shook her. Xiaoqing gradually opened her eyes, only to find Hunyo by her side. Her throat felt parched. And after a prolonged effort to ease her stiff neck, she softly inquired, You are awake, are you? Hunyo, however, was primarily preoccupied with thoughts of her brother. Hu Hao, whom she missed dearly. When do you plan to take me to see my brother? She asked, her concern evident. Xiaoqing smiled and reached out, intending to gently stroke Tiger Nyo's hair, but Tiger Nyo nimbly evaded her touch, warily covering her own hair. What are you doing? She asked. Oh, it's nothing. I often observe you with Brother Lixian, and I couldn't help but feel curious. Is it that you would prefer it if someone were to pat your head in this manner? Xiaoqing awkwardly retracted her outstretched arm, initially intending to offer comfort to the child, yet it seemed that the girl was not particularly receptive to such consolation. Hunyo pouted in dissatisfaction, carefully adjusting her hair while muttering, Only my brother and Brother Lixian can touch Hunyo's hair. No one else is allowed. You little rascal. Xiaoqing regarded Hunyo with affectionate amusement. However, Hunyo felt quite uneasy and shook herself, pondering whether Xiaoqing might be unwell today. Just as she was about to say something further, Lixian's voice called from the doorway, Miss Su, Hunyo, are you awake? We should set off. Upon hearing Lixian's voice, Hunyo rushed to the door and flung it open before Xiaoqing could react. Lixian couldn't help but smile gently at Hunyo's eagerness, his expression radiating warmth akin to the gentle sun of spring, instantly warming Hunyo's heart. Brother Lixian. Hunyo sweetly called out, her tone infused with the fervent emotions of youth. Yet, Hunyo remained oblivious to the fact that Lixian seemed not to understand her feelings. He simply smiled warmly, his gaze drifting past Hunyo to the still drowsy Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing had just awakened, her complexion less than ideal, her hair somewhat disheveled, likely from having slept at the table the previous night, with a faint red mark adorning her face. She appeared languid, reminiscent of a cat, which stirred a peculiar yearning within Lixian, though he quickly suppressed it with a bitter smile, aware that Xiaoqing was a married woman, already a mother. Lixian lowered his gaze, caught between self-mockery and an inexplicable sense of helplessness, feeling an odd mix of discomfort and delight. After all, he was fortunate enough to see her. Despite her young age, Hunyo possessed a clarity of perception that belied her years. To be frank, she did not appreciate the way Xiaoqing had looked at Xiaoqing moments ago, prompting her to step forward and casually obstruct his view. "Brother Xiaoqing, please wait until Xiaoqing and I finish freshening up." Without waiting for his response, Hunyo hurriedly shut the door behind her. Xiaoqing found her back against the door, breathing heavily, a sight that struck her as peculiar. "What are you doing? Are you truly a mother now? Is there any doubt?" Hunyo retorted. "When Yanxian calls her mother, then naturally she is his mother." "Of course. What's wrong?" Xiaoqing was puzzled by Hunyo's question. But upon receiving Xiaoqing's affirmative answer, she distinctly sensed Hunyo's palpable relief. After the group completed their morning routines, Xiaoqing theatrically performed for Langya and the others, and the three of them successfully departed from Feng Village. Throughout the journey, Hunyo exhibited considerable excitement, eagerly anticipating her reunion with her brother. However, in stark contrast, Xiaoqing and Xiaoqing remained notably silent. Both were acutely aware that Hu Hao would undoubtedly be leaving, and this might very well be Hunyo's final encounter with him, an impending loss that weighed heavily on her tender heart. Yet, with matters having reached this point, there was no turning back. Xiaoqing could do nothing but lament his failure to uphold his promise. Was Hu Hao's disappearance somehow linked to the courtesan he had brought back to Feng Village? Xiaoqing confirmed that the tiger girl ahead could not hear their conversation, and thus leaned closer to Xiaoqing, whispering a question. Suddenly, Xiaoqing leaned in closer, catching Xiaoqing off guard. The faint fragrance emanating from Xiaoqing made Xiaoqing struggle to suppress the fluttering in his heart. Previously, Xueming had approached him in a similar manner. Yet all he felt was an urge to retreat. However, recently, he found his feelings for Xiaoqing to be peculiarly intense. For instance, at this moment, despite Xiaoqing doing nothing but inching closer, his heart began to race erratically, and even his breath became shallow. Could it be that he was unwell? Gripping his sleeve tightly, Xiaoqing curiously inquired, "How did you come to know?" "Initially, it was merely a guess, but your statement has confirmed it beyond doubt." Naturally, Xiaoqing could not voice these thoughts in front of Xiaoqing. She had heard about it from her second brother and wished to inquire further, for she genuinely wanted to understand how Hu Hao could save her child. Xiaoqing's expression shifted as he seemed reluctant to hear the word child, a bitter sensation spreading through his heart, nearly driving him to madness. For a long while, he merely furrowed his brow, neither responding to Xiaoqing nor exhibiting any other reaction. Xiaoqing found this behavior strange. What was wrong with him? Why was he acting so oddly? Since last night, he had been like this. Could Hu Hao's situation have impacted him so profoundly? "I too wish to learn more." Xiaoqing chuckled awkwardly, prompting Xiaoqing to turn and gaze at her. His lips moved slightly, yet he ultimately just nodded. Hunyo turned her head, her eyes darting between the two, already sensing the peculiar atmosphere enveloping them. She decided to step back a bit, squeezing herself between Xiaoqing and Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, now pushed aside, couldn't help but find Hunyo's puffed-up expression amusing. Could it be that this little girl harbored feelings for Xiaoqing? She often seemed intent on separating her from him, even having inquired about Yanxian previously. "What are you all discussing?" Hunyo attempted to break the oppressive silence, simultaneously voicing a curiosity she had long held. Xiaoqing cast a gentle glance at Hunyo, his smile tender. "Oh, it's nothing. Soon, Hunyo will be able to see her brother. Are you not excited?" As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled Hunyo's hair, causing her smile to blossom instantly. And she nodded eagerly, clearly delighted. After departing from Feng Village, Xiaoqing and her companions hurried back into the woods, eager to reunite with Xueming and swiftly locate Hu Hao. According to Xiaoqing and Xueming, if Hu Hao continued to force himself into a state akin to a living corpse, he would soon face divine retribution, leading to his complete annihilation. This was the outcome Xiaoqing dreaded most. If possible, she wished for Hu Hao to be reborn, at least sparing him a tragic end. With their pace quickened, the trio reached the woods in less than half a day. Xiaoqing signaled Xueming using the agreed-upon method, and they patiently awaited her arrival at the edge of the forest. However, it was strange that Xueming, given her speed, had not yet appeared after receiving the message. Often, circumstances defy expectations, and after a while, there was still no sign of her. Hunyo, growing restless, scanned the surroundings anxiously, wiping sweat from her brow as she glanced up at the scorching sun high in the sky. "Hey, Xiaoqing, why hasn't your sister come yet? Is what she gave us unreliable?" If Xiaoqing did not feel compelled to scold Hunyo for her childishness, she would have retorted against such remarks. What could she do in this situation? Without a phone, a walkie-talkie, or even a helicopter, She had no way of knowing why Xiaoqing had not arrived. It was unlikely that Xiaoqing had made an error, unless she had encountered unforeseen trouble. Xiaoqing, why don't we go search for Hu Hao? Li Xian, who had been silently leaning against a tree for some time, finally spoke up. In the current situation, no one could predict what was happening, not even him. The urgent task at hand was to find Hu Hao. Then what are we waiting for? Let's quickly find my brother, Hu Niu exclaimed, excitement radiating from her small face. Xiaoqing exchanged a glance with Hu Niu and stood up, brushing off the dust from her clothes, agreeing with Li Xian's suggestion. All right, then I'll trouble you, young Master Lu, to lead the way. Certainly, Li Xian replied warmly, pleased that Xiaoqing had endorsed his idea. He drew his sword and waved it in the air, causing several golden characters to appear momentarily before vanishing. Rest assured, Miss Su, this is a special signal I've inscribed. Once Xiaoqing arrives, she will undoubtedly sense it, and we shall reunite. To reassure Xiaoqing, Li Xian elaborated thoughtfully, and Xiaoqing smiled, acknowledging that she did not fully understand the intricacies of his methods but trusted him nonetheless. Thank you, young Master Lu. Hu Niu observed Li Xian with a complex expression, wondering if he was even aware of the tenderness in his gaze towards Xiaoqing, as if she were a cherished treasure, while she recognized Li Xian's gentle demeanor. She had never seen him regard her with such warmth. A sense of unease washed over her as she speculated on the possible implications. In a moment of impulsiveness, Hu Niu rushed forward and clung to Li Xian's arm, adopting a somewhat spoiled tone. Brother Li Xian, my legs hurt so much. I don't want to walk anymore. Can you carry me? Of course. Li Xian, not giving it much thought, assumed Hu Niu was simply displaying childlike behavior. As her elder brother, he felt inclined to indulge her. After all, he viewed her as still quite young, oblivious to any deeper interpretations. However, Xiaoqing observed everything with clarity. At the moment Li Xian bent down for Hu Niu to climb onto his back, Hu Niu's eyes sparkled with joy and happiness, her cheeks blooming with a youthful blush. Perhaps Xiaoqing's gaze was too intense, prompting both Hu Niu and Li Xian to look back at her. Li Xian, somewhat bewildered, called out, Miss Su, shall we set off? Xiaoqing, noting Hu Niu's delight, couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Children indeed remained children. She had never held any particular interest in Li Xian, yet for reasons unknown, Hu Niu seemed to perceive her as a rival. Xiaoqing sighed. Feeling a bit helpless, here she was, a woman in her 20s, being subjected to jealousy from a girl still in her teenage years. Let us go. Xiaoqing decided to ignore the trivialities and focus on their urgent task. Upon seeing her nod, Li Xian led the way, occasionally glancing back to ensure she was keeping up. By now, it was already midday, the sun blaring down with relentless intensity. Clad in a long robe, designed for summer yet still stifling in the heat, Xiaoqing found herself increasingly uncomfortable. She suddenly longed for her jeans. Wiping away the sweat, she rolled up her sleeves and trudged along behind Li Xian. After what felt like an eternity, the trio emerged from the dense foliage and arrived at the entrance of a cave. The cave was neither tall nor wide, surrounded by a tangle of weeds and shrubs that concealed its presence. For an ordinary passerby, it would be easy to overlook this hidden cavern, and even if noticed, few would dare to venture inside. Li Xian set Hu Niu down and gazed into the cave, his expression a mix of complexity and dread. Hu Hao was inside. Hu Niu glanced at the cave, her hands anxiously clutching her dress, her breathing becoming erratic. Her small face was serious, but she remained rooted in place. Torn between excitement and fear, silent as she stood behind Li Xian. Then, young Master Lu, please continue to lead the way. Xiaoqing cast a glance at the resolute Hu Niu before shifting her gaze toward Li Xian. Li Xian nodded slightly and softly called out, Miss Mei Ru, I seek an audience. Xiaoqing was taken aback by Li Xian's words, her heart suddenly realizing the truth. Indeed, the previous remarks of Lord Ho were not without foundation. Hu Hao's disappearance was intricately linked to the woman he had brought back. Not long after Li Xian's voice faded, a woman clad in a sky-blue dress emerged from the cave. Her complexion was somewhat pale, and her headpiece was quite simple, yet her extraordinary beauty was enough to captivate all who beheld her. Was this the famed Mei Ru? As Lord Ho had described, her beauty was indeed striking, as graceful as a lotus gliding across water. Her pale visage betrayed no excess emotion, and with a gentle glance, she spoke softly, Li Gongzi, what brings you here unexpectedly? Feeling a tinge of guilt, Li Xian slightly bent his waist in an apologetic gesture, saying, I come today for 2 reasons. Firstly, to offer my sincerest apologies, and secondly, to request that you allow me to bring Miss Su and Hu Niu to see Hu Hao. As he uttered these words, The towering figure of Lu Xian trembled slightly. He had never failed anyone in over 20 years, although he firmly believed that his current actions were the right choice. The pangs of guilt still weighed heavily on his conscience. Mei Ru let out a cold laugh, slightly turning her body away, refusing to acknowledge Lu Xian's earnest bow. She glanced at Xiaoqing and Hunyou before saying languidly, Mei Ru recalls that before you departed, Lu Xian, you swore a solemn oath to uphold your promises. Otherwise, your endeavors in capturing demons would be in vain, and your romantic pursuits would meet a dismal end. Do you still remember this, sir? At her words, Lu Xian's body involuntarily shuddered. How could he ever forget? Yet, personal matters felt trivial compared to the fact that he had ultimately betrayed someone's trust. As a man of stature, this left him deeply ashamed. Mei Ru stood there, her gaze icy as she regarded Lu Xian, and after a long pause, she finally spoke. Lu Xian, please take your leave with the two ladies. My husband is currently unwilling to receive guests, and thus I shall not entertain you any further. With a slight bow, she made her intentions to dismiss them abundantly clear. She cast one last fleeting glance at Lu Xian before turning to retreat into the cave. However, Hunyou, filled with urgency, stepped forward and exclaimed with some indignation, You speak without justification. When did my husband become a valid term? You, who are tainted, dare to abduct my brother? You are a wicked woman indeed. Mei Ru paused momentarily, her footsteps coming to a halt as she turned to face Hunyou with a piercing smile, her gaze burning into her. Hunyou felt a twinge of unease under that intense scrutiny, yet mustering her courage, she proclaimed, Am I mistaken? I am Hu Hao's sister. Our blood is intertwined. What authority do you possess to prevent me from seeing my brother? I believe he has been lured away by you, and I shall report you. Mei Ru let out a cold huff, as if she had heard the most ludicrous of claims. She glanced at Lu Xian, revealing, You haven't informed her, have you? Hu Hao was secretly killed months ago after offending someone during his visit to the city. With a mocking tone directed at Hunyou, she added, You are indeed his sister, but your brother has long since departed this world. If I hadn't preserved his soul, what connection would you still have? What right do you, a mere child, have to raise your voice at me? It is utterly absurd. Brother, he is dead? Hunyou felt as if struck by lightning, standing there in a daze as if she had received a crushing blow. Though she had always harbored a fear that her brother might be in danger, she had never dared to consider that he was truly gone, let alone entertain such a thought. Xiaoqing sighed deeply. The very event she dreaded most had come to pass. Perhaps from the moment they brought Hunyou to seek out Hu Hao, it was clear that this matter could not be concealed from Hunyou. Sooner or later, she would uncover the truth of it all. Hunyou, unable to fathom the reality, turned to the silent Lu Xian beside her, her mind suddenly recalling the ominous words she had heard before about everything turning to ashes. It was all true. Caught off guard, Hunyou stumbled and sank to her knees, her lips whispering repeatedly, Is my brother dead? Is my brother dead? Beautiful maiden. We acknowledge your efforts to save Hu Hao, but if you were able to rescue him, you must also comprehend the repercussions of divine retribution. Xiaoqing stepped forward and spoke softly, but the mere mention of the words heaven's punishment caused Mei Ru's already pallid complexion to turn even more ashen, her expression morphing into one of anguish. She lifted her gaze to Xiaoqing, her voice tinged with an overwhelming sense of indignation. Are you suggesting that I am the one harming him? Her exquisite eyes quivered slightly. She had betrayed her own kin and sacrificed a century of cultivation for Hu Hao. Now, not only did Hu Hao fail to comprehend her sacrifices, but others also perceived her actions as detrimental to him, which was utterly absurd. Anger transformed Mei Ru's gaze into a fierce glare as she fixed her eyes on Xiaoqing, her tone resolute and unyielding. What could you possibly understand? Have you ever loved? What wrong is there in keeping my beloved by my side? Whatever celestial retribution may come, I shall not relent. Xiaoqing was momentarily taken aback. Although the lengths to which she had gone for love seemed rather extreme, her desire to keep her beloved by her side was not inherently wrong. Furthermore, the fact that she could retain Hu Hao's very essence indicated that she was likely of the demon race. I too believe that human determination can triumph over fate. But do you truly comprehend the actions you are undertaking? Have you ever inquired whether Hu Hao is genuinely happy? You are gambling with his very life. If divine retribution were to descend, how confident are you in your ability to hold on to him? This is not love. It is selfishness. Xiaoqing, unwilling to be outdone, retorted. In her view, a truly splendid relationship should be one of mutual support. Even though she had never met Hu Hao, she believed he might also yearn to live freely rather than exist like a living corpse. What do you understand? Mei Ru exclaimed, her beautiful eyes suddenly turning red, her nails elongating swiftly, revealing 9 tails that emerged unabashedly. As she gazed at Xiaoqing, her expression gradually turned murderous. The Fox clan? Xiaoqing was taken aback by the sight of the red-eyed Mei Ru and glanced at Lu Xian beside her. Wasn't he a demon catcher? Surely he must have sensed Mei Ru's true identity. Why had he been so courteous to her? Was it not said that demon catchers and demon tribes were natural enemies? Before Xiaoqing could ponder further, Mei Ru's claws lunged towards her face, when suddenly a furious voice echoed from the cave. Stop, Mei Ru. Instantly, Mei Ru halted, astonished as she turned to the entrance of the cave, where a white figure stood. Reluctantly, she retracted her tails and claws, her eyes returning to their original form, and hurried towards the white figure. Grasping his arm with concern, she urged, Everything will be fine, my husband. Why did you come out? You must avoid the sunlight. It can harm you. Indeed, it was Hu Hao, his expression devoid of emotion, his complexion somewhat darkened, marred by numerous bruises. If Xiaoqing's intuition was correct, those were signs of decay. Hu Hao gently moved Mei Ru's hand away, lifting his gaze towards the blinding sun. A trace of mockery and envy flickered across his pale face. Mei Ru, it has been far too long since I felt the warmth of sunlight upon my skin. As he spoke, he extended his hand towards the sun, which immediately scorched his pale, decaying skin. Had it not been for Mei Ru's swift intervention, that hand might have been lost forever to the sun's merciless rays. Husband, why do this to yourself? Mei Ru cried, her voice filled with anguish as she clutched his burned hand. Hu Hao, his face ashen, gazed down at Mei Ru and tenderly caressed her cheek, smiling, My Mei Ru, when we first met, you were radiantly beautiful. Now, you have endured so much. Mei Ru stiffened, fully aware of the underlying meaning in his words. Tears welled in her eyes. Husband, I have never regretted my choices. I love you. Even if it means my demise, I wish for you to live on. Hu Hao shook his head self-deprecatingly. He had worked hard since childhood, becoming a source of pride for his parents and later for the village. Yet, he ultimately offended the wrong people, leading to his tragic fate. When he first encountered Mei Ru, he saw her forced to stand outside a brothel. Unaware of her true nature, he only noticed that her eyes were different from those of the other women. Despite the surroundings, he could tell she was special. A fleeting infatuation blossomed into a deep-rooted love within him. He devoted himself to painting, selling his works in the city, achieving great success. He eagerly redeemed Mei Ru from the brothel, but fate was unkind. His relentless pursuit of success had incited jealousy among his peers, leading to his untimely downfall. He never imagined he would awaken again, reuniting with his beloved Mei Ru, yet everything had changed. Brother? Hu Niu snapped back to reality, staring at the white-clad figure before her. It was indeed her brother Hu Hao. In disbelief, she scrambled to her feet and rushed into his embrace, tears streaming down her face. Brother, they were lying to me, deceiving Hu Niu. You're not dead, right? Hu Hao, filled with sorrow, held her close, gently patting her back, his expression complex. After a while, he quietly replied, Hu Niu, they did not deceive you. Brother has indeed been gone for a long time. Hu Niu stared in shock at Hu Hao's eyes, unwilling to accept this grim reality. Yet, as she stood in his embrace, she felt no heartbeat. How could a living person lack a heartbeat? Moreover, his embrace felt chillingly cold. Hu Niu reached out to check for his breath, recoiling in horror upon realizing there was none. Hu Niu, I am glad to see you one last time, but you have grown up. I cannot protect you forever. I regret not witnessing you grow up and marry. You would be stunning. Hu Hao affectionately ruffled Hu Niu's fluffy hair, trying to calm her fraying emotions. But Hu Niu, life and death are inevitable. I have departed earlier. Hu Niu shook her head vehemently, clinging tightly to Hu Hao. No, no, no. How could my brother be dead? He is still here. Despite her tears, she forced a smile and looked back at Lu Xian and Xiaoqing, playfully remarking, You two are so cruel. Knowing my birthday is coming, you conspired to trick me. I don't believe it. Hu Niu, Lu Xian, uncertain how to respond, wished such a fate had not befallen her. Yet, it had occurred, and there was no altering this reality. Young Master Lu. Hu Hao suddenly turned to Lu Xian, smiling warmly, gratitude evident in his gaze. Thank you for allowing me to see Hu Niu one last time. Even if I leave completely now, my heart will be at peace. I'm sorry, Hu Hao, I have failed you. No, you have not failed. In truth, I have been regretting this for a long time. I miss Hu Niu dearly and worry for her. However, you know my condition. I cannot leave this forest. I thought I would depart in regret, yet now, I am truly happy to see Hu Niu again. My wish has been fulfilled. Young Master Lu, do not fret. You have not let me down. Those vows do not hold weight anymore. Hu Hao smiled, his eyes reflecting a sense of liberation. Lixian understood his intent and respected his choice. Meanwhile, Mei Ru clung tightly to Hu Hao, disbelief clouding her beautiful eyes. Husband, we promised to be together through life and death. Why do you not believe me? Once you pass through the tribulations, we can live together. If you wish to pursue your ambitions, we can do that too. As Mei Ru spoke, her voice trembled. The weight of her efforts to stay with Hu Hao pressing down on her heart. Yet, Hu Hao's decision shattered her resolve. Mei Ru, let go of your obsession. I am already gone. This existence brings me no joy, only pain. Please, let us free one another. Hu Hao released Hun Yo and gazed earnestly at Mei Ru. His tone devoid of kindness, as if he were solemnly informing her that he too was human. He cherished Mei Ru, he cherished his sister. Yet every time he awakened in the dead of night to feel his own pulse, he was engulfed in profound anguish. There was no breath, no heartbeat. He felt nothing of the world around him, not even hunger, nor could he perceive any sense. His consciousness and this corporeal form had become two estranged entities, incapable of merging, leading him to contemplate whether it would be preferable to bring an end to his suffering. He was acutely aware of Mei Ru's immense sacrifice, having expended a century of cultivation to safeguard his 3 souls and 7 spirits. Why persist in mutual torment? He was unhappy, and so was Mei Ru. Convince your brother. I have a way to save him. I can do it. Mei Ru's expression suddenly became frenzied as she grasped Hun Yo's hand, beseeching her to persuade Hu Hao, hoping to evoke in him a deeper attachment to this world. Hun Yo furrowed her brow, casting a glance at the anguish etched on Hu Hao's face before shifting her gaze to Lixian, as if seeking counsel. Lixian sighed and shook his head. Even if you are a 9-tailed spirit fox who has cultivated for a century, you cannot withstand the heavenly punishment. You should respect Hu Hao's choice. If the punishment truly arrives, it will not only be Hu Hao who suffers, but you as well, leading to the obliteration of your souls. Your cultivation has not been easy, and you have not harmed mortals. It is better to focus on your own cultivation and await Hu Hao's next life. Upon hearing Lixian's words, Mei Ru could not suppress a derisive laugh. Next life? I have waited for Hu Hao across 2 lifetimes, and each ended in tragedy. Each time, I alone remember the sweetness and torment we shared. Must I truly wait for another life? Her expression hardened, filled with indignation at the perceived injustice of fate. Why must we endure such fates across 3 lives? I refuse to accept it. If the heavens wish to inflict suffering upon me, then why should I not defy destiny? At this proclamation, not only the onlookers, such as Xiaoqing, but even Hu Hao himself was taken aback. You have waited for me across 2 lifetimes? Mei Ru stepped closer, gently caressing Hu Hao's cheek, a sorrowful smile gracing her lips. My husband, did you not anticipate this? Her voice carried a chill, recalling centuries of waiting, her fingers trembling involuntarily. Others only perceived how she had transformed Hu Hao into a being neither human nor ghost. But who would understand her solitary struggle through the endless river of time, waiting in vain for the same Hu Hao, each encounter revealing a different man? She could only watch helplessly as his gaze became distant and unfamiliar, starting anew each time, with all memories and pain confined to her own heart. She was exhausted, utterly, profoundly exhausted. Just when she thought she could live peacefully with Hu Hao, calamity struck once more. Mei Ru, Hu Hao had never realized that all along. He was the only one who could not remember anything. What then of Mei Ru's existence through these lifetimes? My husband, I have grown weary in this slow passage of time. Do not blame me. I merely wished for a release for us both, which is why I transformed you in this manner. Mei Ru is weary. She only desires to be simply with her husband. Her voice quivered slightly, tinged with fatigue. Hu Hao sighed deeply and embraced Mei Ru's frail form tightly. In that moment, a wave of regret washed over him, had he not been so ostentatious. Perhaps Mei Ru would not suffer so now. In this lifetime, he had wronged her. My husband, please do not leave Mei Ru, will you? My husband. Mei Ru lay in Hu Hao's embrace, trembling violently. Ultimately, she was but a woman yearning for her husband's love. Xiaoqing gazed at the scene before her, momentarily at a loss for words. Even the spirited Hun Yo fell into a profound silence. Perhaps they had all misjudged Mei Ru. Yet what means did they possess to ensure Hu Hao's survival? There was no solution. A divine retribution had rendered life impossible. Young Master Lixian, is there truly no alternative? There is none. Lixian understood that Xiaoqing's heart was now filled with compassion. However, he genuinely had no recourse. Merely watching as this couple was separated by fate. Hu Hao sighed as he embraced Mei Ru, gently placing a kiss on her forehead, his eyes brimming with affection and sorrow. Mei Ru, in this lifetime, I have loved only you, yet I have ultimately failed you. I know that my continued presence will bring immense suffering not only to myself but to you as well. Meiru stiffened, her heart comprehending the choice Hu Hao had made. She implored, "Husband, I beg you, trust me just this once. I can protect you. In this life, let us never part again, shall we?" Hu Hao offered her a gentle smile, reminiscent of a warm sunbeam, evoking memories of long ago when a youth had smiled at her in a similar manner. Back then, she had just begun to embrace her humanity, traveling from the demon realm to the human world, passing through a peach grove where she encountered a young man, a memory she had cherished for centuries. With a sigh, Meiru resolutely lifted her gaze. "Very well, I shall respect my husband's choice, but in the next life, will you come to find me?" Hu Hao extended his hand, tenderly wiping away Meiru's tears, nodding with a voice that carried a hint of gravity. "All right, in the next life, await me. I shall seek you out, be it across the ends of the earth." Qing gazed at the two with a hint of astonishment, a sense of foreboding suddenly arising within her. Yet she could not articulate the nature of her unease. Before her, Meiru, radiant with a dazzling smile, rose on her toes and pressed her lips against Hu Hao's. Hu Hao was momentarily taken aback but made no move to reject her. However, he soon discerned a peculiar sensation as something began to gradually infiltrate his being. In astonishment, he pushed Meiru away. "Meiru, what is happening?" Hu Hao inquired, perplexed, though he could feel an undeniable warmth spreading within him. Meanwhile, Meiru's expression grew increasingly grim. Astonishingly, Nine Tails had emerged, unable to be contained any longer. Logically, given Meiru's cultivation, she should have been able to maintain her human form. Lu Xian furrowed his brow slightly, taken aback by the scene before him, and then managed a bittersweet smile as he pondered, what is love, that it binds life and death so inexorably? What, indeed, had transpired? Qing struggled to comprehend the scene before her. She tilted her head slightly towards Lu Xian, who gazed gently at her before finally elucidating. "This is Meiru, a nine-tailed spirit fox who has cultivated for a century. She has now offered her entire demon core to Hu Hao, hoping for a favorable outcome for him in his next life." Lu Xian had previously conducted a careful analysis of Hu Hao's fate, which seemed destined for misfortune across several lifetimes. Yet, with Meiru's intervention, there lies a glimmer of hope for Hu Hao's destiny. Meiru desires to fulfill Hu Hao's potential, for even if he reincarnates in this life, their paths would ultimately converge in tragedy. This is a reality Meiru has long sought to alter. However, upon realizing her inability to change their fate, she selflessly bestowed her demon core upon Hu Hao and employed the secret techniques of her fox clan to forcibly alter his destiny. Perhaps Meiru was weary, or perhaps she finally came to a profound understanding. She resolved to completely fulfill Hu Hao, even if it meant that he would never again encounter her in his life. Such a love truly exists in this world. Qing mused, filled with both admiration and regret. In the past, she believed there were countless reasons to sever bonds of affection. Now she comprehended that genuine love cannot be truly dismantled by life or death, as exemplified by Meiru's feelings for Hu Hao. Meanwhile, Hu Hao gazed at Meiru in bewilderment. "Meiru, what are you doing?" Meiru smiled softly, her voice laden with exhaustion. "I am weary, my husband, but I have no regrets. I only wish for your future to be bright." As she spoke, she suddenly raised her hand and drew in Hu Hao's essence, causing his consciousness to gradually fade. It seemed he understood something, and in anguish, he cried out, "Meiru! Meiru, I love you! I love you!" Almost immediately after his voice faded, Hu Hao's form slumped lifelessly, and at that moment, Meiru's true demonic nature fully manifested. In her grasp lay a fragment of essence, Hu Hao's essence. It had taken her considerable effort to preserve his essence, yet now she was compelled to extract it. As the essence was severed, a bluish-green orb materialized in her hand, accompanying the essence. With a sorrowful smile, Meiru carefully offered the essence in the orb to Lu Xian, her eyes glistening with tears as she glanced back at Hu Hao's essence and cautioned him. "Young Master Lu Xian, I must trouble you to escort my husband on his journey. This artifact is also a gift for you." Lu Xian accepted the essence in the orb, inquiring, "Miss Meiru, I will ensure his reincarnation, but what of you?" Meiru gently shook her head, a relieved smile gracing her lips. "Since I met my husband, my cultivation has been destined to stagnate. Now that my demon core can aid him in altering his fate, I am content even in death. I only hope that in our next life, if fate allows, he will truly come to find me. Without a demon core, it is nearly impossible for a demon to reconstitute it, and naturally, a demon without a core cannot survive for long." Qing understood this well. Yet her thoughts drifted to Han, who had also lost her demon core. Why, then, was she able to maintain her human form, seemingly unaffected aside from a slight frailty? Meanwhile, Meiru could no longer sustain her human guise. After handing Hu Hao's essence to Lu Xian, she cast one last glance at the dazed and lifeless Tianyo. I'm sorry, Tianyo, I could not protect Hu Hao. With that, she transformed into a pure white nine-tailed fox and hurried into the depths of the forest, perhaps choosing to depart quietly in her final moments. Xiaoqing and the others gazed as the beautiful figure of Yu receded into the distance, filled with a sense of lamentation. Perhaps they had previously reproached her for her unwavering devotion, yet the solitude of a century was a burden only she could truly comprehend. Each lifetime seemed destined for tragedy, and perhaps this conclusion was the most favorable outcome for the two of them. All they could hope for was that in the next life, they might have the fortune to fall in love once more. Lu Xian glanced at the ethereal essence of Hu Hao in his grasp and sighed deeply, calling out to Hunyo, Hunyo, come over and bid farewell to Hu Hao. It is time for me to guide him into reincarnation. Unsteadily, Hunyo made her way over, her expression a tapestry of emotions as she gazed upon Hu Hao's spirit. Suddenly, a flicker of joy illuminated her small face as she spoke. Brother, go in peace. Hunyo will grow up well and take care of herself. I will also look after father and grandmother. As her words fell, the light emanating from the essence in Lu Xian's hand brightened remarkably. Hunyo watched as tears streamed down her cheeks. In the next life, her brother would no longer be her brother, yet in this lifetime, Hu Hao would forever be solely her brother. Lu Xian gently pulled Hunyo into an embrace, whispering, Hunyo, I will always be your brother. Startled for a moment, Hunyo then smiled and nodded in agreement. Perhaps it was for the best that Lu Xian remained oblivious to her hidden thoughts. This way, her elder brother would always be there to protect her. Lu Xian then took hold of Hu Hao's essence, forming a spell with his hands, and the spirit surged upwards into the sky, vanishing from sight in an instant. Xiaoqing and the others gazed upward, quietly observing the scene before them, their hearts fully comprehending that Hu Hao had indeed been reincarnated. Regaining her composure, Xiaoqing fixed her piercing gaze on the blue-green orb held by Lu Xian, her heartbeat quickening. After a moment of stillness, she inquired, What is that? Without overthinking, Lu Xian lifted the blue-green orb, scrutinizing it before replying with a smile. This is the Qingyun Pearl. It is a derivative of the divine artifact, the Qingfeng Pearl. It possesses some of the capabilities and divine power akin to the Qingfeng Pearl, yet it cannot be compared to the true artifact. Perhaps Meiru relied on it to keep Hu Hao with her. Earlier, Yin Linchen had mentioned that Hu Hao possessed something that could awaken Yin Xian. Could it be this Qingyun Pearl? As if struck by a thought, Lu Xian suddenly asked, Could it be that the Qingyun Pearl you mentioned, Miss Su, is the very thing that can save your child? Xiaoqing shook her head, uncertain yet inclined to give it a try. Lu Xian pondered for a moment before generously bestowing the Qingyun Pearl upon her. With a hint of surprise on her face, Xiaoqing received it, and Lu Xian smiled, suggesting she use it to save her child, as he found little utility in it himself. Thank you. Xiaoqing expressed her gratitude as she accepted the Qingyun Pearl. The instant she grasped it, she felt the wooden sculpture of the giant serpent around her neck tremble violently. In a moment of panic, she glanced at Lu Xian, who seemed to sense something amiss, his brow furrowed in concern as he watched her intently. Before she could contemplate further, a golden serpent egg suddenly emerged from the wooden sculpture, floating alongside the Qingyun Pearl in her hand. A soft azure glow enveloped the egg, revealing its connection to Yin Xian. It appeared the Qingyun Pearl indeed held significance for him. However, amidst her elation, Xiaoqing felt a surge of anxiety, for she clearly saw the astonishment etched on Lu Xian's face. His hand had even gripped the hilt of his sword. Miss Su, the malevolent aura surrounding you must originate from this egg, he exclaimed, yet he refrained from striking, his gaze fixed on her in a daze. He could hardly fathom that the sinister energy emanating from Xiaoqing was linked to an unknown egg of some demonic creature, and that the Qingyun Pearl seemed to be mending it. Thus, it implied that this egg was indeed what Xiaoqing referred to as her child. How could such a woman be intertwined with a demon? How could he remain unperturbed? Xiaoqing gazed at Lu Xian, a wave of guilt washing over her. She had never anticipated that the moment the Qingyun Pearl appeared, Yin Xian would emerge from the intricately carved serpent. Stepping forward, she positioned herself protectively in front of the serpent egg and implored, Young Master Lu Xian, he is but a child. He has done nothing wrong. You are a demon hunter, yet you spared Meiru. Why can you not show the same mercy to this child? Lu Xian was momentarily speechless. The malevolent aura emanating from the egg was a testament to the formidable demon that was its father. Meiru belonged to the Spirit Fox clan, not the Demon Fox. and with diligent cultivation she could ascend to a higher realm. Yet, the egg before him was undeniably that of a demon. He vividly recalled the gruesome scene from over a decade ago, which had ignited his vow to eradicate all demons in his lifetime. But now, this child was Xiaoqing's. How could he bear such a reality? Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, the veins in his hand bulged, and after a prolonged moment of despair, he reluctantly released his grip. Miss Su, I am a demon hunter. I should eliminate him at this very moment. However, upon seeing Xiaoqing's desperate plea to protect the child, his heart ached, and he found it difficult to breathe. With a weary sigh, he conceded, very well. Take him and leave. I must return to Feng village and shall not accompany you further. Young Master Lixian? Xiaoqing was taken aback by the pain and sorrow reflected in his eyes. After a long pause, she bowed slightly and expressed her gratitude. I thank you sincerely. Young Master Lixian. It seemed that having Lixian escort her to Tianyang City was an impossibility. He was a demon hunter, bound by his convictions. Through their days together, Xiaoqing had come to understand that Lixian was a man of integrity. To alter his beliefs must have caused him immense inner turmoil. Lixian retrieved several glossy black pearls from his pocket and handed them to Xiaoqing. Should you find yourself in peril, crush these pearls, and they will provide temporary relief from your troubles. It was impossible for him not to feel heartache and despair. Even he was perplexed by the inexplicable emotions stirring within him, given that he had only known Xiaoqing for a few days. Yet, she possessed the rare ability to capture his attention, leaving his heart aching and restless. Having never experienced matters of the heart before, he could not comprehend the reason behind such feelings. Xiaoqing cautiously took the few black orbs, her words of gratitude still unspoken, when Lixian, in a state of disarray, hurried towards Hunyao. Let us depart, Hunyao, back to Wind Village. Hunyao gazed up at Lixian, whose face was etched with pain, and then glanced at Xiaoqing, nodding obediently. In the end, Lixian did not even utter a farewell, hastily leaving with Hunyao. Xiaoqing watched their receding figures, unable to suppress a sigh. She had ultimately deceived this kind-hearted demon catcher. It was only natural for them to part ways now. She lifted her gaze to Yanxian, noticing that the crimson talismans on his body had faded somewhat. It seemed that the Qingyun pearl indeed had an effect on Yanxian. Could it imply that he might awaken soon? The thought filled Xiaoqing's heart with excitement and joy. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, she would not let it slip away. Her emotions were a mingling of sorrow for his 1,000 years of solitude and empathy for his final words. Mother, do you still refuse to acknowledge me? Xiaoqing gazed at Yanxian, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she murmured, Xian, Mother acknowledges you. You must awaken swiftly. Almost immediately after Xiaoqing's words fell, the golden light emanating from the serpent egg grew increasingly radiant, while the glow of the Qingyun pearl gradually dimmed, until it finally descended gently to the ground. Xian? Xiaoqing hurriedly approached and embraced Yanxian, her voice tinged with anxiety as she called out a few times. However, her heart soon sank as she held Yanxian, feeling utterly at a loss, for there was no response from within the egg. Could it be that Yanlinchin had miscalculated? Xiaoqing plopped down onto the ground with a heavy sigh, realizing that Yanxian remained unresponsive. Her fleeting joy had been for naught. In her heart, she cursed Yanlinchin countless times, and with each curse, she felt slightly more at ease. Yet, as she glanced around, a sense of insecurity washed over her. After all, she was alone, and a hint of trepidation lingered in her heart. Just as she prepared to rise and depart while cradling Yanxian, a soft, sleepy yawn suddenly emanated from her arms. Suddenly, Xiaoqing's heartbeat quickened significantly, and her legs trembled slightly. With uncertainty, she softly called out, Xian, is that you? Mother. Xian has slept so soundly. A childish voice emerged from the egg, and Xiaoqing, overwhelmed with excitement, nearly leaped up, tears streaming down her face. The sheer thrill of the moment was palpable. It seemed that Yanxian sensed Xiaoqing's emotions and murmured, Mother, why are you crying? Oh, it's just that I'm too overwhelmed. Xiaoqing exclaimed, her tears and snot flowing freely, disregarding her appearance as she wiped her face haphazardly with her sleeve. Mother, that's so dirty. The boy's innocent voice chimed in again. After a brief pause, he hesitantly asked, Mother, do you acknowledge Xian now? Silly boy. Xiaoqing chided him playfully, her heart resolute as she vowed to seek out the divine artifact. Even a mere derivative of such a relic could awaken Yanxian. If it were indeed a true divine artifact, would that not prove that Yanxian could emerge from his shell? Regardless of the circumstances, she would never relinquish hope. The laughter of Yanxian within the snake egg was joyous, almost enchanting enough to dissolve Xiaoqing's worries. Suddenly, though, the laughter ceased, and Yanxian spoke urgently, Mother, hurry, leave this place. I sense the presence of malevolent creatures nearby. It is not safe here. How could Yin Xian not be anxious? If he could break free from the egg now, those demons would pose no threat to him or Xiaoqing. Yet, his abilities were currently confined by this wretched seal. Last time, he had forcefully employed a secret technique to temporarily break out, but now, his demonic powers could not be summoned again. If Xiaoqing were to encounter danger, he would be powerless to do anything but watch helplessly. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing harbored no doubt about Yin Xian's words and swiftly lifted him in her arms, eager to flee. Yet, her speed was merely a fraction too slow. Countless vines erupted from the trees, rapidly ensnaring her escape route. Recognizing the familiar tendrils, Xiaoqing felt a sinking sensation in her heart. She never anticipated that the vine demon, Ting Yin, would be so relentless. Frowning as she cradled Yin Xian, she turned to face Ting Yin, who, clad in a black gauze gown, regarded her with a chilling smile. What's wrong? Not running anymore? Weren't you quite the sprinter? Ting Yin thought back to her previous humiliating escape, and the anger within her simmered. She had believed she would never have the opportunity to reclaim her dignity. Yet here she was, presented with a rare chance. Not only could she fulfill the orders of that esteemed figure, but her eyes greedily wandered to the Yin Xian nestled in Xiaoqing's arms, although she could not discern the exact nature of the creature within the egg. The potent demonic energy emanating from it led her to assert that if she consumed its power, her cultivation would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Gripping the vines tightly, the avarice in Ting Yan's gaze instilled a sense of unease in Xiaoqing. She held Yin Xian closer, contemplating whether this vine demon intended to devour him. Could it really come to a matter of cannibalism among kin? The thought made Xiaoqing's heart race as she fixed her anxious gaze on Ting Yan and shifted her stance. What do you truly desire? Ting Yan sneered, her gaze fixated on Yin Xian. Hand over that egg, and I might consider granting you a swift death. Indeed, she had set her sights on Yin Xian. Xiaoqing glared warily at Ting Yan. You wish for something unattainable. Humph, just a filthy and grotesque vine demon, daring to covet what belongs to me. The voice of Yin Xian, despite its childish tone, resonated with authority. Yet, what good was this defiance against the vine demon? To Xiaoqing's astonishment, Ting Yan's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Yin Xian's words. In the demon realm, it was rare to encounter someone who would claim such a title. Rumors had circulated that the demon king, Yin Linshan, possessed a serpent egg that had not hatched in a millennium, a treasure he cherished deeply. Now, Ting Yan swallowed hard. If Yin Linshan truly valued this egg, its presence here suggested that he was nearby. Recently, she had heard whispers of sightings of the demon king in the human realm. And as members of the Vine Demon clan, they were naturally under his dominion. The greed in her eyes began to wane. Had this serpent egg not been the offspring of Yin Linshan, she would have seized it without hesitation. However, she was unwilling to provoke such a formidable figure. Your Highness, what is your relationship with the Demon King? Despite having an inkling of the answer, Ting Yan could not help but inquire further. Are you seeking my father? I sense he is in the vicinity. I was just about to find him. If you wish to join me, I shall allow it. Having received a definitive answer, Ting Yan dared not voice any more protests. She hurriedly bent in a respectful bow. I have nothing to report to the king, so I shall take my leave. Your Highness. Very well, Yin Xian scoffed, feigning an air of sophistication despite his juvenile tone, which nearly made Xiaoqing stifle a laugh. Yes, yes. May you have a safe journey, Your Highness. Should you encounter the king, please do not mention my unseemly actions. Ting Yan grinned obsequiously, disregarding Yin Xian's demeanor, preoccupied with ensuring that Yin Linshan remained unaware of today's events. Let us see how it goes. Yin Xian yawned from within the egg, lazily urging Xiaoqing, Mother, let us hasten to reunite with father. Mother? Ting Yan looked at Xiaoqing in astonishment, her expression slightly sour. Xiaoqing cleared her throat and replied gently, All right, Mother will take you there. After casting a glance at Ting Yan, who momentarily froze, she hurriedly withdrew the vines obstructing Xiaoqing's path, smiling with utmost respect. Miss, please take your leave, Your Highness. Xiaoqing nodded and swiftly departed from Ting Yan's sight, cradling Yin Xian in her arms. As Xiaoqing departed with Yin Xian, a shadow swiftly emerged beside Ting Yan, who followed Xiaoqing's gaze with a troubled expression. My lady, she said with a frown. You allowed her to leave just like that? How shall we explain to our superior about that individual? Our last attempt to eliminate them was unsatisfactory, and the one above is already quite displeased. If she learns of our failure this time, what shall we do? Ting Yan glared at the maid with an ashen face, her frustration palpable as she pointed in the direction Xiaoqing had taken. If you dare to pursue her, then go ahead. That mere mortal is one thing. But do you have the audacity to touch Yin Linchen's child? The one above must consider her own status before seeking accountability. She is hardly worthy of being compared to the Demon King. Besides, that serpent egg calls the mortal woman mother. Who knows what their connection truly is? The maid was taken aback. It had been a long time since she had seen Ting Yin so flustered. Usually, she would boast with bravado. But now she was left to endure the humiliation in silence. With the demon hunters beyond her reach and Xiaoqing off limits, her mood could hardly improve. Just avoiding a furious outburst was commendable. My lady, there is no need for such alarm. While we may not be able to touch the Demon King's people, what are the demon hunters? A peculiar smile crept across the maid's lips, prompting Ting Yin to regard her with suspicion. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for the demon hunter. The wound inflicted by his sword still refused to heal completely. He possesses formidable skills. What can you do? Ting Yin scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the maid, who remained unfazed and instead wore a mysterious smile. The maid leaned closer to Ting Yin, whispering a few words. As Ting Yin listened, a smile slowly crept across her lips. After a long pause, she finally instructed, "Go ahead. Execute your plan as you suggested. If it is successful, your rewards shall be plentiful." Yes. The maid's eyes sparkled with delight as she gradually withdrew. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing, clutching Yin Xian, hurriedly made her way out of Ting Yan's sight, glancing back nervously as she ran. She feared that the woman might change her mind at any moment. Yin Xian, jostled within her arms, murmured with a hint of distress, "Mother, please don't run so fast. My head is spinning." Xiaoqing slightly slowed her pace. Yet she still moved much faster than usual. She glanced down at Yin Xian and inquired, "Xian, is your father truly nearby?" With a playful tone, she added, "Hee. Does mother miss father? I knew it. Ever since you beheld father's figure last time, you have become deeply infatuated with him. You are simply enamored with father's form." Xiaoqing, with a face full of displeasure. Suddenly, Xiaoqing felt that this little rascal was much more obedient and docile when he was in slumber. How could she possibly covet Yin Linchen's physique? There was absolutely no basis for such a notion. However, the image of that handsome man emerging from the bath abruptly flashed through her mind, causing her to blush furiously, prompting her to shake her head in denial. She mused. What is so special about a six-pack? It's not as if she had never seen one before. There are countless handsome men in the world, and her affections would never gravitate towards that ancient, frigid ice block known as Yin Linchen. Look, mother is once again thinking of father, isn't she? A sweet, teasing voice chimed playfully from the egg. Had it not been for Xiaoqing's firm belief that Yin Xian could not possibly know her thoughts, she would have been convinced that this little creature had somehow installed a surveillance system in her mind. Nonetheless, Xian was not lying. Indeed, father was nearby. She could feel his presence. Perhaps Yin Xian himself sensed that incessantly teasing Xiaoqing was not very kind, so he promptly shifted the conversation back on track. Well, he isn't exactly a good person, is he? Xiaoqing recalled those matters from before with a surge of irritation. It was utterly perplexing that, despite being fully aware of the situation regarding the Qing and Pearl, he insisted that she undertake the task herself. It was truly baffling. Yin Xian listened intently to Xiaoqing's words, grasping every syllable clearly. Noticing that his mother had misunderstood Yin Linchen, he quickly interjected, "Mother, father has his reasons." What reasons could he possibly have? You were in a deep slumber, so you were unaware. Xiaoqing's heart was filled with resentment at the mere mention of the matter, her teeth grinding in frustration. Yin Xian let out a deep sigh, visibly troubled. It seemed that his mother was quite upset with the king. How could there be love and affection thereafter? Without such affection, how could there be younger siblings? Fortunately, Xiaoqing lacked the ability to read minds. Otherwise, if she knew that Yin Xian was preoccupied with such worries daily, she might have been driven to despair. For now, she assumed that Yin Xian was merely missing Yin Linchen. Gently, Xiaoqing placed her hand on Yin Xian's shoulder, offering him a soothing voice. "Xian, I need to find Xiaoqing first. Once I locate her, I will accompany you to search for Yin Linchen, all right?" At that moment, Xiaoqing felt a pang of concern for Xiaoqing. She had not awaited Xiaoqing's arrival previously, and now the message left by Lishuan had lingered for quite some time without any sign of her. Suddenly, a sense of regret washed over Xiaoqing. If something had indeed happened to Xiaoqing, she could never forgive herself. Had she known it would come to this, she would have never allowed Xiaoqing to leave alone. "Mother, the person you seek does not carry any trace within 100 miles. Thus, we should first find father. I sense his presence is currently quite faint." Yin Xian unexpectedly interjected, as if he could read Xiaoqing's thoughts. Her heart skipped a beat at his words. although Yin Xian occasionally spoke in a rather nonsensical manner. He would not deceive her regarding such a crucial matter. If Xiaoqing was no longer here, where could she have gone? Why had she left without a trace of information? Unless her departure was hasty and unforeseen, leaving no time to communicate. As a troubling possibility dawned upon her, Xiaoqing felt as though her heart was being tightly clenched. Embracing Yin Xian, she suddenly asked, "Where is your father?" "He is not far. I can sense him," he replied. "Good." Xiaoqing dared not delay any longer. Following Yin Xian's instructions, she hurriedly altered her course. At present, there existed a rift between her and Lu Xian. Should Xiaoqing encounter any misfortune, perhaps Yin Linchen could provide more effective assistance. After all, with Yin Xian still in the picture, the likelihood of Yin Linchen's intervention would be considerably heightened. Xiaoqing, holding Yin Xian, raced onward without a hint of fatigue, finally arriving at a waterfall after several hours. The waterfall cascaded down violently, with a pool of water collecting beneath it. Surrounded by lush trees, the scenery was enchanting, yet there was nothing particularly remarkable about the place. Nor could they spot Yin Linchen's figure. "Xian, have you perhaps led us astray? Your father is not here." After running so briskly, Xiaoqing's cheeks were flushed, and she paused to catch her breath before speaking. "Mother, Xian has not misperceived. Father's presence lies within the waterfall." Xiaoqing lifted her gaze to the rushing waterfall, pondering whether there might be hidden wonders beyond it. Yet, with such a torrential flow, it seemed nearly impossible for her to cross. Moreover, Xiaoqing was but a novice in the water. Unable to suppress the instinctive swallow, she took a deep breath, steeled her resolve, and plunged into the water. However, the moment her body grazed the surface, she instinctively recoiled, for the water was astonishingly frigid. It was the peak of summer, indeed, and the sun was at its zenith. There was no reason for the water to be so chilling. Xiaoqing, somewhat surprised, gently set Yin Xian aside. She then bent down and reached out to touch the surface of the water, a refreshing chill penetrating to the very core of her being. Xiaoqing, somewhat taken aback, withdrew her hand and buried it in her lap, lingering until the numbness in her fingertips faded away. She gently moved her fingers and cast a fearful gaze upon the pool of water. Mother, what has happened to you?" The anxious voice of Yin Xian emerged from the egg. Xiaoqing rubbed her hands together, exhaling warm breaths to warm them. It was now midday, and the sun shone brightly. Otherwise her hands would likely have succumbed to the cold. "Do not worry, Xian," Xiaoqing reassured as she pulled Yin Xian back into her embrace, whispering soothing words. She raised her eyes to the pool and the waterfall, a hint of melancholy gradually surfacing in her expression. "Xian, is your father truly within there?" "Absolutely, Xian cannot be mistaken," Yin Xian asserted with unwavering confidence. Xiaoqing sighed softly, curling her legs and propping her chin on her hand. Although she was aware that the man was indeed inside, she found herself unable to enter. Not to mention wading through the water, even a brief dip would likely leave her frozen. "But I cannot get in," Xiaoqing lamented, gently stroking the eggshell. Fearing that Yin Xian would be disappointed, especially since his father was right there, yet she could not take him inside. Sensing Xiaoqing's emotional state, Yin Xian chuckled softly and, with a hint of cheerfulness, asked, "Mother, is it that you cannot enter?" Xiaoqing nodded, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. There was no need to ask. If she could enter, she would not be sitting here, helpless. Why hadn't her mother mentioned earlier that Xian could take her in? The water belonged to Han Tan, and although it was the height of summer, it was icy and bone-chilling, bearable for creatures of the supernatural, yet utterly daunting for mortals who wouldn't dare to touch it. Yin Xian explained quietly, eliciting a frown from Xiaoqing, if he could take her across. Why hadn't he said so sooner? She felt a pang of guilt towards him for having harbored such feelings. "Why didn't you mention it earlier?" Xiaoqing asked, her spirits lifting as she stood up, though her tone carried an undertone of reproach. Yin Xian chuckled, curious to see what her mother intended, finding her expression rather endearing. However, sensing Xiaoqing's growing irritation, he decided to adopt a more serious demeanor. Suddenly, a golden halo emerged from the egg, enveloping Xiaoqing entirely. She gazed at the radiant circle in astonishment. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, the halo ascended into the air, and the sudden sensation of weightlessness caused Xiaoqing to kneel within it, yet the anticipated pain never materialized. Xiaoqing squinted slightly and realized she was seated within a golden halo, which was gradually ascending towards the waterfall. A sense of relief washed over her as she curiously scanned her surroundings. Could this be the complimentary sightseeing cable car of another world? Indeed. The sensation of soaring through the air to behold the landscape below was remarkably distinct. This must be what they call the unparalleled view from the heights. Mother, are you frightened? A teasing laughter emanated from the egg, belonging to Yin Xian. Upon hearing this, Qing's face flushed with embarrassment. Regardless of how long Yin Xian had existed, he had yet to emerge from his shell. It was rather humiliating for an adult to appear so inexperienced. Covering her mouth with her hand, she cleared her throat and, adopting a serious demeanor, replied to Yin Xian, "You wouldn't understand, would you? You have not yet taken on human form. In truth, even we who walk do so with a certain unsteadiness. Walking is quite a challenging endeavor." Qing recalled that Yin Xian had always been in his serpent form, and it was unlikely that he had ever taken on a human shape. On a sudden whim, she decided to employ her talent for fabrication once more. It remained uncertain whether Yin Xian genuinely believed her narrative. Nonetheless, after contemplating her words for an extended period, he inquired with considerable perplexity, "But when my father and the others departed, they appeared quite at ease. Why is that?" Qing was taken aback, her lips twitching involuntarily. The insatiable curiosity of children can indeed be quite difficult to navigate. She forced a smile, albeit somewhat strained, as she attempted to explain. "It's because he is the Demon King. How could one allow you to witness his embarrassment so easily?" Yin Xian pondered for a moment, realizing there was a semblance of truth in Qing's words, and cheerfully exclaimed, "Mother, you are truly remarkable." The innocent and excited tone of the child made Qing feel an unusual sense of guilt. It seemed she might have inadvertently misled the little blossom. Quickly, she chuckled awkwardly, glanced ahead, and sought to change the subject. "Look, we are entering the waterfall." As Qing and the child conversed, the golden halo had already enveloped them as they approached the waterfall, with torrents of water crashing violently against the halo. Yet, the halo remained utterly unaffected. Qing leaned against the halo, marveling as it effortlessly traversed through the waterfall, her eyes filled with wonder. Such a unique spectacle was an experience that ordinary people might never encounter in their lifetime. At that moment, Qing suddenly felt that her unexpected arrival here was not such a terrible thing after all. The halo moved swiftly, and in no time, they had passed through the waterfall. The halo gently set Qing and Yin Xian down on the ground before vanishing with a soft pop. Qing, cradling Yin Xian, stared in awe at the scene before her. A serene and secluded natural cave emerged, revealing itself in all its glory. Majestic stalactites intertwined, their surfaces glistening with trickling water, while peculiar blossoms flourished in vibrant abundance. Beyond the cave, a waterfall cascaded down with a melodious roar, the sound harmonizing beautifully with the surroundings, a true masterpiece of nature. This place indeed seems perfect for scholars and poets seeking solitude. Suddenly, Qing began to comprehend the ancient yearning for a life of seclusion. The breathtaking scenery before her was something she had never encountered in her lifetime. She had always believed such vistas existed solely in the realm of imagination. Yet, here she stood, witnessing it with her own eyes. How could she not be astonished? Even her expression momentarily dulled in disbelief. "Mother? Mother?" It was only after Yin Xian called out several times that Qing's consciousness was drawn back to reality. Shaking her head in a daze, she hesitated to take a step forward. After all, the water had already hinted at potential dangers. Any reckless actions could lead to unforeseen consequences. "Indeed, I can sense that father is inside. Mother, you can rest assured and enter. With me here, you shall encounter no harm." Yin Xian's tone was imbued with an exuberance that bordered on excessive. Qing cast a wary glance at him, feeling an inexplicable oddity about his demeanor. Yet, she could not pinpoint what was amiss. Ultimately, she forced herself to find solace in the thought that this little one simply missed his father dearly. After all, he was still a child. How could he harbor any ill intentions? With her mind settled, Qing took a deep breath and stepped into the cave. Upon entering, she was struck by the realization that her previous notions had been woefully superficial. The contrast between the outside and inside of the cave was nothing short of extraordinary. Inside, the air was not as stifling, damp, and dark as she had anticipated. On the contrary, the atmosphere was refreshingly crisp, with a gentle breeze caressing Qing's face. A delicate floral fragrance permeated the air, invigorating her senses. The oppressive heat of midsummer was nowhere to be felt. In fact, the coolness made Qing wish she had a light garment to wear. Giant stalactites adorned with numerous luminous pearls illuminated the cave, allowing Qing to behold the entire splendor of her surroundings. Beneath her feet lay a carpet of delicate greenery, and drops of water occasionally fell from the stalactites. In this tranquil cave, even the sound of a single falling needle could be heard. "Xian, where is your father?" Qing tightly embraced Yin Xian. Strangely enough, If there had been any sounds within the cave at that moment, she might not have felt such fear. Instead, the profound silence sent chills down her spine. Mother. Xian is not lying. Father is indeed inside. If you take a look, you will see for yourself. Yin Xian's voice was filled with excitement, while Xiaoqing felt an increasing sense of unease. She had not yet reached the stage of memory decline. Previously, she had heard Yin Xian mention that he sensed the presence of Yin Linchen was quite faint, so if her father's aura was weak, how could his son be so exuberant? This seemed utterly abnormal. However, the die was cast. Xiaoqing could only muster her courage and venture deeper into the cave. Deep within the cavern lay a pool of water, obstructed by smooth stalactites, cascading down like a waterfall. As Xiaoqing approached, she noticed a figure leisurely soaking in the water, their fair arms resting on the stalactites. A massive golden serpent tail draped casually over the other side of the formation. Perhaps due to its enormous size, the small pool seemed inadequate to contain its vastness. This scene was all too familiar to Xiaoqing. How ironic. Was this a reenactment? She glared resentfully at the egg in her hand, knowing full well that the rascal within might very well be reveling in delight. Xiaoqing swallowed nervously a few times, and only after regaining her composure did she hastily crouch down, cautiously maneuvering behind a stone. She impatiently tapped the snake egg, which immediately provoked a dissatisfied murmur from Yin Xian. Mother, what are you doing? Do you not like it? Or are you no longer interested in father's physique? Such outrageous words. Xiaoqing stared blankly at the lively, wiggling snake egg in her arms, and at that moment, she wished she could strike herself. The tranquility of the cave was shattered by Yin Xian's remarks, and the most troublesome part was that the cave echoed. Thus, shortly after Yin Xian's words fell, the cave reverberated with the repeated inquiries. Do you not like it? Or are you no longer interested in father's physique? Xiaoqing's heart raced uncontrollably, and her body felt rigid with tension. Having been deceived by Yin Xian previously, she was now taken aback by yet another predicament. A sudden curiosity arose within her regarding how Yin Linchen could possibly have spawned such a cunning offspring. Xiaoqing, filled with trepidation, swallowed hard and, adhering to the mindset of merely taking a glance, cautiously extended her head outwards. To her astonishment, she discovered that the person who had been lying there had vanished. Where have they gone? Xiaoqing stood up in surprise and took a few steps forward, her gaze sweeping around incessantly, yet she found no trace of Yin Linchen anywhere. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, a somewhat hoarse and slightly cool voice resonated behind Xiaoqing. In a fleeting moment of distraction, Xiaoqing took some time to mechanically turn her body. At this moment, Yin Linchen, clad only in a single garment, bore an inexplicable golden, serpent-like tail extending from his legs. His violet eyes were fixed on Xiaoqing, while he held the recently discarded Yin Xian in his grasp, causing Xiaoqing to feel a twinge of embarrassment. Having inadvertently spied on him before was one thing, but now she had repeated the same mistake. Would Yin Linchen think her to be that kind of person? I truly did not mean to. Xiaoqing awkwardly scratched her head, swearing she had no intention of barging in every time Yin Linchen took a bath. She was genuinely unaware, yet the frequency of these accidental encounters seemed to be increasing. She gazed sincerely at Yin Linchen, endeavoring to convey the truth of her words. No harm done. If you are drawn to my royal beauty, it is perfectly natural, Yin Linchen remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Xiaoqing before nonchalantly parting his lips. His words profoundly challenged Xiaoqing's perceptions. She struggled to close her jaw, which had nearly dropped in astonishment. Was this truly Yin Linchen before her? When had he become so self-absorbed? Perhaps Xiaoqing's expression had startled him, for he raised a hand and cleared his throat softly, then moved to sit on a nearby stone pedestal, still cradling Yin Xian. Come, sit with me, he invited, his face betraying a hint of fatigue, as if he was reluctant to say much more. This time, upon encountering Xiaoqing again while bathing, he seemed to exhibit little emotional response. Could it be that he had grown accustomed to it? The thought struck Xiaoqing as oddly absurd. Was it truly possible for someone to become accustomed to being watched? Xiaoqing approached with a flattering smile and cast a glance at Yin Linchen's serpent tail, inquiring with genuine concern, does the Serpent King have a particular fondness for his tail? After all, Feng Yamo did not share such a predilection, occasionally revealing his serpent tail. Strangely, this enormous tail had an unsettling appearance. It was unclear why Yin Linchen felt compelled to display it from time to time. Xiaoqing. Yin Linchen's gaze was intense, leaving Xiaoqing somewhat bewildered by his unexpectedly favorable demeanor. She responded softly, yes? Serpent King, what is it? Your demeanor frightens me. Yin Linchen. Xiaoqing gazed timidly at Yin Linchen, feeling daunted by the imposing figure before her. How could she dare to offend him so easily? His irritation grew as he noticed her demeanor. It was hardly endearing. Initially, after witnessing her success in awakening Yin-Xian, he intended to treat her with a degree of kindness, yet it appeared that she was utterly oblivious to his goodwill. With a slight frown, he inquired, "What brings you and Yin-Xian here?" Indeed, it was this very attitude of his that Xiaoqing had grown accustomed to. In her eyes, this version of Yin-Linchin seemed less intimidating. Simultaneously, she realized that she had misinterpreted the earlier situation. How could Yin-Linchin ever address her in such a gentle manner? Xiaoqing relaxed a little and cheerfully remarked, "Isn't it Yin-Xian? He mentioned that he missed you." "Mother, did you not say that you were craving for Father Wang? It is only because of this that Xian brought you here. Am I really yearning for Yin-Linchin?" Xiaoqing was taken aback, at a loss for words. What on earth was this little fellow saying? How could he utter such things? With a wry smile, she almost shook her head like a top in front of Yin-Linchin. Yin-Linchin observed this scene with a calm demeanor, his expression revealing little. After a considerable pause, he narrowed his eyes slightly and, seemingly intrigued, inquired, "Are you craving me?" Suddenly, Xiaoqing felt as though the sky had changed. It was not merely a shift in weather, but a tumultuous upheaval. Was Yin-Linchin truly that foolish? How could he believe such a thing? Observing Xiaoqing's expression, as if she had swallowed a fly, Yin-Linchin's lips curled into a slight smile, his mood unexpectedly lifted. "What troubles you? I have yet to reproach you for your covetousness towards me, yet you seem to harbor some discontent." Xiaoqing shook her head, trembling with fear. How could she dare to? She thought to herself, given that you have depicted the demon king as capricious and unpredictable, what if one day he decided to cast her into the serpent's den out of mere displeasure? Where would her life be then? Xiaoqing chuckled awkwardly a few times before plopping down in a chair. She raised her eyes to glance at Yin-Linchin's serpent tail and weakly inquired, "Your Majesty, the serpent king certainly possesses a refined taste, does he not?" Yin-Linchin, aware of her underlying implications, cast his gaze downward at his serpent tail. A flicker of fatigue and annoyance passed through his violet eyes, and he chose not to respond. Instead, he coolly remarked, "Why are you here instead of searching for the divine artifacts in Tianjin City? Yin-Xian's antics are becoming excessive, and you seem to lack discernment." Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing nearly overturned the table in exasperation. After all, who was Yin-Xian's father? This so-called father had turned into a negligent overseer, leaving her, an outsider, to bear the brunt of labor. Such a morally reprehensible act could only be attributed to Yin-Linchin. Other individuals would at least maintain some semblance of decorum, as if she owed him something. Were it not for her affection for the young Yin-Xian, she would never undertake such a thankless task. Was she truly so idle? However, she could never voice such sentiments bluntly to Yin-Linchin. Thus, Xiaoqing took a deep breath while gazing at him and smiled, saying, "Your Majesty, the Serpent King, please forgive me. It is merely that Xian misses you dearly, and upon hearing you were nearby, I hastened to bring him to see you. As for the divine artifacts, rest assured, they shall also be sought." Yin-Linchin, fully aware of the resentment simmering within this woman, found an inexplicable sense of comfort in her forced smile. His long, pale fingers idly tapped the table, and after a prolonged silence, he let out a nonchalant hum, seemingly regarding the entire situation as a matter of course. Xiaoqing gazed at Yin-Linchin's face, which was both infuriating and innocently charming, and several times she felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and tear him apart. Yet, her reason steadfastly anchored her in place, forcing her to maintain a strained smile. "You may leave now," Yin-Linchin remarked, raising an eyebrow as he carelessly tossed Yin-Xian to Xiaoqing, who hurriedly caught him. With a hint of dissatisfaction, she cast a reproachful glance at the leisurely Yin-Linchin and retorted, "He is your child, after all. Is this how you treat him? What do you have to say about it?" Yin-Linchin raised his brow in response. Xiaoqing, what can she possibly say? Regardless of the circumstances, he remains someone else's child. Even if she feels anger, she cannot express it. Xiaoqing gently caressed the egg's surface and suddenly felt that Yin-Xian was indeed unfortunate to have such a father. "Mother, please do not be angry with father." Yin-Xian intended to offer a few words of comfort to Xiaoqing, yet to her ears, it transformed into a display of strength and understanding, making her gaze upon Yin-Xian with even greater tenderness. "Do not fear, mother will protect you and will never allow heartless individuals to harm you." Heartless? Yin-Linchin slightly furrowed his brow. How could this woman's mood change more swiftly than the weather? He could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth, fatigue prompting him to urge them to leave. "If there is nothing else, you should depart quickly. It is time for you to journey to Tianjin City." As his father, should you not accompany him as well? Qing ultimately could not restrain herself any longer and mustered the courage to retort, asking why she alone should bear the burden. Does her father not hold any responsibility? Yin Linchen was about to utter something further when his expression suddenly stiffened, and to Qing's astonishment, his handsome face began to contort in an alarming manner. What is wrong with you? Qing approached with a hint of concern, eager to discern what had transpired with Yin Linchen. Could it be that she had inadvertently provoked him? Surely not. She hardly possessed such formidable prowess, capable of inciting such ire with mere words. Yin Linchen's violet eyes fixated on Qing, gradually enveloped in an aura of coldness that rendered her immobile, clutching Yin Xian tightly in her arms. Get out. The words were nearly spat through clenched teeth before Qing could fully comprehend the situation. Yin Linchen's massive golden serpent tail suddenly lashed out violently, wreaking havoc in all directions. Qing was taken aback, quickly retreating with Yin Xian in her arms. Meanwhile, Yin Linchen, in agony, clutched his head, rolling on the ground in a state of madness. Xian, what has happened to your father? Qing stared in astonishment at the tumultuous cave, stirred by Yin Linchen's enormous serpentine tail, momentarily at a loss and utterly uncertain of how she might assist him. Alas, it was the old ailment of her father. The high priest had mentioned that ever since the king returned to the Valley of 10,000 Snakes a millennium ago, he would suffer greatly around the time of the full moon, enduring such pain that it was hard for him to maintain his human form. This was the reason he could not personally retrieve the Azure Cloud Pearl for her. He was the Demon King, the sovereign of the demon realm. Should anyone discover this affliction, it would become a weakness for him to bear. Yin Xi's tender voice suddenly grew choked with emotion. Throughout these 1,000 years, his father had not only fought to preserve his own life, but also endured inhumane torment. He could not save himself, nor could he rescue Yin Linchen. Qing gazed in astonishment at Yin Linchen, who was writhing in agony on the ground. At that moment, a serpentine shape was subtly forming on his head, with two horns faintly visible atop. Beads of sweat glistened on Yin Linchen's stern countenance, and in that instant, Qing felt an overwhelming surge of compassion for him. As a king, he appeared unassailable, yet the weight of his burdens was palpable. He could scarcely reveal his old afflictions to anyone. Should adversaries take advantage of the full moon's illumination to strike, how utterly helpless would he be? Qing suddenly recalled that night in the Valley of 10,000 Serpents, where she had distinctly seen Yin Linchen, with his colossal serpent tail, gazing vacantly into the distance. It dawned on her that he, too, had endured profound anguish that night. What, indeed, had transpired a millennium ago that inflicted such deep wounds upon him? Yin Linchen, Qing softly called out, cradling Yin Xian in her arms. Her desire to approach him thwarted by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Yin Linchen cast a cold, piercing glance at Qing with his violet eyes, and in an instant, transformed into a magnificent golden python, reminiscent of the colossal creature she had first encountered upon her arrival in this otherworldly realm. The great serpent, flicking its forked tongue, loomed over Qing, revealing a body marred by numerous deep scars. She reached out her hand, but the serpent abruptly turned, launching itself fiercely into the cascade of water. A heart-wrenching cry erupted from the depths, and as the serpent plunged into the water, the onslaught of splashes overwhelmed the cascade, drenching Qing in a chilling deluge. Qing had no time to evade. She instinctively shielded Yin Xian. The chilling sensation penetrated her very bones, leaving her trembling in place. Yet her gaze remained fixated on the figure of Yin Linchen in the water. Yin Linchen! Qing let out a frantic cry, tears cascading down her cheeks, her heart writhing in anguish at that very moment. The waterfall, so frigid in nature, seemed to lose its chill as she became numb to the cold enveloping her. Instead, her heart felt taut, making each breath a struggle, as she helplessly watched Yin Linchen suffer in the water before her. Yet, what could she do? Her desperate screams felt utterly powerless and devoid of substance. Mother, a muffled voice emerged from the child she held, Yin Xian, as if a thought had struck him. Mother, why not try your blood? My blood? Qing felt a disorienting haze envelop her. Could her blood truly hold such significance? Nevertheless, any hesitation evaporated as she frantically scanned her surroundings. In her turmoil, she seized a nearby stone and, without a second thought, used its sharp edge to brutally carve into her wrist. A torrent of crimson gushed forth, a sharp pain radiating from her wrist that coursed through her entire being. Yet, with gritted teeth, she placed Yin Xian in a secure spot before stumbling toward the pool formed by the stalactites. As Yin Xian called out anxiously from behind, Mother! Qing hesitated for a moment, turning to Yin Xian and offering him a gentle smile, irrespective of whether he could perceive it. With a tender voice, she reassured him. Xian, do not be afraid. If mother can save your father, she will certainly do so. Resolutely. She then turned back to gaze at the writhing Yin Linchen in the pool, her lips curving into a somewhat manic smile as she declared, Yin Linchen, I am wagering my life on this. Without a trace of hesitation, she leapt into the water, the icy cascade enveloping her entirely. Braving the chill and the tumultuous currents, she swam towards the struggling giant serpent. The serpent's violet eyes, clouded with anguish, momentarily lost their sanity upon seeing the frail, yet resolute mortal woman before it. In that instant, the serpent halted, staring blankly at Xiaoqing. Seizing the opportunity, she advanced and embraced the colossal serpent's body. With great effort, she extended her stiffening wrist, allowing her blood to mingle with the water. Desperately, she raised her bleeding wrist towards Yin Linchen. Taken aback, Yin Linchen's immense serpent form gently coiled around her, drawing her closer. Lowering its head, the serpent's tongue tenderly licked the blood from Xiaoqing's wrist. Xiaoqing forced a smile, her body long devoid of sensation, as she beheld the massive golden serpent enveloping her without a trace of fear in her heart. Time became an indistinct blur, and just as her consciousness began to wane, she perceived the serpent's form gradually transforming into that of a human. Squinting, she gazed upon a remarkably handsome face that suddenly loomed larger before her. Her thoughts sluggish as she regarded this austere visage. Unexpectedly, warmth emanated from her once numb lips. Their lips met in a tender embrace, and Xiaoqing found herself cradled in an incredibly warm embrace, her waist gently held. Between them, a golden halo gradually materialized, instantly parting the icy cascade of water and the suffocating sensation that had enveloped her. The man kissed her softly, as if bestowing affection upon a rare treasure, and Xiaoqing could feel the gentleness and reverence in that touch. Unable to resist, she slightly parted her lips, and Yin Linchen opened his violet eyes, his lips moving to part hers, drawing them closer in an intimate embrace. The chill that once enveloped Xiaoqing dissipated entirely, replaced by the sensation of basking in warm sunlight. When Xiaoqing awoke again, she discovered herself lying on the grass not far from the waterfall. A kindly robe lay beneath her. She raised her wrist, astonished to find her previously wounded skin intact and unblemished. Yet, an unsettling realization dawned upon her. Her attire had been replaced with a delicate pink gown. Ah! Xiaoqing let out a piercing scream and sprang to her feet. Beside her, Yin Xian's anxious voice immediately followed. Mother, mother, what has happened to you? It was only then that Xiaoqing realized that Yin Xian was still beside her. She bent down and hurriedly picked him up, inquiring, Xian, are you all right? Higi, mother, I'm perfectly fine. Yin Xian responded with a beaming smile. Xiaoqing, somewhat skeptical, glanced around and spotted a faint azure figure seated by the riverbank. At that moment, he was leisurely roasting some meat, the tantalizing aroma wafting through the air. The golden rays of the setting sun danced upon the shimmering water, casting a warm glow on his handsome face, embodying tranquility and serenity. However, Xiaoqing shook her head, her gaze shifting to the figure of Yin Linchen sitting ahead as she examined her own attire. Suddenly, vivid images flooded her mind, of the two of them embracing and kissing in the water, and the tender gaze of Yin Linchen's violet eyes upon her. Instantly, her cheeks flushed with warmth, and her heart raced involuntarily. What was she to do now? Should she approach him and strike him? Or, they had passionately embraced and kissed. Frustrated, Xiaoqing thumped her chest, exclaiming, what on earth is happening? She had clearly set out to save someone, yet ended up kissing him instead. Awake? Yin Linchen heard Xiaoqing's voice and slightly turned his head, though obscured. The striking contours of his face nearly made her heart skip a beat. Yes, I am awake. Xiaoqing could not help but bite her lower lip, her cheeks flushing once more. Why, despite the undeniable events that had transpired, could he feign ignorance as if nothing had occurred? Mother, why is your face so warm? Xiaoqing lightly patted her face, a hint of fluster evident as she exclaimed, stop talking nonsense. I haven't tea. Father, Mother's face is quite flushed. However, it was abundantly clear that Yin Xian had no intention of letting her off easily. He tugged at her, his youthful mischief evident as he shouted earnestly, by the riverbank. Yin Linchen glanced back at Xiaoqing. In her moment of bewilderment, he smirked slightly, his voice rich and magnetic as he inquired, what's wrong? Are you feeling shy and nostalgic? It was perhaps a trick of her mind. But Xiaoqing couldn't shake the feeling that the phrase nostalgic was laden with an unusual weight in his tone. He sat there, quietly doing nothing. Yet her heart raced uncontrollably, missing a beat. Quickly averting her gaze, she sought to change the subject. So, Are you feeling better? Much better. Thanks to a certain someone's affectionate embrace. Xiaoqing hesitated in her steps towards Yin Linchin, her face suddenly ablaze as if it were on fire. He must have done this intentionally. Without a doubt. Fuming with anger, Xiaoqing stormed up to Yin Linchin, and in the midst of his astonished gaze, she snatched the skewer of grilled meat from his hands. In her haste, before Yin Linchin could utter a word of caution, she bit into the scalding meat, which instantly burned her mouth, rendering it crimson and causing tears to stream down her face uncontrollably. Observing this scene, Yin Linchin's expression momentarily froze. But then a rare smile broke through his stern demeanor as he found this woman before him endearingly foolish. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing, nearly dancing on her feet from the heat, was met with Yin Linchin's bemused gaze, a mixture of amusement and intrigue. Xiaoqing gazed at his utterly infuriating expression, yearning to scratch him a few times. What was so amusing? Was Ti supposed to be aloof? Was Ti meant to exude indifference? Shouldn't Ti diligently uphold his persona instead of laughing? Xiaoqing covered her mouth, her tongue involuntarily extending outward. Surely, Yin Linchin must have done this on purpose. The grilled meat was scalding hot. Mother, are you all right? From a distance, the soft voice of Yin Xian reached her ears. With the skewered meat in hand, Xiaoqing shot a glare at Yin Linchin, her irritation palpable, and marched angrily toward Yin Xian. I'm fine. Don't worry, she said, puffing out her cheeks, her tongue still flicking out. She plopped down beside him, embracing Yin Xian tightly. Yin Linchin, with his violet eyes slightly squinted, turned away and continued to leisurely grill the meat, as if the earlier incident had never transpired. By the way, Xian, how did I end up in this outfit? Once she felt a bit more composed, Xiaoqing cast a glance at the distant Yin Linchin, who was calmly enjoying his grilled meat. Ensuring he could not hear her, she lowered her head and hesitantly inquired of Yin Xian. This matter had been weighing heavily on her heart, and she felt uneasy not addressing it. She had been secretly contemplating it. Though she had a vague understanding of the situation, she clung to a sense of hope, unwilling to give up. Could it be that her first kiss, preserved for over 20 years, had simply vanished? It couldn't be that Yin Linchin reaped all the benefits, could it? Mother is shy again? Of course. It was father who changed your clothes. Suddenly, Xiaoqing felt darkness enveloping her vision. Were it not for the fact that she was seated at that moment, she feared she might faint. What a tragic conclusion this was. All she wished for was to save a life, yet she found herself ensnared in her own plight. Mother? Is this truly for the best? This way, father and mother could swiftly bless me with a brother or sister. Then, Xian would no longer feel lonely. Yin Xian's voice resonated with palpable excitement, as if such matters were remarkably swift and effortless. Upon hearing Yin Xian's words, Xiaoqing's face involuntarily twitched a few times. She raised her eyes to glance at the seemingly oblivious Yin Linchin and let out a sigh of regret. Although she appeared somewhat better, the species was entirely different. Recalling the enormous python she had seen before fainting, Xiaoqing suddenly stood up in fright. When they had kissed, it felt as though her lips had been slightly bitten. Generally, snakes possess potent venom. What about Yin Linchin? Xiaoqing anxiously swallowed a few times, softly inquiring of Yin Xian, Xian, am I still alive? Yin Xian was taken aback by her question. His mother was evidently alive and well, so why pose such a query? Naturally, she was alive. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound erupted, causing Xiaoqing to awkwardly touch her stomach. Unable to resist, she pinched herself hard until she winced in pain, finally breathing a sigh of relief as she settled down. Cautiously taking a bite of the roasted meat, she was astonished by its unparalleled deliciousness. Unable to restrain herself, Xiaoqing indulged in a few more bites, her admiration for Yin Linchin growing. Who would have thought that the exalted demon king could cook, and so exquisitely at that? Xiaoqing pondered, could she be the first to savor Yin Linchin's culinary creations? Amused by her own thoughts, she recalled a scene from the dream realm of Miluo, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. What was she even thinking? Perhaps it was merely that her blood held some worth. Yin Linchin had his own romance a millennium ago. Was not the blossom of their love embodied in Yin Xian? How could she possibly be the first to taste his meals? The flutter in her heart was forcibly subdued beneath the weight of reality and reason. Once Xiaoqing had eaten to her heart's content and was burping contentedly, she calmly approached Yin Linchin, who was silently gazing at the river, his emotions inscrutable. Upon seeing her, he regarded the cold expression on her face with mild surprise, wondering how this woman could change her demeanor so swiftly. Just moments ago, she had appeared delicate and demure, yet now she seemed so indifferent. His curiosity piqued. Was she performing some sort of magic? Each day brought surprises, and her emotions shifted so rapidly. Lord Serpent King, I suppose I have saved you as well. Yin Linchin nodded, astonished that during his most desperate and painful moments, Xiaoqing had rushed to his aid without a second thought. What was even more surprising was that her blood could aid him. Moreover, he could not shake off the feeling that within her blood, he sensed a taste and energy so familiar it was uncanny. He puzzled over this matter greatly. May I request her gratitude in return? Xiaoqing found herself uncertain whether Yin Linchen was the kind of person who would repay a favor. Yet she could not restrain herself from speaking up. Yin Linchen was momentarily taken aback. His expression suddenly turned somewhat frosty, and in a tone devoid of warmth, he replied, "Speak." The succinctness of his words conveyed a weight that Xiaoqing could sense. Ever since she had rescued him, his demeanor toward her had indeed softened considerably. However, she could not help but wonder if her recent remarks had inadvertently offended him, as his countenance had shifted to one resembling a block of ice. Xiaoqing pondered. Was there truly anything amiss with her words? She had risked her life to save him. Seeking his assistance in return did not seem unreasonable. Moreover, he had not inquired about the nature of her request, so why the frosty demeanor? It appeared she should not have harbored excessive hopes for Yin Linchen, for he was indeed a capricious individual. Maintaining a distance was prudent. She might as well consider her previous actions as acts of charity. And now she merely sought to reclaim what rightfully belonged to her, which was hardly an imposition. I need you to help me find Xiaoqing. Initially, her agreement to seek Yin Linchen was solely to enlist his aid, for she truly found herself incapable of locating Xiaoqing on her own. That spirit clan saintess? Yin Linchen furrowed his brow slightly, recalling the woman from Feng village who had held a deep disdain for him. It seemed that the Xiaoqing knew certain truths about him from a millennium ago. Contemplating this, he hesitated not and readily acquiesced. Very well. But we must first journey to Tianjin City. The disturbances caused by the artifact have intensified. We must act swiftly. As for that spirit clan individual, I shall dispatch someone to search for her, rest assured. Provided she remains in the human realm or the demon realm, you shall receive the information you seek within 3 days. 3 days? Xiaoqing considered this and found it acceptable. After all, in this realm devoid of any network, locating Xiaoqing within such a time frame was indeed a formidable challenge. Furthermore, the pursuit of the artifact had been her goal for quite some time. And regardless of the reasons, she was still eager to rescue that child, Yin Xian. With these thoughts, Xiaoqing extended her hand, hoping for a fruitful collaboration. Yet, Yin Linchen merely cast a cursory glance at her outstretched hand before his tall frame gradually reclined against the ground, his eyes closing. His lips parted slightly. His tone exceedingly flat. We shall depart tomorrow. I am weary today. Xiaoqing awkwardly withdrew her hand and chose not to say anything further. It was not only Yin Linchen who felt fatigued. She too sensed a weariness enveloping her entire being after the meal. Resolutely, she returned to the place where she had awakened, casting a glance at the robe laid out on the ground, and unceremoniously lay down upon it. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the lush foliage and graced Xiaoqing's face, her drowsy eyes gradually opened. The sunlight felt somewhat jarring against her skin. She could truly understand the proverbial feeling of the sun warming one's backside. Moreover, this was her first experience of sleeping outdoors without any form of protection. Perhaps she had been excessively weary the previous night, or perhaps her subconscious still held a deep-seated trust in Yin Linchen. With him nearby, it seemed as though no danger could possibly exist. She lifted her arm and slowly rose, casting a glance at the disheveled robe she had slept upon. Feeling a twinge of guilt as she glanced at the figure quietly seated by the riverbank, the gentle sound of flowing water accompanied him as he sat in silence, doing nothing. Yet, the phrase "the years are tranquil and good" inexplicably surfaced in Xiaoqing's mind. Xiaoqing hurriedly shook off the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind, steadying her nerves before slowly approaching Yin Linchen. My Lord Snake King, are we to set off? She inquired. Yin Linchen, upon hearing the voice above him, did not even spare a glance at Xiaoqing. Instead, he languidly replied, "You should freshen up first. You look rather disheveled." His words dripped with disdain, prompting Xiaoqing to instinctively sniff her hair and exhale upon realizing the validity of his observation. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, she gestured towards the river, saying, "The water is far too frigid for me to use." She vividly recalled the icy sensation that had penetrated her very soul the previous day and fervently wished never to experience it again in this lifetime. Yin Linchen merely snorted softly from his nose before raising his hand gently. The river's water, as if endowed with consciousness, surged rhythmically upwards and suspended in midair, appearing to beckon to Xiaoqing. "Come, make use of us." Xiaoqing stared blankly at the scene before her, retrieving a handkerchief from her bosom and cautiously dipping it into the water, only to discover that it bore no chill, resembling the warmth of ordinary water. After a brief ablution, Yin Linchen strode ahead, leading the way, while Xiaoqing, dissatisfied, clutched Yin Si and hurried after him. Yet, did that man possess legs forged of machinery? He moved with such speed. Xiaoqing struggled to lift her skirt, nearly breaking into a run just to keep pace with Yin Linchen's strides. Consequently, after merely traversing a short distance, she was already panting heavily, unable to restrain herself from leaning against a tree, gasping for fresh air. Yin Linchen, you walk too fast. I simply cannot keep up. Xiaoqing delicately licked her slightly chapped lips, furrowing her brow as she gazed at Yin Linchen, who had finally come to a halt ahead. Yin Linchen turned back, unable to suppress a frown. Were mortal women truly this fragile? Had it only been a brief journey? He cast a glance at Xiaoqing's slightly trembling legs and ultimately chose to remain in place, waiting for her, neither urging her onward nor offering any response. I do not comprehend. Are you not capable of flight? Would it not be more expedient for us to soar directly to Tianjin City? Xiaoqing could not help but roll her eyes. Why must they keep walking? From morning until past noon, they had traveled far from the forest. She felt as if she were exhausting all the energy she possessed in this lifetime. Her feet were now tinged with a dull ache, perhaps even blistering. Yet, the next words from Yin Linchen nearly caused her to spit blood in exasperation. With a serious expression, Yin Linchen looked at her. And just when Xiaoqing thought this noble serpent king would offer guidance, he simply stated, I am unfamiliar with the path. How could he not go die? Furious, Xiaoqing nearly fainted on the spot. Had her entire morning of following this man been in vain? Are you not immortal? Lead the way. Then, Yin Linchen, with his strikingly handsome face, shamelessly continued. Xiaoqing bit down hard on her lip, clutching Yin Xian tightly in her arms. Inside the egg, Yin Xian instinctively shrank back. Fortunately, the egg was sealed, or he would surely have been crushed by Xiaoqing's grip. Mother, please do not be angry. It is bad for your health, he implored. Father only traveled to the human realm long ago, before inheriting the title of Demon King. He later lost his memory and thus does not recall it. Sensing Xiaoqing's ire, Yin Xian hurriedly offered comfort, fearing that his mother's wrath might inadvertently affect the innocent. At the same time, he found himself admiring Yin Linchen even more. In his recollection, Xiaoqing seldom lost her temper, yet from yesterday until now, she had been angered by Father countless times. Truly, Father was remarkable. Xiaoqing, of course, was unaware of the little creature's thoughts within the egg. She merely heard Yin Xian's gentle voice, which revealed his tenderness towards her. It is no wonder that the saying goes, the most adorable beings in the world are infants. Henceforth, she resolved to nurture Yin Xian into a charming young gentleman. How delightful it would be for him to embody the grace and warmth of a refined youth. Moved to the core, Xiaoqing had entirely forgotten how she had previously been deceived by the scoundrel Yin Xian. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves reached her ears. Yin Linchen's violet eyes flickered slightly as he sensed no immediate danger. He cast a fleeting glance at Xiaoqing. However, what was insignificant to Yin Linchen was of great consequence to Xiaoqing. Ignoring the pain in her feet and the fatigue that had accumulated over the morning, she joyfully rushed forward, discovering a procession of carriages moving slowly down the main road. The urgent sound of hooves she had heard earlier was from the scouts who had gone ahead to deliver news. Following behind were several imposing men clad in luxurious garments, with the foremost exuding an air of vigilance. He appeared to be around 25 or 26 years of age, his gaze scanning the surroundings with a caution far surpassing that of the riders trailing behind him. Behind these men were two exceptionally ornate carriages, followed by a retinue of horsemen, suggesting the presence of significant figures. Do not blame me for not warning you. Descending now may very well result in your demise by a flurry of swords. What do you mean by that? Xiaoqing also refrained from acting hastily. For in unfamiliar territory, one must observe carefully before taking action. Otherwise, as Yin Linchen had warned, she would be at the mercy of reckless blades. At that moment, she might not even have the opportunity to explain herself. Yin Linchen, with his arms crossed, gazed down at the carriages, a flicker of purple glinting in his eyes. After a considerable pause, he spoke calmly, as if engaged in idle conversation. In these two carriages, one contains a mortal woman, while the other harbors a man accompanied by two women. Xiaoqing could not help but glance back at Yin Linchen, playfully exclaiming, Your Majesty the Serpent King is truly impressive. Yet, inwardly she could not resist adding, having X-ray vision is indeed remarkable. Yin Linchen cast a sidelong glance at Xiaoqing. Her words were sweet, but her disdainful look nearly turned her eyes inside out. Did she truly take him for a fool? Perhaps she was silently ridiculing him. Nevertheless, He chose to patiently overlook Xiaoqing's tone and merely offered a gentle reminder. Among those in the carriage, there are one man and two women who are demon catchers. Currently, due to the seal, Xian cannot conceal his demonic aura. If the trace on your wrist is discovered, do you truly believe you will always have such luck in boldly confronting demon catchers as naive as the last ones you encountered? Naive demon catchers? The image of Lu Xian suddenly surfaced in Xiaoqing's mind, and she felt a twinge of guilt regarding him. If Yanlinchen had not mentioned it, she might have forgotten about it altogether. However, his words served as a poignant reminder. The primary reason Lu Xian had followed them last time was largely due to Xian's presence, leading him to mistakenly assume that Xiaoqing harbored demonic energy. Yet, Yanlinchen was not entirely wrong. Not everyone possessed Lu Xian's integrity and kindness. While she had means to deal with the trace, Xian's demonic aura was indeed a considerable headache. Casting a glance at Yanlinchen, she raised an eyebrow and inquired, "And what about you? With such a powerful demon king in our midst, do those demon catchers remain oblivious?" She then pointed her chin toward the slow-moving convoy on the road below. As if to indicate something, Yanlinchen raised his gaze, refraining from answering directly. Instead posing a question of his own. "Do you believe your intellect is on par with mine? Do you truly think that without me, you could stand here nonchalantly beside C and without being sensed by those demon catchers? You have helped us remain hidden?" Yanlinchen's expression was a mixture of frost and exasperation. Was the answer not glaringly obvious? Did she truly need to ask? "Xian, please endure a little longer and stay within the wooden sculpture, all right?" The little one inside the egg nodded obediently and softly replied, "Okay, mother. Please take care of yourself." Look at that. Look at that. This is the disparity. The stark contrast is undeniably evident right here. Xiaoqing gently placed Yanxi into the intricately carved serpent, forcing out a few words with a strained smile that failed to reach her eyes. "So, may I descend now?" Yanlinchen nodded, prompting Xiaoqing to seek a path downward. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she turned to Yanlinchen, circling around him while thoughtfully stroking her chin and appraising him from head to toe. Yanlinchen, feeling somewhat uneasy, furrowed his brow tighter, a chill enveloping him further. "What are you doing? Your eyes, those aren't the color of a normal person's, are they?" Xiaoqing remarked, feeling a lingering unease about certain overlooked details. Even though the malevolent aura could be concealed, what significance did that pair of violet eyes hold? Yanlinchen could not suppress a deep sigh, blinking as his eyes transformed into the hue of an ordinary person. Did this woman intend to suggest that he was abnormal? Yanlinchen stifled the urge to strangle Xiaoqing and coldly stated, "You may leave now. However, it would be prudent not to inquire about news regarding Tiangong City." Xiaoqing was acutely aware of this matter. The disturbances caused by the divine artifact would undoubtedly attract many knowledgeable individuals to Tiangong City during this period. Furthermore, even the demon catchers within the carriage below likely had the same ultimate destination in mind. Thus, revealing any information about traveling to Tiangong City would likely jeopardize their safety along the way. After all, there was only one divine artifact, with fewer competitors. One would possess greater opportunities. In a world where resources were scarce, Xiaoqing was not foolish by any means. Xiaoqing sprinted along the narrow path until she burst onto the main road. Faced with the sudden appearance of a shadowy figure, the caravan was taken aback. The leading man immediately commanded the horses to halt. The others followed suit, bringing their steeds to an abrupt stop, the sound of hooves becoming a cacophony on the uneven, parched earth that had long been deprived of rain. As the caravan struggled to regain control over their horses, the clattering of hooves stirred up a cloud of dust that enveloped the surroundings. "Who goes there?" A series of swift sword draws echoed through the air, and soon several men on horseback brandished their long swords, their expressions menacing as they surrounded Xiaoqing. Coughing violently, she inhaled the swirling dust, which filled her lungs and nearly choked her. As the haze began to settle, Xiaoqing was startled to realize she was encircled by a group of fierce horsemen, each brandishing their swords, their points ominously directed at her. Xiaoqing could not help but swallow her saliva. She merely intended to ask for directions and perhaps catch a ride. There was no need for such a fuss. Above, Yanlinchen observed the scene below, where Xiaoqing was encircled by a crowd, and he helplessly rubbed his forehead, thinking how foolish this woman could be. "I am not a bad person. I just want to ask for directions." Xiaoqing hurriedly raised her hands, her gaze as sincere as it could be, looking at the few men before her with a pitiful expression. One of the men let out a cold smirk, remarking that no one with nefarious intentions would openly declare themselves to be a villain. This seemed quite reasonable, and Xiaoqing found herself in agreement. Momentarily at a loss for words, she could only say, "This humble girl is truly lost. I have wandered for quite some time, and my feet are sore with blisters. I genuinely do not know the way. The men surrounding Xiaoqing exchanged glances atop their horses, their faces reflecting skepticism as they scrutinized her words, seemingly deliberating the veracity of her claims. Xiaoqing, observing their actions, unperturbed by the dirt, resolutely seated herself upon the dust-laden ground, poised to display her slippers. The group momentarily froze in astonishment, remaining still in place. Ultimately, it was the leading man who stepped forward, with the others parting to make way for him. "My lady, please hold on. I am Xiaoqing, and there are matters we can discuss amicably. Let us refrain from actions that may tarnish our reputations." Xiaoqing paused her actions and looked up. The man at the forefront, clad in a pale blue garment, was presently gazing at Xiaoqing with a hint of tension. Xiaoqing cast a fleeting glance at her nearly discarded shoes, a glimmer of cunning flickering in her eyes. Could it be that this place adheres to such customs? From the man's words, it seemed he shared her surname, Su. If that were the case, then perhaps this wouldn't pose much of a challenge. Thus, Xiaoqing bit down hard on her lower lip. A sharp pang surged through her, and tears cascaded down her cheeks as she pitifully lifted her gaze toward the gentleman. "Young sir, my surname is Su, and I am named Qing. I have traversed a long, arduous journey and am utterly lost. I implore you to show me the way. I assure you, I am not a wicked person. A maiden of the same surname. Su? A relative?" Xiaoqing chuckled softly, his tone noticeably lightened. Perhaps due to the shared surname with Xiaoqing, or perhaps because she appeared genuinely earnest. "Indeed. I hope the young master can illuminate the path ahead. Where does the young lady wish to go?" As Xiaoqing was on the verge of summoning the grand city of Tianjin, she suddenly recalled Yan Linqian's earlier warning. A feeble laugh escaped her lips as her mind raced. "I simply wish to find a town to procure some sustenance. My hunger has become unbearable," she remarked, absent-mindedly patting her flat abdomen while glancing at Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, casting a glance towards the carriage behind, inquired again, "Are you traveling alone, miss?" This fellow was scrutinizing her with such meticulousness that it left her mental faculties somewhat strained. Why not just inform her directly? Xiaoqing lifted her gaze and noticed that Yan Linqian's figure had long since vanished from sight. It was evident that he preferred to avoid excessive entanglement with mortals. Moreover, Xiaoqing was certain that Yan Linqian was undoubtedly trailing behind her in secret, so the absence of his presence did not cause her much concern. Indeed, she was alone. Yet not truly so. Xiaoqing regained her composure and looked at Xiaoqing with a charming smile. Xiaoqing offered a faint smile in return, about to speak, when a man beside them suddenly glared at Xiaoqing and addressed Xiaoqing. "Young master, this woman's origins are dubious. How could she coincidentally appear at this moment?" Another man, equally cautious, chimed in, "Indeed, young master, this matter concerns the entire Su family. We must not be careless." Xiaoqing was nearly exasperated enough to scratch them, wondering how she could possibly appear anything but benevolent. What harm could she cause? Must she be suspected so easily? Meanwhile, anxiety flooded her mind. Even if they were reluctant to involve her, they could at least point her in the right direction. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Xiaoqing scrutinized Xiaoqing from head to toe, as if pondering the extent of her potential threat. "Brother, ahem. Since this young lady has lost her way, ahem. Shall we offer her a ride?" Suddenly, a woman's voice emerged from the foremost carriage. However, it seemed that the woman within was not in good health. Her voice was frail and weak, and she struggled to speak without succumbing to coughing fits. Xiaoqing could even hear from a distance the maid inside the carriage anxiously patting the back of the young lady. "Miss, are you all right?" "Rower." Upon hearing the woman's violent cough, Xiaoqing felt a surge of urgency. He swiftly turned the carriage around and hurried to her side, seemingly exchanging a few words with her through the window of the carriage. After much hesitation, Xiaoqing finally nodded. He looked at Xiaoqing, who was seated on the ground, and spoke gently, "Miss Su, I have spoken with my sister, Su Ro, since we are of the same family, and the Flower Garden City lies just 100 miles ahead. If you have nowhere to go, my sister and I are more than willing to escort you there. What do you think, miss?" "That would be splendid, truly a stroke of fortune." Xiaoqing gradually rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from her attire. Though her pink dress had inevitably become soiled, "I would be most grateful for the assistance of you and your sister, Master Su, should the occasion arise. I shall certainly repay your kindness." Her words held sincerity. If, as Xiaoqing had mentioned, the journey stretched 100 miles ahead, with her frail legs, she would likely have been rendered incapable by the time she reached Flower Garden City. "Miss, you are too kind. My sister is unwell, so please do not hesitate to share the carriage with a few of the esteemed adults in the rear." Xiaoqing courteously made way, and Xiaoqing glanced at the carriage behind, her heart already enlightened. It was evident that the esteemed person Su Hong referred to as the demon hunter mentioned by Yin Linchen. She could only hope that, as Yin Linchen had claimed, he had successfully concealed Yin Xian's demonic aura. Otherwise, would she not be immediately torn to shreds upon mounting? Xiaoqing smiled and said, "Thank you, my lord," before lifting her eyelids to glance at the individuals who had previously pointed their swords at her, as she made her way towards the carriage at the rear. As she passed by the carriage where Su Ro resided, a gentle breeze swept through, causing the curtains at the window to flutter softly. Xiaoqing subtly turned her gaze and exchanged a fleeting glance with Su Ro inside the carriage. A visage, pale and haggard, suddenly came into view, framed by elegantly arched brows and a delicate cherry blossom mouth, presenting a strikingly pure and pristine countenance. Su Ro simply adorned herself with a hair accessory. Although she was merely in her teenage years, her attire was remarkably plain, exuding an aura devoid of any vitality. Su Ro smiled warmly at Xiaoqing, but was soon overtaken by a fit of violent coughing. As Xiaoqing looked over, she was urged by Su Hong from behind, "My dear, please board the carriage quickly. We must set off. This area is known for its peculiar occurrences, and it is not safe." Xiaoqing smiled and nodded, quickening her pace towards the carriage behind her, the image of Su Ro's lifeless demeanor lingering in her mind. The coachman, upon noticing Xiaoqing, promptly arranged the seat for her. Grateful, she nodded in appreciation, took a deep breath, and lifted her skirt, crouching as she entered the carriage. Upon entering, 3 pairs of eyes immediately fixed their gaze upon her, and indeed, the interior of the carriage was as described by Yin Linchen. There was 1 man and 2 women. The man, unlike Lu Xian, bore a sinister expression, especially evident in his piercing gaze that made Xiaoqing involuntarily shudder with discomfort. Among the 2 women, one appeared quite compatible with Yin Linchen, exuding a frigid demeanor with no discernible emotional fluctuations. Among the group, a girl in green cheerfully greeted Xiaoqing, exclaiming, "Hello, my name is Green Attire." Xiaoqing noted her green outfit with a wry smile, fully aware of their identities, yet it seemed they had not recognized her connection to Yin Xian, which eased her mind considerably. Nevertheless, Xiaoqing remained vigilant. After all, these were demon catchers. The others were one thing. But the hawk-nosed man regarded her with a gaze that seemed to pierce through her very being, instilling a profound sense of unease. "Come, sit here with me." Green Attire enthusiastically pulled Xiaoqing closer. Delighted by the invitation, Xiaoqing happily settled beside her, finding Green Attire to be like a little son, a type of girl to whom she felt utterly defenseless. Noticing Xiaoqing's slight awkwardness, Green Attire glanced at her senior brothers and sisters before leaning closer and whispering, "Do you think my senior brother is scarier, or my senior sister?" "Apologies, I truly do not know," Xiaoqing replied awkwardly, unsure of how to respond appropriately. Green Attire seemed somewhat disappointed by her answer, letting out a sigh. Just as the aloof woman interjected coldly, "Green Attire, refrain from speaking of things that ought not to be mentioned. Do not forget the purpose of our journey." Upon hearing this warning, Green Attire shrank back, muttering softly. With senior sister Ruo Ling's icy disposition, it's no wonder senior brother Le Xian keeps his distance. The woman named Ruo Ling suddenly opened her eyes and shot a glare at Green Attire, forming a hand seal. Green Attire stifled a few sounds, pouting in silence, unable to utter a single word. Satisfied, Ruo Ling closed her eyes once more. Listening to their conversation, Xiaoqing felt a tumultuous wave of emotions. Could they possibly be of the same sect as Le Xian? She pondered how he was faring now, likely having returned the tiger girl to Feng Village. Their last hurried parting left no time for even a word of apology. How small the world truly is. Xiaoqing couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, only to raise her eyes and meet the hawk-nosed man's cruel stare fixed intently upon her. Suddenly, Xiaoqing felt a chill run down her spine. Had he discovered something? It couldn't be possible. She held a profound trust in Yin Linchen's abilities. It was unlikely that such a significant oversight could occur. Xiaoqing felt a twinge of guilt as she raised her hand to touch her nose, then gently lifted the curtain of the carriage window. The carriage was slowly making its way along the road. A gentle breeze caressed Xiaoqing's face, a sensation she had not experienced in a long time, and the pain in her feet finally seemed less intense. However, a wave of fatigue soon washed over her. Amidst the rolling of the wheels and the soft murmurs of the green-clad attendants, Xiaoqing leaned back inside the carriage and succumbed to a deep slumber. Xiaoqing slept soundly, oblivious to the passage of time, until she was finally roused by the sight of a girl in green. Blinking in a daze, she turned her gaze towards the girl. "Miss, we are taking a brief respite. They are setting up tents outside. Shall we go out and enjoy a meal together?" Qing rubbed her somewhat throbbing head, only to realize that Ling, who should have also been in the carriage, along with that sinister-nosed man, had long since departed. Perhaps they had disembarked early. Qing turned to the girl in green and offered a friendly smile, speaking in a gentle tone, "Thank you, Miss in Green. Not a big deal at all." The girl in green replied with a hearty laugh, and together they stepped down from the carriage. Qing had truly fallen into a deep slumber. It was only when she alighted from the carriage that she realized it was already quite late in the evening. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, and a multitude of carriages had come to a halt in an open area. Hang swiftly organized individuals to erect temporary tents and set up a bonfire. A dedicated chef was skillfully preparing meals, while others busied themselves with various barbecue preparations. Even Qing could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. It seemed these people ventured out with an abundance of chefs in tow. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Qing glanced towards Hong, who stood before Su Ro's carriage. She mused to herself, "Indeed, one should not judge a person by their appearance. It appears that the Su family is quite affluent. Does this mean Su Hong is the fabled scion of wealth?" Su Ro remained in the carriage, not alighting at all, and her presence was scarcely felt, save for the occasional sound of her coughing emanating from within. Images of her pallid demeanor from earlier in the day flickered through Qing's mind. It was uncertain what ailment afflicted Su Ro. She appeared quite unwell and devoid of vitality. Nevertheless, the woman exuded an extraordinary amiability, prompting Qing to ponder further. By the flickering fire sat Ling and the man with the crooked nose. Upon catching sight of them, the girl in green immediately brightened, her large, enchanting eyes sparkling with excitement as she waved enthusiastically, "Senior sister Ling, senior brother Hongfeng." Before Qing could fully comprehend the situation, the girl in green eagerly tugged her towards Ling and Hongfeng. Ling, however, maintained her stoic demeanor. Upon hearing the girl's voice, she offered no significant reaction, merely lifting her eyelids slightly to cast a cursory glance at the pair before returning to her task of roasting meat. Qing found herself inexplicably curious. Were individuals like Yan Linchen and Ling perpetually indifferent, or was such demeanor inherent to their nature? Ling remained silent, while the man with the crooked nose, Hongfeng, cast an irritable glance at Qing before sternly admonishing the girl in green. "How old are you? After so long in the sect, how can you still be so boisterous?" The girl in green's enthusiasm was instantly doused, akin to being splashed with a bucket of cold water. She retracted her smile and muttered softly, "Do you think everyone is like you? If your abilities are not as formidable as senior brother Xian's, then you should at least temper your temperament. No wonder senior sister Ling dislikes you." Although she claimed to be murmuring, her voice was perfectly audible to Hongfeng, Qing, and the others. Qing looked at the girl in green with a head full of black lines, feeling an inexplicable amusement. The girl's tone was filled with admiration for Xian, but wasn't she obviously inciting animosity towards him? It was evident that Hongfeng had an affection for Ling. Yet it seemed that Ling's heart was set on Xian. Qing recalled Xian's earnest and somewhat foolish demeanor. Unable to fathom that this aloof beauty would have an affinity for such a character. Unable to contain herself, Qing let out a laugh, but immediately sensed something amiss. Louis, however, looked at her with excitement and admiration. In stark contrast, Hongfeng's already gloomy gaze turned even more hostile as he fixed it upon Qing. As if he were enduring an unbearable frustration. Gritting his teeth, Hongfeng barked at Louis, "Louis, have you forgotten the sect's rules? You cannot approach just anyone so casually. What if they are in league with demonic forces? Your carelessness might cost you your life without you even realizing it." How could senior brother Hongfeng speak of Qing in such a disparaging manner? Besides, if anything were to happen, Louis was perfectly capable of handling it herself. There was no need for Hongfeng to meddle. Louis retorted angrily, feeling quite vexed, for in her eyes, Qing was not a malicious person at all. "You." Hongfeng found himself at a loss for words when confronted by a junior sister. His pride stung. Just as he was about to respond, Ling interjected calmly, "Enough. Quiet down. You are being quite bothersome." With just a few simple words, Hongfeng promptly fell silent. Qing and Louis exchanged glances, both secretly acknowledging Ling's formidable presence. Qing could discern that, compared to the looming flood, green attire seemed to harbor an even deeper fear and reverence for Ling. Once Ling spoke, she ceased her words, pulling Qing to sit beside her. In a considerate gesture, she offered a piece of roasted meat to Qing, who had not eaten all day and was in a state of ravenous hunger. Fortunately, she had previously dozed off, and now she truly felt the pangs of hunger. Accepting the roasted meat, She nodded gratefully at Green Attire, who responded with a broad smile. Tearing into the meat with abandon. Esteemed guests, the meal has been prepared over there. Shall we not proceed to dine? As they savored the roasted meat, Xiaoqing approached with utmost courtesy, clasping his hands in respect. Xiaoqing, observing his demeanor, felt a sudden curiosity about why the Su family had invited the Green Attire group. What could be the reason behind it? Moreover, they had to endure a long journey with the ailing Su Ro. Young Master Su, you are being overly courteous. We shall not impose. We are accustomed to the hardships of travel and are content with simple fare, spoke Ruoling, the one among them with the most authority, in a calm tone. Hongfeng and the Green Attire members had no objections either. As monster hunters, they believed in fulfilling their responsibilities once compensated, and thus were reluctant to intrude any further. Seeing that they were all unwilling to go, Su Hong could only give up. After all, he had made the effort for appearances. He then glanced at Xiaoqing, who was devouring the roasted meat nearby, and remarked with a smile, "What about you, Miss Xiaoqing? I shall not go either. Young Master Su, you may enjoy your meal." Xiaoqing looked up and smiled. The flavor of the meat was delightful. She felt no inclination to get up, so she decided to enjoy it right there. Xiaoqing, not wanting to impose, was preparing to depart when suddenly, as if struck by a thought, his expression turned grave. "We are still several dozen miles from Huayuan City. I fear that in the coming days, they will not easily relent. I must trouble you all, esteemed gentlemen. Rest assured, with us around, Miss Su Ro will certainly be safe." Green Attire assured with a resolute pat on his chest. Hongfeng cast a disapproving glance at Green Attire, then added, "Young Master Su, you need not worry, should those ruffians dare to approach. I shall ensure they return from whence they came, never to return." With such assurance from Xiaoqing, he felt somewhat relieved and smiled as he stated that he had dispatched servants to arrange tents for the young ladies, the esteemed gentlemen, and Miss Xiaoqing. Soon, someone would come to guide them to their resting places. However, due to the rudimentary conditions of the wilderness, the three young ladies would have to share a bit of space. "No matter," replied Ling, her tone indicating that it was of little consequence. With that, Su Hong clasped his hands in farewell and departed. Xiaoqing cast a glance at Ruoling and Hongfeng, suddenly intrigued by the identity of the individuals they were referring to. What secrets lie within the Su family? Could it be that these demon catchers are merely here to safeguard the seemingly fragile Su Ro? After a hearty meal of wine and meat, two handmaidens under Xiaoqing's command approached, bowing respectfully to Xiaoqing. "Esteemed lords, please follow us. The tent has been set up, and you may rest now." Ruoling stood and glanced at Hongfeng, saying calmly, "Brother Hongfeng, I appreciate your assistance this evening." Hongfeng regarded her serene countenance, realizing that from the moment he met Ruoling, she had always maintained this cool demeanor. Initially, he invested considerable effort to elicit a smile from her, but she remained distant, leading him to believe that this was simply her nature. Over time, however, he discovered that only Lishuan seemed capable of drawing Ruoling's gaze and softening her tone. Yet, even this did not diminish his affection for her. He harbored the hope that one day she would recognize his worth. He gazed at her gently and spoke in a soothing tone. "Rest assured, junior sister, you must take care not to wear yourself out after the exhausting journey. I will keep watch over you tonight. You need not worry." Ruoling nodded slightly, offering no further words, and followed the handmaiden ahead. Despite this, Hongfeng could not help but smile warmly at her retreating figure. "Brother, thank you for your hard work," Green Garb remarked dismissively, pulling Hongfeng's attention back to her. With a frown, he retorted, "If you trained diligently, I wouldn't have to work so hard." "Indeed, brother is entirely correct." Green Garb rolled her eyes, internally exasperated. Although she was accustomed to such banter, it did little to foster any fondness for Hongfeng. In contrast, Lishuan, the most skilled demon catcher of their generation, possessed an attitude and manner far superior to Hongfeng's. It was no wonder that no matter how hard Hongfeng tried, he could not surpass Lishuan. With a sigh, Green Garb shook her head in reflection. Hongfeng seemed to sense her thoughts, tightening his grip on the hilt of his sword. Casting a cold glance at Xiaoqing, who was observing the exchange, he issued a stern warning. Some individuals should refrain from wandering about at night. Losing one's life is trivial, but should you hinder my efforts, rest assured I will not show mercy. Xiaoqing need not mention him by name. Could he be any more direct? What does it mean that losing one's life is a minor matter? Despite Hongfeng's words, Xiaoqing found it difficult to harbor any fondness for him. However, as he did not name her directly, she feigned ignorance, turning her head aside to disregard him entirely, addressing Louis instead. "Louis, I am feeling a bit weary. Let us retire for the night." Certainly, Louis exclaimed, casting a disdainful glance at Hong Feng before following Qing to join the maidservant. Hong Feng, feeling the sting of such disregard, could not help but feel displeased. With a disdainful huff, he plopped down on the ground, his expression turning quite menacing. Upon reaching the tents, Qing noticed that theirs was situated beside Su Rose. Her certainty stemmed from the sounds of persistent coughing emanating from the adjacent tent. "What troubles you, Miss Su?" Louis inquired, her eyes blinking with curiosity as she approached Qing. Following her gaze to the neighboring tent, she smiled and said, "It is said that the second young lady of the Su family has been frail since childhood, relying on precious herbs to sustain her life. Thus, it is not surprising." Louis presumed Qing was merely curious about Su Rose's constant coughing. Qing, snapping back to reality, offered no further explanation, nor did she inquire further. She simply nodded and said, "Let us go inside." Without further thought, Louis smiled and entered the tent alongside Qing. Upon glancing within, Qing could not help but marvel at the opulence of the ancient wealthy class. The tent was furnished with wooden planks, and 3 neatly arranged beds were adorned with quilts, while Ruoling had already retired fully clothed. Louis observed Ruoling, and unlike her, who lay down fully dressed. Louis quietly removed her outer garments and swiftly nestled into the blankets, careful not to make any noise. The reason for her caution was that, should any trouble arise, both Hong Feng and Ruoling would be there to confront it, alleviating her concerns of needing to step in. After pondering for a moment, Qing ultimately chose not to remove her coat and lay down gently, fully clothed. Perhaps it was due to an excess of daytime slumber. But she found herself tossing and turning beneath the covers, unable to find rest, a vague sense of unease gnawing at her heart. "Mother, what troubles you?" In the stillness of the night, Qing suddenly heard the voice of Yin Xian, which startled her into an upright position. "Miss Su, what is the matter?" Green Garment, sleeping beside her, was the first to notice her sudden movement. Ruoling also opened her eyes, bleary with sleep, casting a glance at Qing. Embarrassed, Qing managed a shy smile, wondering if she had perhaps misheard due to their bewildered expressions. "Mother, it is I." Yet, a subsequent, clearer voice shattered that notion, prompting Qing to scrutinize Green Garment's expression, which reflected nothing but confusion. Qing felt a moment of bewilderment, pondering whether they were unable to hear Yin Xian's voice. "Mother, I am but a transmitted consciousness. Our thoughts have now aligned, allowing you to communicate with me in the depths of your heart. What I say can only be heard by you." Yin Xian, having perceived her inner voice, gently explained, which caused Qing to relax her expression, secretly breathing a sigh of relief as she smiled at the still bewildered figure clad in green. "I wish to use the restroom." The girl in green, with her hair cascading loosely, upon hearing Qing's words, lay back down but not before advising, "Miss Su, please be cautious when you go." The girl in green, feeling drowsy, added, "I'm so tired. I'm going to sleep." "All right." Qing cautiously unfastened the tent and stepped outside. It was already the witching hour. The sky was adorned with a scattering of delicate stars, while the cool evening breeze swept through, enveloping the surroundings in a profound stillness. The sentinel by the campfire yawned, momentarily distracted by the sound of the tent being lifted. He glanced at her before returning to his own conversation. Seeing that no one was paying attention, Qing found a secluded corner and, feeling a bit delighted, called out, "Xian." "Mother." Yin Xian, ever obliging, sweetly responded. A smile involuntarily crept onto Qing's lips as she then inquired, "Can you tell me where your father is?" "Mother, do you miss father?" Listening to Yin Xian's innocent and seemingly naive question, Qing couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush. "No," she retorted. "Hee. Father is just in the Flower Garden City, 100 miles away." Qing's body stiffened, pondering whether Yin Linchen's actions were those of a human. Upon hearing the news, she rushed to Huayuan City instantly. What was he thinking by leaving her here? The mere thought ignited a spark of anger within her, perhaps sensing Qing's displeasure. Yin Xian was about to say something but paused momentarily before urgently urging her, "Mother, we must return to the tent at once. I sense a strong aura of malevolence approaching." "What?" Qing nodded and, without daring to delay, hurriedly made her way to her tent. Just as she was about to open it, a violent coughing fit erupted from the adjacent tent. The intensity of the cough seemed as if it could expel the very essence of the lungs, accompanied by the weeping voice of a maid. Miss, what has happened to you?" Qing swiftly altered her course and dashed towards Su Rose's tent. Just as she was about to lift the flap of the tent, a terrified scream pierced the darkness, followed by a loud cry, "Enemy attack." Qing furrowed her brows and cast her gaze over, only to behold a blood-soaked man dashing into the center of the tent, his eyes wide with terror as he screamed frantically, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The man's body and face bore deep, jagged wounds, as if raked by a vicious blade, with torrents of crimson pouring from the grotesque and profound scars. In an instant, he transformed into a figure of horror, particularly in the dead of night, where his appearance was all the more chilling. Behind him, the woods glimmered with an eerie green luminescence, and soon Xiaoqing discerned the source of that spectral glow. It was a pack of mottled leopards. Advancing with the precision of trained soldiers, their steps synchronized and deliberate. The man's cries also roused the vigilant Hongfeng, whose malevolent gaze was fixed upon the slowly approaching leopards, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. Many emerged from the tent, their faces pale with fear as they beheld the formidable beasts, including Su Heng and those clad in green. As Su Heng emerged, he hurriedly made his way towards the tent where Su Ro was located. Upon seeing Xiaoqing outside the tent, he was momentarily taken aback. However, his concern for Su Ro left him no time to ponder. Nodding at Xiaoqing, he was struck by the violent coughing sounds emanating from within the tent, causing anguish to swell in his heart. In a state of panic, he stood outside the tent and inquired, "Xiaochui, what is wrong with Roer? Young master, you must come in and take a look." Mrs. Coughing terribly, came Xiaochui's choked response from within the tent. Su Heng swiftly turned and called out, "Quickly summon the doctor." With that, he urgently lifted the tent flap and stepped inside with great strides, dismissing the presence of the leopards that had previously occupied his thoughts. His sole focus was the safety of his sister, Su Ro. Everything else could be left to his subordinates and the adults. Mother. Xiaoqing regained her senses, initially intending to enter and take a look. However, upon seeing an elderly doctor with graying hair wiping the sweat from his brow as he hurried inside, followed by several maidservants, she hesitated and ultimately decided against it. After all, she was a stranger, despite her concerns for Su Ro. What could she possibly do if even the doctor was unable to resolve the situation? Xian, are these creatures truly demons? Yet they appear to be nothing more than ordinary leopards to me. Xiaoqing stood outside Su Ro's tent, her gaze constantly monitoring the movements within, while she cautiously inquired of Yin Xian in her heart. Upon hearing Xiaoqing's words, Yin Xian chuckled softly, remarking, "They are merely henchmen." Henchmen? While Xiaoqing pondered this with curiosity, Hongfeng had already drawn his long sword from his waist, and both Lu Yi and Ruo Ling likewise unsheathed their weapons. The guards positioned themselves beside Hongfeng and the others, momentarily hesitant to act recklessly. From their demeanor, it was evident that they understood these leopards were no ordinary beasts. Could it be that the Su family had incurred the wrath of some malevolent creature? Xiaoqing was somewhat intrigued, since she could be of no assistance. She decided to retreat to a corner and observe with curiosity. "Bold and cunning creature, since you have arrived, why not reveal yourself?" Hongfeng commanded with a piercing tone, addressing the darkness behind the menacing group of leopards. Ruo Ling and the green-clad figure exchanged a wary glance and discreetly repositioned themselves beside Hongfeng. As soon as Hongfeng's words fell, a series of mocking laughter echoed from the shadows. "I thought the Su family possessed some formidable skills. It turns out you have merely summoned a band of demon catchers. TSK, TSK, TSK. Are you still using the same tired phrases as those ancient demon catchers from a millennium ago? How utterly uninteresting." Upon hearing this, Hongfeng's brows furrowed, his expression turning significantly more vigilant. The tone of the speaker suggested they had cultivated for 1,000 years. Any demon that had trained for such a duration would be extraordinarily challenging to confront. Ruo Ling and the green-clad figure could not help but frown, given their current abilities. They feared they would struggle against such an opponent. Damn it, why didn't those from the Su family clarify this earlier? Especially the green-clad figure, who could no longer suppress her growing anxiety, knowing well that her cultivation was significantly inferior to her seniors. Regardless, Ruo Ling and the others still possessed a measure of self-protection against a demon over 1,000 years old, though her concerns remained unspoken. "Practicing diligently, and now you're frightened?" Hongfeng muttered irritably. The green-clad figure shot him a defiant glance, tightening her grip on her whip as she retorted, "But Hongfeng, despite your hard work, can you truly contend with the leopard demon?" With a sigh tinged with regret, she added, "If only Lu Xian were here, with him around. We could merely stand back and observe." After all, Lu Xian was celebrated by the sect as a once-in-a-century genius demon catcher, and the green-clad figure had never heard of him suffering defeat. She believed that as long as he did not encounter a demon that had reached the realm of a demon king, he could handle it. Hong Feng was naturally aware of this fact, but he did not anticipate that the green-clad figure would brazenly voice it. Casting a glance at Ruoling, who seemed to share her sentiment, his expression darkened considerably. If you find it uninteresting, why do you not dare to emerge? Although Hong Feng often engaged in banter with the green-clad figure, he hesitated to act against her due to her status. Thus, he redirected his pent-up frustration towards the leopard demon who had just spoken. Ha ha ha, then I shall reveal myself. The leopard demon chuckled mockingly. Xiaoqing beheld a man clad entirely in crimson emerging from the depths of the forest. Typically, men struggle to embody the color red, yet it surprisingly suited him. The man's features leaned towards an androgynous beauty, had it not been for his ability to command a host of leopard demons. Xiaoqing might have been incredulous that such a delicate-looking individual could possess the essence of a leopard. As the man stepped forth, a throng of leopards bared their fangs, parting to create a pathway. The effeminate man cast a glance at Hong Feng and his companions, but his gaze abruptly shifted to Xiaoqing, who was crouched in the shadows. He emitted a few surprised clicks of his tongue, laced with amusement. How intriguing indeed. What could possibly be so intriguing? Why would a demon who has cultivated for over a millennium fixate on the Su family? Such audacity to intrude upon the mortal realm. Did he truly regard the spirit clan and the demon hunter sect with such disdain? Upon hearing the veiled threats in Hong Feng's words, the effeminate man reacted as if he had heard the grandest of jokes. A smirk graced his lips as he pondered aloud. The demon hunter sect, you wonder whether I take them seriously? As for the spirit clan, huh? Ever since the last saintess perished and their chieftain vanished without a trace, both the current saintess and chieftain have been utterly incapacitated, long absent from the world. Go ahead. Inquire. Were it not for the Demon King's singular focus on nurturing the young prince, do you think the mortal realm would still exist? You are but mere ants. After uttering these words, the effeminate man regarded Hong Feng, whose expression was notably grim, and let out a cold laugh. You are no match for me. I seek merely Su Ro. If you are wise, hand her over, and I shall let the past remain untouched. What use is your prattle? With a derisive chuckle, Ruoling's longsword seemed to awaken with a will of its own, surging directly towards the effeminate man. As the sword advanced, it transformed into a flurry of blades. Witnessing Ruoling's assault, both Green Attire and Hong Feng swiftly drew their weapons, converging upon the effeminate man. A fierce battle loomed on the horizon. Yet, facing the trio's onslaught, the man's eyes betrayed no trace of fear. Instead, a hint of disdain danced upon his lips. It appeared that I have truly overestimated the current demon hunters. However, they are far weaker than I anticipated. He gently raised his hand and effortlessly repelled Ruoling's barrage of flying swords with a simple step back. Ruoling furrowed her brow slightly. Exchanging a glance with Hong Feng, a fierce determination flashing in her eyes, formed the formation. Junior sister. No, your body. Enough of your nonsense. Ruoling shot a frigid glare at Hong Feng. He cast a worried glance at her, seeing her take her position within the formation. Reluctantly, he and Green Attire assumed their respective stances. Oh, are you about to activate the formation? The effeminate man showed no signs of astonishment. Instead, he smiled slyly. His hands clasped behind him, standing with an air of flamboyance and pride. In the corner, Xiaoqing watched intently, hardly daring to blink, as this was her first encounter with such a fierce battle scene. Previously, when Yin Linchen and Lu Xian easily dealt with the Demon Star Wolf and the Vine Demon, Yin Linchen had barely lifted a finger. During Yin Xian's confrontation with the Demon Star Wolf, the intensity had left her feeling shaken. Now, however, she was witnessing a genuine clash of magic. Yet, it seemed that Hong Feng and the others were somewhat at a disadvantage. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she quietly asked Yin Xian, "Xian, can you sense a way out? Mother, are you planning to flee?" Came Yin Xian's teasing voice from within her mind. Xiaoqing felt a twinge of embarrassment, and she coughed lightly, adopting a serious tone. Mother is not fleeing. She is merely a wise observer of the times. Hee. Very well, Yin Xian chuckled, refraining from exposing Xiaoqing's facade. After a moment of careful observation, her soft voice expressed a hint of regret. Mother, there are many ugly monsters nearby. It would be best if you didn't run around recklessly. At Yin Xian's words, Xiaoqing's heart sank. Could it be that the effeminate man had more tricks up his sleeve? Observing the precarious situation of Hong Feng and the others, she realized how dangerous things had become. Yet, she couldn't comprehend why that androgynous man was so fixated on Su Ro, despite claiming her as his sole desire. Was it a matter of emotional debt or something else? Mother, why are you so flustered? Yin Xian said cheerfully, her tone betraying no concern. Su Qing sighed. Her forehead in her hand, she had merely intended to accompany Su Hang and the others, only to find herself entangled in a troublesome predicament. I am indeed flustered. Even if I approach, I would barely be enough for that leopard demon to snack on. Su Qing's assertion was not without merit. Upon hearing this, Yin Xian shifted her position lazily, yawning. Mother, it seems you possess some powerful energy beads. That leopard demon is certain that the group of demon catchers cannot defeat him. Once their formation is complete, you could throw a bead, and this crisis would surely be averted. Beads. Su Qing furrowed her brow, puzzled. What powerful energy beads do I possess? Su Qing, feeling somewhat perplexed, reached into her bosom and indeed retrieved a few black beads. These appeared to be the very ones that Le Xian had given her for self-defense, stating that in moments of peril, shattering the beads could provide protection. Su Qing gazed at the few beads in her hand with a complex expression, carefully placing the others back into her bosom while firmly clutching one. Is it truly effective? Yes. Indeed. Yin Xian spoke with unwavering conviction. Su Qing swallowed nervously, casting a furtive glance towards Ruoling and the others, her footsteps gradually advancing in their direction. At that moment, Ruoling and the others were intricately weaving their hand seals, the rudimentary form of the formation already taking shape. TSK. Do you really believe this formation can harm me? The effeminate man shook his head in disappointment. In his eyes, such a rudimentary formation was hardly noteworthy. Upon hearing his words, Hong Feng and the others exchanged glances, a sense of trepidation creeping into their hearts. If this formation is incapable of injuring the leopard demon, then it seems all present today are in grave peril. The effeminate man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze turning cold as he reiterated, I seek only Su Ro. I harbor no desire to harm the innocent. Should you choose to court death, I would not hesitate to ensure your demise here. As his words fell, the group of leopard demons behind him revealed their sharp fangs, eager for action. Even if I perish, I shall never permit you to slaughter the innocent. Hong Feng raised his hand, biting his finger, as a stream of blood surged towards the formation, which rapidly coalesced. The effeminate man's eyes darkened with thinly veiled anger. It seems you are truly seeking death, and if that is the case, I shall grant you your wish. With that, he raised his hand lightly. Meanwhile, Su Qing had approached the formation, and upon seeing her, Ruoling was taken aback. Narrowing his cold eyes, get down now. Are you courting death? Simultaneously, Su Qing recalled Yin Xian's words, Mother, it is now or never. Su Qing did not have the time to explain anything further to Ruoling. With a swift motion, she crushed the bead in her hand and hurled it into the formation. A dazzling light flashed, and the array rapidly took shape under the bewildered gazes of Ruoling and the others. At last, as the bead merged with the formation, the androgynous man's expression shifted. He raised his hand, and in an instant, countless energy bolts resembling lightning surged forth from the array, striking fiercely at the androgynous man. He cast a terrified glance at Su Qing, who was still in shock, and summoned his cultivation to desperately resist the onslaught. Yet, the energy proved too formidable. He was struck and sent flying, spewing forth a copious amount of blood, clearly grievously injured. Witnessing the androgynous man's severe wounds, the group of leopards erupted in fury, encircling their injured companion and baring their fangs as they lunged menacingly towards Su Qing and the others. As Su Qing leaned in closer, before she could fully comprehend the situation, a leopard pounced upon her, its sharp claws sinking into her shoulder, sending a jolt of pain coursing through her body. Unable to contain herself, Su Qing let out a piercing scream. Miss Su! Both Ruoling and the woman in green exclaimed simultaneously as they rushed over. Without hesitation, the woman in green brandished her whip and struck the leopard, sending it flying away from Su Qing. She then helped Su Qing to her feet. Deftly pressing her fingers against Su Qing's shoulder to staunch the bleeding, her expression filled with urgency. Ruoling, quickly, bring me the sect's healing elixir. Without a moment's delay, Ruoling produced a vial from her robe and poured a pill into Su Qing's mouth. Su Qing felt as though her shoulders had been rendered useless, the pain causing her to sweat profusely, while Yin Xian, overwhelmed by guilt, wept aloud in his heart. Mother, dear mother. Su Qing endured the excruciating pain, biting her lips that had turned pale from agony, silently comforting Yin Xian in her heart. Xian, do not weep. Mother is unharmed. It is not your fault. You alerted me. I was merely momentarily distracted. Just a moment ago, Su Qing had heeded Yin Xian's warning, but a fleeting lapse in her focus had resulted in her being clawed by a leopard. Meanwhile, the arena was rife with leopards charging at a group of guards, some of whom were tragically bitten to death in an instant. Xiaoqing gazed at the horrific scene, unsure whether to feel fortunate or sympathetic. Green attire. Keep a close watch on Miss Xiaoqing. I shall slay that leopard demon. Witnessing the brutal clash between humans and leopards, Ruoling's cold gaze narrowed. As a demon hunter, her duty was to protect the human realm from the scourge of malevolent demons. Yet here they were, while countless innocents perished at the claws of these fiends, truly detestable. Green attire urged Xiaoqing to lean against her, gripping her whip tightly without the slightest relaxation. Ever prepared for battle, Ruoling hurry. Green attire, too, loathed the leopard demons with a passion. Had Xiaoqing not been injured, she would never have remained idle. In the stillness of the night, the sounds of wailing echoed incessantly. Ruoling nodded, casting a complex glance back at Xiaoqing before departing, her lips pursed, ultimately saying nothing. The androgynous man, clearly severely injured, cast a sharp glance at Xiaoqing, lying against green attire, bewildered. She bore no cultivation, merely a mortal. Yet why did her aura carry a hint of the Demon King's essence? What had she just cast forth that bore no relation to the Demon King? How could a mere mortal possess such formidable artifacts? As he pondered, a chilling voice rang out from above, and the multitude of leopard demons attempting to obstruct her were ruthlessly pierced by her icy sword. Oh, truly a case of the tiger falling into the lowlands being bullied by dogs. The androgynous man scoffed bitterly, extending a hand to shield himself. But his severe injuries rendered him incapable of withstanding Ruoling's assault. He spat blood once more, wishing to flee, yet Ruoling obstructed him relentlessly. She loomed over the fallen androgynous man with disdain. Your kind should remain forever in the demon realm. Dare to tread into the human realm, and I shall slay you one by one. Ha ha ha, what grand bravado from a demon hunter. The androgynous man exhibited little fear upon witnessing the demise of his many followers. He chuckled ominously, whistling a tune. The leopards, previously engaged in battle with Hong Feng and others, hesitated momentarily. Yet, under the iron command, they swiftly turned and fled into the woods, leaving Hong Feng and the others gasping in vain as they watched. In an instant, the chaotic scene of the battle subsided, leaving only Hong Feng and Ruoling encircled around the androgynous man. He smiled, glancing at Ruoling, and leisurely proclaimed, I demand to see Su Ro, otherwise I shall self-destruct my demon core. You must be aware of the power of a millennium demon core. Ruoling exchanged glances with Hong Feng. If the androgynous man truly self-destructed his core, the residual force would likely injure even those with cultivation, let alone the many innocents present. Ruoling hesitated, but Hong Feng sneered. If we can slay you, this millennium demon, sacrificing a few lives is a small price to pay. Senior brother, Ruoling could hardly believe it, realizing Hong Feng intended to kill the androgynous man here. But if he truly self-destructed, those were living lives at stake. Sister, those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. If we can save countless lives at the expense of a few, why not? Besides, should we slay this millennium demon, we shall undoubtedly stand out in the upcoming demon hunting event. Hong Feng urged fervently. With their current strength, they were insufficient to kill a millennium demon, and such a golden opportunity was not to be squandered. He glanced at Xiaoqing, lying against green attire, and leaned closer to Ruoling, whispering, You cannot be unaware of the essence within that object the woman threw, can you? You know how arduous and painful it is to infuse one's cultivation into a life pearl. That essence is likely not just a trivial amount. She must have suffered greatly. Ruoling tightly gripped the hilt of her sword, fully aware of the truth. The moment Xiaoqing shattered the life pearl, she had sensed it clearly. Who else could it be if not Lixian? Infusing one's cultivation into a life pearl was solely to protect another, as life pearls were artifacts for survival. When leaving the sect, their master had explicitly warned them against such actions unless absolutely necessary, for a moment's carelessness could harm their foundation. Yet now, Xiaoqing held a life pearl. She had even given it to a mortal woman. What did this signify? It meant this woman was someone he deeply cherished, someone he feared to see harmed. Thus, was this Xiaoqing the one Lixian held dear? Ruoling smiled bitterly, her heart heavy with a pain only she could comprehend. Regaining her composure, she coldly fixed her gaze on Hong Feng, her tone distant. Senior brother, there is no need to provoke me with her. I shall rely on my true strength in the demon hunting event, not sacrifice the lives of these defenseless mortals. If lives are to be measured by value, let us not forget, we were once mortals ourselves, merely fortunate enough to enter the sect. From the moment we joined the sect, Protecting them became our mission and responsibility. If you prioritize your future over lives, I cannot concur. Hong Feng furrowed his brows at Ruoling's words. This was the first time she had spoken so much, yet each word felt like an accusation against him, causing him great distress. He had thought to provoke her with Lucian, hoping she would be moved. Yet he was wrong. Not only did Ruoling reject his views, but he also discerned disdain and a hint of revulsion in her eyes, despite all he had done to ensure Ruoling shone in the demon hunting event. Why could she never see his good intentions? I demand to see Su Ro. I have stated it clearly. The androgynous man glared at Hong Feng, who was in pain, clearly perceiving the underlying tensions. You shall not. Without further hesitation, Hong Feng formed a hand sign, causing his sword to whirl as he attempted to strike down the androgynous man without regard. The androgynous man smiled, gently closing his eyes, and a faint glow emanated from his dantian. Ruoling gasped and swiftly blocked Hong Feng's sword. Hong Feng stared incredulously as Ruoling intercepted his attack. Yet he refrained from proceeding further, understanding her current condition. Fearing he might harm her, he tightened his grip on the hilt, shifting aside. Wait. I shall let you see Su Ro. The anxious voice caused the effeminate man to halt his actions. He smiled at Ruoling and said, then quickly bring her over. I wish to ask her a few questions myself. No sooner had the effeminate man finished speaking than Su Hung emerged from the tent, astonished at the sight of the ground strewn with blood, as well as the bodies of his subordinates, and a leopard. Upon raising his gaze, he spotted the effeminate man pointed out by Ruoling, and his fists clenched tightly. Drawing a long sword from the hands of one of his subordinates, he charged forward with the wind at his heels, his voice seething with fury. Monster, do you dare to continue pursuing Rer? Su Qing's mind was beginning to feel somewhat hazy. She managed to raise her eyes just enough to catch a glimpse of Su Hung, who was charging towards the androgynous man with an aura of sword energy, appearing somewhat astonished. As Su Hang passed by Su Qing, he furrowed his brow at the sight of the injured Su Qing and the tragic fate of his numerous subordinates, feeling a surge of anger within. Meanwhile, the effeminate man, upon noticing him, wore an even broader smile, his vibrant red robe accentuating the brilliance of his face. Su Heng, he called, is Su Ro within that tent? Bring her to me. In a fit of fury, Su Hung disregarded Ruoling's attempts to stop him and thrust his sword directly into the chest of the effeminate man, blood gushing forth and staining the crimson robe he wore. The effeminate man merely smiled, offering no resistance as he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his expression one of malevolent charm. Brother-in-law, should you take my life, your yet-to-be-born nephew will be left fatherless. The crowd gasped at his words, having contemplated countless possibilities, yet never imagining that the second daughter of the Su family was with child by this monstrous figure. Even Hong Feng and the others had been oblivious to this fact. Su Hung had merely sought their assistance to escort Su Ruo back to Huayuan City, claiming they were pursued by a demon. He had not revealed the true reason behind their plight. Observing the expressions of those around him, Su Heng's face turned ashen. For this matter was a disgrace to the family. The Su family, a venerable merchant household with a century of history, has long been the aspiration of many who seek to forge connections with its illustrious offspring. Yet now, the sole daughter of the Su family stands not only unmarried but also pregnant with the spawn of a malevolent entity, a scandal that shatters the family's dignity. The architect of this disgrace is the man before her, Su Heng, who harbors a deep-seated animosity towards him, his teeth clenched in frustration. Until now, he had not found the opportunity to confront this effeminate man, but with the chance finally in hand, he is resolute in not letting this opportunity slip away. What angers Su Hung further is the blatant disregard this man shows for Ruer's reputation, brazenly speaking of such matters. Su Hung is determined to put an end to this abomination. Murong's song. Ruer's honor shall not be tarnished. Su Hung drew his longsword, the veins in his hand bulging, while Murong's song remained entirely unresisting, his smile increasingly audacious. Upon witnessing this demeanor, Su Hung felt as though a fire were raging fiercely within his heart, poised to strike Murong's song once more. Just then, a violent fit of coughing erupted from behind him. Brother, please do not cough, cough, do not kill him. Let him go, let him go. Cough, cough. Su Ro stumbled out, clad only in a thin robe, as the cool night breeze swept past her. She trembled as she spoke, her face devoid of luster and her lips bereft of color. With her hair cascading loosely, she fled into the night, pursued hurriedly by her maid, Xiaoqing. Miss. Su Ro, disregarding her surroundings, hurriedly stumbled and fell to the ground, sharp stones lacerating her palm and causing blood to flow profusely. Xiaoqing quickly helped her up, her voice thick with emotion. Miss, your body cannot endure such turmoil. Su Rou shook her head resolutely. Her gaze fixed on the approaching Su Heng and the bloodied figure of Murong Song sprawled on the ground. Her voice was laced with desperation as she pleaded, her eyes glistening with tears. Brother, I implore you, do not harm him. I am willing to concede to anything. In this lifetime, Roa shall never see him again. Roa, this vile creature has tarnished your purity. How can you still be so deluded? Su Heng exclaimed. Only when he and the abomination within you are vanquished. Can you be free from this entanglement? Roa. Su Heng stepped forward to support Su Rou, feeling both exasperated that his sister still harbored thoughts for that creature, and simultaneously unable to suppress the pang of affection for his only sister. Su Rou shook her head gently, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at Murong Song, offering a faint smile. Ah Song has never coerced me. My feelings for him are genuine. I have already pledged to sever ties with him for the sake of the Su family's reputation. Why must you press me so relentlessly? The implication was unmistakable. Su Rou's assertion that she had never been forced by Murong Song suggested her willingness in their relationship, including her impending motherhood. Su Qing sighed, casting a glance at Murong Song, realizing that he too was a person ensnared by love. It was truly a pity that such a perfect pair was so cruelly separated. With pain evident in his eyes, Murong Song struggled to rise despite his physical discomfort. Surprisingly, Ruo Ling merely observed the unfolding scene with a complex expression, offering no interference. Meanwhile, Hong Feng, witnessing this, refrained from any actions. Wary of inciting further displeasure from Ruo Ling, Su Rou smiled at him, seizing the moment when no one was watching. She drew a dagger from her sleeve and pressed it firmly against her neck, her eyes filled with a resolute determination. This shocking act caused both Murong Song and Su Heng to halt in their tracks, gazing incredulously at the unfolding scene. Roa, Roa. Su Rou brushed aside Xiaoqing, the evening breeze tousling her hair as it swept around her. Her frail frame, weakened by years of ill health, appeared precariously fragile. Yet, her gaze was imbued with unwavering resolve. Brother, let him go. I want him to live. Sister, he is a demon. Su Heng exclaimed, his voice tinged with agitation. Have you forgotten our ancestral teachings? Su Rou shook her head, a bleak smile gracing her waxen face, which was etched with resolve. I implore you, spare him. Otherwise, this very place shall become the grave of Su Rou. As she spoke, the blade swiftly cut through her skin, blood cascading down her neck. Su Heng was taken aback. He never anticipated that the usually docile Su Rou would resort to such desperate measures for a mere monster. Very well, very well. I shall not kill him. I will let him go. Please, do not act impulsively. Su Heng ultimately made a concession. No one could be more important than his sister. Su Rou's resolute demeanor left him anxious, for she might truly resort to self-destruction, a fate he could never bear to witness. Roer, Murong Song's gentle visage bore a bittersweet smile. You are willing to disregard your own life to protect me. Why then are you so unwilling to accompany me? Tears, cold as ice, trickled from Su Rou's eyes as she smiled. I must consider the Su family, yet my love for you is genuine. Forgive me, Ah Song. If you truly love me, from this moment forward, do not follow me any longer. Murong Song, witnessing her inch closer to a painful conclusion, despairingly closed his eyes. How could he love her yet fail to understand her? The ancestors of the Su family were brutally slain by the demon clan, and even Roer's mother met a tragic end at their hands. From a young age, they vowed to distance themselves from the demon race, seeking specialized demon hunters to eradicate them. Over the years, the Su family spared no expense in hiring demon hunters from various esteemed sects, never anticipating that their only daughter would fall in love with a member of the demon clan. Su Rou, unwilling to forsake the Su family, found herself compelled to betray her own heart. Su Rua gently caressed her slightly protruding abdomen, smiling as she said, Ah Song, I will bring our child into this world. Afterward, I will send them to the place where we first met. Our fate as husband and wife has reached its conclusion, so you must leave. Live on, and live well. Murong Song sighed in reluctant resignation, a soft smile gracing his lips. Rua, may I hold you one last time? Murong Song, do not overstep your bounds. Su Heng clenched his fist tightly. It had already reached the limit of his endurance to desire that Murong Song remain alive. At this moment, Murong Song's utter lack of gratitude was, quite frankly, excessive. Su Qing silently observed the scene before her and suddenly felt that whether it was the passionate and beautiful love of Mu Renjie or the love of Su Rou, constrained by the shackles of the mundane world, both were profoundly difficult. Murong Song paid no heed to the irked Su Heng beside him. but instead gazed intently at Su Ro. Su Ro set down the dagger in her hand and gazed at Mu Rongsong for a long moment before shaking her head and advising, "Ah Song, let it go." After speaking, she turned to Xiao Chui beside her and softly said, "Please assist me inside." Xiao Chui, filled with concern, stepped forward to support Su Ro. As Su Ro turned away, reluctant to leave under the lingering gaze of Mu Rongsong, tears cascaded down her cheeks, her steps wavering unsteadily. Had it not been for Xiao Chui supporting her, she might have been unable to walk back to the tent unaided. With tears in her eyes, Xiao Chui looked at her beloved mistress with sorrow and said, "My lady, you clearly cannot bear to part with young Master Muro. Why then must you act in this manner? You know, if you so wish, he would undoubtedly risk everything to take you away. Once in the demon realm, even the demon hunters would be powerless against you." Having accompanied Su Ro for a decade, Xiao Chui understood her mistress's temperament all too well. If it were merely the constraints of her family, she would never have embarked on a relationship with young Master Muro. Xiao Chui grasped the weight of her own words. A faint smile struggled to break through Su Ro's pallid complexion, though her heart ached painfully. She replied, "Xiao Chui, everyone must eventually face death. My body cannot endure much longer. I shall perish while he has a long, solitary journey ahead of him. My life is but a fleeting span of decades. Yet he must endure for thousands of years on his own. Therefore, why should I delay him?" Both mistress and maid sighed deeply as they entered the tent, while Mu Rongsong remained rooted in place, gazing intently at Su Ro's retreating figure, appearing utterly desolate and helpless. "Since I have promised Rower, I shall not harm you further. You may leave. Do not let me see you again." Su Heng cast a sidelong glance at Mu Rongsong, his tone laced with discontent. At that moment, he yearned for nothing more than to sever any ties between this individual and Su Ro once and for all. Mu Rongsong resembled a soulless puppet. As if all vitality had been drained from him, he averted his gaze and, with a parched voice, softly uttered, "Take good care of her." Su Heng's tone was far from pleasant, a fact he readily discerned. However, as Su Heng was Rower's brother, he harbored no intention of harming her kin. Otherwise, after a millennium of cultivation, his pride would never allow anyone to address him in such a manner. Having spoken, he departed without waiting for Su Heng to utter another word. Hong Feng intended to intervene, but the moment Ling's icy glare swept over him, he halted in his tracks. Suddenly, a gasp escaped the lips of the girl in green. Miss Su Qing. Su Qing had been enduring excruciating pain to remain conscious. Yet, the agony from her shoulder wound was overwhelming. Though the bleeding had ceased, she could not stave off the encroaching darkness and fainted. Just before losing consciousness, she seemed to hear the calls of the girl in green and Yin Xian, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. She longed to open her eyes, yet fatigue weighed heavily upon her. When Su Qing regained consciousness, she found herself still within the confines of a tent. Her garments had been changed, and her wounds meticulously tended to. Squinting, she struggled to rise but inadvertently tugged at her injury, causing her to wince in pain. The tent was empty, save for the faint sounds emanating from outside. A sudden thought crossed her mind, and she quickly glanced at her wrist, a wave of unease washing over her. She then touched her neck, discovering the wooden carving of a giant serpent still intact, which brought her a measure of relief. In her heart, Su Qing anxiously called out several times, yet now she could only inquire with Yin Xian about the situation. "Mother, what is the matter?" Yin Xian yawned, his voice somewhat languid. Hearing his voice, Su Qing felt a slight sense of relief. "Who changed my clothes? Do you know?" "It was that one named Green Garment who did it." Su Qing was taken aback. The green-clad figure had changed. Did that mean she had seen the serpent-shaped mark on her wrist and the giant snakewood carving around her neck? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Su Qing's forehead as she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Climbing up, she pulled aside the tent, and the blinding light immediately struck her. "Miss Su, you are awake." Green-clad and Su Heng were conversing outside her tent. Upon seeing Su Qing, they rushed over with delight. The green-clad figure anxiously examined Su Qing from side to side, and upon confirming there were no serious issues, she sighed in relief. "Miss Su, it is truly wonderful that you are well. We were all terribly frightened last night. We thought you would need to sleep for several days. Yet it seems your constitution is rather resilient," she remarked with a hint of surprise and a smile in her eyes. However, Su Qing could not help but feel a sense of unease as she gazed at her. She merely offered a slight, awkward smile, aside from a lingering discomfort. "There are no significant issues." Hearing Su Qing's words, Su Heng took a step back and bowed deeply to her. Confused, Su Qing asked, "Young Master Su, what does this mean? I wish to apologize for my initial distrust, he replied. I have heard from Lady Green that had it not been for your intervention last night, Rower would likely have been taken away by Murong, and the matter would not have ended so easily. Upon hearing this, Qing hurriedly stepped forward to gently support Su Hong. Young Master Su, you are too modest. This is merely a talisman bestowed upon me by a friend. I never anticipated its formidable power. It truly has little to do with me. Nevertheless, he continued, I shall forever be grateful for your life-saving grace. And should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to seek me at the Su residence in Huayuan City. As he spoke, he unceremoniously presented Qing with a jade pendant, declaring, should you encounter this pendant, you shall find me. Su Hong shall never go back on his word. Qing no longer hesitated and accepted the jade pendant with a smile, expressing her gratitude. Although it was true that last night's events were primarily for her own survival, since Su Hong was so insistent on gifting the pendant, she thought that having more friends could never hurt. Who knows when she might find herself in need of his assistance in the future. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Su Hong, who then went off to arrange the meal, Qing turned her attention to the green-clad attendant, who was gazing at her with an ambiguous smile. She smiled and said, Thank you, Green Attire. After a moment of hesitation, she couldn't help but ask, Green Attire, did you notice anything when you helped me change clothes? Green Attire furrowed her brow, seemingly deep in thought, before her expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness. Just as a cold sweat broke out on Qing's palms, Green Attire suddenly teased with a bright smile, Miss Su, your figure is quite remarkable. Qing chuckled awkwardly a few times, preparing to lift the tent and return to lie down for a while longer. Unexpectedly, the figure in green behind her added, Rest assured, Miss Su, I shall not divulge your affairs to anyone. Since you are someone Brother Lu Xian holds dear, I shall certainly keep your secret. After saying this, the mischievous individual winked at Qing and, before she could react, skipped away with a lively gait. Qing was taken aback. It seemed that her acquaintance with Lu Xian had not been concealed from anyone due to last night's events. However, with Green Attire's reassurance, she felt a considerable sense of relief. As she gazed at the retreating figure of Green Attire, she softly murmured, Thank you, Green Attire. Su Hang and the others were likely concerned that Qing's health might not withstand the journey. The tent had been set up in this location for 2 to 3 days before they finally embarked towards Huayuan City. In her heart, Qing could not help but feel a warmth due to the thorough considerations of Su Hang and the others. After several days of travel, accompanied by the sounds of calls and the creaking of wheels, the group finally arrived at Huayuan City. Throughout the journey, the atmosphere inside the carriage Qing occupied felt particularly strange, especially due to the peculiar glances from Ruo Ling and Hong Feng, which left her with an unsettling feeling. Only in Green Attire remained cheerful, peering out of the window, and whenever she spotted something novel, she would eagerly beckon Qing to share in the view. Qing couldn't help but exclaim her relief at the presence of Green Attire. Otherwise, remaining alone in such a heavy atmosphere would surely render her utterly uncomfortable. Throughout the journey, it seemed that the inside of Su Ro's carriage remained in a state of tranquility, interrupted only by the occasional sound of a violent cough. Su Ro, being with child, made the physician reluctant to prescribe any potent remedies for fear of endangering both mother and fetus. He could only advise her to consume some tonics to bolster her vitality and spirit. Su Hong was both anxious and infuriated. He truly did not wish for Su Ro to bear Murong Song's child. Yet, he found himself unable to resist his sister's determination. Each time he witnessed Su Ro's fit of coughing, he could only fret helplessly. Here we are, Huayuan. The excited voice of the girl in green pulled Qing's attention. With a smile, Qing lifted the curtain of the car window and indeed, she spotted the grand characters proclaiming Huayuan City not far from the city gate. Huayuan City is nestled in a picturesque location, surrounded by mountains and water. Outside the city lies a long and tumultuous moat, while the entrance is marked by a man-made wooden bridge. At the appointed times, the guards would draw up the bridge, a design that made it easy to defend yet difficult to assault. The city walls were constructed from high-quality materials, painstakingly assembled by artisans from various regions. The guards at the city gate were particularly vigilant, giving the impression of a remarkably prosperous city. Qing smiled, her heart fluttering with a hint of excitement. It was her first time witnessing a true ancient capital, and it was indeed awe-inspiring. Miss Su, what are your plans upon entering the city? I have yet to inquire about your origins. Green Garb suddenly beamed at her. Qing was momentarily taken aback, but soon returned the smile, speaking with a calm demeanor. I am here to seek relatives. However, I am uncertain of their exact whereabouts, so I intend to explore several cities. Is that so? Green Garb responded without much thought, casually adding, if you cannot find your relatives in Huayuan, there is a city not far from there called Tianjin City. Ahem. Green Garb wished to elaborate further, but was interrupted by a discreet cough from Hong Feng, prompting her to cease her remarks and merely smile. Xiaoqing cast a casual glance at Hong Feng, pondering that they seemed to possess some knowledge regarding the artifact. If her conjecture was accurate, these individuals would undoubtedly proceed to Tianjin City after escorting Su Ro and Su Hong. In that case, she would be most grateful to the young lady in green. Xiaoqing offered a faint smile, feigning ignorance. Upon noticing the carriage come to a halt, Xiaoxi approached the city gate tower. Holding a token and engaging in conversation with the guards, Xiaoqing decided to close her eyes and rest for a while, planning to seek out Yin Linchen upon entering the city and inquire about the route to Tianjin City. Miss Su, may I ask what your relationship is with my junior brother Lixian? Suddenly spoke Hong Feng, who had not engaged much in conversation until now. Instantly, 3 pairs of eyes fixated on Xiaoqing. Hong Feng's question unearthed what several individuals had hesitated to voice, particularly Ruoling, whose icy gaze betrayed a hint of tension. Observing this, Hong Feng felt increasingly uncomfortable, yet he maintained a forced smile as he turned his attention to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing was well aware of Hong Feng's hidden intentions, but she could only sigh in resignation, acknowledging that what was meant to happen could not be avoided. With a faint smile, she simply stated, amidst the expectant gazes of those around her, we have met a few times. Was that truly all? If it were merely a few encounters, why would Lixian risk damaging his foundation to refine the spirit pearl for Miss Su? Hong Feng smirked slyly, deliberately making this statement in front of Ruoling, wishing to convey that only he, Hong Feng, was worthy of her affection. He wanted Ruoling to abandon any lingering feelings for Lixian as soon as possible. Spirit pearl? What is that? Xiaoqing inquired, puzzled. When Lixian had previously gifted her those black beads, he never mentioned them as spirit pearls. Moreover, from Hong Feng's description, they seemed to hold significant importance, so why was Lixian so kind to her? Is it serious? Xiaoqing pondered, unable to suppress her curiosity. Upon hearing her words, Hong Feng cast a knowing glance at Ruoling. Serious? More than you can imagine. If Lixian harbored no feelings for Miss Su, why would he bestow such a vital item upon her for protection? I suspect my junior brother will need a long period of recuperation. What? Xiaoqing was taken aback, unable to fathom how the refining process could lead to such consequences for Lixian. If he were to suffer because of her, she would never forgive herself. Had she known, she would have never accepted this so-called spirit pearl so easily. With a frown of frustration, she realized that Hong Feng had witnessed her turmoil. With a smirk, he remarked, since Miss Su has accepted my junior brother's sentiments, it seems we shall all be one big family now. Ah, as an older brother, I am truly happy for Lixian. My brother has finally awakened. He laughed heartily, his demeanor radiating joy, leading any observer to believe that Hong Feng and Lixian shared a close bond. After hearing Hong Feng's words, Ruoling's gaze turned even colder. She resolutely closed her eyes, unwilling to listen further. Yet, Xiaoqing distinctly noticed her hand tightly clenched beneath her sleeve. Mother, who is Lixian? No other man is allowed near you. You have kissed father, and you have me. You must not look at other men. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, a sobbing command from Yin Xian echoed in her mind, leaving her both amused and bewildered. When had she developed such a deep connection with Yin Linchen? She herself was unaware. As for that kiss, Xiaoqing shook her head, resolving to pretend as if nothing had occurred. How can you say nothing happened? Clearly, everything did happen. Yin Xian lamented, feeling as if he were to become a child without a mother. Upon hearing Xiaoqing's thoughts, he began to wail inconsolably, his cries filled with profound grievance. This prompted Xiaoqing to question if she had indeed hurt the little one. She quickly reassured him in her heart, Xian, dear, your mother loves your father most dearly. No one can take that away from you, all right? Really? Of course, truly. With a smile in her heart, Xiaoqing responded. And only then did Yin Xian cease his antics. Yet, none noticed the flicker of triumphant amusement in Yin Xian's violet eyes within the serpent's egg. Miss Su? Hong Feng observed that Xiaoqing had yet to find an opportunity to speak, as she sat quietly, occasionally frowning or displaying a wry smile. The uninformed would mistake her for a madwoman. After soothing Yin Xian, Xiaoqing remembered that she had yet to acknowledge Hong Feng. Casting a glance at the side-eyed Ruoling, she offered a faint smile before adopting a somewhat distant demeanor. Young Master Hong, you jest. How could a mere girl like me ever be worthy of young Master Lixian? I am already wed. and any possibility of that nature is utterly out of the question. As for the pearl, it was merely a token of gratitude from young Master Lo for a small favor I rendered him, as he took pity on me. This revelation left the crowd astonished. Yet, upon reflection, it was indeed plausible. Xiaoqing, not particularly young and not a practitioner of the arts, would naturally have married earlier, particularly for Ruoling, who could not help but open her eyes to glance at Xiaoqing. Her previously clenched hands relaxed, and a flicker of warmth emerged in her icy gaze. She inwardly sighed with relief, grateful that their relationship was not as she had envisioned. Green attire, observing Xiaoqing's composed demeanor, felt a twinge of skepticism and then inquired, "Might the relative you seek be your husband?" Xiaoqing had merely concocted a story to appease the crowd. Yet she had not anticipated green attire would complete the narrative for her. Given the circumstances, Xiaoqing ceased to decline any further, adopting a demure disposition as she shyly nodded in agreement. This provoked a hearty laugh from green attire, who boldly drew closer and wrapped her arm around Xiaoqing's shoulders. "Fear not. Miss Su is indeed a woman of fortune. She shall surely find her husband." In her moment of exuberance, green attire momentarily forgot Xiaoqing's injury. It was not until Xiaoqing bit her lip in pain that she became aware, hastily retracting her embrace with sincere apologies. "My apologies, Miss Su. In my excitement, I neglected your wound." "Not to worry," Xiaoqing replied with a gentle smile, lightly touching her shoulder. Though the wound had begun to scab over after days of rest, it remained sensitive to the slightest touch. Xiaoqing suddenly found herself reminiscing about the blissful sensation of complete healing that followed an injury, a thought that was simply delightful. Lost in contemplation, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the increasingly displeased face of Hong Feng, prompting her to feign interest in the scenery outside the vehicle. This individual had not achieved his objectives, and one could only speculate about the turmoil brewing within him. It would be wise to avoid provoking him. She decided to disembark as soon as they entered the city. Perhaps this would lead to minimal further interactions, which would indeed be the most favorable outcome. As Xiaoqing pondered, she noticed the servant, who had gone to greet the guards, returning with a beaming smile. He waved his hand for a moment, and only then did the carriage slowly traverse the wooden bridge and enter through the city gate. Inside the carriage, the occupants finally regained their previous composure. As soon as the carriage entered the city, Xiaoqing and the girl in green could not restrain their curiosity and leaned out to observe. The spacious road was bustling with numerous carriages, and on either side, vendors were eagerly selling their wares as soon as they crossed the city gate. The crowd was a cacophony of various sounds, cheers, calls of merchants, and the cries of children, creating a vibrant symphony of life. Xiaoqing smiled, contemplating that Huayuan City appeared to be a remarkably prosperous metropolis. With this thought, she could not help but inwardly inquire of Yin Xian. "Xian, are you able to sense where your father is?" Yin Xian concentrated intently, then replied with a cheerful grin, "I can sense him. Just follow my lead when mother is ready to leave." Upon hearing Yin Xian's earnest declaration, Xiaoqing finally felt a sense of assurance. Looking at the group clad in green, her heart lightened a bit. After the carriage had traversed a considerable distance, it came to a halt in an open area. Xiaoqing recognized this as the spot she had previously requested Su Heng to stop at within Huayuan City. Su Heng had conveniently found her a place to disembark. Thus, it was time for her to take her leave. The green-clad attendant gazed at Xiaoqing with a hint of reluctance, and Xiaoqing, smiling, replied, "The mountains are high and the roads are long. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. Take care, Miss Su." Green attire and Ruo Ling spoke in unison. Xiaoqing was momentarily taken aback, while Hong Feng, standing nearby, seemed to disregard Xiaoqing entirely, perhaps out of annoyance. However, Xiaoqing paid her no mind as she bent down to exit the carriage. Once she stepped down, she was greeted by the beaming face of Su Heng. Xiaoqing called out to him, "Master Su. Miss Su, we have arrived at Huayuan. Are you truly not coming with us to the Su residence?" Su Heng furrowed his brow, seemingly somewhat exasperated, and spoke up. In his view, Xiaoqing was an individual in her own right. Although he had not inquired about her destination, he was perplexed as to why Xiaoqing was so adamant in her refusal to go to the Su residence. How could Xiaoqing possibly return to the Su residence? Her aspirations have always been directed towards Tianjin City, a place often plagued by anomalies. The quest for divine artifacts is her most pressing concern at this moment. I am immensely grateful to young Master Su for his care along the way. My injuries have improved significantly. My departure from home was born out of necessity, for I am on a mission to locate someone, and I cannot afford to linger any longer. Xiaoqing smiled and explained, to which Su Heng could only helplessly respond, "In that case, I shall no longer detain you, my lady." As he spoke, He summoned a nearby servant and received a bundle from his hands, presenting it to Xiaoqing. Noticing that Miss Su carries no belongings, this package contains some provisions and clothing, along with a travel permit. I hope you will not find it lacking. Xiaoqing pondered for a moment before graciously accepting Su Heng's goodwill. She had no desire to put on a facade. She genuinely needed these. Xiaoqing cast a grateful glance at Su Heng and said, "Here, I extend my heartfelt thanks to you, young Master Su. It is time for me to take my leave." Su Heng clasped his fists, bidding farewell to Miss Su. Only then did Xiaoqing turn and proceed towards the street. After she had walked some distance, she glanced back, observing that Su Heng and the other's carriage was gradually departing. Xiaoqing sighed while carrying her bundle. "I suppose I shall not see her again. I hope Su Ro is doing well." No sooner had she spoken than Yin Xian chuckled. "Mother, have you forgotten that you still bear the visage of Xiaoqing? Even if you were to meet them in the future, they may not recognize you." Upon hearing Yin Xian's words, Xiaoqing's heart surged with joy, realizing how she had overlooked this matter. Previously, Yin Linchen had cast an illusion. Only he could see through it and recognize her true identity, while those demon catchers and ordinary people remained oblivious. With this thought, Xiaoqing felt a sense of relief. Even if she were to encounter them in Tianjin City, they would not be able to identify her, thus sparing her considerable trouble. Clear the way. Clear the way. As Xiaoqing found herself momentarily distracted, she was brusquely pushed aside by a ragged individual. Clenching her bundle, she furrowed her brow and cast a glance at him. Behind him trailed a multitude of the elderly, the weak, and women with children, all making their way down the alley. Xiaoqing pursed her lips and muttered, "If they want to pass, they could just ask nicely. What else with the hostility?" Unbeknownst to the young lady, the old man beside her, who was busy purchasing vegetables, turned to her with a hint of curiosity and replied, "Ah, my dear, you are unaware of the situation." "What do you mean?" Xiaoqing inquired, intrigued by the elderly gentleman's words. The old man, with hands weathered and cracked by time, gestured toward the group ahead. "Those people are refugees from Tianjin City. Not far from here. Their lives have been shattered, and they are irritable at everyone they encounter." Observing the distressed crowd, the old man continued with indignation. "It is thanks to our flower garden that they have a place to stay. Otherwise, they would be left without shelter. Yet, they act as if we owe them something." Upon hearing the mention of Tianjin, Xiaoqing felt an inexplicable thrill of joy. Adjusting her bundle, she feigned curiosity and asked, "Old sir, what has happened in Tianjin City? Why are so many people arriving in Flower Garden City?" The old man squinted his murky eyes, scrutinizing Xiaoqing before asking with a smile, "You are not from Flower Garden or Tianjin, are you? A newcomer, perhaps?" "Indeed, my family has fallen on hard times, and I am on my way to Tianjin City to seek refuge with relatives." Xiaoqing replied with an innocent smile, her demeanor betraying no hint of trepidation. However, upon hearing her intent to travel to Tianjin City, the old man's expression shifted to one of alarm. He looked around cautiously before leaning closer and whispering urgently, "My dear, you must not go to Tianjin City. There have been strange occurrences there recently, and a flood of demons and monsters has invaded. Exorcists and immortal sects have flocked there. The situation is perilous. Your relatives may have already fled the city. It would be wise to avoid it, lest you endanger your life." Grateful for the old man's well-meaning warning, Xiaoqing smiled gently and replied, "Regardless, I implore you to guide me. I have no other recourse. I must see if my relatives are still there." Seeing that he could not dissuade her, the old man's demeanor darkened, and he felt a wave of frustration. He huffed softly, muttering to himself, "Today's youth truly do not cherish their lives. Where are the young people of my time, who valued their existence? Their bodies and skin were given by their parents. Such ingratitude is appalling." Xiaoqing let out a helpless smile, reflecting on how individuals from any era seem to share similar sentiments. Nevertheless, the old man was undoubtedly well-meaning, and for that, Xiaoqing felt a profound gratitude. The old man sighed deeply, hunched over as he rummaged through his basket, eventually producing a somewhat yellowed map, which he tremblingly handed to Xiaoqing. "Take it and leave swiftly," he urged, seemingly reluctant to engage in further conversation, merely waving his hand dismissively. "Hurry along, don't obstruct my business. I cherish my life." Relying on selling goods to make ends meet, it was evident that the old man harbored considerable discontent regarding her actions. Xiaoqing accepted the map without further explanation, offering a grateful smile in return. Then, she retrieved some loose silver from her bundle and forcefully pressed it into the old man's hands before making a hasty exit. The old man stared helplessly at the silver, glancing at Su Qing's departing figure, and could not help but sigh. Ah, today's youth. Such a pity. He shook his head in lamentation, only to turn around and be startled by the sight of a person standing before him, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. The newcomer beamed brightly and inquired, "Old man, could you please tell me the way to Tianjin City?" After Su Qing and the others had run far away, she nestled into an inconspicuous corner and unfolded the yellowed map, meticulously studying it for a while. At last, she grasped the general route. "Xian, where is your father? We must find him before heading to Tianjin." Su Qing put away the map and inwardly questioned Yan Xian. She was not the type to act recklessly. From the old man's words, it seemed that most of the original residents of Tianjin City had already departed. Thus, the entire Tianjin City might now be teeming with demon clans. What place was there for a defenseless mortal like her among those demon hunters and cultivation sects? Wasn't she merely walking into the jaws of a tiger? Upon hearing Su Qing's words, Yan Xian spoke with a hint of excitement. "Father is very close to mother. You can see him as soon as you lift your gaze." "Very close?" Su Qing felt somewhat perplexed and raised her eyes to scan the surroundings. Yet she saw no sign of Yan Linchen. Immediately, confusion washed over her as she inquired, "Are you certain? I don't see your father at all." She couldn't help but look around again, utterly convinced that she had indeed not spotted Yan Linchen. Indeed, Father's presence is right there in that house adorned with lanterns. Adorned with lanterns? What on earth? Su Qing pursed her lips and followed Yan Xian's words to seek out the lantern-laden house. Upon closer inspection, she was nearly rendered speechless. There was indeed only one such place surrounded by lanterns. Gazing at the large characters on the sign at the entrance, she couldn't help but swallow hard. As her understanding of Yan Linchen seemed to have transformed anew, a vague sense of discomfort stirred within her heart. Taking a deep breath, she spoke with a tone slightly muffled. "Are you certain that your father's presence is in that lantern-filled place?" "Absolutely." Xian's perception cannot be mistaken. The innocent voice of the child echoed in Su Qing's heart once more, blissfully unaware that her breathing had become somewhat erratic. Yan Xian chuckled softly and asked tenderly, "Mother, could it be that you've missed father so much after not seeing him for a few days?" Su Qing's gaze was fixed intently on the large characters of the plaque, and she let out a cold laugh. "Of course it is an unbearable longing. Your father has been wandering through brothels. He pretends to maintain an aloof demeanor, yet behind the scenes, he is nothing but a roguish libertine." In her mind, images of Yan Linchen kissing other women flashed, igniting her fury even further. No wonder that rascal had shown no reaction when he kissed her. It was evident he had kissed many women. With this thought, Su Qing raised her hand to wipe her lips, a look of disdain crossing her features. Yan Xian blinked, feeling a twinge of unease. Had he said something amiss? Why did it seem as though his mother was not merely upset, but truly enraged? What could be the reason? Yan Xian was perplexed, entirely unaware that he had inadvertently betrayed Yan Linchen. Typically, brothels would open at night. Yet the one before Su Qing was peculiarly bustling during the day, with numerous patrons entering. The madam, with her serpentine waist, greeted the guests with a cheerful smile. Su Qing clenched her fists tightly, her irritation boiling over as she strode directly inside. Upon spotting Su Qing, the beautiful madam immediately furrowed her brow, her serpentine waist twisting as she leisurely waved her fan. "My dear lady, you may have come to the wrong place. This is, after all, a brothel." Su Qing raised her eyes and cast a glance at the brothel madam, forcing a reluctant smile. Even she was perplexed as to why the news of Yan Linchen visiting the flower house unsettled her so. "Naturally, I was here in search of someone." Upon hearing Su Qing's words, the madam seemed to find great amusement in them, her voice taking on a somewhat effeminate tone as she chuckled. "My dear girl, take a look around. Those who frequent our establishment are all distinguished gentlemen." After surveying Su Qing from head to toe, she clicked her tongue in disapproval, adding, "If even a captivating young lady like you cannot retain a man's attention, it only reflects poorly on you. Our establishment operates with a business acumen. Not just anyone can disrupt our affairs." With that, the madam's tone grew more forceful, and the imposing figures of several burly men standing nearby glared menacingly at Su Qing. Su Qing cast a glance at the matron, finally forcing herself to regain her composure. Suddenly, her expression shifted dramatically, in a moment of despair. Her hand reached towards her flat abdomen, and she collapsed onto the ground. Her sobs were heart-wrenching, a tempest of tears, heaven above. "Why do you not grant me the release of death?" The astonishing maneuver executed by Su Qing not only left the madam at the entrance who was soliciting guests momentarily stunned, but also drew the curious attention of several onlookers who could not resist gathering around. Su Qing blinked her eyes, and from the corner of her gaze, she noticed the crowd gradually thickening. A faint smile graced her lips, and then her sobs grew even louder. Helplessly, she pressed her hands against her small abdomen, lamenting in a mournful voice, "I have been with child for over 3 months, yet my wretched husband has taken all the family's resources. I have had no choice but to embark on a long journey in search of him, subsisting on mere sips of water and the occasional leaves when hunger strikes. All in the hope of understanding why that heartless man has shown me such cruelty." The onlookers, upon hearing her plight, could not help but express their sympathy, exclaiming, "This girl is indeed a pitiable soul." Among them, a compassionate woman, moved by Xiaoqing's sorrowful demeanor, approached her and gently offered, "My dear girl, come with me, and I shall prepare a feast for you. You must not grieve so, as it may harm the child within you. Even if you do not care for yourself, remember that the child is innocent." Upon hearing the woman's words, Xiaoqing was instantly overwhelmed with grief, her heart torn asunder. "Today, I must enter and confront that heartless wretch, to inquire directly whether he still cares for this child." The crowd, moved by her plight, could not help but sympathize with her. What a multitude of enchanting young ladies, and how despicable this brothel is. How many blissful families have been shattered by its operations. Reflecting on this, many women began to recall their own husbands who, too, secretly frequented such establishments, and a wave of indignation surged within them. Before long, a considerable number of women gathered in the street, some even calling out, "Look, we must enter today and confront those unfaithful men. Their trampling of our dignity is utterly abhorrent. Indeed, we shall all enter this brothel and expose those faithless scoundrels." They declared, "This brothel ought to be shut down. It has destroyed countless families." As voices of dissent grew louder, more and more people joined the chorus of outrage, and the scene outside the brothel descended into chaos. Teetering on the brink of pandemonium, a throng of individuals surged toward the entrance, and even the burly men exchanged worried glances. A few might be manageable, but a whole crowd? Even if they could disperse them one by one, what if even a couple were harmed? Would that not incite public fury? This situation was becoming increasingly precarious. The burly men, with a wry smile, realized that their usual task of merely standing guard had transformed into an unexpectedly challenging ordeal. Xiaoqing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the scene before her. She had never anticipated that her words would incite such a multitude of women to rise in defiance. It was truly astonishing. The madam, realizing that the situation had spiraled out of control, could not suppress her changing expression. Casting a glance at Xiaoqing, whose smile was both enigmatic and mocking, she raised her voice sharply and demanded, "You keep insisting that your man has entered my brothel. Yet what evidence do you possess to prove that he is indeed inside? Should you fail to provide proof, I shall have no choice but to take you to the authorities." Xiaoqing was taken aback, inwardly acknowledging the old madam's remarkable composure amidst such chaos. She couldn't help but admire the old woman's dedication to her profession. However, Xiaoqing was no pushover to be easily manipulated. With a bitter smile, her voice resonated with despair. "What do you mean by this, old madam? Do you truly believe I would lie about the child in my womb? I am his mother. Surely, I wish to accumulate blessings for him. How could I possibly slander you? What benefit would that bring to my reputation?" The crowd murmured in agreement, realizing the validity of Xiaoqing's words. After all, which mother would not desire to bestow blessings upon her child? How could anyone entertain the notion of being falsely accused? Upon hearing this, the old madam's expression darkened, and with a cold smirk, she retorted, "And what if the young lady is not with child? I have encountered countless young women. With just a touch, I can ascertain whether you are pregnant or still a maiden, and I am well aware of the truth." Xiaoqing was taken aback, having long heard of the formidable reputation of the madam at the flower house. She had also heard whispers of certain methods employed there, leaving her uncertain and conflicted. What if her true identity were to be discovered? The thought alone sent a shiver of embarrassment coursing through her. Xiaoqing found herself momentarily frozen in place. Ultimately, it was the woman beside her who, with a disdainful snort, pointed an accusatory finger at the madam, stopping just short of prodding her nose. "What nonsense! Are you suggesting you wish to inspect this young lady? She is a woman of virtue, a respectable maiden. You and your establishment are filled with nothing but sordid characters. It is one thing to scrutinize those wretched women, but to lay a finger on this poor girl is utterly unacceptable." Xiaoqing stood rooted to the spot, gazing blankly at the woman, then glanced at the brothel madam, whose face transformed from crimson to a sickly pallor, and couldn't help but find the situation somewhat amusing. Indeed, experience prevails. She felt she had gained some insight. The madam was utterly taken aback by the woman's retort, rendered speechless for a moment. "Please, let that young lady come up." A soft voice floated down from the upper floor amidst the crowd's anger. The voice was calm and unhurried, possessing an inexplicable strength that compelled the agitated crowd to halt involuntarily. Upon hearing this, the madam nodded in acknowledgement and replied dutifully, "Yes, my lord." Afterward, she cast a disgruntled glance at Xiaoqing and added, "Follow me. Aren't you looking for someone?" As Xiaoqing was about to depart, the woman who had just spoken on her behalf grasped her arm, exclaiming, "My dear girl, do not be afraid. We shall wait for you outside. If you do not emerge after a considerable time, we shall report to the authorities. We are determined to ensure your safety." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, you may confidently confront that heartless scoundrel. We shall await your return." Xiaoqing managed to force a faint smile, as though she realized she had perhaps exaggerated the situation. Yet, upon witnessing the crowd's thoughtful concern, her heart couldn't help but feel a warmth. "Let us proceed," she softly responded to the crowd, her expression growing increasingly somber. Had it not been for the young master's command, she would certainly have never permitted Xiaoqing to enter. Xiaoqing cast a glance at her, and then lifted her skirt, gracefully entering the flower pavilion. Inside the pavilion, the atmosphere remained tranquil and harmonious, filled with melodious songs and lively dances, completely unaffected by the commotion outside. Xiaoqing had no time to scrutinize and was gently glared at. "Whom you seek is of no concern to me, but the young master wishes to see you now." "Who is the young master?" Xiaoqing felt a twinge of curiosity. She merely intended to seek out Linchin. Yet she found herself inadvertently entangled with individuals she did not wish to provoke. Today, she had not anticipated that matters would escalate so dramatically, and a sense of unease began to creep into her heart. She ascended gently to the highest point of the pavilion, a stark contrast to the clamor below, where tranquility reigned and the air was imbued with a faint, ethereal fragrance. Pausing delicately at a corner, she approached and respectfully tapped on the door of the elegant chamber, announcing, "Young master, I have brought the lady." "Let her in," came a deep, leisurely voice from within, resonating with an air of calm. Casting a glance back at Xiaoqing, she could not resist offering a warning as she departed. "You would do well not to employ any clever tricks, or I shall take your life." At this, a fleeting flash of red crossed Xiaoqing's astonished expression, while the other maintained a serene smile, as if nothing had transpired. Gracefully swaying away like a serpentine figure, Xiaoqing contemplated a certain possibility, took a deep breath, and then stepped forward to push the door open. The room's decor was exceptionally simple and unadorned, devoid of the luxurious ambience Xiaoqing had anticipated. At that moment, a soothing fragrance wafted through the air, and as soon as she entered, she could perceive it. Inside, two figures were seated. One was a youth, seemingly in his teens, clad in a flowing white robe. He was elegantly sipping tea, and, upon noticing Xiaoqing's entrance, expressed surprise with a call of Xiaoqing. He quickly regained his composure, smiled, and waved his hand lightly. Xiaoqing instinctively touched her face, realizing that the illusion she had cast upon herself had dissipated. Surprised, she gazed at the young man and inquired, "Do you know Xiaoqing?" He merely smiled in silence. However, upon hearing his words, Xiaoqing understood that the person who had just issued the gentle command was indeed him. She was taken aback to discover that the enigmatic proprietor behind the flower house was a remarkably handsome youth. The other figure was someone Xiaoqing recognized all too well. It was none other than Linchin himself. His expression was largely unchanged, fingers lightly caressing the teacup in his hand, a faint, inscrutable smile gracing his lips, leaving one unable to discern his true thoughts. "I hear you are with child, come to confront the heartless scoundrel?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. In her moment of fury, she had only wished to enter and seek out Linchin, never anticipating that her actions would create such a commotion. Now, standing before Linchin, she realized that the flower tower held unexpected depths, and she couldn't help but inwardly chastise Xian. "Why didn't you clarify things?" Upon hearing his mother scold him, Xian felt utterly wronged and, in a huff, leapt out from the intricately carved wooden serpent, landing on the table. With a pitiful expression, he protested, "Mother, you were the one who said you missed father so much." It was this very sentiment that had prompted him to rush in. So how could he be blamed now? Xiaoqing, as Xian spoke. The two individuals in the room were momentarily taken aback. It was the youth who first regained his composure, letting out a low chuckle, with a hint of amusement. He gazed intently at Xiaoqing and remarked, "I never anticipated that you would miss Linchin so deeply. That certainly makes it understandable." Turning to Linchin, the youth expressed his surprise. "Linchin? I never would have imagined." After a century of separation, you have even brought back Xian's mother. Has your memory been restored? Qing stood awkwardly in place, her feet firmly planted on the ground, wishing fervently for a hole to swallow her whole. Xian's words had nearly driven her away. One could certainly question whether such a mischievous child could raise one's blood pressure. Linchin cast a gentle glance at Qing, then at the boy, cradling Xian in his arms. After a moment, he remarked, "She is not Xian's mother. She merely serves a purpose for him." In that instant, Qing felt as though she had been plunged into an icy abyss. She could not quite articulate the discomfort, only that her heart felt hollow. She felt somewhat unmoored, realizing that to him, she had always been but a useful entity, unworthy even of a name. "Father, you're mistaken. She is indeed my mother," Xian exclaimed, indignantly leaping from Linchin's embrace and vaulting into Qing's arms. "Linchin, the child is far more sincere than you." The boy, having noticed the change in Qing's expression, rose with a smile and said, "My lady, please take a seat. I am Xiaoqing. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Qing took a deep breath, forcing a grim smile onto her face. "Qing." She gently sat down on the chair, cradling Xian in her arms. Yet an unusual silence enveloped her. Indeed, she had always been nothing more than a mere pawn. To Linchin, she was utterly inconsequential. Had she not been of any utility to him, she would have likely been cast into the serpent's den long ago. Reflecting on Linchin's previous disdain for her, Qing could not help but engage in a harsh self-mockery within her heart. What, after all, was she truly hoping for? The sudden silence of Qing prompted Linchin to cast a glance at her, yet he refrained from offering any further explanation, merely inquiring in a low voice, "What is the situation over at Tiangong City?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing's expression grew gravely serious. "It is rather dire. You have been absent from the demon realm for millennia, so you are unaware of the current turmoil in the human world. I suspect that the entirety of Tiangong City is now teeming with various factions." Linchin furrowed his brow, for this was not the most concerning matter. The true source of worry lay ahead. Once the divine artifact officially emerges, it would likely escalate beyond mere contention. "Are you also apprehensive that the emergence of the artifact may trigger the appearance of other divine artifacts?" Xiaoqing astutely articulated Linchin's underlying unease. Linchin offered a faint smile, neither affirming nor denying, and instead asked, "Have we determined which artifact it is?" "Most likely the Qifeng Pearl." After speaking, he glanced at Qing, who had remained silent, and added with a smile, "This is something Miss Qing might understand better." "Me?" Qing, pulled from her reverie by Xiaoqing's words, pointed to herself in confusion. She had no knowledge of the Qifeng Pearl and was bewildered as to why the conversation had shifted to her. Xiaoqing smiled mysteriously, "If I am not mistaken, both you and Xian possess the aura of the Qing Pearl, a derivative of the Qifeng Pearl. Once the divine artifact truly manifests, locating the Qing Pearl will be considerably simpler." Upon hearing this, Qing instinctively retrieved the now dim green pearl from her pocket and handed it to Xiaoqing. "Then I shall entrust this to you, young Master Jiao, lest I miss the opportunity to acquire the divine artifact." Xiaoqing accepted the Qing Pearl, his gaze shifting playfully between Linchin and Qing. "Did you not come in search of your husband? Now that you have found him, why do you relinquish such an important item to me?" Qing smiled gently, saying, "My lord, I was indeed abrupt earlier, driven by the urgency to find the artifact. My relationship with Lord Snake King is merely one of cooperation. We are not particularly familiar." Linchin paused, his hand gripping the cup, a surge of anger igniting within him. He cast a cold glance at the radiant Qing before him, feeling an undeniable irritation rise in his chest. How dare this woman claim they were not acquainted? Had she forgotten that he had kissed her not once, but twice? With a sharp clatter, the teacup was slammed onto the table as Linchin rose, coldly remarking, "You created this mess. You shall resolve it yourself. I will not clean up after you." With that, he forcefully exited, slamming the door behind him. Observing his demeanor, Qing felt an inexplicable ire and called out recklessly, "There is no need for Lord Snake King's assistance." Xiaoqing stared blankly at the two, and upon regaining his senses, he was taken aback. How many years had it been? This was the first time he had seen Linchin's emotions stirred by a woman since a millennium ago. Yet, that woman had not only possessed unparalleled beauty but also remarkable prowess. Now, looking at Qing, who displayed no trace of cultivation, Xiaoqing couldn't help but think that this woman was formidable in her own right. She was quite attractive, and without lifting a finger, she had provoked such fury in Linchin with mere words. Perhaps even he himself was unaware of how much Qing's words affected him. "Xiaoqing, I beseech you to restore Xiaoqing's visage." I must step outside to provide an explanation to the others below, lest they report my absence. Xiaoqing was quite vexed by Yin Linchen's outburst, and it took her a moment to regain her composure before remembering there was a crowd awaiting her below. This time, her intrusion had inadvertently escalated into a significant affair. Had she foreseen such an outcome, she would undoubtedly have refrained from her actions. Xiaoqing offered a faint smile, his slender fingers gently cradling the teacup as he assured her, "Rest easy, Miss Xiaoqing. I shall arrange for someone to handle the situation." With that, he called softly to someone outside, and upon entering, the newcomer was taken aback to see Xiaoqing seated in a chair. However, she quickly regained her professional demeanor. "Young master, perhaps you could send 2 individuals to impersonate Miss Su and address the crowd below?" "Certainly," came the prompt reply as the person nodded respectfully and withdrew. Curiosity piqued, Xiaoqing contemplated the nature of their establishment. If their management consisted of spirits, did that imply the presence of mortals within this flower house? What was the purpose of such a venue? It was perplexing. As beings of supernatural origin, they were untroubled by mundane concerns. Yet they chose to immerse themselves in the lives of mortals. Xiaoqing, sensing her contemplation, glanced at her with a calm expression. "Miss Xiaoqing seems intrigued?" "Young Master Jiu, you jest. Might I request that you arrange for someone to escort me out? I must set forth to Tian." General Xiaoqing rose to her feet. Since her relationship with Yin Linchen had soured, she had no choice but to venture to Tianjin alone, regardless of the peril that lay ahead. She owed Yin Xian a debt of life. Had it not been for him, she would have surely met an untimely demise, and not without enduring tremendous humiliation. Xiaoqing is not the ungrateful sort. Otherwise, she would not allow herself to be vexed by Yin Linchen, a person with whom she shares no connection. To him, she is merely a means to an end. Upon hearing Xiaoqing's words, Xiaoqing chuckled softly a few times before responding, "My lady, you have come here in search of Linchen, have you not? His temperament has always been thus. Do not hold it against him. As for Tianjin City, there is no rush. Please rest in this chamber for now. I shall send someone to accompany you to Tianjin City later." Since Xiaoqing had spoken, having someone to accompany her was certainly preferable to venturing to Tianjin City alone. Thus, Xiaoqing readily agreed without much thought. Xiaoqing smiled knowingly and then rose, saying, "Please rest well, my lady. No one will disturb your peace." Xiaoqing expressed her gratitude with a nod. And only then did Xiaoqing leave the room with a leisurely, half-smiling demeanor. After Xiaoqing walked over and closed the door, she felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Did Mother Xian say something wrong? No, Xian, do not overthink it. Xiaoqing, feeling a sense of weariness, gazed at Yin Xian on the table and managed a faint smile. "Xian, when you grow up, you must not follow in your father's footsteps. Otherwise, you may find yourself without a wife." "Why not? Isn't it true that father has found mother?" Yin Xian inquired with curiosity, only to see Xiaoqing ultimately shake her head with a bittersweet smile. "I can be your eternal mother, but my relationship with your father is merely one of partnership. There is no other bond." Xiaoqing contemplated for a moment, endeavoring to articulate the matter in a delicately evasive tone, hoping that Yin Xian would comprehend that she had no connection with Yin Linchen. However, it appeared that Yin Xian remained somewhat perplexed. Thus, Xiaoqing refrained from further explanation, maintaining a gentle smile while her mind drifted to the indifferent visage of Yin Linchen, eliciting a twinge of self-mockery. She bent down to pat Yin Xian, expressing her weariness. "Mother is feeling a bit drowsy and shall retire for now." Without allowing Yin Xian to utter another word, she made her way directly to the inner chamber. Collapsing onto the bed, her shoulders occasionally ached slightly, and with the recent fatigue from travel, it wasn't long before Xiaoqing succumbed to a deep slumber. This left Yin Xian in a state of confusion. He glanced toward the door, and then at the inner chamber, sensing something amiss. Outside, Yin Linchen's gaze was placid as he looked downwards, having overheard Xiaoqing's earlier remarks with clarity, yet his expression revealed nothing significant. Quietly, he turned his body, still grasping a small vial in his hand. As evening descended and the last rays of sunlight faded, the room was enveloped in complete darkness. The interior was silent, with the serpent egg on the table standing motionless, while Xiaoqing slumbered soundly on the bed, blissfully unaware of the late hour. Suddenly, the door creaked open gently, and a sprightly figure cautiously entered, glancing at Yin Xian before casting a look at the sleeping form on the bed, unable to suppress a smile. She softly placed the meal on the table and lit a candle before tiptoeing into the inner chamber, where she crouched beside the bed and gently shook Xiaoqing. "Miss, it's time to eat." She called several times before Xiaoqing slowly stirred from her dreams, squinting at the figure before her only to close her eyes once more. Perhaps it was due to her extended slumber, but she felt an overwhelming heaviness in her head. However, after a brief moment with her eyes shut, something seemed to strike her, and she promptly opened her eyes wide. Xiaoqing abruptly sat up, rubbing her eyes in disbelief as she called out, "Xiaoqing? It is I, young lady." Xiaoqing replied, crouching at the edge of the bed, smiling at Xiaoqing. After Xiaoqing vanished from the Wand Snake Palace, Xiaoqing immediately sought out Yan Linchen. The remaining time was filled with anxious anticipation for news of Xiaoqing, yet, regrettably, no word ever came, nearly driving her to flee the palace. It was only when her father, Mu Hua, relayed the news that the clan's troubles had been thoroughly resolved that she realized Xiaoqing had ventured into the blood swamp to aid her kin. Filled with gratitude, she implored Lord Mo Chung to allow her to come to the mortal realm, and she followed Xiaoqing's scent all the way. Previously, when she had caught sight of Xiaoqing, she noticed the presence of a throng of demon hunters surrounding her. With her limited cultivation, she could only observe from a distance. To her surprise, Xiaoqing soon arrived at the flower garden. Xiaoqing inquired about the journey that led her here. Upon reuniting with Xiaoqing after such a long separation, Xiaoqing found herself at a loss for words to adequately convey her joy. Ultimately, unable to contain herself, she grasped Xiaoqing's hand and smiled. "Xiaoqing, it has been ages." Seeing Xiaoqing regain her composure, Xiaoqing immediately knelt straight on the ground, which startled Xiaoqing. She hurried to assist Xiaoqing, but was evaded. Kneeling resolutely, Xiaoqing gazed at Xiaoqing with unwavering determination before, to Xiaoqing's astonishment, she bowed her head to the ground with a heavy thud. Xiaoqing stepped forward to assist Xiaoqing, but Xiaoqing merely grasped Xiaoqing's hand gently and said, "This gesture from you, my lady, is more than I deserve. The life-saving grace you have bestowed upon me is a debt I could never repay, even unto death. On behalf of my Xiaoqing clan, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your noble act of rescue." Xiaoqing, with tears brimming in her eyes, knelt on the ground as Xiaoqing gazed at her with a complex expression. She had not anticipated encountering Xiaoqing once again in Huayuan City. Her initial motivation for aiding Xiaoqing's family stemmed from a desire to prevent the cheerful Xiaoqing from being burdened by sorrow. Yet, in truth, she had contributed little. Ultimately, she was merely a bystander, while Feng Mo and Xuan Ming bore the brunt of the effort. The thought of Xuan Ming brought a wave of silence over her. Since their parting in Feng Village, Xuan Ming seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving no sign of her whereabouts or news. "Xiaoqing, please rise. In truth, I have not been of much assistance. I am genuinely pleased that your kin have escaped the clutches of the malevolent aura." Xiaoqing unceremoniously pulled Xiaoqing to her feet, smiling as she tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear. Xiaoqing could not help but sniffle. Her eyes reddened like a rabbit's. The life-saving grace bestowed upon her by this young lady was something Xiaoqing would never forget. From that day forth, Xiaoqing would heed her every command. Her life was now devoted to the young lady. Xiaoqing gazed at the headstrong girl before her with an inexplicable sense of helplessness, realizing that she could not persuade her in the slightest. She thought it best to allow time to work its magic. The aroma wafting through the air was utterly delightful. After a deep slumber, Xiaoqing had been so engrossed in conversation with Xiaoqing that she had only just now noticed the candles flickering in the room. The delectable scent of the dishes surged into her nostrils, instantly awakening her appetite. Unable to resist, Xiaoqing swallowed hard and deftly shifted the topic of conversation. Observing Xiaoqing's insatiable longing for food, Xiaoqing chuckled softly as she wiped away her tears and gently guided Xiaoqing to the dining table, where the meal was lovingly arranged. "Dear girl," she said, "today the kitchen has prepared shredded pork in garlic sauce, chicken stewed with mushrooms, wintermelon, and jujube soup, and a stir-fry of seasonal vegetables. Do indulge yourself." Xiaoqing gazed at the lavish spread before her, her stomach already grumbling in anticipation. She picked up her chopsticks and tasted each dish, only then recalling the presence of Xiaoqing. With a mouthful of food, she couldn't help but inquire, "Xiaoqing, have you eaten yet?" Observing Xiaoqing's voracious appetite, Xiaoqing stifled a giggle, nodding in response. "Miss, I have eaten. Please take your time. Don't choke." "Have you all forgotten about Xian?" complained Yin Xian, who had been relegated to a chair. While his mother indulged joyfully, she had seemingly overlooked him. Suddenly hearing Yin Xian's grievance, Xiaoqing choked, tears streaming from her eyes as Xiaoqing hurriedly poured her a glass of water. After a prolonged moment, she finally regained her composure and lifted Yin Xian from the chair, soothingly saying, "Even if we forget someone, we would never forget you. Besides, aren't you still unable to hatch yet? Once you successfully emerge, Mother will prepare a feast for you, all right?" "Really?" Yin Xian, who had been preparing to stir up mischief, instantly perked up at the promise of a delicious meal from his mother. His tone was laced with eagerness, as if fearing Xiaoqing might deny him. With a tender touch on the egg's surface, Xiaoqing assured him, "Indeed, it is true." Having resolved to find the 4 divine artifacts, no matter how arduous the journey, she was determined to ensure Yin Xian's successful birth. This way, even if she returned to her own world afterward, she could rest assured. After their meal, Xiaoqing tidied up and produced a small jade vial from her bosom, presenting it to Xiaoqing. Confused, Xiaoqing inquired, "What is this for?" "This can completely heal your shoulder injury," Xiaoqing replied. "How did you know I was injured?" Xiaoqing asked, intrigued. Xiaoqing felt a sense of incredulity. She recalled that aside from the group of demon catchers and the members of the Su family, she had not mentioned her shoulder injury to anyone else. How, then, did Xiaoqing come to know of it? Noticing the skeptical gaze of Xiaoqing, glanced at the jade vial, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. She forced a few chuckles and hurriedly explained, "I had already traced your whereabouts when you encountered that Murong song. However, sensing the presence of demon catchers nearby, I, possessing limited spiritual power, naturally did not dare to approach." "Is that so?" For some reason, Xiaoqing could not shake the feeling that there was more to this story. Despite Xiaoqing's seemingly reasonable explanation, Xiaoqing continued to regard her with suspicion. Unable to restrain herself, Xiaoqing absent-mindedly touched her nose and glanced out the window. An idea sparked in her mind. "Miss, since you've had your fill, how about I take you for a stroll in the flower garden? It seems quite lively out there. It could serve as a pleasant diversion, don't you think?" As Xiaoqing observed Xiaoqing's earnest struggle, she refrained from revealing the truth. After all, it was impossible to venture to Tianjin City that night. The individual whom Xiaoqing had mentioned would accompany her to Tianjin City was undoubtedly the Xiaoqing before her. With a gentle smile, she picked up Yin Xian and, despite his evident reluctance, placed him into the intricately carved wooden sculpture of a giant serpent. Glancing at Xiaoqing, an idea suddenly struck her, leading to a moment of awkwardness as she said, "Xiaoqing, previously, out of necessity, I used your likeness for a diversion. Would you mind changing your appearance or concealing it a bit?" This was indeed an embarrassing matter, even as she spoke. Xiaoqing found it difficult to meet Xiaoqing's gaze, recalling how Yan Linshun had whimsically chosen to use Xiaoqing's face. Given that Lu Yi and Su Hong had already seen Xiaoqing's true form, encountering them again could pose a complication, especially since they were demon hunters. However, upon hearing Xiaoqing's words, Xiaoqing merely smiled gently and promptly transformed her appearance into a rather ordinary one, cheerfully inquiring, "Miss, does this appearance look good?" "It looks splendid." Xiaoqing felt a deep sense of gratitude, for Xiaoqing had never inquired about anything. Upon hearing Xiaoqing's words, she silently changed her expression without hesitation. At this thought, Xiaoqing's heart warmed slightly. "Well then, let us proceed." Xiaoqing nodded. For it was the bustling hour of business within the building, where the atmosphere was vibrant with lively voices and laughter. Fortunately, she and Xiaoqing were on the top floor, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. Xiaoqing took Xiaoqing by the hand and led her out of the room, not descending directly but rather entering another chamber. To Xiaoqing's astonishment, Xiaoqing gently pushed against a vase, revealing a hidden passage. Xiaoqing entered first, beckoning Xiaoqing to follow swiftly. Xiaoqing, momentarily taken aback, could not restrain herself from asking, "Xiaoqing, are you quite familiar with this place?" "Not at all. This was told to me by Lord Jiawan before. He is a close friend of the king, and I have met him before," Xiaoqing explained. He advised that it would be safer for the young lady not to exit through the front door, as the surroundings are rife with danger and unsavory characters. Xiaoqing nodded in acknowledgement, surprised by how thoroughly Jiawan had planned. With that thought, she bent slightly and entered. The secret passage was long and spacious, adorned with luminous pearls on either side, casting a bright and clear light rather than darkness. As they descended the passage, they soon encountered a stone door. Xiaoqing formed a complex gesture with her hands, and the stone door swung open, leaving Xiaoqing astounded. Xiaoqing turned back with a smile and took her hand. Upon exiting the stone door, they found themselves in a dimly lit, silent alley. The air was thick with a damp, foul stench, indicating that few ventured here. Not far from the alley was the flower house where they had just been. It was indeed a hidden gem. One would hardly suspect that such a shadowy alley near the flower house had a direct entrance to its top floor. "Come, my dear, just beyond the alley, we shall find a bustling street," Xiaoqing said, lightly lifting herself onto the eaves to survey the area before joyfully descending. Xiaoqing recalled that Xiaoqing had mentioned she had never ventured into the mortal realm either, and it seemed that in her previous quest to find her, she had not taken the time to fully appreciate the vibrant scenes of human life. As for Xiaoqing herself, she had also lacked the opportunity to leisurely explore the ancient marketplace. Thus, their excitement was utterly unavoidable. Xiaoqing linked arms with Xiaoqing, and together they dashed eagerly towards the bustling streets. This evening, it appeared that a grand event was taking place in Huayuan City, with colorful lanterns adorning both sides of the street and a lively throng of people. Upon inquiring, they discovered that it was the annual Lantern Festival. Merchants called out in high-pitched voices to advertise their wares, while some adults hoisted their children onto their shoulders, enabling them to see better and further. Bashful young men and women stood by the riverside beneath the willow trees, whispering sweet nothings as the riverbank glowed brightly with lanterns. Many individuals purchased floating lanterns from merchants, casting them into the water with closed eyes, fervently making wishes. "Miss, would you like to buy a lantern?" Fearful of losing each other in the crowd, Xiaoqing and Xiaoqing held tightly to one another, both brimming with curiosity and delight. When they encountered a lantern vendor, Xiaoqing glanced at Xiaoqing and suddenly remembered that they had rushed out without any coins, leaving them only to gaze longingly. Reflecting on this, Xiaoqing felt an inexplicable sense of resignation. Once, she had only a few coins to her name, and now she possessed not a single one. In comparison to before, it seemed she was no better off at all. Suheng's silver was left behind, indicating that tonight's excursion would not culminate in a shopping spree, but rather conclude without any tangible reward. Noticing Xiaoqing's furrowed brow, Xiaoqing cheerfully produced a handful of silver coins from her bosom, gleefully waving them before the vendor, whose eyes sparkled with greed. "Fear not, my dear. This evening, you shall have ample provisions. Indulge to your heart's content." Such thoughtfulness was truly remarkable. Xiaoqing, unable to contain her excitement, playfully pinched Xiaoqing's delicate skin, marveling at the girl's meticulous nature and her gentle, cheerful demeanor, which surely made her an enviable catch for Mo Cheng. Yet, Xiaoqing remained oblivious to her own merits, persistently feeling unworthy of Mo Cheng. While Xiaoqing believed that the cold-hearted Mo Cheng was the one truly reaching beyond his grasp with Xiaoqing. However, the two had yet to establish any connection, and as an outsider, Xiaoqing would not meddle in their budding romance. "Ah, our Xiaoqing. She is indeed the finest lady in the world." Upon hearing Xiaoqing's unabashed praise, even Xiaoqing could not help but lower her head in modesty, feigning annoyance. "Oh, you two ladies are simply splendid. May I inquire what style of river lantern you wish to select? Here at Hebo's, we have every variety imaginable." The middle-aged vendor named Hebo stepped forward with a sly grin, showcasing his array of river lanterns. Observing Xiaoqing and Xiaoqing, he quickly deduced that this was their first visit to the flower garden, and failing to engage in commerce would be a disservice to his reputation. "Huh, Hebo, are you deceiving these young ladies again? Your river lanterns are quite unsightly. Where are all those varieties you boast of?" Interjected several nearby vendors, unable to restrain themselves. Hebo, with his silver tongue, had often stolen business from them, and now they seized the opportunity to expose his deceitful claims. Xiaoqing and Xiaoqing exchanged glances, while Hebo's face flushed crimson, a hint of indignation surfacing on his sun-kissed complexion. Being publicly exposed by his peers left him feeling somewhat humiliated. He immediately raised his voice, asserting, "Although the design of my lantern may indeed be outdated, it was crafted entirely by my wife. I dare say no lantern is more sturdy than the ones from my household. But what use is a sturdy lantern? How can it possibly be of any value?" Hearing this, Hebo's displeasure was palpable. These lanterns were painstakingly crafted by his wife, who had spent several sleepless nights to ensure they would fetch a good price today. If he had the means to purchase better materials, he would not have resorted to making such antiquated river lanterns. As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a slight moisture welling in the corners of his eyes. Xiaoqing cast a glance at him, stepping closer to inspect his lamps. She touched them and found them indeed sturdy. In this regard, Hebo had spoken the truth. "Hebo, I shall take all these lamps. Illuminate them for me. I intend to display them all." "What?" Hebo gasped, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. He swallowed hard, his heart racing. After a moment, he cautiously reminded her, "My dear, the total cost of these lamps is quite substantial. If you wish to make a wish, you need not purchase so many. They will lose their brilliance once the water washes them away." Several fellow merchants, envious of the situation, chimed in, "Miss, truly, there is no need for so many lamps. Their designs are outdated and unappealing." Xiaoqing smiled gently, her fingers lightly caressing the river lantern in her hand, without responding to their inquiries or those of Hebo. Instead, she cheerfully asked, "Can you write?" "Yes, I can. He both stood there in a daze, still unable to gather his thoughts. Nor did he have the mental capacity to ponder why Xiaoqing would pose such a question. He instinctively spoke up, revealing that although he did not recognize many characters, he possessed a talent for beautiful calligraphy. He scratched his head shyly, saying, "However, I cannot read many characters, so you will have to write them down for me first before I can copy them." Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing called out to the nearby Xiaoqing, who curiously wondered why Xiaoqing intended to purchase so many lanterns, as they seemed unnecessary for their purposes. Nevertheless, she obediently approached and understandingly handed Xiaoqing a pouch of silver coins. Xiaoqing, holding the coins, inquired, "Is this enough to buy all your river lanterns?" "Indeed. It is more than sufficient. This is truly an excessive amount." Yibo could not help but voice his disbelief, unable to fathom the reality of the situation. Observing the kindness radiating from Xiaoqing's expression, he was reluctant to resort to any of his usual tricks to deceive her. Xiaoqing, with a sense of resignation, tossed the silver coins to him, her brows slightly raised. "This silver is not easily earned. You must have several hundred here, right? I need you to inscribe each one. The silver shall all be yours. Are you willing?" "Absolutely. Certainly." Yibo was not devoid of discernment, seeing Xiaoqing's insistence to purchase. He could hardly refuse the silver offered to him. Merely writing a few characters could yield such a significant sum. The money would suffice for his children's schooling, with enough left over to sustain his family for an entire year. It was a bargain beyond compare. Yibo beamed with joy, his excitement causing him to tremble slightly as he hurriedly fetched paper and brush, respectfully offering them. "My lady, please proceed." Xiaoqing was not proficient in calligraphy, so she glanced at Xiaoqing, who smiled and took the brush. "Young lady, what shall I write?" "Just write that Lin is a great scoundrel, and then draw a turtle." Xiaoqing's hand trembled, causing the ink to smudge across the paper. She couldn't help but swallow hard as she gazed at the hundreds of river lanterns. "Are you truly set on this?" Xiaoqing's lips twitched awkwardly. She could scarcely fathom the magnificent sight of those hundreds of lanterns floating down the river, each inscribed with the words Lin is a great scoundrel. She could already envision the cold expression on the king's face upon seeing those lanterns. Xiaoqing instinctively recoiled, realizing she genuinely wished to remain in the Valley of 10,000 Snakes. Her hand seemed to possess a will of its own, and with a mournful expression, Xiaoqing asked once more, "Young lady, do you truly wish to go through with this? I fear the king may have me executed." "What is there to fear? His son is still in my grasp. What can he possibly do to us?" Whenever Xiaoqing recalls the words spoken by Lin, a wave of resentment washes over her, and she wishes for the entire flower garden to be made aware of what a scoundrel he truly is. "My dear lady, might I inquire if that gentleman happens to be the object of your affections?" Yibo asked cheerfully from the side. Xiaoqing was taken aback, her hand clenched tightly, nearly gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, "It's my enemy." Yibo, observing her barely restrained impulse to lash out, instinctively recoiled, refraining from further inquiries. Though he was immensely curious about the individual she so despised, it was truly astonishing that this young woman felt compelled to craft numerous river lanterns in his scorn. Xiaoqing paused momentarily, biting her lip, and with a swift motion of her wrist, she seized the pen and inscribed the words that Xiaoqing had requested onto the paper, skillfully embellishing it with a large turtle drawing at the end. Upon completion, Xiaoqing could not help but exhale deeply, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead. Trembling slightly, she turned to Xiaoqing and inquired, "Miss, are you satisfied with this?" With that, Xiaoqing gingerly extended the paper, as if it were a scalding hot potato, presenting it to Xiaoqing with utmost seriousness. Xiaoqing gently accepted the note, admiring the elegant and exquisite handwriting of Xiaoqing, a rare display of skill. Even the turtle sketched at the bottom was rendered with remarkable precision. For a fleeting moment, Xiaoqing felt that Lin, with his capricious nature, was unworthy of such artistry. Indeed, it was beautifully penned. Xiaoqing nodded appreciatively, her approval evident in her demeanor. With a smile, she handed the paper to Uncle He. "As there were still a few hours until tomorrow, do you have the confidence to complete it all? If you manage to place these several hundred river lanterns before dawn, I shall reward you." Uncle He took the paper and quickly replied, "Of course, my lady. I assure you that tonight, all these river lanterns will float upon the waters." Xiaoqing nodded with a smile, her mind involuntarily conjuring the most striking image of the riverbank, Lin, a true scoundrel. Xiaoqing, standing nearby, cast an awkward glance at Xiaoqing, silently praying that the king would not catch sight of them. Otherwise, it was likely that not only she but also the young lady would have to endure the king's wrath. "Come, Xiaoqing, let us wander about." As Su Qing's thoughts meandered, her spirit soared, and she eagerly took hold of Xiaoqing, all while reminding Uncle He, "I appreciate your efforts." To which Uncle He replied, "Rest assured, my dear lady, you shall undoubtedly spot my family's river lanterns in every nook and cranny of the river." Su Qing smiled and leisurely followed Xiaoqing as they wandered about. Xiaoqing glanced back at Yibo with a hint of curiosity. The young lady must be thinking that she could purchase some exquisite items for the king. Initially, Xiaoqing had thought that Su Qing was deliberately trying to vent her frustrations through her writing. However, upon reflection, she realized that even if that were the case, Su Qing could certainly indulge in acquiring some beautiful things. Although the river lanterns from Yibo's family were quite sturdy, their design was undeniably outdated and lacked aesthetic appeal. Su Qing smiled softly and remarked, "He is a good father." Observing Uncle He's tireless efforts, she was suddenly reminded of her own father, whose hair had turned gray from years of hard work. She recalled a poignant saying she had once encountered, suggesting that if we grow up while our parents continue to toil, then what significance does our maturity hold? How could the young girl discern that he was indeed a good father? The patches on his shoes were nearly worn through, and not far from him sat several children, their eyes never straying from his figure. When other vendors spoke of Uncle He, the children's gazes were filled with indignation, indicating that they were his offspring. A closer look revealed that these children were clad in brand new garments. As Su Qing spoke, she could not help but let out a long sigh. Lowering her gaze before continuing, "Perhaps I am simply missing my father. He loved me dearly, profoundly." Xiaoqing silently raised her eyes to glance at Su Qing, whose eyelids glistened with unshed tears. In that moment, she found it difficult to truly perceive Su Qing, even questioning the origins of her presence. Yet, Xiaoqing understood that it was this very individual who had extended a helping hand to her amidst the profound darkness of the night, rescuing not only her but also her kin and parents. "Would you care for some candied hawthorn?" Xiaoqing pondered, attempting to dispel the melancholic atmosphere that had enveloped them. Su Qing glanced at the candied hawthorn being sold not far away and smiled, saying, "Great. It's been ages since I indulged in sweet treats. That young lady is waiting for me here, so I shall go and purchase some for her." Su Qing nodded as Xiaoqing playfully lifted her skirt and cheerfully went off to buy candied hawthorns, while Su Qing's gaze wandered aimlessly, brimming with ennui. By chance, she caught sight of a remarkably familiar silhouette, causing her heart to leap in surprise, and her feet instinctively followed. Just as she was about to pursue the figure, a dazzling firework display erupted in the sky, igniting a wave of excitement among the crowd. The familiar silhouette gradually receded amidst the bustling throng, and Su Qing, in a state of urgency, desperately navigated through the sea of people in an attempt to chase after it. Unfortunately, the figure disappeared into the distance, moving ever more swiftly until it was gone from sight. In the chaos, Su Qing found herself pushed into a corner, inadvertently colliding with someone. "Ouch!" the person cried out in dismay. As Su Qing regained her focus and looked up, the silhouette had completely vanished. Unable to suppress her bewilderment, she rubbed her eyes. Could it be that she had mistaken her vision? Surely not. Suddenly, recalling something, she leaned down and inquired with concern, "Miss, are you all right?" The woman looked up and shook her head. However, when Su Qing beheld her face, she was rendered speechless. It was the very green dress she had parted ways with not long ago. What a wretched twist of fate. "Oh, I'm perfectly fine. How about you? Are you hurt?" Green Dress regarded Su Qing with a peculiar expression, feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity towards this woman before her. Even the sound of her voice resonated with a sense of recognition, yet she could not place where she knew her from. Su Qing chuckled awkwardly a few times, glancing around the figure in green, yet failing to spot Ruo Ling and Hong Feng. Remembering that Xiaoqing was not far away, she realized she must ensure that the individuals in green did not catch sight of her. Hastily shaking her head, she refrained from uttering a word and left in a hurry. As Su Qing departed, Ruo Ling emerged from the throng, noticing that the girl in green was fixated on a particular direction. Following her gaze, Ruo Ling inquired, "What is it?" "Nothing. I just bumped into someone both familiar and unfamiliar," replied the girl in green, withdrawing her gaze. Suddenly, a sense of urgency overcame her as she asked, "Do we have any news about Senior Brother Lixian?" "The news from the sect is quite disheartening. Senior Brother Lixian's longevity lamp has dimmed significantly. He must have encountered some peril." Ruo Ling clenched her hands tightly, her expression heavy with concern. "What?" The girl in green momentarily set aside her thoughts of the familiar yet strange woman she had just seen. She stepped closer to Ruo Ling, her voice laced with a hint of tears and a flicker of remaining hope. "Isn't Senior Brother Lixian's longevity lamp still burning?" The girl in green nearly broke down. Covering her mouth, shaking her head vehemently. Impossible. Senior brother Xian is a once-in-a-century genius of the sect. How could he possibly find himself in danger unless faced with a monster king? Calm yourself, green garb. The longevity lamp's light still signifies that senior brother Xian is alive for the moment. The sect has dispatched numerous disciples to search for him. They have not given up. Ruoling managed to regain her composure first, trying to comfort the girl in green. Yet, deep within her own heart, uncertainty loomed. How could such a powerful individual be in peril? Despite her reassurances, her slightly trembling hands, and the anguish reflected in her eyes betrayed her true sentiments. Ruoling recalled the messages disseminated by the sect, where even the elders wore somber expressions, sighing repeatedly, urging the swift search for Xian. For the longevity lamp was in grave danger. Not far away, Hongfeng quietly observed the two women, their voices trembling, unable to suppress a cold smirk. Xian, it would be best if your longevity lamp extinguished at once. Only then will Ruoling be thoroughly disheartened, and within the entire sect. You shall no longer hold the upper hand. The girl in green threw herself into Ruoling's embrace, as if struck by a realization. Wiping her tears, she anxiously stammered. Could it be related to the artifact's trace in Tiangong City? Ruoling and the others were acutely aware that their journey was not solely to escort Su Ro back to Huayuan City for a fee. It was also an opportunity to venture to Tiangong City in search of the artifact. Once the artifact emerged, it would undoubtedly incite a tempest of bloodshed. Regardless of who possessed the artifact, it must not fall into the hands of the demon race. Otherwise, if they allied with the demonic forces, the three realms would plunge into chaos. Ruoling pondered for a moment, considering the possibility, and exclaimed, Then I shall inform senior brother Hongfeng. We must head to Tiangong City at once. The girl in green nodded in agreement, realizing that with each passing moment, senior brother Xian's danger increased. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing occasionally glanced back, relieved to find that, after walking quite a distance, the girl in green had not followed her. Thank goodness. She must not have recognized me. Or else she would have followed. That would have been perilous. After all, Xiaoqing's cultivation was still quite low, and if her demonic aura were detected, it could lead to dire consequences. Not everyone could be as reasonable as Xian. Miss, where have you gone? As Xiaoqing was marveling at her good fortune, she turned around to find Xiaoqing holding 2 skewers of candied hawthorn, her large, watery eyes brimming with tears. Upon spotting Xiaoqing rushed over, her face etched with anxiety. Just moments ago, she had excitedly set off to purchase the candied treats, only to turn around and find Xiaoqing had vanished from sight. No matter how hard she searched, it was as if Xiaoqing had disappeared into thin air. Her figure was nowhere to be found amidst the throng, sending Xiaoqing into a panic. She feared for Xiaoqing's safety, worrying that she might encounter ill-intentioned individuals, yet she was reluctant to wander off, afraid that Xiaoqing might return to their original spot and find her missing. I'm so sorry, Xiaoqing said, feeling a pang of guilt as she gazed at her friend. She hadn't intended to worry her. Upon catching sight of that figure, she had instinctively chased after it, momentarily forgetting to consider Xiaoqing's feelings. Gently, Xiaoqing wiped away the tears at the corner of Xiaoqing's eye, assuring her, I promise. I will never do this again. Seeing Xiaoqing's earnest expression, Xiaoqing couldn't help but smile, albeit with a quivering voice, she replied. Just promise me you won't do this again next time. Absolutely, Xiaoqing said, relieved to see Xiaoqing's spirits lifting. She then took a skewer of candied hawthorn from Xiaoqing's hand and took a bite, exclaiming, It's wonderfully sweet and tangy, perfect for whetting the appetite. You should try some too. Just as Xiaoqing was about to respond, a voice from the crowd suddenly exclaimed, Look over there. What is that? Xiaoqing and Xiaoqing, intrigued by the gasps of astonishment from the crowd, turned their gazes towards the commotion. They observed as the throng of people, previously gathered on the street, surged like a tide towards the riverbank, as if drawn by the allure of something extraordinary. At that moment, a realization dawned upon Xiaoqing, while Xiaoqing, standing beside her, began to exhibit a look of bewilderment. She swallowed nervously, clearly having deduced the unfolding situation as well. Let us go, Xiaoqing. We must find a prime vantage point. I yearn to observe this spectacle thoroughly. Xiaoqing was in high spirits. She took a bite of the candied hawthorn, smiling as she reached out to pat Xiaoqing's shoulder, gently tilting her chin to indicate that she should look up at the ceiling. Xiaoqing had just noticed that from this rooftop, one could certainly enjoy a panoramic view of the river's scenery. Such a splendid sight could hardly be missed. Are you certain? The girl asked, her smile a bit strained. Without hesitation, Xiaoqing nodded. Observing Xiaoqing's excitement, Xiaoqing refrained from further protest. wrapping her arm around Su Qing's shoulder and, with a deft step, ascended to the rooftop while the crowd was distracted. Even if someone spotted them, they would likely dismiss it as mere laborers at work, thus their actions attracted little attention. Once atop the roof, Xiaoqing found a favorable spot for Su Qing to sit. As Su Qing gazed out, she noticed numerous floating lanterns adorning the river. Among them, a particular row of lanterns caught the eye, boldly inscribed with the words Yin Linchen is a turtle bastard, accompanied by a rather unappealing drawing of a turtle. This had been a secret arrangement by Su Qing with Hebo, emphasizing that the words should be conspicuous and the turtle as ugly as possible, allowing Hebo to unleash his creativity. It appeared that Hebo not only worked with remarkable efficiency, but also delivered results that thoroughly satisfied Su Qing, especially as the striking letters came together splendidly. The river was not particularly wide, and the dense array of lanterns with their striking messages instantly captivated the attention of countless onlookers, eliciting expressions of excitement and curiosity from the crowd. In no time, Yin Linchen's name reverberated throughout half of Huayuan City. Who is Yin Linchen? I wonder if he has offended someone. He must be a heartless scoundrel, otherwise. Why would anyone speak of him this way? I'm curious about what Yin Linchen looks like. The crowd buzzed, while Su Qing watched the spectacle with delight, resting her chin on her hand, thoroughly entertained. Meanwhile, Xiaoqing felt a pang of unease, hoping the king would not witness this scene. Across the river, at a nearby tavern, Jiawan and Yin Linchen sat by the window, quietly savoring their wine. Jiawan glanced at the bustling street and then at the somewhat morose Yin Linchen. What's the matter? Still thinking about Miss Su Qing? Or are you just feeling down? Yin Linchen cast a languid glance his way, taking a sip of his drink, the mere mention of her name stirring an indescribable melancholy within him. Why bring her up? I am hardly acquainted with her. Indeed, indeed. Jiawan replied with a hint of amusement, his gaze drifting before he suddenly exclaimed, What is that? A flicker of curiosity crossed Yin Linchen's violet eyes as he followed Jiawan's line of sight. Below, the river was aglow with countless lanterns, twinkling like stars. From their elevated position, the writing on the lanterns was not entirely clear, but the turtles depicted above were particularly eye-catching. The banks of the river were crowded with men and women of all ages, engaged in loud discussions and laughter, painting a scene of vibrancy and merriment. Yin Linchen withdrew his gaze and took a delicate sip of his drink. Do you enjoy such spectacles? He inquired with a hint of sarcasm. Despite Jiawan's youthful appearance, he was, in fact, centuries older than Yin Linchen, a fact he took great care to preserve. If Yin Linchen embodied the image of a cold, aloof gentleman, Jiawan could be described as a strikingly handsome youth. Jiawan bristled at Yin Linchen's words, a hint of defiance in his expression as he focused intently on the magnificent row of lanterns below. Something feels familiar about those words. If your curiosity runs so deep, why not devote your energy to searching for the artifact? Jiawan almost rolled his eyes at the absurdity of it all. Yin Linchen seemed to have nothing else on his mind but the artifact. Besides, that object had only caused disturbances in Tianjin City. Whether it even resided there was another matter entirely, and when it might resurface was as unpredictable as fate itself. With a dismissive glance, he summoned a waiter, tossing a generous sum of silver coins towards him. Go, fetch me one of those lanterns with the turtle design. The waiter, trembling with excitement at the unexpected windfall, quickly gathered his composure and hurried downstairs to retrieve the lantern. Ah, to be mortal. Silver is enough to bring them joy, and after a few decades, they merely close their eyes, forgetting all love and sorrow. Unlike us, seemingly content yet enduring centuries of profound ennui, Jiawan remarked, observing the waiter's hurried departure. Yin Linchen shot him a sidelong glance. As if struck by a thought, he asked, It has been a millennium, yet you still have not found her? What is this? The indifferent Yin Linchen is now concerned about my lifelong matters? Jiawan teased, yet deep down, he knew that some pain could only be buried within. He chuckled softly, downing another cup of wine, relishing the fiery sensation in his throat and the taste lingering in his mouth, before adding, I do not understand why the wine is always so bitter. If you cannot let go, why not seek her out? Jiawan's expression morphed into one of disdain as he regarded Yin Linchen. Why this sudden concern for his affairs? Had a mere century changed his disposition? Ultimately, however, Jiawan merely smiled, his gaze drifting towards the myriad lights outside, sighing, Some encounters are simply meant to be missed. I shall not disturb her life. She deserves to live and love freely in her next life. Yin Linchen regarded him with a cool, surprised glance, yet he ultimately refrained from voicing any thoughts, silently sharing another round of drinks with Jiawan. Young master, I've retrieved them. I even brought two. Just then, the waiter returned swiftly with the lanterns. beaming as he presented two of them. Yet, the words inscribed on the lanterns puzzled him. What kind of name could incite such a multitude of lanterns meant to disparage someone? The waiter stifled a laugh at the sight of the crooked turtle adorning the lantern. But it was a challenge to suppress his amusement in the presence of Xiaoqing and Linchin. "Oh, read the words inscribed upon it," Xiaoqing called out casually. The waiter blinked in surprise but, being literate, found it manageable. He lifted the lantern and carefully read aloud, "Linchin is a turtle bastard." "Pfft," Xiaoqing erupted. Wine sprang from his mouth in disbelief as he gaped at Linchin, then at the bewildered waiter. Even Linchin paused in shock, turning to give the waiter an icy glare. The waiter swallowed hard, pointing at the lantern, confused by their expressions. "Gentlemen, I merely read what is written. I made no mistakes. Come here." Jamara cast a glance at the increasingly pallid Linchin before beckoning to the innkeeper. After a moment's hesitation, the innkeeper ascended with a river lantern in hand. Jamara took the lantern, scrutinizing it closely. Indeed, several prominent characters were inscribed upon it, accompanied by a drawing of a turtle. He then glanced at the now darkened visage of Linchin and, with a playful smile, waved for the innkeeper to retreat. Presenting the lantern to Linchin while teasingly inquiring, "Have you offended someone? I surmise this must pertain to a woman." The audacity to inscribe words upon the lantern signifies more than mere venting. It is a blatant provocation. At this hour, aside from one named Xiaoqing, Jamara could hardly conceive of another culprit, prompting a hearty laugh to escape him. While Jamara could deduce that Xiaoqing was behind this mischief, Linchin, with a cold gaze fixed upon the turtle, surely discerned the mastermind as well. He sipped his drink with evident displeasure. With a mere flick of his hand, the two river lanterns upon the table were reduced to ashes, a display that left Jamara utterly astonished. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed that Linchin had vanished from sight. "Ah, how rare! How intriguing!" Jamara mused with a delighted chuckle, his eyes sparkling as he regarded the lanterns floating along the river. "Indeed, youth is splendid. Matters of love are truly delightful. I must return promptly, who knows? I might witness quite the spectacle." Meanwhile, Xiaoqing, filled with trepidation, guided Xiaoqing down from the rooftop, seizing the opportunity to pull Xiaoqing back into their room unnoticed. Xiaoqing held a river lantern in her hand, and upon gazing at the turtle atop it, she couldn't help but let out a chuckle. In contrast, Xiaoqing had returned to her room, her brow still furrowed with lingering sorrow. "What is the matter?" Xiaoqing rose to place the river lantern down and poured herself a cup of tea. Once the warm liquid settled within her, she gently inquired, "My dear, perhaps we should contemplate together how to explain this matter to the king. What if he becomes enraged and holds us accountable?" Xiaoqing, initially praying that no one would pay undue attention to Xiaoqing's lantern, now found herself unsettled by the unexpected uproar. "What is there to fear? I actually believe it is quite splendid. You must take the time to visit Hebo and reward him with some silver. He has done remarkably well." Xiaoqing smiled, finding no reason to fear Linchin, whom she deemed rather despicable. "So, did you enjoy yourself today?" Just as Xiaoqing was about to comfort Xiaoqing, an extremely frosty voice suddenly pierced through the air from outside the door. The voice was as chilling as a block of ice in the depths of winter. And even through the closed door and window, it sent a shiver down Xiaoqing's spine. Xiaoqing, who was initially radiating joy, suddenly became somewhat stiff. Xiaoqing, in a state of sheer terror, tightly clutched her own arms and weakly uttered, "Mississippi." She was acutely aware that with such a grand display, it would be astonishing if the king remained oblivious. From the king's tone, he seemed rather irate. What could they possibly do now? Xiaoqing steadied her mind, concealing her emotions with an air of composure, though her gaze subtly reassured Xiaoqing not to panic. She then boldly approached and opened the door. Linchin, clad in an aura that repelled any intruder, stood with a thunderous expression, emanating a forbidding presence that would likely petrify anyone who dared to approach him. In the past, Xiaoqing might have recoiled in trepidation, but at this moment, her heart brimmed with resentment towards Linchin, rendering her oblivious to his demeanor. "What brings the Snake King here?" The initially irritable Linchin was momentarily taken aback by Xiaoqing's detached and icy inquiry, casting a surprised glance in her direction. He sensed a distinct change in her demeanor tonight. She was not only audacious enough to open the door but also took the initiative. Yet, after a brief pause, Linchin did not enter but remained outside the door, his cold gaze fixed on her as he spoke with a chill. "It appears you have been enjoying yourself tonight." His eyes flicked disdainfully towards the river lantern resting on the table within. Xiaoqing observed the king's expression closely, and upon noticing his attention directed at the lantern, her face contorted slightly in distress. Frustrated with herself for being so careless, she discreetly pinched her own arm. While she could concoct a plausible excuse for other matters, being caught red-handed presented a dilemma. Your Majesty, it was Xiaoqing who insisted on taking the young lady out tonight, she stammered, trembling as she knelt. Please, Your Majesty, punish me. Qing found herself in a state of bemusement as she observed Xiaoqing's actions. Xiaoqing's kneeling only served to confirm their involvement in the matter. Although Qing recognized that Xiaoqing's intentions were purely benevolent, she couldn't help but think that her timidity was somewhat excessive. However, Qing had never intended to conceal anything. Even if the evidence were irrefutable, what difference would it make? She straightened her posture and met Yin Linchen's gaze with unwavering confidence, smiling. Might I inquire if Your Majesty has any further matters to discuss? We were merely taking a stroll. Xiaoqing was forcibly brought along by me. Moreover, I am not your subordinate. I am not obliged to cater to your every whim or heed your commands. Yin Linchen was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to respond to Qing's assertive remarks. She was, after all, not entirely incorrect. Even if he were aware of her involvement, what could he truly do about it? Yin Xian still required her assistance, and he found himself incapable of managing anything on his own. Ordinarily, he would have remained indifferent, but recently he felt an unsettling shift within himself. Whenever Qing was involved, he seemed unable to rein in his emotions. Qing, you would do well to clarify your own position and not forget it. Upon hearing Yin Linchen's words, Qing could not help but let out a cold laugh within her heart, feeling as though her emotions had become somewhat numbed. She cast a fleeting glance at Yin Linchen and remarked, I am well aware of my own identity. However, it is you, Lord Snake King, who is a stranger to me. We are merely connected by the presence of Yin Xian and our shared goal of rescuing this unfortunate child. Otherwise, we could easily be considered mere passers-by. I kindly request that you refrain from seeking me out in the future, for I have nothing of significance to discuss with you. Nor do I wish to behold your frigid countenance any longer. It is quite vexing to behold. Yet Linchen was taken aback by Qing's sudden retort, his discontent growing deeper, especially as her words pierced through him like daggers. His breath became increasingly labored, while Xiaoqing, observing the scene from the side, felt a mix of trepidation and disbelief. How could the young lady dare to confront him so boldly? If the king were to truly become enraged, it would surely spell disaster. She contemplated intervening but hesitated, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Unbeknownst to her, Qing, noticing Yin Linchen's sullen demeanor and his silence, resolutely slammed the door shut with a decisive thud and secured the latch. Xiaoqing stood agape, her mind swirling in confusion at her mistress's audacity. The king had been unceremoniously barred from entry, yet the thought of confronting Yin Linchen as potential wrath quelled any inclination to open the door. Cautiously, she peered outside, then drew Qing closer, anxious that a moment of ire from Yin Linchen might lead him to demolish the door altogether. It was the first time in a millennium that Yin Linchen had encountered such a rejection, standing outside with clenched fists, his heavy breaths escaping in frustrated huffs. He feared he might lose control and storm in to confront that infuriating woman. It was one thing for her to inscribe his name on the river lanterns in scorn. But this attitude? Not even an apology? At that moment, Yin Linchen found himself forgetting the purpose of his visit to Qing, casting a resentful glare at the door before turning away and striking the railing with force. With a resounding crack, the entire railing disintegrated into dust, leaving the floor above feeling eerily vacant. Fortunately, the lively festivities below masked the commotion, and the revelers remained oblivious to the turmoil above. Inside, Xiaoqing felt as though her heart would shatter alongside the railing, and only when Yin Linchen's figure disappeared from view did she finally exhale a heavy sigh of relief. She glanced at Qing, who remained seated in silence, her composure unwavering throughout the ordeal. A wave of admiration washed over Xiaoqing as she plopped down in exhaustion, her legs trembling slightly. After a moment, she spoke. Miss, allow me to fetch you some water. You should wash up and rest. Lord Jiawan had previously arranged for us to depart for Tianan City tomorrow. Go ahead, Qing replied. Qing's tone was somewhat, her expression revealing little, leaving Xiaoqing momentarily unable to ascertain the young lady's true emotions. Unable to contain herself, Xiaoqing languidly stepped outside, momentarily stunned by the emptiness of the corridor before her, and an inexplicable sense of admiration for Qing began to blossom within her. The moment Xiaoqing departed, Qing felt as if she had lost her only support, collapsing heavily onto the table, overwhelmed by an all-encompassing fatigue. As she reached out, she discovered her body drenched in cold sweat. It seemed her earlier fury had eclipsed her fear, and only now, as she regained her composure, Did she realize how truly terrifying Yin Linchen's expression had been? The experience by the waterfall felt akin to a protracted dream that Xiaoqing had endured alone. The once budding relationship between her and Yin Linchen had once again grown rigid due to the emerging barriers. "Mother, do you and father truly intend to abandon Xian?" The muffled voice of Yin Xian unexpectedly resonated from within the wooden serpent carving, jolting Xiaoqing back to the moment when she had clashed with Yin Linchen. A confrontation that Xian had undoubtedly overheard. Yet, he had remained silent throughout, prompting a wave of guilt and trepidation to wash over Xiaoqing, as she feared inadvertently causing harm to Yin Xian. How could that be? Why would Xian entertain such thoughts? I cherish Xian dearly. And so does your father. Xiaoqing rested her head on the table, patiently whispering words of comfort to Yin Xian. After all, arguing in front of a child is inherently detrimental, even though she was not Yin Xian's biological mother. Nevertheless, for Yin Xian, this was undoubtedly a blow, as he perceived her as his mother. The commotion between her and Yin Linchen could not help but lead Yin Xian to ponder unsettling thoughts. Xiaoqing felt an unsettling uncertainty in her heart, fearing she might have inadvertently hurt Yin Xian. However, lacking any experience in comforting children, having never been in a romantic relationship herself, she could only muster the courage to console him. "Mother, you lied. Just now. You said to father not to come see you anymore because he annoys you. Do you not like father anymore? Is Xian about to become a child unloved by anyone?" His small, soft voice carried a note of grievance as Yin Xian eagerly leaped from the intricately carved wooden serpent and dove into Xiaoqing's embrace. Xiaoqing felt a twinge of guilt in her heart. Her momentary impulse had led her astray, especially after Yin Linchen had uttered such hurtful words. In a surge of emotion, she momentarily forgot that Yin Xian could not only see but also hear everything. What a profound shadow this would cast upon the child. Having never met his mother since birth, enduring a millennium without the warmth of her presence, confined to the confines of an egg, how excruciating that must be. The more Xiaoqing pondered, the more her heart ached. Unavoidably, she embraced Yin Xian tightly and whispered, "Dear, your mother merely had a quarrel with your father. It is quite normal for people to have disagreements. They will reconcile, so do not be afraid." "Really?" Yin Xian's voice trembled with a hint of grievance. And upon realizing this approach resonated well with him, Xiaoqing hurriedly reassured, "Of course it is true. Mother would never deceive you. Miss, the water is here." Xiaoqing, with a beaming smile, pushed open the door, followed by several expressionless servants carrying wooden buckets. They skillfully filled the water for Xiaoqing before slowly retreating. "What is this?" The sudden entrance of Xiaoqing rendered Yin Xian, who was previously filled with grievance and choking back tears, momentarily speechless. Xiaoqing, with a hint of amusement, placed him on the table, fully aware that this little fellow was likely quite sensitive about his image. After all, a man should not weep freely in front of others. Moreover, his father was an exceptionally proud individual, and although Yin Xian's demeanor was not as cold, his inherent pride was perhaps even more pronounced. Xiaoqing approached to test the water temperature before smiling and saying, "Just now, as I went downstairs to prepare water for the young lady, I happened to encounter Lord Jiawan. Upon hearing that the young lady wished to bathe, he immediately dispatched someone to prepare hot water for her." Her face radiated joy, clearly finding Lord Jiawan to be an admirable person. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Xiaoqing playfully patted Xiaoqing on the shoulder, causing Xiaoqing to feel a rush of panic, trembling as she gazed at Xiaoqing's mischievous smile. "What is going on, miss? I am quite curious. Is Lord Jiawan indeed superior to Lord Imoqing in your interactions?" Upon hearing Xiaoqing mention Jiawan, Xiaoqing was suddenly reminded that since her encounter with Yin Linchen, she had not laid eyes on the individual known as Imoqing. Logically, he should be considered Yin Linchen's personal guard. Under normal circumstances, it would be improbable for him to stray far from his side. Yet, Xiaoqing was also certain that throughout this duration, she had never once seen Xiaoqing. When Xiaoqing brought up her beloved, Xiaoqing couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush slightly. Lord Imoqing has long since departed to garrison at Tianjin City. As if recalling something alarming, her expression shifted, and she quickly shook her head. Xiaoqing holds only admiration for Lord Jiawan. There are no other sentiments. Lord Jiawan has his own beloved. My heart has always belonged solely to Lord Imoqing. Observing Xiaoqing's anxious display of loyalty, Xiaoqing couldn't help but chuckle softly, refraining from teasing her further, as she herself felt a bit fatigued. "All right, you should return to your room and rest early. I shall bathe first. Do you not require my assistance during your bath?" "No need. I can manage on my own," Xiaoqing replied, suppressing a cough. She had grown accustomed to bathing alone. What was so remarkable about being observed while doing so? Xiaoqing cast a fleeting glance at Yin Xian before addressing Xiaoqing, instructing her to place Xian on the bed. After spending considerable time together, Xiaoqing had become quite certain that even without breaking free from his shell, Yin Xian could perceive the world outside with remarkable clarity. It was essential, even for a child, not to burden him with the complexities of adulthood too prematurely, as such early maturity could be detrimental to his development. Amused by her own thoughts, Xiaoqing couldn't help but chuckle at the irony of someone who had never experienced romance now contemplating the nuances of nurturing a child. Once Xiaoqing departed, Xiaoqing tidied herself with minimal effort before lying down on the bed. She gently called out to Yin Xian, only to realize that he remained unresponsive for quite some time. Presumably, he had drifted off to sleep. Xiaoqing smiled, feeling a sudden appreciation for the innocence of childhood, where matters could be resolved with such ease, a luxury she no longer possessed. Xiaoqing stealthily extinguished the light and gradually lay down, soon succumbing to the embrace of slumber. "Miss Su, save me." Xiaoqing stood in a dim chamber, her mind clouded with confusion. Upon hearing a sound, she could not help but raise her gaze. To her dismay, the sight that met her eyes nearly elicited a gasp. Lucian, in the center of the chamber. Lucian was bound to a wooden post by iron chains, his body drenched in blood. His handsome face was marred by horrific scars, some even oozing with pus. Lucian's complexion was ghastly pale, his lips devoid of any color. Terrified, Xiaoqing stared at him, realizing that the chains had penetrated deeply through his wrists and ankles, piercing flesh and bone. Upon seeing Xiaoqing, Lucian forced a faint smile. "Miss Su, please save me." However, that eerie smile sent shivers down Xiaoqing's spine. Suppressing her fear, she managed to ask, "Lucian, what has happened to you?" Throughout it all, Lucian continued to gaze at Xiaoqing with a peculiar smile, the blood staining his visage rendering the dim light all the more sinister. Xiaoqing couldn't help but blink her eyes, and when she regained her senses, she suddenly realized that the figure of Lord Lucian, who had been standing on the wooden post, had vanished without a trace. Lord Lucian? Lord Lucian? Xiaoqing suppressed the fear stemming from her racing heart and searched frantically around her, yet no matter how hard she looked, she could not find Lucian's figure. "Are you searching for me, Miss Su?" Xiaoqing lifted her gaze, only to find Lucian's pallid visage mere inches away, accompanied by his unsettling smile. Their eyes locked, and Xiaoqing recoiled in terror, taking several steps back. Yet, Lucian continued to regard her with that eerie grin. To her horror, she noticed large chunks of flesh and blood cascading from his body, suspended from the beam above. Strangely, he appeared oblivious to this gruesome sight, still smiling at her. The more she looked, the more terrifying it became, compelling her to retreat further until she lost her balance and fell to the ground. Yet, inexplicably, the upside-down Lucian's face drew ever closer, inching nearer and nearer. "Ah!" Xiaoqing jolted upright from her bed, gasping for breath, her heart racing. She glanced around, relief washing over her as she realized it was merely a dream. Xiaoqing swallowed hard, her throat parched, and raised her hand to find her forehead beaded with large droplets of sweat. It was already morning, with the sunlight gradually filtering through the window into the room. Glancing down at the motionless Yin Xian, she felt an intense dryness in her mouth. She threw off the covers and, feeling somewhat weak, hurried to the table to pour herself a cup of tea, which she drank in one gulp. Her hair fell in disarray around her shoulders, and as she caught a glimpse of herself in the dressing mirror, she noticed a pallor on her face. The dream she had just experienced had been all too vivid. Xiaoqing recalled the figure she had seen last night on Huayuan Street, which bore a striking resemblance to Lucian. Driven by urgency, she had pursued it. Yet, how could the Lucian in her dream be drenched in blood, wearing such a terrifying and eerie smile? Was the dream a reflection of reality turned upside down? Or had he encountered some peril? Just as Xiaoqing furrowed her brow in contemplation, Xiaoqing entered, carrying a basin of clear water and a tray of food. Noticing Xiaoqing standing by the table, fervently drinking water, she felt a twinge of concern. "Miss, what is the matter? Your complexion appears so pale," Xiaoqing said, placing the water and food down before stepping forward with worry to wipe the fine beads of sweat from Xiaoqing's forehead. Xiaoqing shook her head and, glancing at Xiaoqing, smiled as she said, "It's nothing significant, merely a nightmare." She then looked at the neatly arranged dishes on the table and chuckled, reflecting on how long it had been since she last cooked for herself. She hoped to prepare a meal for Xiaoqing when time permitted. "Higi, that sounds delightful. I shall look forward to it." Xiaoqing replied eagerly. "You should freshen up first. We must set off for Tianjin City shortly. Upon hearing Xiaoqing mention the nightmare, Xiaoqing gave it little thought, dismissing it as an ordinary scare, and hurriedly urged Xiaoqing to attend to her personal grooming. With a sense of resignation, Xiaoqing proceeded to freshen up, and only then did she feel at ease to share breakfast with Xiaoqing. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation at the dining table, enjoying their meal immensely. After the meal, as Xiaoqing busied herself with tidying up, Xiaoqing, seemingly lost in thought, casually inquired, "By the way, Xiaoqing, are we the only two heading to Tianjin City?" Xiaoqing paused her actions, stifling a laugh before responding, "The king will not be accompanying us. His unique status renders it inappropriate for him to travel openly to Tianjin City. Thus, it will be just the two of us." She added teasingly, "Rest assured, dear lady, even in the king's absence, he undoubtedly holds you in his thoughts. Otherwise, he would not have spent the night merely sulking." Xiaoqing was taken aback and hurriedly explained, "Why bring him up for no reason? I have already resolved to sever all ties with him. His affairs have nothing to do with me." Although she indeed harbored a deep curiosity about whether Yin Linchen would accompany them, given that her words the previous night had been rather harsh, it was likely that Yin Linchen was quite furious. After all, he had slipped out to take a look when Xiaoqing left her. The railing in the corridor had been reduced to a powder of red and white. It was evident that Yin Linchen had been genuinely upset, and it seemed unlikely that they would reconcile anytime soon. Based on Yin Linchen's temperament, he would certainly never take the initiative to make amends. Moreover, Xiaoqing felt that she should not shamefully approach him, otherwise she might end up with nothing to show for her efforts. For reasons unknown, upon hearing that Yin Linchen would not be joining them, Xiaoqing felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment within her. Yet, she quickly endeavored to dispel such thoughts. Was she out of her mind to feel disheartened over such a person? She had done nothing wrong. It was Yin Linchen who had chosen to sever their connection. Could she be blamed for that? Dear girl, don't be upset. When you see the king next, just have a good talk with him. He is not the unreasonable type," Xiaoqing said as she presented a sky-blue dress to Xiaoqing. "You should change into this first. Soon, someone will come to take us down." Xiaoqing reluctantly nodded as she accepted the dress, though her enthusiasm was notably absent. "Very well. Let us proceed to Tianjin City. Matters can be addressed later." Xiaoqing, aware of Xiaoqing's shyness, refrained from lingering in the room and stepped outside. As Xiaoqing glanced at her, preparing to change her attire, a sudden voice from the door nearly startled her to death. "Miss Su, Murong has a request to make." Xiaoqing found herself frozen in place, her hands poised to unfasten her garment, as she stared in bewilderment at the unexpected arrival of Mu Rongsong in the room. Confusion washed over her. What could possibly bring him to Huayuan City? Moreover, if he had come, shouldn't he be seeking out Su Ro instead? What purpose did his visit hold for her? Xiaoqing distinctly remembered that, at that time, she appeared before Mu Rongsong as the visage of Xiaoqing. How did he recognize her? Fortunately, her courage had been somewhat fortified by nightmares. Otherwise, she might have been terrified to death by Mu Rongsong. Moreover, would Yin Linchen and the others be unaware of his presence? What could be his purpose for coming at this moment? Could it be for vengeance? After all, he had sustained injuries last time, and she bore a significant share of the blame. "Who are you?" "I am changing clothes." "How dare you, a rogue? Trespass into a lady's chamber? Do you wish for me to have you arrested?" Regardless of the circumstances, Xiaoqing resolved to test Mu Rongsong. She placed her hands on her hips, her gaze turning icy as she fixed her stare upon him. Mu Rongsong appeared to be in less than optimal health, perhaps due to his previous injuries that had yet to heal. He gazed at Xiaoqing, who was posturing dramatically, with a hint of exasperation, and said, "Miss Su, I harbor no ill intentions. Do not feign ignorance of Murong. Our demon clan can discern others by scent, especially among our kin. Thus, even if you have altered your appearance, I could recognize you at a glance." Cough. "Then pray tell, what brings you here?" "I was just about to change clothes." "You are not here seeking revenge, are you?" Observing the sincerity etched upon Mu Rongsong's delicate features, Xiaoqing felt a twinge of embarrassment and added, "It was not I who injured you last time. You must realize that I am merely a mortal, utterly incapable. I can be of no assistance in your matters with Miss Su Ro." "Of course," Mu Rongsong replied with a smile, then gradually articulated his purpose. "I have come to seek your help, not for Ro Air, but indirectly for her. This matter can only be resolved with your assistance. No one else can be of help. What assistance do you require?" Xiaoqing squinted her eyes, regarding Mu Rongsong with a hint of skepticism. What could possibly be within his purview that they could not accomplish? Mu Rongsong chuckled lightly before replying, "Miss Su, you are being rather modest. However, He continued with a wry smile. If I had the means to resolve this matter, I certainly would not have hastened here to Huayuan City at such perilous risk. After all, this place is rife with demon catchers and cultivators hired by your family, most of whom are specifically targeting me, while I am not particularly intimidated. Attracting their attention could lead to considerable complications. Xiaoqing nodded thoughtfully, gradually lowering her guard upon seeing Murongsong's sincere expression. Then please tell me what you wish to discuss. I must proceed to Tianjin City shortly and cannot linger in the flower garden, she stated. Given that Murongsong could easily locate her, it was likely that her journey to Tianjin City would also be discovered. Thus, there was little reason for concealment. More importantly, he belonged to the demon clan, presumably under the jurisdiction of Yin Linchen, which alleviated her concerns about him attempting to seize the divine artifact. As she believed Yin Linchen would not simply stand by. Miss Su, you intend to go to Tianjin City? It is currently the target of widespread criticism, Murongsong exclaimed, his surprise evident as he gazed at Xiaoqing. Only when Xiaoqing's expression revealed her impatience did he awkwardly smile and steer the conversation back on track. I would like you to assist me in locating Luxian. What? Xiaoqing gasped, almost springing from her chair, convinced her ears had betrayed her. It was utterly unbelievable that a member of the demon clan would proactively seek out Luxian. After all, a mere bead of vitality condensed by Luxian had nearly gravely wounded him. Was he truly intent on pursuing such a reckless endeavor? Xiaoqing cleared her throat and, with a gaze filled with compassion, looked at Murongsong for quite some time before offering words of solace. In truth, there may yet be other possibilities for you and Miss Su Ro. Even if her ancestors and mother fell victim to the demon clan, that is not your doing. The two matters are entirely unrelated. Therefore, I implore you, do not forsake her, nor your own life. Murongsong chuckled, albeit with a hint of resignation, as he rubbed his forehead and replied, Miss Su, you truly overthink matters. I shall find a way regarding Rower, and as for myself, I have no intention of ending my life. My search for Luxian is due to the fact that he was once my savior. Savior? Xiaoqing chuckled awkwardly, realizing that there seemed to be a significant misunderstanding. She then regarded Murongsong with some suspicion. Had this fellow truly been saved by Luxian? But wasn't Luxian filled with animosity towards the demon clan? How could he have rescued someone from their ranks? Had it not been for his disdain for demons, they would not have parted ways. Thus, the sudden desire to locate a savior made it exceedingly difficult to avoid suspicion regarding his motives. I am not acquainted with anyone named Luxian. You must have mistaken the person. My lady, I cannot be mistaken, nor can I misperceive. At that time, you bore the scent of Luxian, indicating that you two had indeed crossed paths. I had my doubts, yet the moment you unleashed that pearl, I recognized it was undoubtedly Luxian. Murongsong felt a tinge of exasperation. While it was understandable for Xiaoqing to harbor doubts, he was genuinely anxious and agitated. He needed to find Luxian without delay. Thus, he explained, over a decade ago, during my tribulation, I was ambushed. Although I succeeded, I was gravely injured. At that time, Luxian was still young and not a demon hunter. It was his reckless bravery that saved me from peril. Yet, upon returning to that village, my presence led to its destruction as an act of retribution. Luxian subsequently vanished. Recalling the events of more than a decade ago, he was unable to suppress a wave of guilt. After recovering from his injuries, he had left that village, unaware that Luxian's benevolence would bring forth the wrath of Murongsong's mortal enemy, transforming the village into a veritable hell on earth in mere moments. Murongsong sighed heavily, and Xiaoqing, upon learning of this, expressed her surprise, never having anticipated the shared history between Murongsong and Luxian. She was even more taken aback to discover that Luxian had endured such devastation, which explained the complex and troubled gaze he had cast upon Yanxian upon their meeting. Very well. Pray tell, what do you seek him for? I, myself, do not know how I might locate him. We have been apart for quite some time, and I am at a loss. All I can say is that he later went to Wine Village. Perhaps you might seek him there, where you may find your answers. Xiaoqing felt a twinge of regret, for ultimately, Murongsong had sought the wrong person. She herself was uncertain of Luxian's whereabouts, and it was even less likely that she would know how to locate him. Murongsong, however, shook his head with a wry smile and said, previously, after I sustained grave injuries, I took refuge in the forest to recuperate. By chance, I encountered numerous demon catchers, and from their tone, it appeared that my benefactor's longevity lamp was on the verge of extinguishing. He is in peril. Miss Su, I have visited the village you mentioned, but I found no trace of Luxian. He must have departed long ago. Has something happened to Luxian? Xiaoqing's body trembled slightly. Who could possibly inflict harm upon him so easily? Recalling the vividly realistic dream she had last night, an unsettling feeling began to brew within her. What is the everlasting lamp? What consequences would follow its extinguishment? This everlasting lamp serves as a marker utilized by various demon hunting and cultivation sects to determine the safety of their disciples. It is ignited with a drop of their vital blood, and once the lamp is extinguished, it signifies the demise of its owner. When discussing this matter, Murong Song's tone inevitably grew somber. After much contemplation, he felt that only Su Qing could locate Luxian. Yet Su Qing shook her head, letting out a sigh. She too wished for Luxian to remain unharmed, feeling anxious and fearful that such an upright and kind soul might truly perish. However, she found herself utterly powerless. In a moment of urgency, she declared, "I will seek out the girls in green. They must have a solution." "Miss," he countered, "they are without means. If they had a solution, they would not have dispatched so many demon hunters. Yet, this extensive search will hardly yield results. By the time they find him, Luxian may have already lost his life." Murong Song shook his head, dismissing Su Qing's thoughts, and abruptly added, "I came here to inquire if you still possess the life pearl." Su Qing, somewhat puzzled, retrieved a few raw pearls from her bosom. Upon seeing them, Murong Song's face lit up with joy as he eagerly reached out to take one, exclaiming, "Now, Luxian is saved." "How so?" Su Qing was perplexed. What use could a few living pearls possibly serve? They had no knowledge of Luxian's precise whereabouts, and even if they possessed living pearls, what could they truly accomplish? However, Murong Song was different. Without a moment to spare for explanation, he bit into his own flesh, allowing his blood to drip into the living pearls. Amidst Su Qing's bewildered expression, the pearls erupted with a brilliant radiance, dazzling her to the point where she could scarcely keep her eyes open. As the brilliance began to wane, Su Qing turned in astonishment to Murong Song, following his gaze of elation back to the living pearls. To her amazement, she perceived that the pearls began to quiver slightly, gradually revealing a faint image. Su Qing fixed her gaze, and the scene seemed to be deeply etched in her mind, causing her to instinctively retreat a few steps in terror. To her astonishment, she realized that the image mirrored precisely that of her dreams. How could this be? Just last night, she had seen a figure resembling Luxian on Huayuan Street, yet here it was now. Murong Song cast a peculiar glance at Su Qing, whose face had turned a ghastly white, her eyes filled with dread. He glanced at the image displayed on the living pearl. In the dim, damp confines of a chamber that dripped with foul water, Luxian was gruesomely bound by iron chains to a wooden stake, blood oozing from the gaping wounds on his wrists and ankles. His disheveled hair framed a visage marked by suffering, and suddenly, as if sensing something, he lifted his gaze, a flicker of astonishment crossing his hollow eyes. "Luxian, where are you?" Murong Song called out with palpable urgency, and Luxian, as if responding to a silent call, parted his cracked lips and slowly uttered two words, "Tian General," before Murong Song could inquire further about the specific location. The image on the living pearl abruptly flickered and vanished. As the vision dissipated into nothingness, the pearl in Murong Song's hand disintegrated into a fine dust and disappeared. Tianjin City. Su Qing swallowed hard, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the living pearl. Thus she clearly discerned Luxian's lip movements. To her astonishment, Luxian was indeed in Tianjin City. She exchanged a meaningful glance with Murong Song and promptly handed over the two remaining living pearls to him. Her expression grave. "Let us use these pearls once we reach Tianjin City. It will aid us in locating Luxian." Murong Song accepted the pearls without hesitation, relieved to know that Luxian was alive, and a faint smile graced his delicate features. It seemed his earlier conjectures were not misplaced. The living pearls were indeed condensed from Luxian's cultivation, and the essence within would surely guide them to his whereabouts. Although Luxian was currently out of immediate danger, the memory of his haggard and near-faint form made Murong Song's fists clench involuntarily. Luxian had once saved his life, and it took him over a decade to uncover the whereabouts of his benefactor. Even though Luxian had become a demon slayer, standing in opposition to their kind, he was resolute in repaying that life-saving grace. He fervently hoped that he would not discover who had inflicted such torment upon Luxian. Otherwise, he would ensure that they would suffer a fate worse than death. "Miss, are you ready?" Outside the door, Xiaoqing had waited for quite some time, without seeing Su Qing emerge, and her anxiety grew as she knocked urgently. Hearing the voice, Murong Song and Su Qing exchanged glances, and after a brief moment, Murong Song solemnly bowed to Su Qing, saying, "Time is of the essence. I shall proceed to Tianjin City at once. Once I locate Luxian, I will return to find you." It was indeed impractical for him to accompany them, and given Lucien's condition, he could not afford to delay. Thus, his immediate departure was the most prudent course of action. Xiaoqing was equally concerned for Lucien's safety. Thus, she did not refuse and simply nodded, saying, "Thank you. Please, ensure his rescue." Song nodded in acknowledgement and, in a flash, exited the door. It was only then that Xiaoqing turned her gaze towards the figure frantically knocking at the door, her heart warming. "Xiaoqing, do not fret. I will be out shortly." After hastily changing her clothes, she cradled Yin Xian and stepped out. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the anxious visage of Xiaoqing and the ever-smiling Jiaowan beside her. Seeing Xiaoqing emerge, Jiaowan gently remarked, "The journey to Tianjin City is fraught with peril, yet your identities are well concealed, rendering you less conspicuous. I believe that should the divine artifact truly manifest in Tianjin City, you will stand a considerable chance of acquiring it. I must rely on you, Miss Su, for this endeavor." Following this, he unexpectedly bowed to Xiaoqing, startling her into hastily supporting him as she noticed his slightly cold hands, causing her to instinctively recoil. "Master Jiaowan, you are far too courteous. I, too, wish to save Xian. I have my own motives." Jiaowan merely offered a faint smile and refrained from further comment, instead turning his head to call out softly, Qing. "Please escort Miss Su and Xiaoqing through the city gates." "Yes, my lord." Xiaoqing then noticed that behind Jiaowan stood a strikingly beautiful figure, Qing. Her expression remained largely unchanged, yet her gaze towards Xiaoqing bore a hint of indifference. Xiaoqing glanced around once more, yet she did not spot Yin Linchen's figure. It seemed he was genuinely upset with her, truly unwilling to appear before Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing could not help but let out a soft sigh. Embracing Yin Xian, she exchanged a few pleasantries with Jiaowan before allowing him to gently escort her downstairs. Jiaowan stood quietly by the window, watching as Xiaoqing and her companion's carriage gradually receded into the distance. He then released the spoon he had been gripping and turned to the cool figure seated behind him. Smiling, "You clearly wish to see her off. Why remain hidden? Moreover, Miss Su's gaze was evidently searching for you. Can you imagine her disappointment upon failing to find you?" Yin Linchen cast him a cold glance, his eyes chillingly fierce, before inquiring, "Is there no business to attend to in this establishment? Are you simply idling away your time?" Jiaowan pondered, perplexed by the man's demeanor. It was evident that he cared deeply for others, yet he insisted on feigning indifference. Who was he attempting to deceive? Had he always been so intent on lying to himself? Had he known that Yin Linchen's attitude would remain so frigid, he would not have transmitted his presence in the flower garden. Such carelessness. Nevertheless, considering the terrifying intensity of Yin Linchen's gaze, Jiaowan feigned submission. Yes. You are absolutely correct. I shall attend to my business at once." With a wry smile, he departed, leaving Yin Linchen alone. The latter gloomily drained a cup of wine, his mind dwelling on the woman's words from the previous night, which stirred a sense of unrest within him. Today, she had spent an inordinate amount of time alone with that Song. Did she take him for a fool? He sensed Song's arrival immediately, and now, the urgency to depart was likely to rescue that so-called demon catcher. Meanwhile, after Xiaoqing and Xiaoqing boarded the carriage, they soon exited the city gates. Gently alighting from the carriage, Xiaoqing retrieved a large pouch of silver from her bosom and quietly exchanged a few words with the coachman. The coachman hurriedly nodded in earnest, casting a fleeting glance at Xiaoqing and Xiaoqing. "I've delivered you. The rest is well within your understanding." His voice was devoid of emotion, akin to a mechanical utterance, and his expression remained frigid. Xiaoqing realized that had it not been for Jiaowan's instructions, this man would likely have shown no interest in them whatsoever. "Thank you for your efforts." Xiaoqing cheerfully expressed her gratitude. The coachman's face bore little emotion in return. He merely nodded before turning to re-enter the city gates. "Please take your seats, ladies. I shall set off now." The coachman was a middle-aged man, appearing rather simple and honest. He had no desire to venture to Tianjin City, given the current chaotic and perilous circumstances. However, the thought of his elderly family and the generous payment offered by the clients compelled him to brave the dangers and escort Xiaoqing and her companion to Tianjin City. "Let us depart." Xiaoqing smiled gently. "All right then, ladies, please settle down. The carriage is quite bumpy." The coachman climbed aboard, his calloused hands firmly gripping the reins as he cheerfully advised Xiaoqing and Xiaoqing inside the carriage. "Understood. Thank you for your efforts." Xiaoqing replied with a smile, her hands tenderly caressing the egg, her heart brimming with joy. After enduring so much, they were finally en route to Tianjin City. If they were fortunate enough to encounter the emergence of a divine artifact, and perhaps even secure it, Would that not hasten the day when Xian could finally emerge from his shell? What are you pondering? Xiaoqing inquired with a smile, observing Su Qing's joyful expression. Su Qing glanced at her before responding, I hope we can successfully acquire the divine artifact. I wish for this little one to break free from the shell soon. After hearing Su Qing's words, Xian, who had remained silent within the egg for quite some time, felt a flicker of emotion and eagerly exclaimed, Mother, I long to embrace both you and Father. In Su Qing's eyes, there lingered a tenderness as she gazed intently at Xian. After a considerable pause, she remarked, Mother longs to meet our Xian soon. Xiaoqing, observing the affectionate exchange between the two, couldn't help but smile. A wave of nostalgia washed over her as she realized it had been an eternity since she had embraced her own mother. Even a mere visit felt like an extravagant luxury. A faint, bittersweet smile curled at the corners of her lips. Su Qing, perceptive as ever, noticed this subtle expression and understood that Xiaoqing must be yearning for Ahong. Gently, she raised her hand and placed it over Xiaoqing's. Once we acquire this divine artifact, let us journey together to the Blood Marsh. They miss you dearly and have inquired about you. Xiaoqing gasped in surprise, a flicker of uncertain joy dancing in her gaze as she eagerly grasped Su Qing's hand, asking, Is that true? Did my father ask about me? What of my mother? Su Qing was somewhat aware of Xiaoqing's circumstances, knowing that she had been cultivating alone in the Valley of 10,000 Serpents for quite some time. Although Emophone was present, the aspect of familial affection remained irrevocably absent, something that no one could ever compensate for. Suddenly, Su Qing recalled Ah Hin and, after much hesitation, could not resist the urge to tentatively inquire, By the way, Xiaoqing, how is your mother faring? Has the young lady noticed any changes in her condition? In response to Su Qing's inquiry, Xiaoqing appeared unfazed, her eyes betraying a flicker of complex emotions. Nonetheless, she had no intention of concealing anything from Su Qing. After all, aside from her parents and kin, Imocheng and Su Qing were the most significant people in her life. Imocheng had been a source of warmth for over 100 years, a glimmer of sunshine amidst darkness, while Su Qing instilled in her greater courage and confidence, bestowing upon her an abundance of warmth. Su Qing awkwardly touched her nose. The reason for her sudden recollection of Ahong was also tied to the matter of Meiru. After losing her demon core, Meiru could no longer cultivate and would soon meet her demise. However, Ahong, who had also lost her demon core, seemed merely a touch weakened. She still maintained her human form and appeared to be in no grave danger. Su Qing felt a peculiar sense of wonder, pondering why. Despite belonging to the same demon race, they appeared so distinctly different. Xiaoqing glanced at Su Qing before slowly elucidating. In truth, when our mother lost her demon core, it was a harrowing ordeal. Back when our bamboo leaf green clan served as the right and left arms of the previous demon king, Mother was once the High Priestess of our clan. At that time, the High Priestess was not yet the mother of the little elder. She was merely one of the elders. Upon hearing the news of the disappearance, Su Qing was utterly taken aback. She had some knowledge of the illustrious history of the bamboo leaf green clan. However, she could never have imagined that the former High Priestess of the 10,000 Serpents Valley would be none other than Xiaoqing's mother, a hen. Considering the current High Priestess's esteemed position, even Yin Linchen would show her deference. It was astonishing to realize that a hen had once held such a high status within the 10,000 Serpents Valley. Observing Su Qing's astonished expression, Xiaoqing couldn't help but let out a self-deprecating smile. Alas, sometimes those who stand at the pinnacle can suffer the most devastating falls. After carefully organizing her thoughts, Xiaoqing slowly recounted, It is said that when the previous demon king was preparing to abdicate, he entrusted the future king with a solitary journey to the human realm. Tragically, during this journey, the former serpent king fell victim to treachery, and our bamboo leaf green clan was unjustly branded as traitors. Every time she recalled this event, a sharp pain pierced Xiaoqing's heart, and she struggled to hold back her tears as she continued. But who remembers that while my mother was still pregnant with me, she sustained grave injuries to protect the former serpent king? She sacrificed all her cultivation to ensure my survival, even using her demon core to save my life. If that blind man had not rescued my mother back then, she would have perished long ago. Yet, they have all forgotten. They only remember that the former serpent king died and that we are deemed traitors. At this point, Xiaoqing's eyes were reddened, and a flicker of resentment became apparent. Their bamboo leaf green clan had sacrificed so much for the 10,000 Serpents Valley, yet what had the valley done in return? Not only had they been cast into the desolate blood swamp, but they had also endured the stigma of betrayal for over a millennium. It was utterly infuriating. Su Qing gazed at Xiaoqing with concern, momentarily at a loss for words to comfort her. It was then that Yin Xian, cradled in her arms, spoke with unexpected gravity. In truth, Father is aware of the situation. Though the 10,000 Serpents Valley and the entirety of the demon realm may appear tranquil, you must understand, he is the king, burdened with immense responsibilities and countless constraints. Despite his soft and tender voice, Xiaoqing perceived that Yin Xian resembled a little adult at that moment. Each word was articulated with clarity, and his reasoning was remarkably coherent. Upon hearing Yin Xian's words, Xiaoqing suddenly recalled her earlier emotional outburst and hastily wiped her tears. I do not wish to blame the king, she reassured. Please do not misunderstand, Your Highness. We all know that the king still cares for our clan. Otherwise, he would not have disregarded public outcry and spared our lives. It was precisely because of this trust in the king that our clan willingly endured a millennium in the blood swamp, despite facing misunderstandings and scorn, and even the loss of kin. We have patiently awaited the day when our clan can finally clear our name. Xiaoqing, filled with emotion, found herself sharing more than ever before with Xiaoqing and Yin Xian. Although Xiaoqing had not experienced Xiaoqing's hardships nor belonged to such a grand family, she could empathize with the profound solitude endured by the Xiaoqing clan, including Xiaoqing. She gently grasped Xiaoqing's hand and said softly, Xiaoqing, if I could, I would dedicate all my efforts to help your clan escape the blood swamp. Seeing the sincerity and unwavering determination in Xiaoqing's eyes, regardless of whether her capabilities could fulfill such a promise, Xiaoqing felt immense gratitude for Xiaoqing's consideration. Thank you, my lady. Overflowing with appreciation, her words culminated in a simple expression of thanks. Xiaoqing, amused, affectionately ruffled Xiaoqing's hair and playfully retorted, Silly girl. Xiaoqing, sniffling, playfully rebuked, My lady. Upon observing that Xiaoqing's spirits had notably lifted, Xiaoqing felt a semblance of relief wash over her. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she swallowed hard, striving to maintain her composure in both tone and emotion. Xiaoqing, who was that blind man you mentioned earlier? A flicker of excitement ignited within her. She sensed she might be onto something significant. The primary reason she had ventured to this place was largely due to the intricately carved wooden serpent gifted by that blind old man. His ability to lead her here suggested he was no ordinary individual, and Hung had also encountered a blind man in the past. Might there be a connection between these two figures? Lost in her thoughts, Xiaoqing felt herself teetering on the brink of obsession, her yearning to uncover the truth growing increasingly urgent. If she could unravel the mystery behind the blind old man's enigmatic smile, perhaps it would pave the way for her return to her original world. However, it was with a tinge of disappointment that Xiaoqing confessed, Miss, I have never laid eyes on that man. Only my mother has encountered him. Furthermore, it has been over a millennium since there was any news of him. His current whereabouts elude me. Perhaps only my mother holds the key to such knowledge. Is that so? Upon hearing Xiaoqing's words, Xiaoqing felt deflated. Akin to a balloon that has lost its air, her demeanor noticeably despondent. Xiaoqing, perplexed by this change, regarded Xiaoqing with curiosity, yet offered consolation. Perhaps, once the matters in Tianjin City come to a conclusion, we can venture to the Blood Marsh to inquire about Mother. She might possess what you desire. With that, Xiaoqing had already resolved in her heart, as soon as she acquired the so-called divine artifact, her foremost intention would be to revisit the Blood Marsh. If that blind man truly was the elderly figure she had previously encountered, then once everything settled, it would be time for her to depart. Reflecting on this, she felt a twinge of reluctance towards little Yin Xian. Unable to contain herself, she embraced him tightly. Sensing her emotion, Yin Xian, with a timid yet sweet voice, inquired, Mother, will you always be by Xian's side? Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing was momentarily rendered speechless. She found herself at a loss for how to respond to Yin Xian's inquiry. She did not belong here and ought to return. Yet, could this not also be a blow to Yin Xian? Ultimately, Xiaoqing managed to articulate a more tactful reply. It has always been Mother's wish for Xian to be born smoothly. She will stay by your side and watch over your arrival. I understand, Mother. Yin Xian replied, his tone laced with a hint of melancholy. He had clearly grasped that Mother had mentioned accompanying his birth. Was it possible that the discord between father and mother was the cause of her anger? Recalling the earlier tension between his parents, Yin Xian felt certain of his conclusion. It must be so. He resolved to devise a plan to ensure that his parents remained in love and to bring forth several siblings for himself. Listening to the discontent in Yin Xian's voice, Xiaoqing felt a deep pang of sorrow. Of course, she was unaware of Yin Xian's inner thoughts. Had she known that he was secretly plotting against her, and Yin Linchen, she might have perceived the situation differently. In the following days, the coachman exhibited remarkable dedication, tirelessly urging the carriage forward with only necessary breaks for rest and sustenance. Thus, within a mere 3 days, Xiaoqing and Xiaoqing arrived at their destination. When they disembarked from the carriage, the coachman finally exhaled with relief, weariness evident in his eyes. He looked toward the magnificent city gates and said, "Ladies, that is Tianjin City. Within, there exists a plethora of creatures, both wondrous and malevolent. I shall refrain from entering. Please exercise caution in all your endeavors." Xiaoqing and Xiaoqing exchanged a glance and then smiled, expressing their gratitude. The coachman nodded, shivering as he cast his gaze upon the dim, foreboding sky above the towering city walls. He dared not linger for even a moment, hastily driving the carriage back. Watching the coachman hurriedly depart, Xiaoqing couldn't help but furrow her brow. It seemed that Tianjin City had indeed transformed into a perilous place. The grand gates of the city stood wide open. Yet strangely, unlike the bustling flower garden, there was not a single guard in sight outside the gates. The sky above the city was shrouded in dark clouds, casting a gloomy pall over the scene, evoking a sense of oppression. Once a thriving metropolis, it now appeared desolate, with the populace having largely vacated. Presently, Tianjin City resembled a ghost town. Was this the consequence of the so-called divine artifact? It was truly terrifying. A gust of wind swept through, prompting Xiaoqing to instinctively draw her neck in. She turned to Xiaoqing, who looked equally astonished. "Let us go. Where is Mo Cheng? We should seek him out." With the understanding that every additional ally bolstered their strength, Xiaoqing's delicate face bore an unprecedented weight. She nodded and replied, "I have already communicated with Lord Mo Cheng in advance. Let us enter the city." Xiaoqing nodded, fearing that holding Yin Xian too openly would attract undue attention. She hastily concealed him within the intricately carved serpentwood sculpture before following Xiaoqing into the city. Upon entering, Xiaoqing and Xiaoqing were taken aback. The spacious streets were in utter disarray, cluttered with haphazardly arranged stalls. Some items lay scattered on the ground, showing signs of mildew. The doors and windows on either side of the street were firmly shut. Occasionally, they encountered individuals whose wary and even hostile gazes were directed at Xiaoqing and Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing and Xiaoqing traversed the streets in profound silence, both acutely aware that the entirety of Tiangong City was likely devoid of ordinary mortals. Those they encountered were primarily drawn by the allure of divine artifacts. Xiaoqing, anxious and resolute, urged Xiaoqing through several narrow alleys until they finally halted before a remote, dilapidated residence. With a vigilant glance around, Xiaoqing gently rapped on the door, calling out, "Lord Mo Cheng, it is Xiaoqing." Moments later, footsteps echoed from within, and Mo Cheng opened the door. After surveying Xiaoqing and Xiaoqing, he urged them, "Hurry inside. It is not safe outside." Nodding in acknowledgement, Xiaoqing grasped Xiaoqing's hand and stepped inside, while Mo Cheng swiftly closed the door behind them, casting a protective incantation as they entered the hall. Observing the weary countenance of the two, Mo Cheng's gaze lingered on Xiaoqing's youthful face, and he imparted with concern, "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the artifact is likely to manifest in the coming days. The throngs outside have become increasingly restless, engaging in daily skirmishes. Until the artifact fully materializes, it is imperative that you remain here and do not venture out. Do you understand?" Xiaoqing nodded, assuring him, "Rest assured, Lord Qing, we will not wander aimlessly." With a sigh of relief, Mo Cheng cast a knowing glance at Xiaoqing, who found his scrutiny somewhat perplexing but replied, "Understood." It was astonishing to behold how Tiangong City had descended into such chaos. Even before the artifact's emergence, the populace was already embroiled in conflict. What kind of carnage would ensue upon the artifact's true arrival? With both Xiaoqing and Xiaoqing in agreement, Mo Cheng refrained from further discourse. Xiaoqing had grown accustomed to such occurrences. After all, subordinates often mirrored the temperament of their masters. Yet, Xiaoqing, ever since their arrival in Tiangong City, despite the palpable dangers surrounding them, radiated a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Even in the presence of Mo Cheng, who maintained a frigid demeanor devoid of any visible emotion, Xiaoqing could sense Xiaoqing's exuberance. Was this the essence of a woman nourished by love? Xiaoqing shook her head helplessly and stepped into the room that Mo Cheng had arranged for her. The furnishings within were relatively complete. Everything one might need was present. "Miss, it is getting late. I will be going out with Lord Mo Cheng shortly on an errand. You must remember, do not venture outside. Staying here is the safest option. Lord Qing mentioned that the king will not arrive for several more days." Xiaoqing followed closely behind Xiaoqing, her concern evident as she cautioned her, for Xiaoqing was defenseless and would be at the mercy of others should she step outside. I understand. I want to go out. I plan to rest early, as I am feeling somewhat weary. Xiaoqing smiled softly, refraining from inquiring when Xiaoqing and her companion would depart. Instead, she reassured Xiaoqing that she would not wander aimlessly. This alleviated Xiaoqing's concerns somewhat. After placing Xiaoqing's luggage neatly, she gradually retreated. Faintly, Xiaoqing could hear Xiaoqing whisper to Imo Qing outside, "Lord Qing, I am ready. Let us be on our way." Once the two had left, Xiaoqing found herself meandering aimlessly in the room, beset by a sense of ennui and melancholy. Perhaps sensing her mood, Yanxian took the initiative to leap into Xiaoqing's embrace, the wooden carving of a giant serpent in his hands. "Mother, are you worried about that demon hunter?" Xiaoqing cast a glance at Yanxian, gently caressing his head without uttering a word of rebuttal. Song had arrived in Tiangong City even earlier than she had. She wondered if he had managed to locate Li Xian. What was Li Xian's condition now? It would be a lie to say she was not concerned. The image of him covered in blood lingered vividly in her memory. "Mother, do not worry. Song possesses considerable prowess. He must have found that demon catcher by now." Yanxian reassured Xiaoqing. After a moment of contemplation, he hesitantly asked, "Mother, you wouldn't dislike father for favoring that demon catcher, would you?" Upon hearing Yanxian's words, Xiaoqing found herself both amused and exasperated. How could this little one have such a wild imagination? She had yet to speak, and he had already concocted an entire narrative in his mind. That's not the case at all. He and I are good friends. Now that a friend is in trouble, how could I possibly turn a blind eye? Xiaoqing smiled softly, recalling Yin Linchen's icy and aloof demeanor, and sighed, "As for your father, our relationship is not as you might imagine." Yanxian, intrigued, pondered what that might entail. Before he could articulate his thoughts, he suddenly paused, adopting a serious expression, and spoke, "Mother, someone is approaching." Xiaoqing, perplexed, stood up, her heart tightening with unease. Who could possibly be coming at this moment? Suddenly, a series of jarring knocks echoed from the door, causing her heart to tremble in response. "Xian, can you sense who it is?" Xiaoqing swallowed hard, momentarily uncertain whether to open the door or remain inside, placing all her hopes upon Yanxian. "Mother, please go and listen. I am unaware of the specifics." Yanxian too felt a sense of unease. His ability to perceive was hampered by the constraints of a seal, rendering his insights exceedingly limited. "Very well." Upon hearing the uncertainty in Yanxian's tone, Xiaoqing felt a sudden heaviness in her heart. Yet, fortunately, she was no longer the Xiaoqing who had first arrived in this world. Xiaoqing gritted her teeth and, summoning her courage, stepped out of her room and approached the front door. "Is anyone there?" she called out. It seemed eerily quiet, which was puzzling given that a protective barrier was in place. As she neared the door, Xiaoqing paused, a mix of confusion and relief washing over her. "Green robe?" she mused, convinced she had not misheard. The voices outside unmistakably belonged to Rua Ling in green robe. But what could bring them to Tianjin City at this hour? Were they in search of Li Xian, or had they come for the artifact? Xiaoqing cleared her throat softly, adjusting her voice as she leaned closer to the door. "Is there something amiss?" Outside, Xiaoqing, who was poised to knock again, paused her hand and cast a delighted glance at Rua Ling. The three of them had sensed the presence of mortals when they passed by earlier, yet it was perplexing that a barrier imbued with demonic energy existed here. Everything felt so strange. How could mere mortals remain in Tianjin City and coexist without conflict? If they were not mortals, then what was the nature of this barrier? After much contemplation, they decided to knock on the door, not expecting a response. Yet to their surprise, a feminine voice indeed emerged from within. The aura she exuded unmistakably indicated she was a mortal. Clad in green, she asked with a hint of joy, "Are you alone, miss?" Fearing that the girl might be frightened by their presence, she quickly added, "We are demon catchers, not of the demonic clan. There is no need for you to be afraid. If it is convenient, may we enter?" Setting aside the question of whether they could breach this barrier, they pondered how the girl could survive amidst the lurking dangers of Tianjin City if they succeeded. Oddly, the girl remained silent for a long while, prompting Green Attire to glance back at Rua Ling and Hong Feng, feeling uncertain about how to proceed. Ultimately, Rua Ling stepped forward and said, "There is no need for fear. Miss, we shall not intrude. We merely wish to inquire about the origin of this barrier." Xiaoqing held her breath, her heart racing wildly. Upon hearing Rua Ling's words, she finally exhaled in relief and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. "I once saved a man, and before he departed, he left me with a warning. I do not know who he is, only that I must not venture outside. Xiaoqing felt a tinge of embarrassment at her own fabrication, yet she found herself devoid of alternatives. She could only hope that Ruoling and the others would hasten their departure from this place. Otherwise, if Xiaoqing and Imocheng returned, it could very well lead to a fierce confrontation, an outcome Xiaoqing dreaded above all else. Fortunately, the three outside remained silent for a brief moment after hearing her words. Green Attire then gently reminded Ruoling, "Sister, it is possible that she inadvertently saved a member of the demon clan, who happens to be grateful in return. Let us address the subsequent matters later. Our utmost priority now is to swiftly locate Brother Luxian. Everything else can wait." Ruoling cast a deep glance at the faint blue silhouette visible through the door's crevice, feeling an unsettling sense that something was amiss. Yet she could not pinpoint it at that moment. Nevertheless, Green Attire's words served as a reminder that finding Luxian was paramount, and she nodded in agreement. "Let us proceed, Green Attire, Brother Hongfeng." Hongfeng's eyes flickered with a hint of fierce determination and reluctance, yet he maintained an outwardly benign smile. He turned back for a lingering glance at the protective barrier before finally following Green Attire and the others as they departed. After the footsteps outside faded away, Xiaoqing could not help but let out a heavy sigh of relief, feeling fortunate that the visitors were none other than Green Robe and her companions, rather than other members of the demon clan, as that would have posed quite a challenge. Once she regained her composure, Xiaoqing helplessly realized that beads of cold sweat had formed on her forehead. Indeed, her courage was in dire need of fortification. "Mother, are you all right?" Yanxian inquired with concern, noticing that his mother's expression had remained dazed for quite some time, and she had not uttered a single word. "I am fine," she reassured him. Xiaoqing smiled faintly, her mind swirling with thoughts. It seemed that the individuals clad in green had come to Tianjin City in search of Luxian. Murong had indeed spoken the truth. Luxian was in grave danger. She pondered the fate of the Changsheng lantern, uncertain of its current state. As she contemplated, Xiaoqing suddenly appeared before her, hastily pulling the still-dazed Xiaoqing along. "What is it, Xiaoqing? Come with me," Xiaoqing said, her expression grave as she ushered Xiaoqing into a room. Upon entering, a pungent smell of blood assaulted Xiaoqing's senses, nearly causing her to retch. Imocheng cast a casual glance at Xiaoqing, gesturing towards the figure lying on the bed, and inquired, "Do you know him?" Xiaoqing followed the direction pointed out by Imocheng, and only then did she notice a figure lying on the bed, nearly covered in blood, with certain areas of the body oozing pus.